From a Stronghold NPC to the final boss chapter 1033 to chapter 1115. After leaving the desolate god tribe, Xianxia moved to another place. Anyway, the human tribe was so big that it was easy to change places. The human tribe is going to war with the dragons. That human emperor is bold enough to directly start with the top clans. He had a smile on his face. Originally, Xianxia only thought that the human tribe would start with other clans and wait until they were strong enough to deal with the dragons in one fell swoop. But in fact, the human tribe didn't do that at all. That human emperor had just passed the 3 disasters and 6 tribulations and immediately integrated his forces to deal with the dragons. Obviously, he was very confident in his own strength. Zhou Tian's star map asked, Emperor of Heaven, do you think it's possible for the human tribe to destroy the dragons? The possibility is not high. After all, the dragons are also a top clan. Even if they are not as strong as the human tribe, the difference between the two won't be too big. If the human tribe wants to destroy the dragons in one battle, unless there are other external forces, or the dragons themselves will be killed. Otherwise, the dragons won't be able to destroy them. Xianxia said confidently. The dragons of the inner world were not weak. Otherwise, the dragons in front would not have the courage to directly attack the human tribe. Although they retreated in defeat, they were still qualified to compete with the human tribe. While they were talking, Xianxia paused for a moment before continuing. In my opinion, the human tribe attacked the dragons to stop the dragon emperor from passing the 3 disasters and 6 tribulations. If the dragon emperor fails to pass the tribulation, the dragons will lack a top powerhouse, then the human tribe will have a real chance to destroy the dragons. I see. Zhou Tian's star map understood. Then he asked again, will the Emperor of Heaven intervene in this war? No, this is a war between the inner world's clans. There's no need for me to intervene. Which clan can survive and which clan can die, it's their own fate. Xianxia said lightly. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't interfere so much unless he saw it or wanted to lend a helping hand. Just like how Eldar destroyed the 100 races. Billions of living beings perished in that battle. Even so, Xianxia didn't make a move either. On the other side, it took less than 3 days for the experts of the human clan to gather. All the experts were gathered and headed towards the dragons in a grandiose manner. The dragons lived in the sea. 90% of the world was land, and only 10% was sea. In the sea, it gave birth to countless living beings. Furthermore, the dragon clan was the leader of all the sea creatures. It could be said that dragons monopolized the sea, and their strength was very tyrannical. Other than the human race and the Eldar, the dragon's strength was almost unrivaled. Right now, the news of the human race attacking the dragons spread like wildfire. The true immortals of all races immediately looked over. This was a battle between the top clans. There weren't many battles in history. Among them, the battles between the human race and the dragons were the most frequent. But most of the time, it was the dragons who walked out of the sea and wanted to compete with the human race for territory. But this time, it was the complete opposite. It wasn't the dragons who took the initiative to attack, but the human race. The sea. Dragons. A loud voice sounded, and in an instant, it shook the sea. How dare the human race do this? When the news of the human race attacking the dragons came, the dragon emperor was furious. He was really angry. In his opinion, when the human emperor was going through the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, the dragons didn't find trouble with him. Now that he had just succeeded in the tribulation, he directly attacked the dragons. It was obvious that he didn't put the dragons in his eyes. In addition to this reason, there was another reason that made the dragon emperor furious. And that was, his 3 calamities and 6 tribulations were not far away. He became an immortal not much later than the human emperor. In other words, the dragon emperor's 3 calamities and 6 tribulations were coming soon. Under such circumstances, he didn't want to have any disputes with the human race. If something went wrong during the battle, he didn't have the confidence to deal with the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations in the future. Because of this, After receiving the news that the human race was about to attack the dragons, the Dragon Emperor was so angry. After the anger, he quickly calmed down. From the current situation, it was imperative for the human race to attack the dragons. What he could do now was to resist the human race's attack and give himself time to pass the tribulation in peace. After he succeeded in passing the tribulation, even if the human race didn't attack, the dragons wouldn't let the human race go. Immediately, the Dragon Emperor ordered in a cold voice, "Summon all the true immortals of the sea. If anyone dares to not come, the dragons will destroy them." Yes. Several dragon Xianxia accepted the order. Not long after, the sea region shook again. After receiving the order, the races in the sea region didn't dare to disobey the dragons and rushed to the dragon's hall. In the hall, a large number of true immortals gathered here. The Dragon Emperor's true body hovered in the middle. His million-feet body gave people a great sense of oppression. You should have received the news that the human race is about to attack the sea region. Since the birth of heaven and earth, our race has always existed in the sea region. Now that the human race is attacking the sea region, it's obvious that they won't give us a way out. This war is not only a calamity for us dragons, but also for all the races in the sea region. Therefore, Ben Huang thinks that the races in the sea region should unite and resist the human race together. The Dragon Emperor's voice was so loud that it reached the ears of all the true immortals. To this, many of the true immortals sneered in their hearts. The human race was clearly attacking the dragons, but in the other party's mouth, it became attacking the sea region. He really treated them as fools to fool them. But needless to say, there were so many true immortals, there would always be a few fools. There were also some races that believed the dragon's words. But even more races snorted in disdain. Although they disdained it in their hearts, they didn't refute anything. All the races in the world cared about who had the biggest fist and who was in charge. The dragons were a top race, and other races couldn't compare to them. Right now, the dragons obviously wanted to pull them together to deal with the human race. At this time, whoever objected would be attacked by the dragons. If they were careless, perhaps it would be the end of their race. It was obviously not worth it to put their own race in danger for one thing. So, even if they knew that the Dragon Emperor's words were nonsense, they could only listen silently. This was the sorrow of the week. After saying that, seeing the silence of the true immortals, the Dragon Emperor's eyes showed some displeasure, but he didn't flare up on this matter. Instead, he continued, "Right now, the human army is about to arrive. It's already a matter of life and death for our race. If you don't have any objections, then gather all the forces and fight against the human race with us dragons. Also let the human race understand that the races in the sea region are not at their mercy." After a long silence, finally, a true immortal lowered his head. "The Dragon Emperor is right. Our race is willing to help." With a true immortal taking the lead, the other true immortals followed suit. All the true immortals dispersed. Only the true immortal of the dragon race remained there. "Your Majesty, will they really be willing to help?" A dragon Xianxia frowned and asked the doubt in his heart. Hearing this, Dragon Emperor looked calm. "Don't worry too much, they know what to do. Now that we dragons are the emperors of the sea region, even if the humans launch a large-scale attack, there is no possibility of destroying us dragons. If they don't help, when we dragons settle the score, no one can bear it." In his opinion, the various clans of the sea region had no choice. From the beginning, Dragon Emperor had the intention of subduing the various clans of the sea region to strengthen the dragon's strength. But although the individual strength of the various clans of the sea region was not strong, their overall strength was not weak. If the dragons really swallowed them on a large scale, it would definitely cause the various clans of the sea region to join forces to resist. At that time, it would be killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of their own. So, Dragon Emperor had never made such a move. Although the target of the current attack of the humans was the dragons, it was also a potential threat to the various clans of the sea region. He gathered the true immortals of the various clans of the sea region with the purpose of borrowing the pressure of the humans to gather the strength of the various clans of the sea region first. As for the others, They could only wait until after the war. All of you go and prepare, don't worry too much about other things. This time, the humans launched a large-scale attack because they saw that Ben Huang was about to undergo the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, and wanted to make it impossible for Ben Huang to undergo the tribulation in his peak state. Therefore, the goal of the humans in this war is not to destroy us dragons, but if I fail the tribulation, the next attack of the humans will really be to destroy us dragons. Dragon Emperor said lightly. All the dragon Xianxia heard this and bowed and retreated. Immediately after, the true dragon moved, causing slight waves in the sea region. The main hall of the dragon palace. A huge true dragon was lying inside, an invisible aura was emitted, causing not a single drop of seawater to enter the main hall. You want to stop Ben Huang from undergoing the tribulation, human emperor, you are dreaming too much. A deep voice rang out in the hall, filled with boundless fury. Although the dragon emperor restrained his anger in front of the other true immortals, in his heart, there was no way to quench his fury at the humans attacking the dragons at this critical juncture. 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, that was the great tribulation of all true immortals. Just by looking at Ling Huang and at Ren Huang transcending the tribulation, one could tell how difficult it was to deal with that tribulation. To tell the truth, the Dragon Emperor did not have 100% confidence that he could successfully transcend the tribulation. If it was a physical injury, then it was even more impossible. As such, in this battle, he had to ensure his own safety. Shortly after, the true dragon opened its mouth and a dark blue bead flew out. Rich water spiritual energy lingered around the bead and filled the entire hall. I've already refined the water spirit pearl. The sea region is my home ground. I'd like to see if you, the human emperor, are really that powerful. Looking at the water Eldar in front of him, Dragon Emperor had a satisfied look in his eyes. This was a supreme treasure nurtured by the sea. In terms of grade, it could almost be ranked as a superior grade innate spiritual treasure. Although it was not a supreme grade, in the sea region, its power was not weak at all. In the previous battle against the human emperor, he did not use the water spirit pearl. First, it was not the sea region's home ground. Even if he used the water spirit pearl, its power would be greatly reduced. Second, it was to keep a few trump cards for himself and not expose all of them. Just like now. When the humans attacked the dragons, if he used the water spirit pearl at the critical moment, he could definitely catch the human emperor off guard. At this moment, the water spirit pearl appeared. The water spiritual energy in the sea region seemed to be attracted by a strong force and gathered towards it. The true dragon was sleeping soundly. The water Eldar absorbed the energy to nurture itself. On the other side, the true immortals of the sea region who left the dragon's hall also dispersed. But there were also some who chose to travel together. In the sea region, a sea turtle and a sea serpent could easily travel 1,000,000 miles by riding the wind and breaking the waves. Turtle Emperor, do you have any different opinions about the Dragon Emperor's gathering of us this time? The Sea Snake Emperor's body was like a long mountain range. It was completely different from the Turtle Emperor's mountain-like body. Hearing that, the Turtle Emperor said faintly, the purpose of the humans is very simple. They are targeting the dragons. The old Dragon Emperor is about to transcend the tribulation. He is not confident in dealing with the humans, so he wants to rope us in. But there is one thing that we have to admit. That is, the sea region clans can develop safely in the sea region because of the deterrence of the dragons. Without the dragons, there are many resources in the sea region, which will definitely attract other clans. Although the sea region clans are not weak, compared to those top clans, there is still a big gap. When that time comes, it will be a disaster for us. With the dragons, no other clans dared to interfere in the sea region. Although the dragons also occupied most of the resources in the sea region, after hundreds of thousands of years, the dragons and the sea region clans had long reached a delicate balance. In the face of this delicate balance, the dragons could develop and grow stronger, and the sea region clans could also slowly grow in strength while preserving themselves. But if this delicate balance was broken, it was hard to imagine how many sea region clans would be wiped out. Although the Turtle clan was very strong, However, the Turtle Emperor was not completely confident that the Turtle Clan would be able to protect themselves under that unknown turmoil. So, although he saw through the Dragon Emperor's plan, he did not object. On the other side, the Sea Snake Emperor sighed. You are right. The sea region is rich in resources. Those clans on land have long been eyeing the sea region. Although the dragons are domineering now, they have given us space to live. If other clans were to enter the sea region, I am afraid that we would be completely wiped out. The Sea Snake clan did not want to help the dragons. But the problem was, if the Sea Snake clan did not help the dragons, if the dragons were destroyed, then their situation would be very difficult. The Turtle Emperor shook his head. We are not strong enough. Now, we can only rely on the dragons. Unless our strength grows to the level of a top clan, then, we really don't have to rely on other clans. The Turtle Clan was good too. The Sea Snake Clan was good too. They were all a clan that was neither strong nor weak. Compared to the myriad clans in the world, they could barely make a single bubble. If the dragons were gone, the Sea Region clans would not have the qualifications to intimidate the myriad clans. At that time, the Sea Region would be like a big piece of fat meat that would be divided up by the myriad clans in the world. As a clan in the Sea Region, it was already very fortunate that they were not exterminated. If one of them was not good, that would be the end of the clan's extinction. To this, no one wanted to see this scene. In the void, densely packed human experts flew in the air. Leading them, it was Emperor Feng and many human perfected immortals. Just like how Eldar destroyed the 100 clans, this time, the human race also mobilized almost all their forces. Hundreds of perfected immortals. Among them, there was no lack of perfected immortals in the middle 3 levels. As for perfected immortals below the middle 3 levels, there were even more of them. In addition to that, there were hundreds of millions of celestial beings below the perfected immortal level. Tens of thousands of years of recuperation had reduced the number of battles in the human race. At the same time, due to the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there were almost endless celestial being cultivators. Every human tribe. No matter how weak the human tribe was, they could produce more than 3 digits of celestial beings. If it was a large clan, it was easy for them to produce tens of thousands of celestial beings at once. At the top of the void, Xianxia silently looked at the human army below. There was a layer of invisible energy covering his body, hiding his entire body. No matter how many perfected immortals there were, they could not detect him at all. Hundreds of millions of celestial beings. If the celestial origin is more than a few thousand years, hundreds of millions of celestial beings can give birth to at least millions of perfected immortals. Even if the celestial origin is limited now, if these hundreds of millions of perfected immortals do not fall, there will be tens of thousands of perfected immortals in the future. And this is merely a single human. Qin Shujian compared in his heart. How many celestial beings were there in the great wide world? Even if the myriad clans had recovered to their peak, it would be a problem for all the celestial beings to add up to less than 1,000,000. If it was just the human race, there might be at most tens of thousands of celestial beings. In fact, there might not even be tens of thousands of celestial beings. Comparing the two, just how big the gap was could be seen at a glance. The so-called peak of the great wide world is too different from the inner world. If the human race in the great wide world can have hundreds of millions of celestial beings, the power that will be transformed will be terrifying. Qin Shujian sighed. Under normal circumstances, with hundreds of millions of celestial beings, it would not be a problem to give birth to tens of thousands of perfected immortals. If there were enough resources, even hundreds of thousands of perfected immortals could appear. Even if the ratio of hundreds of thousands of perfected immortals was 100 to 1, there would still be a large number of perfected immortals in the future. At that time, the combined power would be terrifyingly strong. And this, even Qin Shujian felt that the power possessed by the human race alone was enough to make Dao fruit experts fear the power of the 10,000 races in the world. However, I am the ruler of heaven and earth. No matter how strong the living beings in the inner world are, they are no threat to me. On the contrary, the stronger they are, the stronger I will be. Now that tens of thousands of years have passed, my strength has increased by quite a bit compared to tens of thousands of years ago. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. His strength increased. This was the greatest benefit. Tens of thousands of years had passed in the inner world, but only a few months had passed in the great thousand world outside. A few months. It could increase the strength of a Tao fruit. It had to be said. The Tao of heaven and earth was indeed a loophole. However, Qin Shujian also understood. His inner world would not grow endlessly. After all, even heaven and earth would have an end. When the inner world evolved to a peak, it would gradually decline. When it reached a low point, it would return to its peak. When one reaches the pinnacle, one must decline. Extreme misfortune was followed by bliss. This was the principle. Unless I can constantly replenish the inner world and increase the upper limit, then the power of the 10,000 races in the world will not decline. Instead, it will rise step by step and eventually reach a powerful state. Qin Shujian's thoughts changed again. There was only one way to make the 10,000 races in the world break through the peak, and that was to increase the upper limit of the inner world. The rise and fall of the 10,000 races. The reason was that when the upper limit of the inner world was reached, there was no way to advance. At that time, naturally, it could only decline. However, it was not easy to increase the upper limit of the inner world. From the first era until now, the upper limit of the inner world had always been at the level of the Great Thousand World. Now, the inner world. It was equivalent to a Great Thousand World. Judging from the situation of the past few eras, the Great Thousand Worlds are the limit that the universe can accommodate. It's almost impossible to break the limit, unless there's external help. For example, the power of the real level. Qin Shujian thought of the player world. Whether it was the inner world or the Great Thousand World, strictly speaking, they belonged to the illusory level and there was a certain gap between them and the real level. Between the two, the biggest gap was reincarnation. If the inner world did not have reincarnation, it could not be considered real. Similarly, if the inner world gave birth to reincarnation, Qin Shujian believed that the inner world level would very likely break the existing upper limit. Reincarnation. The power of the real level. Soon, when the time is ripe for the Great Thousand World, it will be time to evolve reincarnation. Qin Shujian's thoughts were ethereal. He was increasing his strength now because he was preparing to accumulate strength. Only when he had accumulated enough strength could he break through in one fell swoop in a desperate situation and break the fate that every era had to come to an end. He was thinking about something in his heart. Qin Shujian's attention had always been on the human race. He was originally living in seclusion in the human race tribe, but when he saw the human race working so hard, he could not help but come over to take a look. Of course, it was impossible for him to interfere. Whether it was the destruction of the human race or the destruction of the dragons, Qin Shujian had no intention of directly interfering. He merely wanted to watch the battle between the two clans. At this moment, the actions of the human race also shocked the myriad races. Regardless of whether it was the spirit clan or the other top clans, they all turned their gazes to the void and landed on the human race army. After tens of thousands of years of recuperation, the strength of the myriad races in the world had increased to varying degrees. However, there were not many races that could take out hundreds of perfected immortals and hundreds of millions of celestial beings like the human race. The human race is really powerful. Ling Huang looked at the void, his face expressionless. So far, the Eldar and the human race were still considered allies. However, he knew very well, if the Eldar wanted to establish the heavenly court, then the human race would also be a stumbling block on the Eldar's path forward. Moreover, this stumbling block was much bigger than the other stumbling blocks. Even if the Eldar wanted to move it away, it would not be an easy task. However, although Ling Huang was wary of the human race, he did not intend to fall out with them immediately. The myriad races in the world were tyrannical. Although the Eldar was strong, it was not to the point of suppressing the myriad races. Therefore, he still had to have allies. The humans are strong, and the dragons are not weak either. I'm afraid that both sides will suffer great losses in this battle. Ling Huang's face was expressionless, but he was smiling faintly in his heart. It was good that both sides suffered great losses. Without Eldar's intervention, the humans would be weakened by a portion of their strength. The weakening of the two top clans was one less obstacle for Eldar in the future. Immediately after, Ling Huang thought of something again, and the smile in his heart disappeared. The humans have some relationship with the Venerable One. If Eldar attacks the humans in the future, will the Venerable One take any action? Thinking of the Venerable One, he felt a strong pressure in his heart. If facing the human emperor and other top experts of the world, if he had great confidence in suppressing them, then when facing Qin Shujian, Ling Huang had no confidence at all. He was very clear. Before he was born, that Venerable One was already an extremely powerful existence. Now that he had broken through to the upper 3 levels of true immortal, he still could not see through that person. It was obvious. What kind of strength had the other party reached? If that person was really determined to help the humans, then Eldar's idea of suppressing all clans and establishing the Heavenly Court was a joke. Impossible, the Venerable One has never interfered too much in the affairs of heaven and earth. Besides, he has a relationship with the humans, but he also values me, Eldar. Ling Huang comforted himself in his heart. Indeed. That person had a good impression of the humans, but he also had a good impression of Eldar. It could be seen from the fact that the other party was willing to preach to him and leave behind a divine weapon. So to tell the truth, he did not think that the Venerable One would dare to interfere with the affairs of all clans in the world. Looking at the human army in the void, Ling Huang had his own thoughts. The war is about to start. The Black Tiger Emperor looked at the void with a calm expression. It had been tens of thousands of years since the Black Tiger announced the seclusion of the clan. 4 tens of thousands of years. The Black Tiger's strength had been steadily increasing. However, due to the lack of subsequent resources, the speed of improvement had slowed down. But even so, he had no intention of letting the Black Tiger come into being. The reason was very simple: the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations were about to arrive. The Black Tiger Emperor knew that he had become an immortal relatively late. Until now, he had not reached the limit of 129,600 years. However, in his estimation, in another 10 to 20,000 years, the calamity would officially arrive. To others, 10 to 20,000 years was an extremely long wait. However, to true immortals, although it was not as short as the snap of a finger, it was not too long either. Right now, the Black Tiger Emperor was completely focused on accumulating his foundation. Purpose. He hoped that he could successfully transcend the tribulation. Once I've successfully transcended the tribulation, I'll settle the score with you White Tiger people. The Black Tiger Emperor seemed to have thought of something and shifted his gaze towards the White Tiger people. His eyes were filled with killing intent. 4 tens of thousands of years. The White Tiger people had sent powerhouses to attack the Black Tiger's array formation more than once. It was just that the Black Tiger's array formation was so strong that no matter how hard the White Tiger people tried, they couldn't break it. That was why the Black Tiger was able to stay safe until now. It could be seen. The White Tiger people were determined to destroy his Black Tiger. The Black Tiger Emperor had never been a soft-hearted person. He wouldn't pretend that nothing had happened when someone came knocking on his door. It was just that he was currently preparing for the tribulation, so he didn't bother with the White Tiger people. If that wasn't the case, he would have long released the array formation and fought with the White Tiger people. However, I still have 10 to 20,000 years to transcend the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. That old thing White Tiger Emperor's tribulation is probably coming soon. Killing intent appeared in the Black Tiger Emperor's eyes. He was currently focused on his tribulation and almost forgot that the White Tiger Emperor was also going to transcend the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Seriously speaking, the White Tiger Emperor had become an immortal before him. Now that he was about to transcend the tribulation, the White Tiger Emperor's tribulation should be even closer. Even so, but the Black Tiger Emperor was still hesitating. After all, if he stopped the White Tiger Emperor from transcending the tribulation, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. If he was seriously injured, the probability of him transcending the tribulation would be greatly reduced. At that time, it would really be killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of his own men. So, the Black Tiger Emperor was considering the gains and losses. On the other side, the army of the human clan had completely arrived in front of the sea. Hundreds of millions of celestials. Hundreds of true immortals. Just their aura alone could suppress the void and crush it, causing the sea level to drop a lot out of thin air. There were no more waves. Feng was wearing a black robe with mountains and rivers embroidered on it. An extremely terrifying aura was emitted from his body. In an instant, it was like a gale, bombarding the sea. Boom! The aura bombarded, causing the clans of the sea to tremble in fear. Feng's voice was clear. Ben Huang is already here. Isn't the Dragon Emperor coming out to meet me? A loud voice. It spread throughout the vast sea. 1 breath. 2 breaths. A few breaths passed, but the dragons didn't respond at all. Seeing this, Feng's expression didn't change. Since the Dragon Emperor isn't willing to come out to meet me, then Ben Huang will invite you to come out. He punched out in the air. In an instant. In the void, a fist mark caved in, and the space within hundreds of millions of miles shattered like a tile. A terrifying force poured down, directly falling towards the sea. The sea shook endlessly. In front of that force, the sea split to the left and right. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar was heard, and a huge true dragon darted out from the sea, crushing that force with just a claw. Immediately after, a large number of dragon Xianxia, as well as the true immortals of the various clans of the sea, all walked out from the bottom of the sea, confronting the human clan in the air. The human emperor came to my sea as a guest. Ben Huang naturally welcomes you. But if you come to my sea to behave atrociously, I, the dragons, have never been afraid of any race. In the huge eyes of the Dragon Emperor, a cold expression appeared. His gaze. It landed directly on Feng's body. Although there were many experts of the human clan at the moment, the real threat was only this human emperor. Seeing the various clans of the sea appear, Feng's eyes flickered, and then he calmly opened his mouth. This battle is a grudge between the human clan and the dragons. It has nothing to do with the other clans of the sea. Why do you have to get involved? If you retreat now, Ben Huang can guarantee that we will never touch the clans of the sea. The human emperor must be joking. The clans of the sea are originally a whole. Your human clan attacking the dragons is the same as making an enemy of the clans of the sea. Before the Dragon Emperor could speak, the true immortals of the sea responded. Hearing that, there was a faint smile on the face of the Dragon Emperor, as if he was very satisfied with such an answer. Immediately, his face turned cold again. That's right. Your human clan wants to divide the clans of the sea. It's simply wishful thinking. If the human clan retreats now, Ben Huang can treat it as if nothing has happened. Otherwise, Ben Huang will make your human clan unable to return. Retreat? The smile on Feng's face suddenly turned cold. In the past, you stopped Ben Huang from creating humans. There's no chance for reconciliation between our races. Today, the goal of the human race is to destroy the dragons. Any race that dares to stop us will be the enemy of the human race. Since we're enemies, we'll fight to the death. A cold voice. The expressions of many sea clans changed drastically. The human race's declaration of war against the dragons was already very firm. If they insisted on standing on the side of the dragons, they would definitely be implicated. Being targeted by a top clan was a terrifying disaster for any weak clan. They wanted to retreat. But there was no way to retreat. If they retreated at this time, not to mention the possibility of offending the human race, the dragons would definitely be offended to death. It would be fine if the human race destroyed the dragons. If they were not destroyed, then what awaited them would be a disaster of destruction. As if seeing that someone's mind was wavering, the Turtle Emperor said in a deep voice, "The sea clans are a whole. If the human emperor wants to attack the dragons, it's equivalent to becoming enemies with the sea clans. Although the Turtle clan doesn't want to become enemies with the human race, we're not afraid of becoming enemies with the human race." The Turtle Emperor is right. This is also what the Sea Serpent clan wants to say. The Sea Serpent Emperor immediately echoed. With the emperors of the two clans expressing their opinions, the emperors of the other clans all became firm in their thoughts. The Dragon Emperor was very satisfied when he heard this. Some words. His words were not as effective as those of the other clans when they were spoken by the dragons. On the other side, Feng stared coldly at the Turtle Emperor and the Sea Serpent Emperor. Good, very good. Since you insist on becoming enemies with the human race, then the human race will take it all. Originally, he had planned to divide the sea clans and then deal with the dragons alone. After all, the sea clans were not very strong individually, but when they joined forces, they could not be underestimated. With the addition of the dragons, their strength was extraordinary. However, the words of the Turtle Emperor and the Sea Serpent Emperor had undoubtedly destroyed his original plan. Since that was the case, Feng didn't want to waste any more time talking. In the next moment, the void cracked open. A huge palm seemed to cover the entire sea area as it crushed down from the sky. Good timing. The Dragon Emperor let out a dragon roar, and the sound waves rolled over. A dragon claw shattered the vacuum and collided with the palm. Rip, destructive waves spread out from between the two, tearing the void apart. In an instant, the earth, water, fire, and wind surged out. Upper three true immortals. In a sense, they already stood at the peak of the world and could easily destroy the world. The moment the two sovereigns made their moves, the true immortals of the human clan and the true immortals of the various clans of the sea region finally moved as well. Instantly, a great battle broke out. The battlefield was divided into 3 areas. The first zone was the battle between the human sovereign and the Dragon Emperor. The second zone was the battle between the human race and the true immortals of the various sea clans. The third zone was where the cultivators below the true immortal realm fought. Boom, boom. Waves of destruction swept out like a tide of stars, spreading in all directions in a mighty manner. They're fighting. Some of the true immortal powerful beings who were watching the battle from afar could feel an immense pressure in their hearts. The battle between the human race and the clans of the sea realm had caused the world, which had been peaceful for a long time, to once again be filled with killing. In this battle, no matter who won or lost, it would cause a lot of trouble in the future. When the time came, those who would be affected would not be as simple as the clans of the sea region. For this battle, not a single clan interfered. The sovereigns of the top clans all looked at the shocking battle above the void. Human sovereign, Dragon Emperor. It was not the first time the two sovereigns had fought, but in the past, it was not a true battle of life and death. But this time was different. The human clan took the initiative to attack the dragons, and their purpose was not ordinary. The battle between the two sovereigns was unprecedentedly intense. Boom, a fist shook the sky, and a dragon's roar broke through the air. A human and a dragon's huge body were fighting endlessly in the void. The Dragon Emperor's claw came down, instantly tearing everything apart, and a terrifying power erupted. Feng did not retreat, and also punched out. The two forces exploded, and both of their bodies shook at the same time, and immediately retreated. Next, the Dragon Emperor opened his mouth, and the water spirit pearl flew out. In an instant, a vast ocean smashed down from the void, and endless water spirit power was emitted. Innate spirit treasure. Feng's expression did not change. He directly reached out and grasped the void, and a long sword broke through the air and instantly fell into his hand. In the next breath, the long sword slashed out, and the sharp aura tore the vast ocean apart. It turns out that the human sovereign also has an innate spirit treasure. In the void above, Xianxia hid his figure and silently watched the battle between the two. It was worth mentioning. The evolution of the inner world was very similar to the upper-class world of the previous eras. There was no Zubing. There was no doctrine artifact. It was just an innate spirit treasure born from heaven and earth. Any divine weapon that could step into the innate spirit treasure level was actually not weaker than Zubing. A powerful innate spirit treasure was equivalent to a high-level Zubing. If it was an innate spirit treasure, it was equivalent to the 9 tribulations Zubing. However, whether it was the water spirit pearl in the Dragon Emperor's hand or the long sword in the human sovereign's hand, they had not stepped into the innate spirit treasure level. Not to mention the innate spirit treasure. Even the supreme grade innate spirit treasure was far from it. In comparison, it was probably equivalent to the supreme grade innate spirit treasure level. However, the water spirit pearl is an innate spirit treasure of the sea area. When it is used in the sea area, its magical power is far greater than usual. It is still a question whether the human sovereign can match it. Unless he uses the Godslayer, but this is also impossible. Qin Shujian secretly shook his head. The Godslayer could not be used by the human clan to deal with the dragons. Similarly, among the dragons, there was also the existence of the Zubing. Tens of thousands of years. In addition to the number of dragons, the Zubing had almost reached the stage of promotion. It was worth mentioning. The heavenly tribulation of the Zubing, no matter which world it was, existed for tens of thousands of years. For some races, the heavenly tribulation would descend when the Zubing was promoted. In the beginning, some races were very curious about this. But over time, the heavenly tribulation of the Zubing had become a habitual event. In the sea area, the dragons are revered. The Dragon Emperor let out a long roar, and the water spirit pearl blasted down with the power of the sea area. That power. It was enough to shatter the world. Fang's expression changed slightly, but he had no intention of retreating. In front of the human clan, the dragons are not qualified to be revered. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword was drawn. The sword energy tore the sky and split the earth. When it slashed on the water spirit pearl, it was drowned by a strong water spirit power. Seeing that the water spirit pearl was about to fall, Fang's eyes hardened, and the long sword flew out of his hand. At the same time, his body retreated rapidly. Boom, the high-grade innate spirit treasure exploded. It was as if an upper-level true immortal had self-detonated. That terrifying wave instantly swept through everything. Although the water spirit pearl was strong, it wasn't a supreme treasure known for its defense. When this destructive wave erupted, it was the first to bear the brunt and shattered into countless pieces. It was also when the water spirit pearl shattered. Dragon Emperor's mind cracked and he spat out golden blood. No, his huge eyes were filled with unwillingness. He never thought that the other party would be so decisive. The innate spirit treasure self-detonated and dragged the water spirit pearl down with it. At this moment, that force had already rushed over. Dragon Emperor didn't have time to think too much and could only retreat helplessly. The human emperor was retreating. Dragon Emperor was also retreating. The self-detonation of the high-grade innate spirit treasure made the two emperors not dare to resist. At this moment, above the sea, a terrifying light burst out. That powerful and terrifying force even exceeded the limits of the void and scattered below the sea, overturning rivers and seas. Stormy waves. Countless aquatic creatures were annihilated in front of this force. After a long time, the aftermath gradually subsided. Feng stepped into the air, ignoring the mental trauma caused by the self-detonation of the innate spirit treasure, directly passing through the self-detonation area and charging towards Dragon Emperor. Kill. With a punch, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Dragon Emperor was shocked and furious. His true dragon body twisted and also erupted with a powerful attack. Rumble. This time, the two emperors didn't use any magic treasures, nor did they use any superfluous methods. They only relied on their own strength to fight. The long river of laws broke through the air. Endless power of laws attached to the two. Every strike fell. It could shatter countless precepts. Dragon Emperor's strength is still a little lacking after all. Looking at the battle between the two, Ling Huang shook his head slightly. Even though they were both upper-level true immortals, there was still a big gap. The gap between Dragon Emperor and the human emperor wasn't big, but there was still a gap. Such a gap. In the beginning, there wasn't any problem. But as time passed, it would slowly expand. From his point of view, it wouldn't be long before the Dragon Emperor was defeated. However, even if they were defeated, it did not mean that the humans could destroy the dragons. After all, if a true immortal of the upper third tier was forced into a corner, no matter how strong the human emperor was, he would not have a good ending. Therefore, in Ling Huang's eyes, What the human emperor was doing now was not really to destroy the dragons, but for other purposes. If Benhuang's guess is correct, the Dragon Emperor's 3 calamities and 6 tribulations should be coming soon. If the Dragon Emperor is severely injured in this battle, it will be a problem whether he can survive the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Heavily injure the Dragon Emperor. Then, he would make the other party die under the calamity. For a moment, Ling Huan understood the human sovereign's plan. Roar. The furious dragon roar shook the heavens and the earth. The scales on the Dragon Emperor's body were shattered, and he was dripping with blood. Opposite him, although Feng's condition was not very good, he was not as heavily injured as him. You forced me to do this. The Dragon Emperor's eyes were extremely cold. He swung his dragon tail, and the sea below rose into the sky, directly drowning the ground. How big was the sea? It was comparable to 1/10 of the land. The amount of sea water stored in it was not something that could be measured by numbers. The monstrous waves could destroy everything in an instant. Its power was not something an ordinary true immortal of the upper 3rd tier could compare to. Seeing the monstrous waves sweeping over, Feng's face was solemn. He punched out. The void shattered. But it was not able to extinguish the waves. That boundless power swept through the void, causing him to feel immense pressure. Die. All of you, die. The Dragon Emperor spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely crazy. With his strength, forcefully controlling such a large sea was something that exceeded his limit. Once again, it was enough to hurt his muscles and bones. Unless it was a last resort, he would never use such a method. But there was no other way. The humans had obviously come prepared. Although the dragons and the sea clans had joined forces, they did not have a big advantage for the time being. The human emperor's strength was above his. If he did not go all out at this time, the longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. So, the Dragon Emperor was now fighting with his back against the river. Kill, the waves covered the sky, as if dividing the world into 2 halves. That power made all the human true immortals' faces change greatly. Retreat. Feng roared, but he did not retreat. Instead, he urged all his strength, and his body became hundreds of millions of feet tall. He landed in front of the sea with an indomitable spirit. His hands gathered all the power of the rules and fiercely blasted it out. Boom, the rules collapsed. The sea shook. 2 extremely powerful forces bombarded, comparable to the power of 2 true immortals of the upper 3rd tier. Feng's body instantly cracked. Soon, new energy surged out of his body, repairing the cracks in his body. At the same time, the human true immortals retreated. The true immortals of the sea clans could not be bothered to stop them, and they all retreated. The Dragon Emperor controlled the power of the sea to attack. It was almost indiscriminate, and any living being in front of it was a dead end. In the eyes of all the true immortals, they could see the sea rising into the sky, straight into the blue sky. Another indomitable giant was fighting against the waves that were about to bombard and destroy everything. Time passed. Both sides seemed to be in a stalemate. When the humans had retreated, Feng directly escaped into the void and left. Without support, the sky-high waves came crashing down. At that moment, countless living beings wailed in agony. Countless cultivators were annihilated by this power. There were creatures of the sea clans. There were also creatures of the land. There were even some humans who did not retreat in time. They were all annihilated in the face of this power. The world was silent. All the experts looked at the scene of the sea wreaking havoc on the land, their faces full of shock. What a powerful move! Inside the Black Tiger Emperor felt the waves crashing down. The destructive power made him feel fear even from billions of miles away. He had a premonition. If the target of this power was the Black Tiger's territory, then the array protecting the Black Tiger would definitely not be qualified to resist. Because that power had completely exceeded the limit of what the array could withstand. It was equivalent to the power of a 7th-tier immortal self-destruction. What right did a single array have to block it, at the same time? The Black Tiger Emperor also had a clear understanding of the human emperor's strength. Very strong, at least much stronger than him. If he faced that power, other than immediately running away, there was no way he could resist at all. However, the human emperor blocked it until almost all the humans had retreated. Such power. It was not something an ordinary 7th-tier immortal could compare to. I thought that after I broke through, there wouldn't be many experts in the world who could contend against me. I didn't expect that I was still a frog in a well. The Black Tiger Emperor sighed. The 2 battles since he broke through could only be said to be barely passable. There was no need to mention the battle with Ling Huang. He was completely suppressed by the other party and had no choice but to escape in the end. The battle with the White Tiger Emperor. He was not in peak condition, so he ended up with a lose-lose situation. Those 2 battles. It made the Black Tiger Emperor clearly realize that his strength was not truly invincible. Between heaven and earth, there were still many experts who could contend against or even surpass him. At this moment, his originally impetuous heart had gradually calmed down. I still have a long way to go. Even if I grow to the level of Ling Huang in the future, so what? There are still experts like the Emperor of Heaven. Perhaps only when I reach that level will I be qualified to be called an ultimate expert. Thinking of his ignorance in the past, the Black Tiger Emperor could not help but shake his head and laugh. That was because he thought that true immortals were the heavens. But when he really reached the level of true immortal, he realized that true immortal was just another starting point. Lower 3 levels of true immortal, middle 3 levels of true immortal, upper 3 levels of true immortal. It could be said that one step at a time was equivalent to ascending to the heavens. With every breakthrough in realm, one's strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Immediately after, the Black Tiger Emperor's attention fell on himself again. I'm already at the peak of the 7th level of immortal. If I make a breakthrough in the future, it shouldn't be a big problem. It's just that according to the Emperor of Heaven, the first 3 calamities and 6 tribulations are measured by a cultivator's strength. I'm now at the peak of the 7th level of immortal, so the power of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations will be controlled around the 7th level of immortal. But if I break through to the 8th level of immortal, the power of the heavenly tribulation might reach the 8th level of immortal. The greater the power of the heavenly tribulation, the greater the trouble. If it was possible. The Black Tiger Emperor naturally hoped that the heavenly tribulation would be controlled at the level of the 7th level of immortal. This way, as long as he continued to polish himself at the 7th level of immortal and improve his foundation, there would be no problem with transcending the tribulation. After the tribulation, he would use the time to break through his cultivation level. Perhaps this would solve the problem once and for all. Let's wait a little longer. Now that I'm suppressing my cultivation level, they should be suppressing their cultivation level as well. The ones who can really break through to the 7th tier of immortal are probably Ling Huang and the Human Emperor. The Black Tiger Emperor looked in Eldar's direction, then at the humans. Currently, in the world, these 2 rulers were the only ones who had truly overcome the 3 disasters and 6 calamities. As rulers of top-notch clans, it was impossible for them to only want to successfully overcome the 3 disasters and 6 disasters every time. What they wanted was to surpass the disasters and not be troubled by them anymore. The first calamity had arrived. It was because the time given was too short. Most of the time, there was no way to respond. However, after the first disaster was over, the 129,600 years that followed would be the time for the top-notch rulers to start their plans. The Black Tiger Emperor could foresee this. The tribulation of heaven and earth was about to arrive. The tribulation should have come a long time ago, but it was delayed because of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Now that rulers were transcending the tribulations one after another, the Great Tribulation was inevitable. From the fact that the humans were attacking the sea, one could see some clues. There's not much time left for the Black Tiger. I have to transcend the tribulation as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations can't be brought forward or delayed. I can only wait for the tribulation to come. The Black Tiger Emperor took a deep breath. He also wanted to lead the tribulation to come in advance. With his current foundation, transcending the tribulation wouldn't be a big problem. However, there was no other way. There was no way to lead the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations in advance. Perhaps there was a way, but he didn't know, so it was equivalent to not existing. On the other side, the dragons fought with their backs to the wall, and the humans had no choice but to retreat. This battle also alarmed all the races in the world. After retreating from the sea, not only did the human race not rest and recuperate, but they also went on a rampage and attacked the nearby races. Anyone who dared to resist would have their entire family wiped out. On the contrary, if they were willing to submit to the humans, they would be safe and sound. The condition for submitting was that all the powerhouses would be deployed by the humans, and at the same time, they would have to pay the humans every year. In a short period of time, more than 10 races were either subdued or exterminated by the humans. When the news spread, the strength of the humans had imperceptibly increased by a lot. In the human palace, Feng sat there, his aura fluctuating. The injuries he received in the sea wouldn't recover so quickly. But he wasn't too worried. Although the injuries on his body affected his strength, it wasn't too big of a problem. Moreover, combined with the strength of the humans, they didn't need to fear even the top races. My emperor, our race already has 8 races that have submitted to us. However, the news of our race conquering the other races has spread, causing many small races to be vigilant. Now, those small races have banded together with the goal of resisting our race. Below, many true immortals of the human race stood and reported. Feng said calmly, "The great tribulation of the world is about to arrive. When the time comes, even the top races have the possibility of being destroyed. Our human race has to quickly increase our strength. This matter can't be delayed. If they are willing to submit to us, then we will naturally treat them well. If they become enemies with us, then we will exterminate them all. The Eldar can exterminate hundreds of races, how can we be inferior to the Eldar? The great tribulation of the world. That was a monstrous killing intent. The Eldar exterminating hundreds of races was the beginning. The humans declaring war on the dragons was another beginning. Now that the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations had been successfully passed, Feng didn't plan to waste any more time. He swallowed up the small races and let them support the humans, nurturing enough experts for the humans to stand out in the Great Tribulation. Anyone who didn't obey would be directly exterminated. The Eldar could exterminate hundreds of races. The humans could also exterminate hundreds of races. Not only hundreds of races. Even thousands of races and tens of thousands of races could do the same. When the human true immortals below heard this, their hearts trembled. They could hear a strong killing intent from Feng's words. To this, they didn't dare to disobey. We will obey my emperor's orders. Go, before the other big races react, gather the small races and increase the strength of our human race. Yes. The human true immortals accepted the order. Watching everyone leave, Feng recalled the scene when he was going through the tribulation. That scene, although it was a tribulation, it also allowed him to find the future direction of the human race. Only by doing so could the human race truly exist for eternity. All of a sudden, Feng looked at the stone saber that stood in the hall like a dead object and asked calmly. May I ask if you know what the Heavenly Court is and what the Emperor of Heaven is? Heavenly Court, Emperor of Heaven, Godslayer was stunned. He did not expect Feng to suddenly ask such a question. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. Just say it directly. What if Xianxia was dissatisfied, but if he said no, it would be too deceptive. So, Godslayer chose to remain silent. After a long time, Feng calmly said, "It seems that you really know about the existence of the Heavenly Court and the Emperor of Heaven." The other party's silence was a disguised answer. When he finished speaking, Godslayer thought for a moment, then opened his mouth to explain, "There are some things that I can't tell you too much. I can only say that I understand. If you have the chance in the future, perhaps you will be able to understand." Seeing this, Feng did not ask anything else. Godslayer's answer had already given him the answer he wanted. There were 9 levels of heaven. Every level of heaven had the existence of the strong wind of heaven and earth, and above the 9 levels of heaven was an endless void. In the void, endless darkness drifted, and an evil and violent aura reverberated. Xianxia stepped in, and the drifting darkness seemed to have sensed a terrifying existence and immediately fled in all directions. Heavenly Court. Emperor of Heaven. It seems that the establishment of the heavenly court and the ruling of all races is a necessary process for the evolution of heaven and earth. When Feng asked this question, he already had a feeling in his heart. The other party's question. Not a single one of them was left out, falling into his ears. To this, Qin Shujian did not feel angry, nor did he have the intention to stop the establishment of the heavenly court. Because it was inevitable for the evolution of heaven and earth. Although he was only the Emperor of Heaven of the heavenly court in the great wide world, he did not object to the appearance of the Emperor of Heaven in the inner world. They were both Emperor of Heaven. It did not mean that the two were really on the same level. Qin Shujian was confident. Among all the heavenly emperors in the past few epochs, he should be the strongest. After all, even if he were to face the powerful ancient gods of the first era, he would not fear them at all. Even the strongest celestial emperors of all eras would not be able to contend against the ancient gods. Withdrawing his thoughts from the human race, Qin Shujian refocused his attention on the void before him. That evil and ruthless aura didn't make him frown. There was a hint of surprise on his face. To tell the truth, Qin Shujian was no stranger to the darkness before him. It was similar to the void demons of the Great Thousand Domains. However, there were still some differences between the void demons and the darkness before him. However, in the third era, it would be much easier to explain. Heavenly demon, extraterrestrial demons. During the third era, extraterrestrial demons were born outside the world. Some of these creatures were strong while some were weak. They were the nightmare of all the cultivators in the world. Every time a cultivator was transcending a tribulation, or when they were distracted, the extraterrestrial demons would take advantage of the situation to invade. If a cultivator succeeded in transcending the tribulation, they would be able to devour the extraterrestrial demons and greatly increase their strength. On the other hand, it was the reincarnation of an extraterrestrial demon. It could be said that in the third era, the extraterrestrial demons were existences that everyone hated. However, the extraterrestrial demons were powerful and not weaker than the 10,000 races in the world. However, what Qin Shujian didn't expect was that there would be extraterrestrial demons born in the inner world. Moreover, they were not outside the inner world, but above the 9 heavens. In this way, it was not right to call them extraterrestrial demons. Instead, it was more appropriate to call them extraterrestrial demons. The heaven and earth gave birth to extraterrestrial demons, and the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations descended. This is a method that the heaven and earth evolved on its own. It wants to use the extraterrestrial demons to guide the 10,000 races on the path to take in the future. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered slightly. He only needed to think about it briefly to understand the ins and outs of the matter. Immediately after, he took a step forward and headed towards the depths of the void. Along the way, all the extraterrestrial demons retreated in all directions as if they had met their natural enemy. They didn't dare to approach him. For the extraterrestrial demons, the flesh and blood of living beings should be the most tempting thing. However, in front of Qin Shujian, the extraterrestrial demons felt threatened. He took a few steps forward. He went straight to the depths of the void. There was a palace made of white bones standing there, suppressing the entire void. And in the palace, there was also a powerful aura that was not weaker than the upper 3 true immortals of the 10,000 races. In the next moment, Qin Shujian had already entered the palace. In the palace, there were extraterrestrial demons gathered. Each extraterrestrial demon emitted an aura that was not weaker than the upper 3 true immortals. There were more than 10 of them. When Qin Shujian appeared, the extraterrestrial demons' expressions changed drastically. Then, they bowed to him at the same time. "Greetings, Venerable One." The extraterrestrial demons bowed. The scene was silent. Qin Shujian had his hands behind his back and his expression was calm. "Do you think I am?" The leader of the extraterrestrial demons had a respectful expression. "The Venerable One is the ruler of heaven and earth. We were born from the hands of the heavenly Tao, so how could we not know about the existence of the Venerable One?" It's just that we didn't know that the Venerable One had come to the territory of our heavenly demon clan. While speaking, the leader of the extraterrestrial demons carefully observed Qin Shujian's expression, afraid that he would make the other party unhappy. The living beings of the 10,000 races did not understand how terrifying Qin Shujian was. However, the heavenly demon clan was born from the hands of the heavenly Tao. It was a race born from the heavenly Tao, so they naturally inherited a portion of its memories. Therefore, the leader of the extraterrestrial demons was very clear about Qin Shujian's background. The other party was the creator of this world, and his strength was not something that the extraterrestrial demons could understand. Although he was born from the heavenly Tao and his strength was not weaker than the strongest of the 10,000 races, in front of Qin Shujian, he was just an existence that could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. This way, none of the extraterrestrial demons dared to be impudent in front of the other party. Qin Shujian said indifferently, "You are innocent. Speaking of which, I still don't know the status of the extraterrestrial demons. Why don't you tell me about it?" Reporting to the Venerable One, the lowest level of the extraterrestrial demon clan is the ordinary extraterrestrial demons. The next level is the extraterrestrial demon general, then the extraterrestrial demon king, and finally the extraterrestrial demon emperor. The leader of the extraterrestrial demons answered truthfully. Extraterrestrial demon general, extraterrestrial demon king, extraterrestrial demon emperor, Qin Shujian nodded. There was nothing special about this division, but it was also very suitable for the extraterrestrial demon clan. How strong is the corresponding strength of each position? Below the true immortal realm, they are all ordinary extraterrestrial demons. The lower 3 true immortals are extraterrestrial demon generals, the middle 3 true immortals are extraterrestrial demon kings, and the upper 3 true immortals are extraterrestrial demon emperors. In that case, the extraterrestrial demon clan's strength is not as good. They actually have more than 10 extraterrestrial demon emperors. Among the 10,000 races, no race can contend against them. Qin Shujian's gaze swept across the many extraterrestrial demon emperors. Among the 10,000 races in the world, the most powerful Eldar was only an upper 3 true immortal. However, there were more than 10 experts of this level in the extraterrestrial demon clan. From this, one could see how strong he was. Hearing that, the celestial demon emperor, who was the leader, showed some arrogance on his face, but he immediately lowered his head and looked at the other submissively. Compared to a single race, the Sky Devil clan is much stronger, but in front of the Venerable, we are just ants. We don't deserve such praise from the Venerable. The Sky Devil clan was very strong. It also depended on the person. In front of Qin Shujian, not to mention a dozen Sky Devil emperors, even 100 Sky Devil emperors were not enough. "What's your name?" "My name is Marcus." The Sky Devil emperor in the lead bowed his head and replied. Qin Shujian gave a light hum and remembered it. "I have no intention of interfering with the Sky Devil clan. Since the heavenly Tao instinctively let you be born, it proves that the Sky Devil clan is necessary to exist. As long as you don't do anything that breaks the rules, I won't interfere in the slightest." "Things that break the rules," Marcus looked startled, and then asked. "May I ask the Venerable, what are some of the rules?" "I won't talk about some of the rules. Think about it yourself. In any case, just follow your heart." Qin Shujian replied ambiguously, and then disappeared from the hall. In less than a breath of time, even Marcus did not react, he was already gone. Suddenly, the faces of all the Sky Devil emperors drooped. Qin Shujian's arrival was inexplicable, his words were inexplicable, and his departure was also inexplicable. Or if someone else dared to talk to the Sky Devil clan like that, they would have long been dismembered by them. However, it could be done to others, but not to the person just now. Strictly speaking, the Sky Devil clan was born from the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao was opened up by Qin Shujian. If the heavenly Tao was compared to the other party's son, then their Sky Devil clan was the real grandson. Not to mention, Qin Shujian's strength was terrifyingly powerful. If the other party wanted to, destroying the Sky Devil clan was simply a matter of a thought. Therefore, although Qin Shujian's words were inexplicable, the Sky Devil clan did not dare to be dissatisfied. "Marcus, what does the Venerable One mean?" Some celestial demonic emperors looked puzzled. The person who had been talking to Xianxia the whole time was Marcus. Since he didn't understand, he could only ask Marcus. Hearing this, Marcus rolled his eyes. You ask me, who should I ask? But the meaning of the Venerable's words is probably to let us follow our hearts, and following our hearts means doing whatever we want to do. That's right, we can do whatever we want. As he spoke, Marcus, on the other hand, believed in his conjecture a little more. When the other celestial demonic emperors heard this, they all looked enlightened. Together. That was what the Venerable One meant. If he wanted to do something, he would do it. There would be no restrictions. Then, the expression on Marcus' face eased a bit, and he continued, the Venerable came to the Celestial Fiend clan, but then left. Clearly, he isn't dissatisfied with my Celestial Fiend clan. If there were any dissatisfaction with the Venerable One's methods, we wouldn't have the chance to stand here. Therefore, there's no need to think too much about the Venerable One for the time being. We might as well think about how to deal with the powerhouses of the 10,000 races. The Venerable One. That was an existence that completely transcended heaven and earth, and had nothing to do with the current Celestial Fiend clan. On the contrary, the 10,000 races of heaven and earth had a lot to do with the Celestial Fiend clan. The last time Ling Huang went through the tribulation with the human emperor, you said that you didn't have the confidence to bewitch him, so no celestial demonic emperor took action, and only sent a few ordinary celestial fiends to their deaths. But sooner or later, my Celestial Fiend clan will occupy a place among the 10,000 races. Not long ago, in the battle between the human race and the dragons, the Dragon Emperor was seriously injured. According to my calculations, he is not far from the tribulation. So I plan to let a celestial demonic emperor take action this time. If we can devour the Dragon Emperor, then our Celestial Fiend clan can officially take over the lower realm. Marcus said in a deep voice. Although the void was good, it was lacking in resources and was full of loneliness. Although the Celestial Fiend clan was born in the void, it didn't mean that they were willing to stay in the void for the rest of their lives. In fact, many celestial fiends hoped to enter the lower realm. The mortal world was tempting, how could the void compare to it? But the problem was that the Celestial Fiend clan was different from the 10,000 races. If they left the void without permission, they would definitely be ostracized by the 10,000 races. In terms of strength, although the Celestial Fiend clan was stronger than any other clan, compared to the 10,000 races as a whole, there was still a big gap. In this way, if the Celestial Fiend clan wanted to take over the lower realm, they could only start from other aspects. Seize the body of a true immortal. Sneaking into the 10,000 races and consuming their strength became an inevitable thing. As soon as he finished, a Celestial Fiend Emperor said, the Dragon Emperor is the first batch of living beings in the world. Even if he is injured, it will not be easy for him to seize the body of the Dragon Emperor. Who here can guarantee that they will be able to seize the body of the Dragon Emperor? The scene fell silent. That's right. The foundation of the first batch of living beings in the world was not weaker than the Celestial Fiend Emperor present. Forcefully seize the body. Once they failed, they would become the other party's nourishment. To this, no Celestial Fiend Emperor dared to take the risk. Marcus furrowed his brows. The risk of seizing the body of the Dragon Emperor is not small, but we don't necessarily have to seize the body of the Dragon Emperor. In the battle when the human race attacked the sea area, the dragons suffered a lot. That Dragon Emperor must be extremely resentful of the human race. If we, the Celestial Fiend clan, take a step back and cooperate with the dragons, it is not impossible. Cooperation, many Celestial Fiend Emperors were stunned. The Celestial Fiend clan had always directly seized the bodies of the 10,000 races and had never had the experience of cooperating with the 10,000 races. However, Marcus's words were not without reason. If they couldn't seize the body of the Dragon Emperor, then they could cooperate with the Dragon Emperor. Your proposal is indeed good, but whether the dragons are willing to cooperate with us is still a question. Don't worry, the Dragon Emperor is now injured, and his mind must be damaged. As long as we bewitch the dragons and make them cooperate with my Celestial Fiend clan, it shouldn't be a big problem. Marcus smiled confidently. Besides, the advantages of cooperating with my Celestial Fiend clan outweigh the disadvantages. My Celestial Fiend clan borrowed the hands of the dragons to develop our forces in the lower realm. Similarly, the dragons can also borrow the hands of my Celestial Fiend clan to deal with the human race. Now that the human race is powerful and the dragons have retreated to the sea area, the Dragon Emperor will certainly be unwilling. Without the help of my Celestial Fiend clan, it will be impossible for the dragons to deal with the human race in the future. Sometimes, the gap between the top clans is much greater than the gap between the other clans. Setbacks in several battles. It was a fact that the dragons were inferior to the human race. And now, the human race was constantly annexing the other clans, and their strength was growing day by day. Now that the Dragon Emperor was wholeheartedly preparing for the tribulation, he simply did not have the mind to gather the sea clans. As a result, the gap between the two was imperceptibly widening. The dragons were originally weaker than the human race, and now that the gap had widened, there was no possibility of resistance. And, not only can we work with the dragon clan, but we can also work with other races. Some of the myriad races are weak and are persecuted by the various big races. They must desire power, and our Heavenly Devil clan can give them all. I believe that as long as we give them benefits, it won't be a problem for them to cooperate with our Heavenly Devil clan or even serve us. The smile on Marcus's face was obvious. He had a thorough understanding of the thoughts of the creatures of the myriad races. As long as they were given benefits, the difference in races was not a problem. Moreover, right now, the Heavenly Devil clan did not show up much. As long as they did not come down from the void in large numbers, they would definitely not arouse the disgust of the myriad races. If that was the case, as long as the cycle was gradual, they could nibble away at the myriad races step by step, thus making proper preparations for the Heavenly Devil clan to enter the lower realm. At this point, Marcus also looked at the expressions of the other Heavenly Devil Emperors. Those Heavenly Devil Emperors looked slightly happy, obviously moved by his words. Seeing this, he continued. Now that the news of the Heavenly Court has gradually spread, the position of the Emperor of Heaven will definitely be coveted by the myriad races. When the myriad races start a dispute, their strength will definitely be greatly reduced. That will be our Heavenly Devil clan's opportunity. Marcus could almost foresee it. When the myriad races establish the Heavenly Court, it would definitely be a bloody battle. At that time, who knew how many races would be destroyed? After all, everyone wanted to establish the Heavenly Court, and everyone wanted to become the Emperor of Heaven who ruled over the myriad races. That was a supreme power. Not a single expert could refuse such an offer. My Heavenly Devil clan has more than a dozen Heavenly Devil Emperors. Among the myriad races, the Eldar is currently the strongest, but among the Eldar, only Ling Huang is an upper third-level true immortal. No matter how strong his opportunities are, no matter how profound his strength is, fighting against 2 or 3 Heavenly Devil Emperors is already his limit. When the myriad races fight and suffer heavy losses, our Heavenly Devil clan will descend to the lower realm. What qualifications do the myriad races have to resist us? Right now, if we cooperate with some races, we will definitely be able to speed up the process of provoking the great tribulation of heaven and earth. On that day, my Heavenly Devil clan will truly dominate the earth and void, and become the supreme race. Marcus's expression was impassioned, and his voice became loud and clear. In his opinion, this was the best opportunity for the celestial demons. The emotions of the other celestial demon emperors were instantly stirred. That was right, this was the best opportunity for the celestial devils. After leaving the Heavenly Fiend clan, Xianxia went straight down to the 9th heaven. In the Sea of Consciousness, Zhou Tian asked about the star map. What did the Emperor of Heaven mean by his last words? Ever since he left the Celestial Demon clan, he had been thinking about what Qin Shujian had said to the Celestial Demons. However, no matter how hard he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out the meaning behind it. Hearing this, Qin Shujian smiled faintly. It's nothing, just a casual remark. Ever since the heavenly demons were born, they were destined to oppose the myriad races. Those celestial demon emperors were all ambitious and wanted to enter the lower realm. When the great tribulation of heaven and earth erupts, I think the heavenly devil clan will also interfere. It was predictable. The first tribulation of the world. Just how intense would it be? It wasn't the first time Qin Shujian had heard about the great tribulation of heaven and earth. As early as the Third Era, he had personally experienced the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sat on the throne of heaven and earth in the end. In the Third Era, the first great tribulation of heaven and earth could be said to have been fought until the heavens fell and the earth cracked, almost shattering the vast world. In that battle, 70 to 80% of the myriad races were killed or injured, and only a few races managed to survive in the end. And Qin Shujian, as the emperor of the human race at that time, led the human race out of the great tribulation. In the end, it was the establishment of the heavenly court and became the first emperor of heaven. Logically speaking, the position of emperor of heaven should be rotated. However, Qin Shujian had been on the throne for more than 1,000,000 years, and each of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations didn't make him fail. Not only that, but he also directly advanced to the Dao fruit level and became a supreme expert that existed with the era. Therefore, he was not only the first emperor of heaven of the Third Era, but also the last emperor of heaven of the Third Era. Zhou Tian's star map said, the heavenly demon clan is tyrannical. If the heavenly demon clan comes down, I'm afraid no race among the myriad races can contend against them. Not necessarily. Qin Shujian shook his head. From the looks of it, there is indeed no race that can contend against the heavenly demon clan. However, the myriad races have huge growth potential, and the heavenly demon clan can't compare to them. If the myriad races are given some more time, more upper 3 true immortals will be born in the future. Moreover, Qin Shujian paused and said again. The heavenly demon clan is opposed to the myriad races. If they rashly descend to the lower realm, it will definitely cause the myriad races to attack. Although the heavenly demon clan can crush any race now, compared to the myriad races as a whole, the gap is not small. As he spoke, his feet did not stop moving. He had already returned to the human race. Now, the human race attacked the surrounding races, causing many tribes to fall into a state of war. However, for Qin Shujian, this did not affect him much. He still found an unfamiliar tribe, and then gave himself the identity of a wandering Taoist. He stayed there for a while, and then bought a shop. He put all the books he had kept in the shop. Just like that. Thus, a new bookstall appeared once again. Sea region. Dragons. The battle with the human race had caused the dragons to suffer a lot. As the Emperor of Dragons, the Dragon Emperor had suffered a serious backlash because he forcefully controlled the power of the sea region. In the deepest part of the sea region, a true dragon was crawling there. The broken scales on its body were slowly recovering bit by bit. However, there was a destructive force lingering, preventing the recovery of its physical body. Faint golden blood seeped out from it and merged into the sea. Human race. Human Emperor. There was a tyrannical emotion in the Dragon Emperor's eyes, and his killing intent was almost undisguised. The battle in the sea region. The loss of the dragons was a small matter, but he had suffered serious injuries and even damaged a supreme treasure like the water spirit pearl. Regarding this, he felt extremely angry. The loss of the water spirit pearl had caused the dragons to lose a supreme treasure that could suppress fate. At the same time, it had also caused him to lose a powerful trump card. At the same time, he had suffered serious injuries, and there was no way for him to recover in a short period of time. According to the Dragon Emperor's speculation, his 3 disasters and 6 tribulations would come in at most 100 years. 100 years. There was no way to heal his injuries at all. Regarding the upcoming calamity that he had never experienced before, even the emperors of the top clans had great fear in their hearts. There was even a trace of undetectable fear. If he was in peak condition, the Dragon Emperor would not have been too worried. But now, it was hard to say. Boom, an aura crushed down from the sky. The human true immortal stepped into the air and looked down at the races below. All the living beings of the race raised their heads to look at the sky, their faces filled with shock. I'm here on the orders of the human emperor to give you one last chance. Submit or die. Submit, or die, the short words made the hearts of the living beings below tremble. Then, an emperor stepped into the air and appeared in front of the human true immortal. His expression was very ugly. Our race has already decided not to participate in the disputes of the 10,000 races. Is the human race really going to kill us all? This was not the first time the human race had come. In order to avoid the human race, he even did not hesitate to lead his race to migrate, but in the end, he could not escape the pursuit of the human race. At this moment, he was already blocked by the human true immortal. Although there was only one true immortal in front of him, this emperor was certain that there would definitely be more human true immortals hiding in the void. Attack. That was courting death. However, he was unwilling to submit to the human race. The human true immortal's expression was indifferent. You were born in heaven and earth, how can you not participate? I'll give you one more chance. If you submit, you will be the vassals of the human race in the future. As long as the human race exists, you will definitely be safe. But if you refuse to submit, I can turn you into ashes in an instant. Hearing this, the emperor on the other side immediately fell silent. Time passed bit by bit. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. The human true immortal raised his hand, and the aura on his body had already become violent. It seems that you have already made a decision. In that case, wait. Sensing the surging killing intent, the emperor was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. However, the human true immortal ignored him and continued to condense his power. In the end, the emperor lowered his head unwillingly. Our race is willing to submit. As soon as he finished speaking, the killing intent disappeared. A faint smile appeared on the human true immortal's indifferent face. A wise man submits to circumstances. Your decision has given your race hope to continue. Since you have submitted to the human race, you have to pay tribute to our race every year. As for the details of the tribute, it won't be long before someone comes to discuss it. Do you have any problems? At your command. The ruler's head was still lowered. He had accepted his fate. Small clans were like this. They didn't have enough strength to control everything. When it came to a crisis, they could only submit to those large clans. The true immortal of the human race glanced at the other party before flying off into the skies. He wasn't worried that this small race would run away. Right now, the power of the human race had already spread out completely. Anyone who dared to go against the orders of the human race would be annihilated by true immortals very quickly. At that time, there was no room for discussion. The reason why the human race is expanding without restraint is that they want to accumulate enough strength to deal with the calamity. Shouldn't we also make some preparations? Within the territory of the Phoenix tribe, the Phoenix Emperor said in a deep voice. She had witnessed the continuous descent of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, as well as the great battle that had taken place between heaven and earth. Although the Phoenix clan had not appeared in the world for a long time, they did not relax at all when it came to matters of the outside world. The Phoenix Emperor shook her head. The human race is expanding now because the human emperor has already passed the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. He wants to find an opportunity to break through the calamity before the next 3 calamities and 6 tribulations comes. The 3 calamities and 6 tribulations of yours and mine haven't arrived yet. It's too risky to appear at this time. The human race could be arrogant. It was because the human emperor was no longer afraid of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. The next 3 calamities and 6 tribulations would happen 120,000 years later. 120,000 years later. A lot of things could happen by then. After all, it had only been a little more than 120,000 years since the birth of heaven and earth. But even so, heaven and earth had already passed the stage of coming into existence from nothing to the current stage of the competition between the clans. During this period, countless clans had been destroyed and risen. And this? It was just something that had happened 120,000 years ago. After a pause, the Phoenix Emperor said, "We don't have to be too anxious. Let's wait a little longer. In a few hundred years, you and I will begin to transcend the tribulation. When that time comes, it will be the opportunity for the Phoenix clan to appear. That's good too. The Phoenix clan has been silent for too long. Perhaps all the clans have forgotten about our existence. The Phoenix Emperor nodded. The Phoenix clan lived in seclusion in the volcanoes and rarely appeared in the world. However, if the great tribulation of heaven and earth really came, as long as they were in heaven and earth, there was no way they could stay out of it. If the Phoenix clan wanted to transcend the great tribulation, they had to find their own opportunity. Or else, when the great tribulation arose, the Phoenix clan might turn into ashes in an instant. Let's wait a little longer. After the Phoenix Emperor said this, he fell silent. Wait a little longer. After he successfully transcended the tribulation, he would think about other things. The human race has subdued the other clans on a large scale. I, Eldar, can't fall behind. Pass down Benhuang's order. All the small clans within hundreds of millions of miles of Eldar mountain range must either submit or be wiped out. Ling Huang ordered with an indifferent expression. Since the human race had made a move, Eldar had no reason to stand by and watch. Subduing the various clans. It was to strengthen Eldar's strength. At present, only he and the human emperor had successfully transcended the tribulation. For the time being, they didn't have to worry about the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. They could expand their forces as much as possible. On the contrary, the experts of the large clans and the top clans were now keeping a low profile. After all, the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations were right in front of them. If they acted in a high-profile manner and were targeted by other enemies, it would be troublesome. In the hall, many Eldar perfected immortals stood. After hearing Ling Huang's words, they immediately bowed. We obey my emperor's orders. The perfected immortals received the order and left. Then, ever since the destruction of the 100 clans, Eldar, who had been silent for tens of thousands of years, finally moved. Just like the human race, Eldar moved out on a large scale and began to subdue the various clans. Following the actions of Eldar and the human race, the killing intent of heaven and earth became even more intense. Both clans have begun to subdue the small clans in order to strengthen themselves. There's not much time left for us. Inside the Black Tiger Emperor sensed the changes in the 2 clans. His expression didn't look too good. The human race was fine. The Black Tiger didn't have any grudges with the human race. But it had a lot of disputes with Eldar. If Eldar's strength grew, then it was very likely that he would pose a threat to the Black Tiger. Regarding this, the Black Tiger Emperor was also very cautious. However, the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations that belonged to him hadn't arrived yet. In a short period of time, there was no way for him to push the Black Tiger to subdue the various clans. It could be said that, among all the top clans, the Black Tiger's overall strength was the weakest. As for the rest of the top clans, every single one of them was very strong. Only the Black Tiger. The time it took to advance was the shortest, and its foundation was the weakest. Even with tens of thousands of years of accumulation, there was no way for it to compare with those top clans for the time being. When I successfully transcend the tribulation, it will be the time for the Black Tiger to be officially born. Desolate Great World. After Zhong Yi advanced to the Celestial Being Realm, the power of the Array faction martial dojo expanded day by day. In a short period of time, the Array faction martial dojo became the top sect in the Desolate Great World. The dojo master Zhong Yi. He was both a Celestial Being Realm expert and an Array master. In terms of overall strength, he was not weaker than a Saint Realm expert and might even be stronger. In the secret chamber, Zhong Yi sat cross-legged. After breaking through to the Celestial Being Realm, he could already rejuvenate. Although he did not really do so, compared to his old appearance in the past, his current appearance was undoubtedly younger. Most importantly, that aura that was past its prime had already disappeared. Celestial Being Realm Cultivator. He could live for at least thousands of years. Thousands of years was a very long time for an ordinary cultivator. All of a sudden, the voice of the Emperor of Heaven Incarnation in his mind sounded. Don't contact me for a while, I will also temporarily cut off contact with you. These words directly woke Zhongyi up from his state of seclusion, and his face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. "Senior, what do you mean?" He was a little panicked. What did he mean by not contacting him? Could it be that the other party was planning to give up on him? Just as this thought arose in his mind, Zhongyi was even more terrified. He was very clear. The reason why he could have today's achievements was all because of the existence of the Emperor of Heaven incarnation. If not, he would still be a small dojo master and would not have the chance to break through to the celestial being realm. Although, now that he had successfully broken through, he was already considered a top expert in the desolate great world. But when he came into contact with Hongjun, Zhongyi suddenly realized that the so-called top experts were only relative. Compared to the real experts, he was a joke. So, he was not willing to stop at the celestial being realm. As long as the Emperor of Heaven incarnation was there, he had the chance to break through to a higher realm. What was a celestial being? Even if it was a true immortal, there was a great possibility. But if he lost the Emperor of Heaven incarnation, then he could only stop at the celestial being realm. Zhongyi did not have much confidence in breaking through again. He was clear about his own matters. In terms of talent, he was definitely not good. Otherwise, in his hands, the Array faction martial arts dojo would not decline so quickly. Because of this, the words of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation caused Zhongyi to panic. Hearing this, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven said calmly, "There's no need to think too much about it. It's because it won't be long before the Heaven Tao of this world will awaken. At that time it'll probably notice my existence. I had to sever my connection with you in order to avoid the detection of the Heavenly Tao. Once the Heavenly Tao's investigation is over, our connection will naturally be restored." The awakening of the Heavenly Tao, the panic in Zhongyi's heart calmed down a little, but a puzzled expression appeared on his face. What does Senior mean? That person won't be able to hide for much longer. The Heavenly Tao has sensed his aura, so it will wake up. However, as far as I know, the Heavenly Tao hasn't fully awakened yet. At most, it will wake up for a while before going back to sleep. If he keeps waking up, we'll be in big trouble. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven said calmly. The person he was talking about was, of course, Hongjun. To tell the truth, ever since Qin Shujian entered the time formation in seclusion, his connection with the original body had weakened a lot. Until now, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven had no way of contacting Qin Shujian. However, he wasn't too worried. After all, when the original body entered the time formation, his strength would definitely increase greatly. At that time, even if Hongjun returned, it wouldn't be too much of a threat. Since there was no threat, then everything would be fine. As for the awakening of the Heavenly Tao, it wasn't a big deal. At most, it was just that he was discovered. At that time, what he had lost was merely an incarnation. As for Zhongyi's life or death, to be honest, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven didn't care. If the other party didn't have him, he would still be a weak cultivator and wouldn't be able to raise his head in the desolate great world. Now that he had his own help, he was able to reach his current position step by step. In short, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven thought that he didn't owe Zhongyi anything. If it really reached the point of no return, the other party's death was inevitable. Of course, he didn't say anything wrong in front of Zhongyi, in case Zhongyi had any thoughts that he shouldn't have. After a simple explanation, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven fell silent. That person, who was that person? Zhongyi was now confused. He tried to shout in the sea of consciousness but didn't get any response. Obviously, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven had now cut off the connection with him. For a moment, Zhongyi felt a little empty in his heart. That person, could it be the Taoist that I met last time? He suddenly thought of Hongjun. Just as this thought arose, Zhongyi became more and more certain. But he also understood that an expert of that level wasn't someone he could guess. Even if there was a problem, it had nothing to do with him. But, now that the senior has cut off the connection with me, the Array Faction Martial Arts Club has to keep a low profile to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Zhongyi thought in his heart. In the past, if there was any trouble, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven could still give him ideas and some solutions. Even if he was facing an expert with the backing of a mighty figure, he was confident that he could contend with him. But now it was different. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven had cut off the connection, so he was really just an ordinary heavenly being cultivator. His strength was at most a little stronger than an ordinary heavenly being. But in the desolate great world, there was no lack of mighty figures. Thinking of this, Zhongyi directly walked out of the secret room. In the inner hall. Now all the deacon elders of the Array Faction Martial Arts Club were sitting there, their eyes focused on the person above. Why did the club master suddenly come out of seclusion? Did he succeed in the divine skill? It's a good thing that the club master came out of seclusion. It just so happens that our Array Faction Martial Arts Club is preparing to declare war on the Tianyi Palace. With the club master here, the Tianyi Palace definitely won't be able to resist. Some of them had excited looks on their faces. The Tianyi Palace. It was a top sect in the desolate great world, with a heavenly being expert in charge. In terms of strength, it was quite good. But compared to the current Array Faction Martial Arts Club, it was a little worse. Especially the sect master of the Tianyi Palace, who was only a second-tier heavenly being cultivator. Zhongyi was a heavenly being and an array master. His combined strength was not something a second-tier heavenly being could contend with. Declare war, hearing that. Zhongyi's expression was indifferent. If it was in the past, he would have agreed. But the current situation was simply the time to declare war. The Tianyi Palace alone was not scary. If other forces were involved, it would be a big problem. I came out of seclusion this time to announce something. Zhongyi slowly said. Instantly. The scene quietened down as everyone listened attentively, waiting for the other party's next words. Next, I will enter a long period of seclusion. Before this, all the declaration of war in the Array Faction Martial Arts School will be cancelled and there will be no more actions. During this period, you need to keep a low profile and not cause any trouble for the martial arts school. Otherwise, this old man will definitely take action to punish him. As his words fell, everyone looked at each other. Zhongyi's words were beyond their expectations. At this time, the Array Faction Martial Arts School was in the limelight, but they did not take this opportunity to expand their forces. Instead, they hid like a turtle, which made many people puzzled. Some people showed dissatisfaction on their faces. Schoolmaster, our Array Faction Martial Arts School is now very powerful. Even if you are in seclusion, there are not many forces that can compete with us. Why give up such a good situation at this time? He is right. Schoolmaster, we can take this opportunity to expand the strength of our Array Faction Martial Arts School. It will not be long before our Array Faction Martial Arts School can truly rise to the top in the desolate great world. Schoolmaster, everyone tried to persuade him, but Zhongyi only looked at them coldly. Gradually, the voices of the people who spoke became low. They could also see that Zhongyi's state was not right today. Inexplicably, these people all felt some kind of death threat. Are you done? If you are, then it is my turn to speak. Zhongyi looked around, his cold eyes were like ice blades, scraping everyone's cheeks, making them feel a faint pain. I am not discussing with you, nor am I listening to your opinions. I am giving you an order. The Array Faction Martial Arts School cannot cause any trouble and all existing troubles must be solved. But at the same time, you must not make a big deal out of it. If you violate this order, you will not be let off easily. Do you understand? Cold words. It made those people's hearts tremble involuntarily, then they hurriedly responded. We understand. That's for the best. Zhongyi nodded his head and said. The peace will not last long. When I come out of seclusion, it will be the time for the Array Faction Martial Arts School to rise to the top. Prepare well. Remember, keep a low profile. After finishing, Zhongyi did not wait for their reply and directly got up and left. The Purple Cloud Palace. In the main hall, Hongjun sat cross-legged on a futon. The jade pendant was already full of cracks, as if it would break at any time. In front of him, there were a few other Taoists sitting as well. I have a premonition that a great calamity is coming. When the time comes, I will ascend and leave. The Purple Cloud Palace will also cease to exist. Pack your things immediately and leave with the Purple Cloud Palace's inheritance. I don't wish for the orthodoxy of the Purple Cloud Palace to be destroyed when I leave. A calm and gentle voice rang out in the hall, causing the expressions of the few young Taoists to change. Master. In their eyes, their master was an omnipotent god. It was said that the strongest person in the desolate great world was the celestial being. However, in the eyes of these Taoists, Hong Jun was the most powerful expert of the desolate great world. Moreover, he was an existence that surpassed the Deva level. True immortal, perhaps he was the only true immortal in the world. Some Taoists were in disbelief. Master's cultivation is number one in the world. What kind of calamity could make Master immortalize? No one in the world can do it, but what if it's not a human? Hong Jun smiled faintly and said meaningfully. Not a human? The Taoists looked at each other. Hong Jun did not say much about this matter. Instead, he changed the topic slightly. When I ascend and leave, I hope that the orthodoxy of the Purple Cloud Palace will not be destroyed. In addition, I also hope that the orthodoxy of the Purple Cloud Palace can spread and grow in the desolate great world. At this point, he paused for a moment. Hong Jun said, You once wanted the Purple Cloud Palace to accept disciples. I didn't agree at that time, but now I don't have such scruples. Remember, after I ascend, you will need to preach to the world. At that time, even if the Purple Cloud Palace is destroyed, the orthodoxy will continue to be passed down. Master. There's no need to say anything more. Do you remember what I said? We remember. The Taoists lowered their heads in response. Hearing that, Hong Jun had a gratified smile on his face. All right, then you can leave. After that, he waved his sleeves, and in an instant, the stars moved. The disciples didn't even have time to react before they disappeared from the hall. Outside the hall. Before the disciples could come back to their senses, they saw the hall door close with a bang. At the same time as the hall door closed, an ethereal voice sounded from within. Let's go. Leave immediately. Don't waste any time. Hearing that sentence, the disciples cowed out in front of the hall. Then, they stood up. After taking a deep look at the closed hall door, they began to organize the others to leave. In the hall, Hong Jun retracted his palm. The gentle smile on his face was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by indifference. It was an indifference that did not belong to living beings. He took out the jade pendant. It had already begun to crack inch by inch. His expression was calm as he watched the jade pendant shatter. He did not do anything. Very well. Let me experience how strong the heavenly Tao of this world is. His calm voice sounded in the hall. As soon as he finished speaking, the jade pendant completely shattered, overflowing from the gaps of his fingers like fine powder. The next moment, heaven and earth shook. The sky that should have been clear was filled with endless lightning. All the cultivators in the desolate great world felt their hearts palpitate. Then, they looked up at the sky with a horrified expression. What happened, no one knew. The changes in heaven and earth made them feel the threat of death. At the same time, in the secret chamber, Xianxia also felt the palpitating aura. He instantly understood that this was the awakening of the heavenly Tao that the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation had mentioned. He did not dare to make any strange movements. Even Xianxia was afraid that the heavenly Tao would sense the fact that he was a world traitor. At this moment, he held his breath as if he had met his natural enemy. He trembled there. Purple Cloud Palace. Hong Jun seemed to have unlocked some seal. The aura on his body became ethereal and vast. The entire hall could not withstand this aura and quietly collapsed. Then, in the sky, when countless lightning bolts lingered, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the void. A terrifying eye appeared from within. Its eyes were indifferent as it looked directly at the Purple Cloud Palace. Boom, a destructive force erupted and blasted toward the Purple Cloud Palace. Hong Jun floated up and struck out with his palm without changing his expression. It collided with the destructive force. Buzz, the two forces collided, and the void was destroyed silently. Great sound void, that was it. All the experts in the desolate great world looked at the void that was constantly being destroyed in the sky with a shocked expression. It was as if they had seen the end of the world, and endless despair rose in their hearts. They wanted to escape. However, they were shocked to find that they were in the world, and there was no way to escape. And if they wanted to resist, that force was too strong, and it was not something an ordinary celestial could compare to. Is the world going to be destroyed? Some celestial experts were horrified. Ever since he became a celestial, he had never experienced the feeling of death so vividly in the past thousands of years. Even though he had seen top-notch experts fight in the game, he had never seen them fight before. But, a game was a game after all. No matter how strong the power was, one would not really die. Compared to the current situation, it was a completely different feeling. At the same time, either in the mountains, in the bustling city, or inside the imperial city, all the experts who were cultivating in seclusion woke up. Without exception. Their faces were filled with despair. Strong, terrifyingly strong, just the aura that leaked out from the battle between the two unknown powerhouses was enough to shock everyone. The void was being destroyed. The mountains were disappearing. The traces of the original existence of the Purple Cloud Palace were disappearing bit by bit. Some disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace who had not gone too far saw the place they had been staying for a long time disappear with their own eyes as if it had never appeared. The shock in their hearts could be imagined. In the void, Hong Jun took a step into the air and directly attacked the heavenly Tao. According to normal logic, he should have left the moment the heavenly Tao was about to awaken. However, as the Tao ancestor of the first era, Hong Jun also had his own dignity. In the first era, although the heavenly Tao was strong, it was not qualified to make him flee. Right now, it was the same. So, from the beginning to the end, he had never thought of fleeing without a fight. Even if he wanted to retreat, he had to fight before retreating. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the Tao ancestor. Billions of years have passed in the blink of an eye. I also want to see what the real heavenly Tao is. Hong Jun had a faint smile on his face. He took out a horsetail whisk from somewhere and waved it casually. A large number of white threads were like living rules. They intertwined into a torrent and bombarded the heavenly Tao. At his level, he had long surpassed the limits of the previous rules. What were the rules of the world, what myriad Tao laws? It was easy enough for him to take it over and use it for himself. Facing Hong Jun's attack, a cold glint appeared in heavenly Tao's eyes. Immediately, blood-colored lightning shot out. When the two forces collided, they both disappeared into nothingness. Thunder magic. It just so happens that I'm also good at thunder spells. Let me see if my purple heavenly thunder is more powerful than your apocalyptic thunder. Hong Jun smiled. He did not move at all. With just a thought, a purple thunder sea was born in the void of heaven and earth. In the sea of thunder, the purple thunderbolts transformed into ferocious beasts, tearing the void apart with ease. Boundless lightning overflowed, looking like a gorgeous destruction. Destroy. Hong Jun spat out a word and waved his horsetail whisk. Instantly, the sea of thunder rose and swallowed everything. The eye of heavenly Tao did not have any extra work. Only the blood-colored lightning struck down and fought with the sea of thunder. Rumble, the huge desolate ancient great world was directly covered by the earth-shaking sound of thunder. All beasts prostrated. They did not dare to move at all. Thunder was a natural threat to beasts. Apart from that, those cultivators who were about to break through the tribulation were all hiding in their own places, trembling. How could this be? My thunder tribulation clearly seems to take some time to come. Why do I feel like it will come at any time? When immortals fight, mortals suffer. In the past, those high and mighty cultivators were all wailing now. When it was normal, cultivators did not have thunder tribulation. But when some key realm breakthroughs, there would be thunder tribulation. Apart from that, cultivators who walked the physical sage system would also have thunder tribulation. However, the arrival of the thunder tribulation had a time pattern and would not strike randomly. However, Amidst the rumbling of thunder that covered the world, those cultivators felt that the thunder tribulation that should not have come was about to descend. That terrifying feeling. It made many cultivators feel the threat of death. In the secret chamber, Zhongyi directly woke up from his state of seclusion. He raised his head and looked up. That was the ceiling of the secret chamber, but his gaze directly penetrated the obstruction of the secret chamber and saw the thunder gathering in the sky. My heavenly tribulation, it's coming. With this thought in mind, Zhongyi's face was full of astonishment. Impossible. Didn't I just pass the heavenly tribulation? Why is there another one now? It shouldn't be. Although he walked the physical sage system, every time the heavenly tribulation came, it was because he had accumulated enough foundation in his original realm, and then it would trigger the thunder tribulation. But now, how long had it been since he broke through? He had just stabilized his realm in the first level of the celestial being realm, and there was still a huge gap between him and the second level of the celestial being realm. Unless he was given a few more years of accumulation, or even more than 10 years of accumulation. Otherwise, there was no possibility of triggering the heavenly tribulation. Just as Zhongyi was wondering if he had sensed wrongly, thunder rumbled in the sky again. Not long after, a bolt of lightning struck down, directly in the direction of the Array-faction dojo. The top of the secret room exploded. Zhongyi was caught off guard and was directly hit by the lightning, and his whole body emitted black smoke. F***ck. No matter how well-mannered he was, he couldn't help but curse. That's not right. It's impossible for me to pass the heavenly tribulation so quickly. If the interval between the heavenly tribulation was really so fast, then wouldn't the other people who walked the physical sage system all die? Foundation was not allowed to accumulate. The heavenly tribulation would strike again after a short interval, and it didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand such frequent thunder tribulations. At this moment, the second heavenly tribulation was about to come. Without much time to think, Zhongyi could only leave the secret room and step into the air to go somewhere else. He couldn't pass the heavenly tribulation in the Array-faction dojo. Otherwise, if the heavenly tribulation was concentrated, it would affect others. The Array-faction dojo. It was his own painstaking effort. If it was destroyed by the heavenly tribulation, then he would be ashamed of the ancestors of the Array-faction dojo. Just as Zhongyi left, the other members of the Array-faction dojo finally regained their senses from the deafening roar that had just occurred. Looking at the secret room that was emitting black smoke, and thinking back to the blinding lightning just now, many people's faces were first filled with shock, but it quickly turned into surprise. The dojo master broke through again. If not for the breakthrough, why would there be a thunder tribulation? Thinking of Zhongyi saying that he was going into seclusion and looking at the current heavenly tribulation, many people understood. On the other side, Zhongyi was already surrounded by the heavenly tribulation. When the first heavenly tribulation came, he was caught off guard and was hit directly. However, his foundation was not weak and he did not suffer any serious injuries. However, now that the heavenly tribulation was concentrated, its power was getting stronger and stronger. For a cultivator who had just broken through to the celestial being realm, the pressure was not ordinary. What is going on? Why did the heavenly tribulation come at this time? Zhongyi's face was gloomy and there was a trace of panic. The heavenly tribulation came, but its power was much stronger than before. However, the heavenly tribulation kept bombarding and he did not have time to think so much. At this moment, the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation that seemed to have disappeared in his sea of consciousness suddenly spoke. That is because there is an expert who is fighting with the heavenly Tao and is good at using thunder techniques, causing the heavenly tribulation to come early. In addition to the thunder techniques, the power of the heavenly tribulation will increase. You have just broken through to the first level of the celestial being realm and your foundation is not enough. Whether you can survive the heavenly tribulation will depend on your luck. Originally, the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation did not want to contact Zhongyi to avoid being detected by the awakening heavenly Tao. But what he did not expect was, Hong Jun was so stubborn that not only did he not leave when the heavenly Tao awakened, he also wanted to fight with it. In this way, The attention of the heavenly Tao was completely attracted by Hong Jun. It was not a big problem for him to take this opportunity to wake up. Hearing that, Zhongyi did not feel happy about the awakening of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation. He understood the meaning of the other party's words. The power of the heavenly tribulation increased. His foundation was not enough. Tribulation. It was very likely that he would fail. As for the consequences of failure, there was no need to say more. Senior, doesn't that mean I'm dead for sure? Zhongyi expressed that he did not want to die. He had just started and the Array Faction Martial Arts Club had not reached the top level of the Desolate Great World. Moreover, he had a great future. If he died like this, he was really unwilling. So, Zhongyi could only place his hopes on the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation, hoping that the other party would save him. He's dead for sure. Not necessarily. The Emperor of Heaven's avatar spoke first, then fell silent. On the other side, Zhongyi, who was currently resisting the heavenly tribulation, was almost anxious to death. If you have something to say, then say it quickly. Don't say half of it and leave me hanging. You're making me anxious. After a long time, the Emperor of Heaven's avatar seemed to come back to his senses and continued to speak. Right now, you should undergo your tribulation first. Naturally, it would be best if you can succeed. Logically speaking, this heavenly tribulation is not your normal heavenly tribulation. So, even if you succeed, you will only be at the first level of the sky human stage. But on the other hand, while others could only go through the tribulation once at the first level of the heaven tier, you could go through the tribulation twice. The accumulated foundation would be of great benefit to you. Even in the future, his chances of breaking through to the true immortal realm would be slightly higher than others. After all, the heavenly tribulation doesn't come just because you want to. Every time the heavenly tribulation comes, it's both dangerous and an opportunity. Danger, opportunity, Zhongyi calmed down a little. Then, he thought of something else and couldn't help but be distracted and ask. What if I fail to transcend the tribulation? If you fail to transcend the tribulation, then you will naturally die. However, I can use some means to preserve a part of your soul and then be reborn in the great thousand world. But in that case, you will have completely abandoned your current body. At that time, the nature of your life will be the same as the people of the great thousand world. The same as the people of the great thousand world. In other words, he would become an NPC. Zhongyi found it hard to accept this result. Although there didn't seem to be much difference between the game and reality at the moment, he didn't want to become a person in the game. If I enter the great thousand world, what will be the difference from now? To a certain extent, there won't be any difference. But in terms of essence, you can compare the great thousand world to an illusion and the world you are in now to reality. And the level of reality is higher than the level of illusion. The Emperor of Heaven's avatar said calmly. The level of reality had always been higher than the level of illusion, but it wasn't absolute. After reaching a certain level, illusion could also surpass reality. Just like now. Hong Jun was an illusion of life, but he could rely on his own strength to fight with the way of the heavens in reality, although from the current situation, the other party was at a disadvantage. However, compared to other creatures of the real level, the Tao ancestor could easily crush them. Just as Zhongyi was hesitating, the Emperor of Heaven's avatar said, whether it's the level of reality or the level of illusion, it's all about one's own strength. For example, the Taoist you met earlier is an existence of the level of illusion. But in front of him, do you have the confidence to fight against him? I understand. Zhongyi took a deep breath and understood the key point in his heart. Yes. The essence of life wasn't important. What was important was the strength. As long as one had enough strength, it didn't matter what level of life it was. Recalling the feeling of being like an ant in front of that Taoist, Zhongyi understood for a long time. Immediately, he stopped thinking about it and began to focus on facing the heavenly tribulation in front of him. Even if there was a way out now, Zhongyi didn't want to give up easily. Reality was good, illusion was good, according to what the Emperor of Heaven's avatar said, it didn't matter much. But, he still wanted to struggle. Come on. Let me see if the second heavenly tribulation has the qualifications to make me feel despair. Zhong Yi's aura surged and he punched out. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. When he was transcending the tribulation, there were also many cultivators who were affected by the heavenly tribulation. Originally, there hadn't been a single heavenly tribulation in several years. In the end, in one day, people transcended the heavenly tribulation one after another. Such an unforeseen event. It also shocked some experts. No, I can't accept it. Give me a few more years and I will definitely succeed in transcending the heavenly tribulation. Why did the heavenly tribulation come in advance? Heaven wants to destroy me, but I can't accept it. Below the heavenly tribulation, wails and roars were endless. Not everyone had the confidence to face the heavenly tribulation without being prepared. So many cultivators died under the heavenly tribulation. Such an unforeseen event made more cultivators who didn't understand the reason tremble, afraid that the heavenly tribulation would strike their heads for no reason. When the heavenly tribulation came, the battle between Hongjun and Tian Dao was not over. The power of destruction. It was still raging. Heaven and earth were trembling. The divine wind was howling. There were also shocking thunderbolts that destroyed everything. Hongjun waved the horsetail whisk with one hand and controlled the sea of lightning with the other. Endless rule power was born and extinguished with his every move. Purple heaven godly thunder, it was the supreme thunder technique that he had comprehended when he achieved Dao in the first era. It was only slightly weaker than the strongest Du Tian godly thunder in the first era. Then, he looked at the heavenly Dao. The destructive thunderbolts were getting more and more intense, as if the entire world was about to come to an end. Boom, boom, two terrifying forces were constantly colliding with each other. The destructive fluctuations made one's heart palpitate. Die. A majestic voice rang out, and the apocalyptic lightning tribulation suddenly became even more terrifying. The extremely dense blood color bombarded, and the purple sea of lightning was instantly torn apart. At the same time, thousands of white threads of the horsetail whisk broke, and the rule power was also destroyed. Heavenly Dao voice. Hongjun's calm expression finally turned serious. Heavenly Dao voice, it meant that the heavenly Dao of this world had officially awakened. The heavenly Dao that fought with him earlier could only be said to be the instinctive consciousness of the heavenly Dao. It was not a true awakened state. As the heavenly Dao truly awakened, an aura that was several times stronger than before suddenly erupted. The sky collapsed. It was as if there was a terrible storm raging there. All the cultivators in the desolate great world looked at the fluctuations in the sky in horror, and they no longer had the slightest thought of resisting. When the heavenly Dao was completely awakened, outside the desolate great world, a fleet broke through the sky and stopped in the void. In the fleet, there were old men and young men and women. However, no matter who it was, when they looked at the floating continent in front of them, their faces became extremely solemn. The heavenly Dao of this world has actually awakened. What exactly happened in that world? Should we go over and take a look? No, the heavenly Dao has awakened. Its strength is not something that ordinary cultivators can contend with. If we get involved, we will definitely die. When the young men and women spoke, the old man shook his head and refused. He had traveled in the void for so many years and had a good understanding of the heavenly Dao. When it was normal, the heavenly Dao was in a state of hibernation. It would only occasionally show some of its methods when something major happened. But in general, normally, the heavenly Dao would not truly awaken. However, as long as they were to awaken, the power that they would erupt with was definitely not something that ordinary people could withstand. Subsequently, the old man's eyes flickered as he looked at the sky. There's a decaying aura on the continent. That's a world that's about to reach its end. Now that the heavenly Dao has awakened, perhaps it's because the world is heading towards its end. Under such circumstances, the heavenly Dao is the craziest. We can't provoke it. However, when the heavenly Dao is destroyed, we can go and take a look. Speaking of which, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. The heavenly Dao was destroyed. It was as if there were no experts in that world. One had to know. A world, no matter how weak it was, would contain a large number of treasures. If he and the others could go deeper, they would definitely reap great rewards. In that case. Thus, there was no need for them to wander around in the void. They could return with a full load. When the others heard this, they also understood the old man's plan. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at the continent. Elder Chen, I heard that there are many resources in this world. Now that the heavenly Tao has awakened, will it attract other experts? Someone looked worried. Hearing this, the smile on the old man's face faded a little. The void is boundless. What's happening here might not be discovered by others. Moreover, we're not weak. If someone really discovers us, we can just kill them. If they can't kill them, they could only think of another way. He didn't say this out loud. He only thought about it in his heart. On the other side, with the awakening of the heavenly Tao, the battle between the two had officially entered a white-hot stage. Boom, the two forces collided. Hong Jun patted the top of his head. Suddenly, a medium-sized jade butterfly floated up. The jade butterfly was completely white. It looked pure white and flawless. However, it seemed to contain endless Taoist rhymes. It gave people a kind of vast pressure. Go. With a thought, he directly commanded the jade butterfly to attack. The jade butterfly flew up and overflowed with Taoist rhymes. All the blood-red lightning that bombarded it was swallowed by the Taoist rhymes. Next, the jade butterfly shook. Blood-red lightning shot out from the jade butterfly and bombarded the eye of the heavenly Tao. Crack, it was as if something had broken. Tiny cracks appeared on the eye of the heavenly Tao. The cracks appeared very quickly. They also disappeared very quickly. Only a drop of golden blood dripped from the eye and landed on the ground below. Boom. The heavenly Tao was furious at this moment. It was injured, ever since it was born, no one had ever been able to hurt it. Even if the heavenly Tao didn't take the initiative, it still had an instinctive impulse. Now that it was injured, it completely aroused the anger of the heavenly Tao. In an instant, the terrifying attack came again. Hong Jun's expression was solemn. He directly controlled the jade butterfly to block it. Boom. The void collapsed. The jade butterfly trembled. The Taoist rhymes on it were constantly destroyed and reborn. Gradually, the Taoist rhymes on the jade butterfly dissipated more and more. Even the subsequent rebirth couldn't keep up with the consumption. Soon, slight cracks appeared on the jade butterfly. Hong Jun's expression changed slightly. He shook his head helplessly. Without the real Paoang, there is still a gap with the real level. Forget it. Today's battle will end here. When the Paoang battle comes in the future, this poor Taoist will learn from you again. After saying that, he pushed his palm forward. Purple lightning was born in the palm of his hand. A thunder flower formed by thunder bloomed. It directly crossed the jade butterfly and bloomed above it. The thunder flower bloomed. On the condensed petals, there were terrifying Taoist patterns engraved. When the apocalyptic thunder struck down, the thunder flower trembled. The Taoist patterns on it faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Hong Jun's expression was normal. He put away the jade butterfly with one hand. Then, after taking a deep look at the heavenly Tao's eye, his figure disappeared into the void. He left from the void. He went directly to a city, found the game cabin, and lay in it. When Hong Jun entered the game cabin, the surrounding void shook as if it was about to split open at any time. At the same time, the thunder flower bloomed to the point of covering a city. No matter how the heavenly Tao attacked, it couldn't immediately break the seal of the thunder flower. Not long after, a crack appeared in the void and swallowed the body in the game cabin. When the body was swallowed, the thunder flower in the sky seemed to have lost its support and was directly destroyed in front of the apocalyptic thunder. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation continued to bombard. A black tiger bathed in the lightning tribulation. No matter how the lightning tribulation bombarded it, it did not suffer much damage. Gradually, the tribulation clouds dissipated. The roar of the tiger shook the sky. All the black tiger powerhouses congratulated in unison. Congratulations to my emperor for successfully transcending the tribulation. Congratulations to my emperor for successfully transcending the tribulation. Hearing that, the Black Tiger Emperor transformed into his human form with a faint smile on his face. You may all rise. Thank you, my emperor. In the main hall, the Black Tiger powerhouses were all gathered here. On the main seat, the Black Tiger Emperor transformed into his human form. The reason for transforming into his human form was not to imitate the human race, but to get closer to Qin Shujian. In his opinion, since that supremacy traveled the world in such a form, then this form must have its benefits. So, the Black Tiger Emperor also followed suit. As for the other powerhouses of the Black Tiger tribe, they also followed suit after witnessing the actions of their sovereign. It was not only the Black Tiger. Nowadays, the powerhouses of the various clans liked to travel in human form most of the time. To put it bluntly, they were all influenced by Qin Shujian. The Black Abyss said in a deep voice, "My emperor has successfully transcended the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. It is time for the Black Tiger to be officially born. The White Tiger people have been rampant recently. This matter cannot be tolerated. When our clan is born, we will definitely declare war on the White Tiger people." Many true immortals were filled with righteous indignation. The White Tiger Emperor was the first to successfully transcend the tribulation, so the White Tiger people were also much more rampant. They attacked the Black Tiger's protective array several times. If it wasn't for the powerful protective array, it would have long been broken by the White Tiger people. Therefore, the Black Tiger was very dissatisfied with the White Tiger people. But because the Black Tiger Emperor had not transcended the tribulation before, the Black Tiger endured this anger. But now, there was no need to endure anymore. How many true immortals does my clan have right now? The Black Tiger Emperor asked the true immortals with a calm expression. Hearing this, the Black Abyss cupped his hands and said, "My tribe has 273 true immortals. Among them, there are a total of 5 middle-level true immortals. The only upper-level true immortal is my emperor. 273 venerables cherish them, 5 mid-tier true immortals." The Black Tiger Emperor nodded. He was quite satisfied with this answer. They had been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. This made the Black Tiger's foundation much stronger than it had been tens of thousands of years ago. Several tens of thousands of years ago. Although Black Tiger also had true immortals, there was only one true immortal in the middle 3 levels, and the number of true immortals in the lower 3 levels could be counted on 2 hands. Look at the present. The number of true immortals increased by several times. In this way, the Black Tiger's strength could be considered to have increased substantially. The Black Tiger Emperor's expression was indifferent. With such strength, there is indeed no reason for us to fear the White Tiger people. From today onwards, the Black Tiger will officially be born. Remove the clan protection array and send our clansmen to inquire about the strength of the White Tiger people. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Although we are not afraid of the White Tiger people, there is no reason for us to rashly start a war. Starting a war was fine. He had long wanted to declare war on the White Tiger people. However, after tens of thousands of years of accumulation, the Black Tiger's strength had increased greatly. The strength of the White Tiger people would not be much weaker if they started a war directly. If the White Tiger people were strong, both sides would suffer heavy losses. One had to know. The current situation of the myriad races was not optimistic. If the Black Tiger and the White Tiger people suffered heavy losses, then the Tiger people would be considered as toothless tigers. It was very likely that they would become the prey of other top clans. For this, the Black Tiger Emperor did not dare to be too rash. The Black Tiger has been born among the White Tiger people. The moment the Black Tiger Emperor successfully transcended the tribulation, the White Tiger Emperor had already understood. To be honest, the Black Tiger was a threat. There was no doubt about that. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to eliminate this threat and then unify the Tiger people. In the beginning, he did not transcend the 3 disasters and 6 tribulations. The White Tiger Emperor did not want to cause too much trouble. As for later, Because the Black Tiger's clan protection array was too powerful, the White Tiger people had no way to break through the array. Until now. He could only watch helplessly as the Black Tiger Emperor successfully transcended the tribulation. It would be a lie to say that he did not feel uncomfortable. However, the Black Tiger Emperor's success in transcending the tribulation was already a foregone conclusion. The birth of the Black Tiger was also something that could not be stopped. Regarding this, the White Tiger Emperor had to consider the follow-up problem. Right now, the Eldar of the human race has wantonly annexed various small races and integrated his own strength. The other top races are also unwilling to be left out. Only the White Tiger people have been restrained by the Black Tiger and have been unable to show their strength. If this continues, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. His eyes were cold. The great tribulation of heaven and earth was getting closer and closer. Or rather, the great tribulation of heaven and earth had already begun. It was just that it was still in the early stages, so the myriad races had not erupted into a true war. But once the great tribulation began, there was no possibility of it stopping. The myriad races had not completely gone to war at the moment, but it did not mean that it would be the same in the future. To put it bluntly, races that were not strong enough would eventually become the vassals of other races in the future. If they did not become vassals, they were destined to be destroyed by other races. No matter what the outcome was, it was not something that the White Tiger Emperor could accept. The White Tiger people's hundreds of thousands of years of foundation absolutely cannot be destroyed just like this. The White Tiger Emperor took a deep breath. He looked in the direction of the Black Tiger and had already stepped into the air, instantly disappearing from where he stood. The Black Tiger territory. Just as the clan protection formation was removed, a terrifying aura immediately crushed down. Boom! Space shattered. The sun and moon lost their light. In that instant, all the Black Tiger people raised their heads to look at the collapsed space, as if the end of the world had arrived. Immediately after, a calm voice rang out from below. Since the White Tiger Emperor has come, why is there a need to cause such a huge commotion? The voice was calm and light. But the collapsed space seemed to have been flattened by an invisible force, and all the commotion disappeared without a trace. Instantly, the White Tiger Emperor's figure appeared from the void. Looking at the Black Tiger below, he did not have any fear and directly entered. On the mountain peak, the two of them stood facing each other. Although the two races had many grudges, they had no intention of fighting. It was as if they had been old friends for many years, chatting casually. White Tiger Emperor, for you to have the time to come to my Black Tiger territory, I wonder what business you have. Our two races are both branches of the Tiger people. This time, Ben Huang has come to discuss something with you. The White Tiger Emperor said calmly. Discuss? There was a faint smile on the Black Tiger Emperor's face, looking rather mocking. Ben Huang didn't mishear, did he? Last time, you secretly ambushed Ben Huang, and Ben Huang has yet to settle this matter with you. Later on, you attacked my Black Tiger's clan protection formation, and Ben Huang has yet to settle this matter with you. Now, do you think that my Black Tiger has something to discuss with your White Tiger people? Laughable. Extremely laughable. The Black Tiger and White Tiger people had long been at odds with each other. He hadn't made a move yet because the other party was also an emperor of a clan. That was why he gave him some face. Otherwise, the Black Tiger Emperor had already gathered all the experts of the Black Tiger clan to forcefully hold the White Tiger Emperor back. It wasn't impossible. After all, although the White Tiger Emperor was strong, he was only a level 7 immortal. He didn't think that he would be weaker than the other party. If he really pulled all the power of the Black Tiger Emperor, the White Tiger Emperor would be nothing more than a joke. Of course. If it really came to that. The counterattack of the White Tiger Emperor before his death wasn't something that the Black Tiger Emperor could withstand. Because of this. This was the biggest reason why the Black Tiger Emperor hadn't made a move yet. In the face of ridicule, the White Tiger Emperor didn't get angry. He only looked at the other party with a calm gaze. Ben Huang naturally understands your words. But Black Tiger Emperor, you should know that there are no eternal enemies or eternal friends in this world. There are only benefits. Although there is enmity between our clans, in the face of benefits, it's not like we can't put it aside. Benefits? The Black Tiger Emperor raised his eyebrows. This time, he didn't mock the White Tiger Emperor anymore. Instead, he waited for the other party to continue speaking. I believe that you know the current situation of the world better than I do. The humans and Eldar are annexing various small clans. The other top clans are also expanding their power. Only we, the Tigers, have been making no headway. To put it bluntly, the Tiger people are in their current situation because our clans are at odds with each other. If our clans can temporarily put aside our previous enmity, there are very few clans in the world who can contend against the Tiger people. The White Tiger Emperor's eyes burned. He voiced out all the thoughts in his mind. Right now, the strongest among the myriad races is Eldar, but so what? Eldar only has Ling Huang, an upper-level true immortal. If you and I join forces, the Tiger people will have 2 upper-level true immortals. At that time, even if we can't deal with Ling Huang, the Tiger people will be a top clan comparable to Eldar. Tiger people are very strong, that was in the case of integration. After all, judging from the current situation, none of the major clans possess 2 upper third-level true immortal level experts. If the Tiger people could have them, their strength would increase exponentially. Hearing this, the Black Tiger Emperor did not reply. Instead, he fell into deep thought. A moment later, he regained his senses. It's not impossible for our 2 clans to join forces, but the Tiger people will eventually be unified. When that time comes, our 2 clans will have to compete. That's a matter for the future. Besides, Ben Huang would rather the White Tiger people be annexed by a branch of the Tiger people than the White Tiger people be annexed by a foreign clan. The White Tiger Emperor said seriously. Whether it was the White Tiger people or the Black Tiger people, strictly speaking, they came from the same source. On this point, this was something that the other clans did not have. The Black Tiger Emperor was thinking. There was indeed nothing wrong with what the other party said. A single branch of the Tiger people was very strong, but it could not completely compare to those truly top clans, unless it could break through to the 8th level immortal realm. However, if it could break through, then the emperors of the other top clans could also break through. In terms of foundation, the innate advantages of the first batch of living beings were not something that he could compare to. Therefore, this so-called advantage would soon be evened out. In other words, now, the real possibility was to join forces with the White Tiger people. In that way, only then could the strength of the Tiger people rise to an unprecedented peak. At that time, whether it was the Eldar or the human clan, they might not be able to threaten the Tiger people. Because no clan could have 2 upper level 3 true immortals. Similarly, if the 2 clans joined forces, the number of true immortals of the Tiger people would also increase to a terrifying number. If our 2 clans join forces, which clan will be the leader? If the 2 clans join forces, there will be no distinction between the 2 clans. Our 2 clans will still do our own things, but if any clan starts a war, the other clan will have to go all out. There must not be any prevarication. The White Tiger Emperor said in a deep voice. In addition, the Tiger people have many branches now, and the strength of the Tiger people is too divided. Therefore, Ben Huang thinks that our 2 clans should each subdue a part of the Tiger people's branches and completely integrate the Tiger people. At that time, you and I will each occupy half of the Tiger people, and our strength will definitely increase greatly. Long before he came, he had already figured out the key points. Joining forces, that was inevitable. Then, there was the problem of subduing the other Tiger people's branches. Originally, whether it was the Black Tiger or the White Tiger people, although they had the strength to subdue the Tiger people's branches, they did not have a way to do so. To put it bluntly, if any clan made a move, the other clan would definitely stop it. In view of this, the Tiger people had been unable to integrate. But if the 2 clans joined forces, there would be no such problem. The Black Tiger also seriously considered the pros and cons of the White Tiger Emperor's suggestion. According to his plan, he wanted to find out the strength of the White Tiger people and then find an opportunity to start a war. But, to be honest, The Black Tiger Emperor did not have much confidence that he could destroy the White Tiger people. Even if he really destroyed the White Tiger people, the Black Tiger himself would be seriously injured. So, he did not make a move. Although the true immortals in the clan were clamoring to declare war, they were only temporarily gathering information. In the end, they still did not have the confidence to protect themselves after destroying the White Tiger people. Now that the White Tiger Emperor had come looking for them, the other party's suggestion was indeed very beneficial to the Black Tiger in the long run. After a long time, the Black Tiger Emperor looked calmly at the person in front of him. The White Tiger Emperor's suggestion is indeed not bad. Ben Huang can't find any reason to reject it. But if our two clans join forces, if it's just a verbal agreement, I'm afraid that we might not abide by it. If you really have such a plan, our two clans will swear an oath of the rules. No problem. The White Tiger Emperor nodded in agreement. An oath of the rules. It was definitely going to be sworn. Unless the two clans were not sincere in their cooperation, if there were no restrictions at all, this cooperation was destined to be useless. The oath of the rules was sworn. It was just a matter of a moment. After the oath of the rules was sworn, the White Tiger Emperor left. At this moment, under the gaze of the Black Tiger Emperor, most of the Tiger people's originally scattered luck had already gathered together. However, there were still obvious cracks in it, and there was no way to truly merge them together. 80% of the Tiger people's luck is on my clan and the White Tiger people. Now that the two clans are in an alliance, the luck of the Tiger people is temporarily integrated. The remaining luck is swallowed up by the other Tiger people's branches. The luck of the Tiger people is not as scattered as it is now. However, it won't be so easy to merge them together without a single crack. Unless, the Tiger people no longer had any branches. They had completely merged into one entity. However, if it really reached that step, the Black Tiger and the White Tiger people would definitely submit to one another. When the 10,000 races of the inner world were in turmoil, the upper-class world fell into silence. The demon abyss was destroyed. The heaven and earth passageway was sealed. It almost eliminated the connection between the upper-class world and the outer realm. At the same time, in the astral wind layer of heaven and earth, the heavenly court suppressed the 10,000 races and did not allow any major disputes between the 10,000 races. Even though the Emperor of Heaven was in seclusion at this time, there were 5 imperial emperors overseeing it. As a result, no one dared to act rashly. The 10,000 races were peaceful and entered a state of stable development. Among the 4 continents, the North, South, and West have existed for a long time. Only the Eastern continent was reborn after it was shattered. In addition, the human race monopolizes the Eastern continent, so the spiritual energy here is very rich. Speaking of which, the grotto heavens of the various continents are not as rich as the spiritual energy of the Eastern continent. Ian felt the spiritual energy of the Eastern continent with a smile on his face. He was not used to staying in the heavenly court. After all, after staying in heavenly abyss for so many years, the lunar star lord hated staying in one place. So, after Qin Shujian went into seclusion, he and Yang left the heavenly court to travel among the 10,000 races. The 4 continents. For a half-step Dao fruit expert, it was just a matter of thought to go anywhere. However, neither Yin nor Yang had any intention of using their divine abilities to travel. Instead, like ordinary cultivators, they slowly arrived at the Eastern continent. Yang said, "It's normal for the spiritual energy of the Eastern continent to be rich. I heard that before the Emperor of Heaven became the Emperor of Heaven, he was still the Emperor of the human race. He destroyed several large races, took away their spirit veins, and buried them all in the Eastern continent. In addition, the spiritual energy is richer than that of the other 3 continents. TSK, the human race is really lucky." Ian clicked his tongue. In his opinion, the human race had picked up a huge bargain. If not for such an expert reincarnating into the human race would not have been able to turn the tables a million years later. In terms of foundation, the human race could not be compared to the other large races. In the end, the reason why the human race could reach this stage was all because of Qin Shujian. Otherwise, No matter how powerful Emperor Zhongyuan was, it would have been difficult for the human race to grow to their current level in such a short period of time. Right. While enjoying the scenery of the eastern continent, Yang seemed to have thought of something. Earlier, you said that you were comprehending yin-yang integration and celestial transformation. Have you made any progress so far? Hearing this, the smile on Yin's face stiffened. Then, he shook his head and sighed deeply. I do have some ideas about yin and yang integration, but I don't have any clue about celestial transformation. Sigh, let's talk about it later. We've been like this for hundreds of millions of years, so time won't make a difference. Give me another million or so years, and I might have even more clues. Yin was not in a hurry either. Anyway, he had a lot of time. As the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth, there was no limit to his lifespan. There was no lifespan limit. That meant that he had a lot of time to waste. If he couldn't comprehend it in 1 year, then he would spend 2 years. If 2 years wasn't enough, then he would spend 10 years. If 10 years wasn't enough, then he could spend 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10 million years. To ordinary true immortals, 129,600 years was the limit. They could either reincarnate and cultivate again, or they could just die quietly. However, for the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth, 10 million years was just a matter of a snap of a finger. Time couldn't leave any mark on them at all. At this point, Yin paused for a moment and then continued. Besides, how can it be so easy to break through? Haven't you seen that up until now, only one heavenly emperor has successfully stepped into the Dao fruit realm? The Dao fruit that fought against the Emperor of Heaven is rumored to be an existence left behind by another era. Even so, there were only 2 Dao fruits in total. Right now, the 2 of us are the strongest experts in the world after the Emperor of Heaven. Even if we count the Dao fruit that is isolated in the void outside, we can still be ranked in the top 4. Hundreds of millions of creatures. If they could be ranked in the top 4, then they were definitely top existences. Now that the Emperor of Heaven had not come out, the other Dao fruit was hiding in the void outside. It could be said that, in the great wide world, the 2 of them were the strongest existences. Even Niu Dali and Chu Quantu might not be able to compete with them. Since they were both the strongest experts, it didn't seem to matter whether they were Dao fruits or not. Just as the 2 of them were talking, all of a sudden, there was an inexplicable vibration in the void. Then, one could see that the originally clear sky was unknowingly covered by purple qi. The purple qi was vast and mighty, as if it was welcoming some supreme existence. It was vast and mighty, as if it was the might of the heavens. In the middle of all the purple qi, a purple lotus flower condensed. In the next breath, a crack appeared in the void. A white-haired Taoist walked out of it and landed on the purple lotus flower. In an instant, heaven and earth shook. Tens of thousands of Daos roared. The hidden mother stream of laws also appeared out of nowhere. Various laws surged, and extremely rich Taoist runes turned into purple flowers and fell. At that moment, the 4 continents were all covered by a huge phenomenon. What's going on? Could it be that an expert has broken through? Hiss. All the powerhouses of the myriad races were incomparably shocked. In their line of sight, everything was covered by purple. At the same time, a supreme pressure spread out from it. Even the perfected immortals couldn't help but have the urge to kneel down and worship it. The East Continent. The Great Zhao Imperial Palace. As the Emperor of Zhongyuan, Emperor Zhao's expression was solemn. His eyes seemed to be able to barely see through the cover of the purple qi and see the purple lotus flower condensed on the purple qi. On the lotus flower, there seemed to be a figure there. When their gazes met, the figure seemed to have sensed something and looked over as well. At that moment, Emperor Zhao's heart trembled. He instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were already a little bloodshot. So powerful. The Zhao Emperor was greatly shocked when he recalled what he had seen just now. With his current means, it was hard to imagine. What kind of expert could make him unable to withstand the other party's gaze? Instantly, 2 words appeared in Emperor Zhao's mind: Dao fruit. Only an existence at the Dao fruit level could make him feel such a powerful pressure. Father. Xiang looked anxious. The appearance of an unknown and mysterious expert might be a great disaster for the human race. Emperor Zhao waved his hand and calmed the shock in his heart. Don't worry. Although the person who came is strong, the heavenly court still has heaven and earth guarding it. It's not impossible to resist. The heavenly court. In the palace. Niao Dali sat cross-legged. However, just as the laws manifested and the purple flower floated down, he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock. Worship of the myriad Daos. The worship of all Daos. Over the course of a few eras, only a single person had been able to make all Daos bow to him. The Dao Ancestor. Niao Dali uttered those two words solemnly. One could imagine how shocked he was. Why? Why would the Dao Ancestor appear at this time? Or could it be that a new Dao Ancestor was born in this era, so it triggered the worship of all Daos phenomenon? He wasn't sure. The worship of all Daos was too mysterious. Apart from the Dao Ancestor, no one else at the Dao fruit level could make the worship of all Daos. Not in the first era. Not in the second era. Not in the third era either. However, Niao Dali wasn't sure if such a powerhouse would appear in this era. However, even among all the powerhouses in the great wide world, no one could suddenly achieve the step of worshipping 10,000 Daos. Qin Shujian was the only one who had such a possibility. However, he looked in the direction of the heavenly palace, but there was no movement there. Obviously, the worship of all Daos had nothing to do with the Emperor of Heaven. Could it be that those two star lords have broken through? No, it's impossible for them to break through. There are rules and restrictions, so they will only be at the half-step Dao fruit level for the rest of their lives. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Niao Dali shook his head. However, if it wasn't for Yin and Yang, there wouldn't be any half-step Dao fruit powerhouses in this world. Not to mention half-step Dao fruit. There wasn't even a 9th level immortal. In this case, it was impossible for a native creature to advance to the worship of all Daos. His thoughts were in a mess. Niao Dali couldn't calm down anymore. He walked out of the palace and saw Chu Kuangtu walking towards him. Something happened. This was the first thing Chu Kuangtu said after meeting him. He didn't understand what the worship of all Daos was. However, he could feel a terrifying threat from it. Without a doubt, a new Dao fruit had definitely appeared in this world. Niao Dali's face was solemn when he heard this. I know, that's the worship of all Daos. The worship of all Daos? When the Dao Ancestor preached in the Purple Cloud Palace, there was a phenomenon of the worship of all Daos. I don't know if the Dao Ancestor has returned or if a new Dao integration cultivator has appeared, but the one who triggered the worship of all Daos is definitely not simple. Niao Dali's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Ever since the phenomenon appeared, he felt a lot of pressure. He was suspicious. It was very likely that the Dao Ancestor had come into being. After all, if Rahu could not die, how could a Dao Ancestor die? Moreover, Daoist and demonic Dao restrained each other. Since Fiend Ancestor Rohuo had been reborn, it was only natural that Dao Ancestor Hongjun appeared. Opposite him, Chu Kuangtu's face was also solemn. You mean to say that the Dao Ancestor has come out? Although he was an expert from the second era, he was very familiar with the reputation of a Dao Ancestor. When he was at his peak, there was quite a gap between him and that Dao Ancestor. Niao Dali shook his head. It's hard to say. It's very likely that a Dao Ancestor has appeared. However, if a Dao Ancestor has appeared, it's impossible for the Qin Emperor to not sense it. Next, we'll have to see how he deals with it. The Dao Ancestor was born. This might not necessarily be a good thing. Now, Qin Shujian reigned supreme in the great wide world. If a Dao Ancestor came into being, some conflict might erupt between the two sides. To tell the truth, he didn't think that Qin Shujian could compete with Tao Zhu, even though Tao Zhu had defeated the reborn Luo Ho. After all, although Luo Ho was strong, compared to that Dao Ancestor, there was still a big gap. Chu Kuangtu looked at the heavenly palace, where there was no movement from beginning to end. I wonder what the Qin Emperor plans to do now. There was no movement from the other side, and he didn't know what exactly they were planning. Anyway, when it came to matters of that level, it was not something that he, who had not recovered his peak strength, could participate in. Subsequently, Chu Kuangtu retracted his gaze and looked at Niao Dali. If the Qin Emperor really falls out with the Tao ancestor, which side will you side with? If I remember correctly, strictly speaking, you're also part of the Tao ancestor's line. As early as the end of the First Era, there was no such thing as the Tao ancestor's line. I'm only part of the Tai Ching holy man's line, but I have nothing to do with the Tao ancestor. This can't be confused. Niao Dali glanced at him. Early after the Tao ancestor's Tao integration, the Tao sect had already split. Later, when the First Era was destroyed, the Tao sect fell apart. There were many disciples of the Tao ancestor, and each disciple represented a line. It was said that they were of the same root, but in fact, there was no big relationship. Furthermore, even if the Qin Emperor falls out with the Tao ancestor, what can you and I do? You and I may be able to fight against a half-step Tao fruit now, but in front of a real Tao fruit, we're no different from ants. Niao Dali looked a little unwilling. They were both Tao fruits. They had also experienced the end of an era. Some people could protect themselves. Even if an era was destroyed, their strength would not drop much. Some people reincarnated and cultivated again, and in a short time, recovered to their peak, and even reached another level. Some people could only climb up with difficulty, hoping that one day, they could recover their former cultivation. The gap between the three was not ordinary. As a Tao fruit, he also had his own dignity. But the truth was in front of him, and Niao Dali could not help but be convinced. Whether it was Hongjun or Qin Shujian, his foundation was much worse than the two of them. Thinking of this, when he looked at Chu Quantu, there was a touch of sympathy. Fortunately, this blade master was as useless as him. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be? What are you thinking about? Chu Quantu looked at Niao Dali's eyes and felt uncomfortable all over. He suddenly felt very dissatisfied. Nothing. I'm just a little emotional. Niao Dali shook his head. We're both Tao fruits, but why is the gap so big? You and I have reincarnated and cultivated again, but we still haven't recovered the cultivation of our previous lives. Look at the Qin Emperor, he's stronger than before. The Tao ancestor and the others are ancient gods of the First Era. Their foundation is not comparable to others. Hearing this, Chu Quantu's face darkened. What do you mean by this? Alas. Niao Dali just sighed and did not answer. Since they were all in the same boat, there was no need to say so much. But his silence made Chu Quantu even more upset. The other party's words touched his soul. There was no harm without comparison. Now, compared to other reincarnation Tao fruits, the two of them were really a little miserable. But on second thought, he could not be blamed. After all, it had only been a few decades since the reincarnation. A few decades. It could be said that they had a strong foundation to reach this point. But compared to Qin Shujian, the gap was ridiculously big. Above the purple lotus, the rules appeared as if the living beings were worshipping. Hongjuan's expression was calm. Purple clouds formed under his feet as if they covered the entire world. I haven't been back for a long time. So this is the boundless world of this era. It's still a lot worse than the First Era. He was different from other people who entered the player world. He didn't enter by possessing a player's body. Instead, when the Third Era was destroyed, he directly entered the player world with his true body. Then, he hibernated step by step, waiting for an opportunity to enter another era. Until now, Hongjun had truly returned. All Daos worshipped. His divine telekinesis swept across. Everything in the boundless world was easily sensed by his divine telekinesis. The 10,000 races in the world are weak. The strongest is only a middle 3 true immortal, and there are so few true immortals, however. There are 2 half-step Tao fruit existences. So they are the embodiment of the rules of heaven and earth. No wonder. Although the desolate great world was connected to the boundless world. However, Hongjun couldn't learn too much about the boundless world from the players. According to his guess, in the great wide world, there should be many powerhouses. No matter which era it was, there were countless experts in the boundless world. Even if the Tao fruit was limited, there were countless true immortals below the Tao fruit level. It had never been as scarce as it was now. just as his divine telekinesis expanded and touched the astral wind layer. All of a sudden, the array set up in the sky above the heavenly court shook. Xianxia, who was at the center of the array, emitted a shocking sword chi and slashed in a certain direction. With the heavenly court as the foundation of power, even without the support of a cultivator, a connate cardinal treasure could unleash great power. That sword. It cut through the void and crossed the barrier of time. Hongjun didn't move. The purple lotus under his feet trembled. A petal detached and blocked in front of the sword chi. Boom, the two forces collided. The petal withered. The sword chi disappeared. Connate cardinal treasure. I think that's where the heavenly court is, Hongjun's eyes flickered. There was a heavenly court in every era. However, the difference was that the strongest experts of the heavenly court in each epoch differed in strength. Just like the first era, there used to be several heavenly courts. Some heavenly courts were very strong, while others were weak. There was no way they could fight against the Tao fruit. However, he had once fought Qin Shujian's incarnation in the desolate great world and understood that the other party was already a Tao fruit level existence. In other words, although the 10,000 races of the great wide world were weak, they still had Tao fruits to hold down the fort. Recalling the sword chi just now, Hongjun pondered for a moment and understood the origin of the sword chi. There was no other way. There were only a few connate cardinal treasures in each epoch. As for sword-type connate cardinal treasures, they could be counted on one hand. It's not the four immortal exterminating swords. Although that sword energy is heavy, it's not as powerful as the four immortal exterminating swords. Looks like it's the second era's essence scattering. Hongjun smiled. He had some understanding of the sword master's scattering essence. It was a true top-notch divine weapon. Although the immortal exterminating four swords were very powerful, when they were first born, there was no way for them to match the level of primordial cardinal treasures. It was only through continuous nurturing that he reached the peak step by step. However, scattering essence was different. It was a supreme treasure that gathered the essence of the second epoch and was born from it. It was at the level of a connate cardinal treasure. However, he did not expect scattering essence to exist in the heavenly court. In this case, there were only two possibilities. Either the sword master had joined the heavenly court, or the sword master had been killed. That was why scattering essence fell into the hands of the heavenly court. He calculated in his mind. Hongjun sighed, the end of the epoch didn't kill you, but you died here. It's really unexpected. The sword master had really died. He also felt a little emotional about the death of a Tao fruit expert. But it's fine. If he died, then so be it. Now that he's inferior to others, it's natural that he lost. Hongjun's expression returned to calmness. At this moment, the purple chi within hundreds of millions of miles was destroyed. Two tyrannical forces rushed over and stopped in front of him. Who dares to cause such a commotion in the great wide world? Tell me your name. A cold voice sounded. Yin and Yang looked at the person in front of them and felt deep fear in their hearts. As soon as the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared, they had headed in the direction of the source of the phenomenon. They were the heavenly court star masters. Now that an unknown expert had appeared, there was naturally no reason to retreat. Although the aura on Hongjun's body was as frightening as an abyss, the two of them were also the embodiment of the heaven and earth law. Their strength was close to the Tao fruit level and was not much weaker. The supreme Yang law, the supreme Yin law. Hongjun looked at the two of them with an indifferent expression. He had already noticed their existence from the very beginning. The two of them could not hide their roots in front of him. Immediately after, Hongjun's indifferent voice sounded, his eyes calm as if he was indifferent to everything. Since you are the embodiment of the laws, why don't you bow when you see me? What a joke. Since we were born, how many people are worthy of our bow? Where did you come from? How dare you be so rampant? Yin laughed in extreme anger. Bow, bow my ass, before Qin Shujian appeared, he was the supreme expert in the world. Even after the other party was born and he submitted to the heavenly court, he was still a top existence. Apart from the Emperor of Heaven, no one else was worthy of his bow. Even the heavenly Tao. It was the same. Yang's expression was indifferent, and his tone was cold. Where exactly are you from? Why are you causing such a commotion? Do you know that the Heavenly Court is now the ruler of the Great Kiliacosm? The Heavenly Court has records of all the powerhouses. Anyone with an unknown background who tries to cause chaos in the world will die. The scene. It became solemn. Hong Jun put his hands behind his back, his expression still terrifyingly indifferent. All right. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this. I am the Tao ancestor. If you don't bow to me, you don't respect the world. Anyone who doesn't respect the world should be killed. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out with his palm. It was originally a simple palm, but it caused the Tao of heaven and earth to descend. At that moment, the sky caved in. The void collapsed. In front of that palm, Yin and Yang's hair stood on end, as if they had encountered something terrifying. They did not dare to hesitate. The two of them looked at each other and directly erupted with all their strength. In an instant, the Supreme Yang Law broke through the sky. The Supreme Yin Law descended like a river of stars. Two forces that represented extreme Yang and extreme Yin gathered and intertwined, finally evolving into an even more terrifying force that blasted toward the palm that contained the Tao of heaven and earth. Boom, the void exploded. That terrifying force erupted, and the world was almost pierced through. P.S. It's the end of the month. I'm begging for a monthly vote. Hong Jun had a strange expression on his face. So you're on the path of Yin and Yang integration. Unfortunately, you're still a little lacking and can't truly integrate Yin and Yang. And, so what if you can really integrate Yin and Yang? In front of me, you're just like an ant. As he spoke, the palm that contained the laws of 10,000 Tao did not stop at all and continued to suppress the two of them. In an instant, the laws of Yin and Yang collapsed. In front of the myriad Taos, even the powerful sun and moon rules of order appeared weak. There was no way they could fight back. In the end, the two forces were destroyed. Both Yin and Yang's bodies exploded, and they plummeted into the void below. With just one palm, two half-step Tao fruit experts had been defeated, and they had almost died. Huh? Not dead? Seeing that his palm did not kill the two of them, Hong Jun's face seemed to darken slightly. Then, another palm print was launched and fell into the void below. All of a sudden, there was a terrifying heavenly might erupting. A figure in a green robe appeared there. When the palm that contained 10,000 Tao fell, the other party only threw a punch and destroyed both forces. They're just two juniors. Tao ancestor, why do you have to lower yourself to their level? Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. Hong Jun's appearance also surprised him. Logically speaking, it should have been some time before the other party appeared, but he did not expect him to appear so soon. More importantly, the strength that Hong Jun displayed was not something that an ordinary Tao fruit expert should have. In the beginning, he was curious about how Hong Jun went to the desolate ancient world. However, now that he saw it, Qin Shujian understood. Qin Emperor. Hong Jun was not surprised to see the person who had appeared, and his tone was still calm. Since you don't respect the Tao ancestor, you should be punished, but since you've spoken, I'll give you face and let it go for the time being. Thank you. Qin Shujian nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene calmed down again. The two of them looked at each other silently and did not speak. After a long time, Qin Shujian said slowly, I want to ask you, Tao ancestor, what are your plans for coming to the great wide world this time? Preach to the world, accumulate resources, and wait for the start of the Great War. There's no problem in accumulating strength and waiting for the start of the Great War. However, I'm afraid it's impossible for me to preach the Tao to the world. Qin Shujian shook his head with a faint smile on his face. Now, the Heavenly Court is the most respected in the world. The thousands of races in the world have their own Heavenly Court to preach the Tao, but there is no need for the Tao ancestor to interfere. If the Tao ancestor is willing, I can make the decision to leave a blessed grotto heaven for you so that you can recuperate. The Qin Emperor is very competent. Of course I'm competent. Otherwise, I wouldn't be qualified to reach my current level. It's good to be competent, but if you're overconfident, you'll become arrogant. Hong Jun said calmly. Hearing this, Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Whether I'm arrogant or not, I'm afraid it's not up to the Dao ancestor to decide. Speaking of which, some time ago, the fiend ancestor Rahu was reborn in the outer realm void and wanted to wreak havoc in the world. Demon ancestor Rahu. Hong Jun's expression changed slightly. Obviously, Rahu's existence was a big deal to him. Qin Shujian said, the fiend ancestor is indeed the fiend ancestor. His escaping methods are indeed top-notch. I was careless and couldn't make him stay. However, if I meet him next time, I'll definitely kill him. I underestimated the Qin Emperor. Hong Jun looked at him deeply. To be able to defeat the fiend ancestor Rahu, Qin Shujian was indeed very strong. At the very least, he was not weaker than the ancient gods of the First Era. However, he did not feel much fluctuation in his heart. I admire your strength for being able to defeat Rahu, but I preach the Tao to the world in accordance with the will of the heavens. If the Qin Emperor stops me, it will be a heaven-defying act. The heavenly Tao cannot be defied. The Qin Emperor, don't get yourself into trouble. The heavenly Tao cannot be defied, but you, the Tao ancestor, can. Qin Shujian looked straight at him. Since he had already said that, there was no need to cover it up. Long ago, he had already made up his mind. If the Tao ancestor returned, he would have to do something. After all, no matter what. As the Tao ancestor of the First Era, it was impossible for him to willingly submit to the heavenly court. However, if he did not submit to the heavenly court would have to give up some of the benefits. However, in that case, it would not be in line with Qin Shujian's expectations. Therefore, no matter what, in the end, he had to rely on strength to speak. Alright, I also want to see what kind of realm the Qin Emperor of the Third Era has grown to. I'll wait for you in the void outside the realm. Hong Jun said faintly, then his figure disappeared. In the next breath, he had already appeared in the void outside the realm. Although the great wide world was obstructed by the heaven and earth barrier, it was useless for an expert of Hong Jun's level. Not long after he appeared, Qin Shujian's figure appeared there as well. The two of them looked at each other and did not speak. However, they tacitly headed towards the depths of the void outside the realm. Since they were going to fight, it would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. If the battle was too close, it would affect the great wide world. Whether it was Hong Jun or Qin Shujian, they did not want the great wide world to be damaged. To put it bluntly, a great wide world was quite important to a Tao fruit. The two of them moved and traveled through hundreds of millions of miles of void. In less than a few breaths, they could no longer see the shadow of the great wide world. Then, the two of them stopped. Hong Jun did not say anything else and directly struck out with his palm. The 10,000 Tao rules in the void were instantly controlled by him. That was the power of a Tao ancestor. As long as he was in the void world, he could directly control the rules that existed there and then use the power of the rules for his own use. As expected of a Tao ancestor, Qin Shujian also praised him, which was rare. The power of the 10,000 Tao rules made him feel great pressure. However, pressure was pressure. However, it did not mean that he could threaten him. He punched out. The 10,000 Tao collapsed. That was the most primitive power, the power that contained a part of heaven and earth. No matter how vast the 10,000 Tao rules were, he could break them with his own strength. One force to break 10,000 Tao. That was it. The Qin Emperor is also on the path of breaking 10,000 Tao with one force. This is something that I did not expect. Well, let me see how far you have gone on this path. Hong Jun finally became serious. Breaking 10,000 Tao with one force was a supreme technique in the First Era. However, there was only one person who could break 10,000 Tao with one force in the First Era. Even in the other eras, he had almost never seen one. Now, Qin Shujian was the second. In the void of the outer realm, two terrifying figures were fighting against each other. As a Tao ancestor, Hong Jun could control the laws of all Tao. The many laws in the void of the outer realm were all under his control. The power of every strike seemed to be able to use the power of the void, making people feel despair. Any cultivator who achieved the Tao through laws. In front of the other party, they would be innately weaker. However, Qin Shujian was different. He did not achieve the Tao through laws, but by opening up a world on his own. He did not need to be troubled by the laws of all Tao at all, and his strength would not be suppressed. Although until now, Qin Shujian had not cultivated in the time array for long. However, in the face of a time flow that was 200,000 to 1, even if it was only a few months, it would allow many tens of thousands of years to pass in the inner world. Tens of thousands of years. With the abundant spiritual energy in the inner world, countless perfected immortal experts were born. The laws of heaven and earth were also developed to a powerful extent when the perfected immortals were born. At the same time, more and more laws were born in the world. Tens of thousands of years was a blink of an eye for ordinary Tao fruits, but for Qin Shujian, tens of thousands of years was enough for his strength to rise to a higher level. Breaking all laws with one force, no matter how terrifying Hong Jun's attacks were, he remained unmoved. Every punch that he threw out had no laws flowing, but he could destroy tens of thousands of Tao laws. The Vietnam War. Hong Jun's heart became more solemn. The path of breaking all laws with one force was very difficult. For several eras, many experts had tried, but only 2 people had succeeded. One was Pangu of the first era. The other was Qin Shujian in front of him. The path of breaking all laws with one's strength is difficult. I once wanted to try it, but in the end, I found another path. I never thought that there would be a powerhouse like you in the universe. Well, I also want to see how strong it is to break all laws with one's strength. Hong Jun's expression was indifferent as a horsetail whisk appeared in his hand. As he waved it, the thousands of threads of the horsetail whisk turned into thousands of torrents. Qin Shujian's expression did not change. He stretched out his hand and the scattered splendor that existed in the heavenly quartz tore through the air and landed in his hand. In an instant. As the long sword slashed down, all Daos were destroyed. The horsetail whisk was a powerful connate spirit treasure, but the radiant sword was an even more powerful connate spirit treasure. Originally, he had no intention of using his numinous treasure. However, Hong Jun had already used his horsetail whisk. If he did not use his treasure, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Battles between Tao fruit experts were fought over a single moment. The appearance of any disadvantage could determine the collapse of the situation. Therefore, it was only natural that Qin Shujian would use the Sanhua sword. Faced with the sharpness of the primordial cardinal treasure, Hong Juan's expression changed slightly. With a thought, he unfolded a scroll. The yin-yang fish pattern engraved inside seemed to come alive. The power of the primordial chaos destroyed everything and easily blocked the sword chi. Taiji diagram. Seeing the scroll appear, Qin Shujian's expression changed. From what I know, the Taiji diagram was in the hands of the Grand Pure Holy Man. Now that it has appeared in your hands, it seems like the fall of the Grand Pure Holy Man has something to do with you. The Grand Pure Holy Man was a top-notch Tao fruit. Even now, he might not dare to claim that he could suppress the Taiching Holy Man. As for the Taiji diagram, it was a top-tier primordial cardinal treasure. In terms of power, it was not weaker than the Sanhua sword. Furthermore, the power of the primordial chaos of yin and yang could destroy everything. The Grand Pure Holy Man is my disciple and the Taiji diagram was given to him by me. What's wrong with taking back the Taiji diagram? Hong Jun said plainly. As he spoke, the Taiji diagram had already suppressed him. The power of the primordial chaos of yin and yang made Qin Shujian's heart palpitate. Without hesitation, the Sanhua sword slashed out abruptly. The sword chi tore through the yin and yang in the void and smashed onto the Taichi diagram. 2 powerful forces exploded. The 2 of them did not retreat, but the void behind them was destroyed silently. The Sanhua sword is indeed a top-tier divine weapon of the second era. I did not expect the sword master to die in your hands. Anyone who goes against me must die. The sword master died because he took the wrong path. Tao ancestor, don't take the wrong path. Qin Shujian laughed coldly. Although the sword master had a divine weapon, he was not strong enough. Hong Jun not only had a divine weapon, but he was also terrifyingly strong. This was the most difficult battle he had ever fought after breaking through to the Tao fruit realm. Even facing Luoho did not have such great pressure. Boom, boom, two powerful forces were raging in the void. The power of yin and yang suppressed the void. The unparalleled sword chi shattered everything. While the two were fighting, Luoho was sitting cross-legged in the deepest part of the void. All the dark side forces in the void were attracted by a powerful force and gathered toward him. When the extremely dense power of the dark side gathered together, it formed an overwhelming black fog. All of a sudden, the black fog dispersed. Luoho opened his eyes, and a strand of shocking killing power shot out from his eyes, instantly disappearing into the void. In an instant, the void cracked. Any power that stood in the way of the killing intent was shattered. That's Qin Shujian's power. And the Taiji diagram's power. Who is he fighting? Wait, that force is Hong Jun. Luoho's terrifying power surged, shattering the void within hundreds of millions of miles. But he did not care. The scarlet in his eyes grew more intense. Hong Jun, how could it be Hong Jun? Luoho had always thought that Hong Jun had fallen in the tribulation of the Third Era, but he did not expect to sense Hong Jun's power at this time. Hong Jun. He was incomparably familiar with him. At the beginning of the First Era, it was Hong Jun who defeated him and then became the Dao ancestor who controlled the heavenly Dao. If it was not for Hong Jun, Luoho believed that he was the one who suppressed the heavenly Dao. He would not be like now, struggling at death's door and then fleeing after being beaten by other Dao fruits. Hong Jun. It is unexpected that you are still alive. Good, it is good that you are still alive. This venerable self finally has the chance to personally take revenge for the First Era. If it were not for you, the world would not have experienced the rise of Dao and the disappearance of demons. You destroyed my Dao path. This hatred is irreconcilable. Luoho's face was ferocious. Compared to Qin Shujian, who had forced him to flee, he hated Hong Jun even more. It was because of Hong Jun that he ended up in such a situation. He suppressed the hatred in his heart. Luoho looked in the direction of the fluctuation again. Hong Jun is now fighting with Qin Shujian. Well, Qin Shujian is very domineering. Hong Jun is a Dao ancestor, and there is no possibility of him being under others. It is normal for the two of them to fight. However, Hong Jun is powerful and now has a Khanate cardinal treasure. Whether Qin Shujian can be a match for him is still a question. As the saying went, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. For a moment, Luoho had made a decision. In the void, the two of them continued to fight. Hong Jun waved his horsetail whisk to attack with one hand and controlled the Taiji diagram to suppress with the other. The superposition of the two treasures made Qin Shujian feel a great deal of pressure. A battle between cultivators. It was a battle of abijnas and magic treasures. This was especially true when the difference in strength between the two was not too great. However, even though the pressure was immense, Qin Shujian was now continuously using the power of his inner world for his own use, and he did not show any signs of defeat. Not to mention defeat. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he did not fall. Slash. Qin Shujian's eyes were cold. When he slashed out with his sword, countless sword chi broke through the void and surrounded Hong Jun like a sword domain. In the next instant, it was sword chi strangling. Seeing this, Hong Jun flipped his palm and a small banner appeared. When the small banner appeared, monstrous killing power erupted from it and destroyed all the sword chi in an instant. Next, the small banner expanded in the wind and many Khanate sword chi shot out. The killing power made Qin Shujian's expression change. Panga banner. He did not expect Hong Jun to have another Khanate treasure. The Jade Clear Holy Man's Panga banner is also in your hands. The Xianxia Holy Man's Taiji diagram was in his hands. It could be said to be a coincidence. But the Jade Clear Holy Man's Panga banner was also in his hands. However, Qin Shujian did not have time to think so much. The Taiji diagram was already very stressful for him. Fortunately, he had Sanhua. Otherwise, he would have been at a disadvantage. After all, the Taiji diagram was a supreme treasure of the First Era. And it was a treasure of the creation of the world. That kind of power. It was not something that an ordinary Khanate treasure could possess. Of course. In terms of power, Xianxia was not an ordinary Khanate treasure and was not weaker. But now, under the premise of the Taiji diagram, there was another Khanate treasure. And compared to the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner was more inclined towards killing. It was a supreme existence that contained the killing power of heaven and earth. Its attacking methods were more powerful than the Taiji diagram. He activated the two supreme treasures to suppress it, and in addition, the horsetail whisk evolved into 10,000 Dao. Hongjuan's expression was indifferent. Why struggle, Emperor Qin? There is a huge difference in our strength. Why don't you just admit defeat? You and I have worked together to fight against the enemy. There is no need to embarrass yourself too much. Admit defeat? Qin Shujian was so angry that he laughed. If he really couldn't defeat Hongjun, he would accept it. However, his strength was not weaker than Hongjuan's. It was entirely because of the two Khanate cardinal treasures that he had the upper hand. Now, Hongjun's words could be said to have completely angered him. With a thought, Zhou Tian no longer hid his star map. A supreme treasure appeared out of nowhere. Vast stars hung down, and a large array was set up in an instant. Hongjun, since you are the Tao ancestor, I have always kept some tricks up my sleeve. Since you don't want to be shameless, don't blame me. Today, I will let you experience the Zhou Tian star formation of the First Era. Qin Shujian's cold voice sounded. Instantly, the stars swayed. The stars in the sky hung down, and there was a terrifying crisis in their brilliance. Zhou Tian star formation. Hongjuan's expression finally changed. It was impossible for him to say that he didn't know anything about the supreme array of the First Era. However, what he didn't expect was Qin Shujian actually had Zhou Tian star map, and it was such a high-level Zhou Tian star map. In this way, the power of the Zhou Tian star formation that was set up could not be underestimated. Emperor Qin, good move. The Zhou Tian star formation of the First Era in Dijun's hands actually reappeared in your hands. However, Dijun died when he controlled this array. Now, how can you do anything to me with this array? As soon as he finished speaking, the Taiji diagram covered the sky, and all the falling stars were suppressed and stagnated in midair. Then, the Panga banner waved, and the Khanate sword chi destroyed everything. The collision of the two forces caused the massive heavenly cycle star formation to tremble slightly. Qin Shujian smiled disdainfully. Hongjun, let's talk about it when you can break this array. Do you really think the Zhou Tian star formation of the First Era can be compared to this? What a joke! In order to refine the Zhou Tian star map, he had killed countless star beasts. Even a half-step Dao fruit beast emperor could only turn into nourishment for the Zhou Tian star map. Besides, the heavenly cycle star map had followed him into the inner world and was constantly nourished by the power of the inner world. The power of this supreme treasure was no longer comparable to what it was in the past. The array was set up. It wasn't that easy to break. In an instant, with a thought, Qin Shujian changed the array. The stars fell and turned into extremely powerful star beasts, constantly attacking Hongjun. The Khanate sword chi waved. All the star beasts that touched it were destroyed. However, in the Zhou Tian star formation, the star beasts were immortal. No matter how Hongjun killed the star beasts, they would be resurrected by a mysterious force in the next breath. I'd like to see how much power you have to maintain the array. Hongjun was a little angry. As a dignified Dao ancestor, he was now trapped by an array formation. Even though this array formation was the supreme heavenly cycle star array, so what, as far as he was concerned? Even the Zhou Tian star formation was not qualified to trap him. Hongjun activated the power of the supreme treasure. Destructive ripples continued to bombard the massive heavenly cycle star formation. From the outside world, the array kept trembling. However, Qin Shujian was not afraid. The power of the Zhou Tian star formation came from two sources. One was the power of the environment, and the other was the power of the person who set up the array. It was obviously impossible to rely only on absorbing the power of the current void. On the other hand, the power he possessed could be said to be endless. There was no other way. There was a world inside. It was so capricious. Unless Hongjun had the absolute power to break the array in an instant, otherwise, if he wanted to rely on time to wear it down, he would definitely be defeated in the end. For this, Qin Shujian had absolute confidence. After all, his inner world was already very powerful. When he had just advanced to the Great Thousand World, his foundation was too weak and could not be compared to the current Great Thousand World. Then after so many years of evolution, his inner world was no weaker than the Great Thousand World. A Dao fruit. No matter how strong the power it contained was, it could not be compared to a perfect Great Thousand World. Even if the other party was Hongjun, it was the same. Of course, this did not mean that the Zhou-Tian star formation was really invincible. Any array had an upper limit to the power it could withstand. But unfortunately, the power that Hongjun displayed now was not enough to directly break the Zhou-Tian star formation. In the end, the massive heavenly cycle star formation was no longer something that the massive heavenly cycle star formation of the First Era could compare to. The Zhou-Tian star formation of the First Era. At its peak, it could also contend with experts of the Dao fruit realm. However, the current massive heavenly cycle star formation could completely suppress an ordinary Dao fruit. This was the difference. In the void, Luo who watched the battle between the two with a strange look in his eyes. When did Hongjun become so weak? Yes. He had become weak. In his sight, even though Hongjun was holding two Khanate cardinal treasures, he was suppressed by Qin Shujian's Zhou-Tian star formation. There were no signs of him leaving the formation at all. According to Luo Hu's guess, what he saw should be Hongjun suppressing Qin Shujian. When that time came, he would help and join forces to fight against Hongjun. Then, he would take the opportunity to enter the upper-class world. Everything. He was confident that he had thought it perfectly. But he had misjudged the strength of both sides. Which side should he help? Luo Hu was confused now. In the current situation, he didn't know if he should help. If he did, which side would he help? If he helped Qin Shujian, the other party was now suppressing Hongjun. Even if he helped, the Emperor of Heaven would not appreciate it. But if he helped Hongjun, as soon as this thought arose, Luo Hu dispelled it. He would be crazy to help Hongjun. Although he had a feud with both of them, he had a small feud with Qin Shujian. He had an irreconcilable feud with Hongjun. So, even if he stood by and did nothing, there was no reason to help Hongjun. Let's wait and see. Hongjun's strength is definitely more than that. Unless he has not recovered his strength at his peak, it will be very difficult for Qin Shujian to resist. Luo Hu watched the battle between the two seriously. He was almost certain that the power that Hongjun was displaying now was definitely not at his peak. There was no other reason. If one were to say who understood this Dao ancestor the most in the universe, if Luo Hu claimed to be second, no one would claim to be first. It was precisely because he understood Hongjun very well that he was certain that the power Hongjun displayed now was not the power he had at his peak. Even with his current strength, it was already much stronger than the vast majority of Dao fruits. But one had to know. He was a Dao ancestor, the ancestor of all Daos. That was a supreme existence that truly stood at the pinnacle of the universe. Among the ancient gods of the First Era, there was almost no one who could stand up to them. Aside from a few ancient gods, no ancient god was Hongjun's opponent. At this moment, Rahu retracted his aura and didn't get too close. A Dao fruit's perception was powerful. If he got too close, it would be easy for the other party to sense him. Boom, with a wave of the Panga banner, terrifying innate sword chi burst out and killed many star beasts. At the same time, the Taiji diagram suppressed the universe and turned into a golden bridge, wanting to break through the entire Zhou-Tian Great Astral Formation. However, there was a world inside the Zhou-Tian Great Astral Formation. Every time the Taiji diagram expanded, the space inside the Zhou-Tian Great Astral Formation would also expand. Could it be that a dignified Dao ancestor only has such means? Qin Shujian's mocking voice rang out. Hongjun's face was filled with anger. Although he was extremely well-mannered, he couldn't let others step on his face and still be indifferent. Moreover, he had attacked the formation several times without breaking it, which had already made him angry. Good. What a great Zhou Tian great astral formation. Then I'll see if it can really trap me. Hong Jun slapped the back of his head, and a bright moon rose. Looking at it seriously, one would find that the bright moon was actually a jade butterfly. The jade butterfly was resplendent, and there were fine cracks on it, causing the original flawless appearance to have a few more flaws. The jade butterfly appeared. 10,000 Daos shook. The power of the rules of the universe was greatly drawn in, and a terrifying power of the heavens descended from the darkness, directly tearing apart the massive heavenly cycle star array. At that moment, a gap appeared in the formation. Creation Jade Disc. Creation Jade Disc. When Qin Shujian lost his voice, Luo Ho also exclaimed. Creation Jade Disc. If the Taiji diagram and the Panga banner were Khanate cardinal treasures, then the Creation Jade Disc was a Khanate cardinal treasure that was about to transform. Like the god-slaying spear in his hand, it was in existence at the top of the universe. However, Hong Jun hadn't used the Creation Jade Disc, and Luo Ho almost thought that the other party had lost it. But he didn't expect. The other party had always had the Creation Jade Disc, and only now did he really use it. While Luo Ho was shocked, Qin Shujian's face was also gloomy. The Creation Jade Disc. I remember that when the third era was broken, the Creation Jade Disc was already broken. I didn't expect it to be repaired by the Tao ancestor. When he saw the jade butterfly appear, he already felt a lot of pressure. There was no other reason. The Creation Jade Disc was a supreme treasure at the top of the universe. Whether it was Sanhua or Zhou Tian's star map, they were inferior to the Creation Jade Disc. Luo Ho had the god-slaying spear in his hand, and he could defeat him because Luo Ho was not strong enough. But now, was Hong Jun not strong enough? Obviously. This Tao ancestor's strength was unparalleled. With the Creation Jade Disc and the help of 2 Khanate cardinal treasures, Qin Shujian felt that he was likely to fail. There was no other way. The Creation Jade Disc was too strong. Unless he had a 3rd Khanate cardinal treasure, he might have a chance to fight. But the problem was, the Godslayer in his inner world was still in the transformation stage. If he took it out now, it wouldn't be of much use at all. 8 tribulations Zhu Bing. Only 8 tribulations Zhu Bing. Even if it was only a hair's breadth away from 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, the difference was like heaven and earth. When the Creation Jade Disc appeared, a gap directly appeared in Zhou Tian's star array, and then the power of the Taiji diagram and the Panga banner burst out, quickly tearing the array into pieces. The array shattered. Zhou Tian's star map flew out. Qin Shujian reached out and grabbed the array map in his hand. The luster on it had dimmed a lot. Obviously, the shattering of the array just now had caused some damage to this cardinal treasure. On the other side, Hong Jun had the Creation Jade Disc above his head, the Taiji diagram under his feet, the Panga banner in his left hand, and the Khanate horsetail whisk. He was armed to the teeth. There was a faint smile on this Tao ancestor's face. It seems that I'm slightly better in this battle. Qin Shujian was speechless. He had always thought that he had enough treasures in his hands, but compared to the real players, he was still far behind. If they continued to fight, defeat was certain. However, Qin Shujian wasn't too worried. Defeat didn't mean death. Hong Jun didn't have the qualifications to completely suppress him. It was no big deal. He just had to extract the power of the living beings in his inner world and make both sides suffer. At this moment, a person stepped on the air and came over. A monstrous killing intent swept through the void. Hong Jun. His angry roar shattered the void, and in the next moment, a shocking massacre broke out. Hong Jun was shocked. He directly activated the Creation Jade Disc to resist. In an instant, the sharp tip of the spear fell, and thousands of Daos shattered. Terrifying fluctuations erupted with the two as the center. In the end, Hong Jun's body shook slightly, and the tip of the spear disappeared. Unknowingly, a person had appeared in his line of sight. Luo Ho. Hong Jun, you didn't expect me to be resurrected in this era, did you? Although your Creation Jade Disc is strong, so what if I've refined the god-slaying spear for countless years? Luo Ho laughed wildly. Although he was the one who was at a disadvantage in the previous confrontation, he did not have any regrets. As early as the First Era, he was no match for Hong Jun. Hong Jun had become a Dao master and was firmly above him, the demon ancestor. However, now, not only were the two of them in the void, but they also had a powerful helper. If they really wanted to join forces, Hong Jun might not be their match. Luo Ho. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered when he saw the other party. He had expected the other party to make a move. After all, the outer realm was only so big. How could the fluctuations of the battle between two Dao fruits be hidden from the other Dao fruits? The difference was, he was Luo Ho's enemy, and Hong Jun was Luo Ho's enemy. If Luo Ho made a move, it might be to deal with him, or it might be to deal with Hong Jun. At the same time, he might also stand by and watch them suffer. There were three possibilities. Qin Shujian was ready. If it was the former, he would immediately return to the great wide world. As the Emperor of Heaven, even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be able to kill him in the great wide world. At most, it was just that the great wide world would be divided and no longer be dominated by the heavenly court. However, in that case, it was inevitable that he would be seriously injured. As for the latter, it would be much better. At this moment, Luo Ho also looked at Qin Shujian and restrained his wild laughter. Qin Emperor, how about we join forces to deal with Hong Jun? He's a Tao ancestor, and the great wide world will definitely not be willing to let go. Now that he has the good fortune jade disc in his hand, although you are strong, you may not be able to contend against him. You and I will work together. After that, you will give me a piece of land in the great thousand world. I promise that I will not be your enemy. How about that? He had had enough of the desolation of the outer realm. This was a completely different concept from the void he had learned about in the First Era. Living beings were scarce. Moreover, they were all extremely weak. After spending so much time in outer space, Rahu had only managed to capture a few true immortals of the lower three levels. He had even reached the point where he could not be picky about the Devis. It could be said that he really did not want to stay here any longer. Being able to enter the great thousand world was undoubtedly a good thing. I don't want anything else. At least it wouldn't be as depressing as this place. Furthermore, where there were living beings, there would be more negative emotions, which would be of great help to one's cultivation. Hearing this, Qin Shujian pondered for a moment and then nodded. Sure, if the demon ancestor is willing to join forces with me, the heavenly abyss in the western prefecture of the great thousand world can be yours. The heavenly abyss was originally a place where Yin remained. It was a place where killing power was condensed. Even the people of the demon clan could not withstand that power. It would be a waste to keep it. Since they all wanted to return to the great thousand world, then let them all go. If he let Hong Jun enter the great thousand world alone, then there would only be two forces fighting against each other, which was not conducive to development. If Luo Ho was also involved, then the three forces would balance each other out. Moreover, the demon ancestor's hatred for Hong Jun was much stronger than he had imagined. Since that was the case, it might not be a bad thing to let him enter the great thousand world. More importantly, now that Hong Jun had returned, it wouldn't be long before the other powerhouses from the player worlds returned as well. Qin Shujian felt that it was impossible for him to monopolize the great thousand world. Originally, he still had some confidence. However, after fighting with Hong Jun, he understood a principle. The ancient god of the First Era was the ancient god of the First Era. He was much stronger than the other Dao fruits. Hong Jun, it was already too much for him to bear. If he added the other Dao fruits, even if he guarded the great thousand world and relied on the luck of the heavenly court, Qin Shujian was not too confident. He had an idea. However, he did not intend to retreat immediately. It was time to fight. He still had to have a good fight. Now that Rahu had appeared, he could join forces with him. Even if he could not kill Hong Jun, he could still teach him a lesson. If he could take this opportunity to injure him, that would be even better. The enemy's strength would weaken. In other words, it was equivalent to a breakthrough in his strength. Hearing that the two of them were discussing how to deal with him, although Hong Jun's expression was indifferent, he felt that it was troublesome. Qin Shujian's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. If he did not have the creation jade disc, he might not be able to deal with him with his current strength that had not recovered. If he added Rahu, Hong Jun felt that he might really fail miserably. Emperor Qin, Rahu is cunning and cruel. If you cooperate with him, it will be tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. I won't say much. Give me a region to preach the Tao, and I won't interfere with the rest. How about that? Between the lines, it was clear that he was admitting defeat. Hearing that, Qin Shujian sneered. No. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sanhua sword had already slashed out. A shocking sword chi appeared and tore through the void. Admit defeat, that was because Rahu was there. That was why the other party would admit defeat. If he did not agree to cooperate with Rahu now, it would be equivalent to offending Rahu again. Next time, Rahu might not cooperate with him so directly. At that time, he did not have enough strength to suppress Hong Jun, so there would definitely be more trouble. Therefore, Qin Shujian had already made up his mind. There were some things. Either don't do it, or don't hesitate once he decided to do it. Haha, Hong Jun, you still want to deceive people. You're such a hypocrite. How many people will believe your words now? The Taiji painting and the Panga banner are in your hands. I think Tai Ching and Yuqing died in your hands. You even killed your own disciple. You're really ruthless. Rahu laughed wantonly. The moment Qin Shujian attacked, he also attacked. The god-killing spear shattered the vacuum. An earth-shattering killing power erupted. The power swept out like a tide of stars, causing Hong Jun's expression to change slightly. Without hesitation, the Taiji painting turned into a golden bridge to protect him. The space that was originally just a foot away instantly extended to an infinitely long state. At the same time, the Panga banner shook, and the Khanate sword chi shot toward the two of them. Kill, the Panga banner focused on killing, the god-slaying spear also focused on killing. As the supreme treasure of the second era sword master, the Sanhua sword was also in existence with extremely powerful killing power. The three earth-shattering supreme treasures erupted with power at the same time. The power gathered together and changed the color of the universe. The river of time fell. Then, it was shattered by a shocking power. The next moment, the creation jade butterfly emitted a dense light, and 10,000 Tao laws descended. Suppress! Qin Shujian roared. Zhou Tian's star map flew out and turned into a starry universe that crushed down, forcefully shattering the 10,000 Tao laws. The current Zhou Tian star map. Even if it didn't set up the Zhou Tian star array, it was still a powerful Khanate supreme treasure. It had fused with countless star beasts star cores and star cores. The power of those star cores gathered, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a starry sky. That power. Even the laws couldn't withstand it. The 10,000 Tao laws collapsed, and Zhou Tian's star map collided with the creation jade disc. In an instant, Zhou Tian's star map was pushed back. The light on the creation jade disc dimmed a little. Hong Jun's expression was cold. The Tai Chi diagram shook again, and the golden bridge dissipated, turning into the yin and yang energy that destroyed everything. The yin and yang energy strangled. Qin Shujian's body shook, and cracks appeared on his indestructible body. But soon, an even more powerful force emerged from his body, dispersing the yin and yang energy and repairing the damage on his body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luohu's spear pierced through the void and was already stabbing toward Hong Jun's face. The creation jade disc spun and blocked in front of the god-slaying spear. Boom, the two forces collided, and the creation jade disc dimmed a lot. The subsequent impact made Hong Jun's body shake, and he couldn't help but groan. To be serious, the creation jade disc wasn't a defensive supreme treasure, but mainly used to enlighten all living beings. It could only control 10,000 Tao laws, so its defense was unparalleled. However, the 10,000 Tao laws had just been shattered by Zhou Tian's star map, and they hadn't had time to recover yet. They couldn't resist the god-slaying spear's attack again. Boom, boom. The three Tao fruit level experts were fighting in the outskirts of the void. None of them hid their skills, and they used almost all of their strength. That kind of vast power fluctuation. Even the Great Thousand World was affected by it. The Taiching Holy Man, that's the power of the Taiching Holy Man. In the heavenly court, Niu Dali's heart was filled with sorrow, and tears actually flowed down his cheeks. He had been by the Taiching Holy Man's side for countless years and was extremely familiar with his powers. However, Niu Dali was very clear. If the Taiching Holy Man was still alive, he would have sensed something. Furthermore, it was impossible that the other party would not come to see him. The fact that they hadn't come was enough to explain the problem. Looking at Niu Dali crying, Chu Quantu's expression was a little strange. Ever since he met this bull, he had never seen it in such a state. All of a sudden, sympathy welled up in his heart. Brother Niu, there's no need to be sad. If the Grand Pure Holy Man is dead, why can you sense his power? I can sense the aura of the Taiji diagram. Niu Dali shook his head, and the tears that he had shed were now gone. At his level, some of the emotions that ordinary people would have would rarely appear. It was like crying. It was even more impossible. It was just that when he sensed the power of the Taiji diagram, Niu Dali was a little distracted, which was why he shed tears. But now that he had calmed down, he returned to normal. However, the sadness in his heart was still there. Niu Dali said, the Taiji diagram is the protective treasure of the Taiching Holy Man. If the Taiching Holy Man is dead and the aura of the Taiji diagram appears, the Taiji diagram must have fallen into the hands of the Tao ancestor. If that's the case, the Taiching Holy Man's death must have something to do with the Tao ancestor. Murderous intent surfaced in his eyes. He recalled what the Taiching Holy Man had said to him in the past, and what he had instructed him to do. Suddenly, Niu Dali silently chanted an incantation. The incantation was extraordinarily mysterious, and even Chu Quantu couldn't quite understand it. Just as the incantation was being chanted, in the void outside the outer realm, the Taiji diagram that was originally protecting Hongjun suddenly shook, and a powerful illusory figure emerged from it. When the illusory figure appeared, it directly struck a palm at Hongjun. It was caught off guard. Hongjun was sent tumbling by the palm. I'm returning this palm to you. As the ethereal voice fell, the illusory figure disappeared, turning into a mysterious yellow power that wrapped around the Taiji diagram, and directly escaped toward the greater world. Soon, the heavenly barrier was torn apart. The Taiji diagram broke into the heavenly court and directly landed in front of Niu Dali. Taiji diagram. Seeing the familiar Taiji diagram in front of him, Niu Dali was shocked. He didn't expect the incantation that the Taiching Holy Man passed on to him in the past to be really useful. As for Chu Quantu, at this time, he was completely stunned. The Taiji diagram really appeared, and this bull could even summon the Taiji diagram back from Hongjun. Such a method. It might not be too shocking. After all, it was very difficult to snatch a Khanate ultimate treasure from the hands of the Tao ancestor. However, compared to Niu Dali's method, Chu Quantu was more shocked by the Taiching Holy Man's method. Obviously, Niu Dali was not qualified to make the Taiji diagram return, and it was all because of the method left behind by the Taiching Holy Man that caused the Taiji diagram to return. Suddenly, a mysterious yellow light appeared on the Taiji diagram. In the next breath, a figure could be seen emerging from it. The moment he saw the figure, Niu Dali immediately knelt down and said, "Greetings, Holy Man." "Greetings, Taiching Holy Man." Chu Quantu also bowed and greeted. Although he didn't kneel down like Niu Dali, bowing now was already a great show of respect. Whether it was in his previous life or in this life. Towards the Taiching Holy Man of the First Era, this Blade Master had a great deal of respect, or rather, reverence. One had to know. There were many Dao fruits in several eras, but even so, the Dao fruits were divided into different grades and grades. Among them, the Taiching Holy Man was obviously the most superior existence. Among the three pure ones, his methods were the most unfathomable, and it was rumored that his methods were not inferior to Hongjuan's. Although Chu Quantu didn't dare to be sure, it was evident that he could retrieve the Taiji diagram after his death. "Dispense with the formalities." An ethereal voice sounded. Both of them stood up. Niu Dali looked at the familiar face in front of him and was very emotional. Holy man, you have already, he wanted to say that he had died. However, it was not very appropriate to say that in front of the Taiching holy man. Yes. I've already died. The grand pure holy man smiled warmly. Hearing this, the joy on Niao Dali's face disappeared and was replaced by sadness. Then, Niao you don't have to worry. If you hear the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening. I have already seen the path of the future. Even if I die, I won't regret it. It's just that the first era has collapsed. You are the only one who will follow me. This is just a strand of my consciousness and I can't maintain it for too long. I'll leave the Taiji diagram in your care and use it as a protective treasure in the future. You can't let the Taiji diagram fall into the hands of the Tao ancestor. Furthermore, the grand pure holy man paused and his expression was a little complicated. Furthermore, pass this Taiji diagram to father if you see him in the future. There's something I left for him inside and the Taiji diagram will belong to you completely from then on. Father, Niao Dali's expression changed. There was only one person in history who could make the Taiching holy man address him as Godfather. Just as he was about to say something, the grand pure holy man waved his hand. I don't have much time left. Remember, the Taiji diagram can't fall into the hands of the Tao ancestor. Also, tell father that everything he lost is in Hongjuan's hands. After he finished speaking, the Xianhuang aura dissipated and the grand pure holy man disappeared without a trace. Holy man. Niao Dali wanted to touch it but he couldn't touch anything. When the grand pure holy man completely dissipated, the Taiji diagram fell into his hands. The Taiji diagram, Niao Dali wasn't happy at all as he looked at this famous Khanate treasure of the first era. If he had a choice, he would rather use this treasure in exchange for the grand pure holy man's rebirth. However, things that were already set in stone couldn't be changed. Experts at the Tao fruit level could jump out of time. Once they died, not a single trace of them would be left behind in the long river of time in the past and future. He died. In other words, he had truly died. Hongjun. Niao Dali looked at the Taiji diagram in his hands and a murderous look appeared on his face. It was obvious. The grand pure holy man's death definitely had something to do with Hongjun. It wasn't as simple as being killed by real power. However, even if he had some guesses in his heart, there was no way he could put them into action. A deep sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. Hongjun was too strong, he was so powerful that even when he was at his peak in his previous life, he was only a little green bull in front of him. He did not have the qualifications to fight back at all. However, as soon as this feeling of powerlessness appeared, it quickly disappeared. I don't have a way to deal with you, but that doesn't mean that others don't have a way to deal with you. Moreover, now that I have the Taiji diagram, when I recover my peak cultivation in the future, my strength will definitely be stronger than before. Niao Dali made up his mind. Then, he put away the Taiji diagram and looked at the void. Although there was a heaven and earth barrier there, one could clearly feel a terrifying wave of energy spreading over. This fluctuation, this proved that there were experts fighting. As for the people who were fighting, it went without saying. Boom, Hongjun coughed out blood and retreated. His Taoist robe was already stained with blood. When he lost control of the Taiji diagram and was hit by the grand pure holy man's backup plan, Qin Shujian and Luoho did not let go of this opportunity. They took advantage of the fact that the other party was distracted to suppress him with all their might. They lacked a Khanate cardinal treasure. In addition, they were hit by the grand pure holy man. Even with the creation jade disc, Hongjun could not withstand that power. It was normal for his physical body to be injured. Haha, Hongjun old man, I didn't think that even though the grand pure holy man had fallen, the backup plan he left behind could still make you suffer. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Luoho laughed out loud. Seeing Hongjun in such a sorry state was his greatest joy. Boom. At this moment, a powerful force exploded from Hongjuan's body. The various rules of the universe seemed to be pulled by something. A vast force of pressure descended. At this moment, Hongjuan's expression was indifferent. He held the creation jade disc in one hand and was like a supreme god that appeared in the mortal world. The terrifying force of pressure was unstoppable. That force of pressure, Qin Shujian and Luoho's expressions changed. Dao integration. Luoho spat out 2 words. Dao integration was Hongjuan's most powerful technique. The reason why he was a Dao ancestor was that he could use the power of the universe to fight against his enemies. Although the Dao fruit was strong, it was not to the extent of transcending the universe. Therefore, Hongjun, who was in the Dao integration stage, was also the strongest. Qin Shujian's expression changed slightly. Looking at Hongjun, who was about to reach the Dao integration stage, he felt a strong pressure in his heart. Obviously, once Hongjun reached the Dao integration stage, even if Luoho joined forces, it would not be of much use. He would have to use all his trump cards to have a chance of resisting. But in that case, it would really be a lose-lose situation. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian immediately said, "How about we give the Death Sea domain to the Dao ancestor?" Since Tianyuan was given to Luoho, then the Death Sea domain could be given to Hongjun. Anyway, those 2 places were not of much use, so it was better to take them out and temporarily stabilize the 2 Dao fruits. There was a slight change in Hongjuan's indifferent expression, and he temporarily stopped the Dao integration. "I want 2 continents." Originally, he only wanted 1 continent, but now he wanted 2 continents. Obviously, he saw that Qin Shujian had given in, so he asked for an exorbitant price. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's face darkened. He directly connected with his inner world. At that moment, the time in his inner world instantly stopped, and the power of all the living beings was instantly extracted and gathered into his physical body. In an instant, boom, a force that seemed to be able to shatter the universe erupted from his physical body. The void within hundreds of millions of miles was shattered. All the rules also collapsed. Luoho, who was standing at the side, was forced to retreat a distance by the impact of this force. He looked at his ally with horror in his eyes. The power that Qin Shujian displayed was already shocking enough. But compared to now, it was a far cry from now. The aura that erupted from his body was much stronger than that of Hongjun, who was about to reach the Dao integration stage. Ignoring Luoho's horror, Qin Shujian's expression was cold as he looked at Hongjun, who was unable to maintain his calm. "Do you want the Death Sea domain or not? It's your choice. I know that you will definitely have a lot of future troubles if you reach the Dao integration stage in your current state. And my methods will also have future troubles. But if you really want to fight to the death, I'm not afraid. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Otherwise, let's fight." Threatening words. He was no longer hiding it. Hongjuan's expression was ugly. This was the first time he had been threatened, and he had no way to refute it. Fight, that was impossible. Just by looking at the aura emanating from Qin Shujian, it was stronger than him who was about to reach Dao integration. Even if he had reached Dao integration, he might not be able to fight against it. Moreover, he had not fully recovered yet. If he rashly reached Dao integration, he would be in danger of being counterattacked by the laws of the universe, or even assimilated. For a moment, Hongjun fell silent. It seems that the Dao ancestor has made a choice. Qin Shujian raised his hand, and the void collapsed silently. His every move seemed to affect the life and death of the universe. Seeing this, Hongjun frowned, and then his expression became indifferent again. "Okay, from today onwards, the Sea of Death belongs to me." As soon as he finished speaking, that terrifying aura instantly dissipated. The power that had gathered in his body returned to the living beings in his inner world under Qin Shujian's control. The time and space that had been still also returned to normal. Feeling the disappearance of the aura, Luoho heaved a sigh of relief. Although the enemy now was Hongjun, the aura that Qin Shujian had just revealed made him feel a great threat. He was a little worried that Qin Shujian would not even let go of his allies. That would be awkward. After all, the 2 of them were allies, but it was just a verbal agreement. As early as in the front, they were still enemies. It was just that they had temporarily joined forces to deal with Hongjun. Hongjun gave in. A smile appeared on Qin Shujian's indifferent face. A wise man submits to circumstances. Since the Dao ancestor has agreed, I will naturally fulfill my promise. From now on, the Sea of Death belongs to the Dao ancestor. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Luo Ho again. I will not go back on my promise to the demon ancestor. Tianyuan will be the demon ancestor's dojo in the future. However, there is one ugly thing that I will say first, that is, I will not interfere in the affairs of the two dojos. Similarly, I do not want the two of you to interfere in the affairs outside the dojo. Otherwise, it would not be good if there is any unhappiness. The threat in his words was obvious. To this, Luo Ho's expression did not change. Don't worry, Emperor Qin. I naturally understand this. Hong Jun did not reply. He just nodded in agreement. The two of them agreed. Qin Shujian didn't say anything else. Shortly after, the three of them headed to the Great Thousand World together. This is the Great Thousand World. As it was Luo Ho's first time in the Great Thousand World of this era, he looked a little emotional. He scanned the area with his divine sense. Soon, he took in everything in the Great Thousand World. Subsequently, the fiend ancestor frowned. Why is the strength of this Greater Thousand World so weak? That's right. Weak, it was much weaker than he had expected. When the Great Wide World attacked the demon abyss, the demon ancestor was still asleep, so he did not know much about the Great Wide World. When he woke up, all the living beings in the Great Wide World had retreated. For a moment, Luo Ho did not know that the Great Wide World had become so weak. Among the living beings of the 10,000 races, the strongest were only true immortals, and they were only middle 3 true immortals. There was not a single upper 3 true immortal. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's face darkened. 1,000,000 years ago, the demon abyss attacked the Great Thousand World once, causing many cultivators of the Great Thousand World to fall. Later on, an expert cut off the rules of heaven and earth, causing no true immortals to be born in the Great Thousand World. It was not until a few decades ago that the broken rules were repaired. It is normal for it to be weaker. When Luo Ho heard this, he did not look embarrassed at all. The demon abyss attacking the Great Thousand World was their business. The Great Thousand World could not stop them. To put it bluntly, it was still too weak. However, Hong Jun caught the meaning behind Qin Shujian's words. Emperor Qin, are you saying that the Great Thousand World has only developed for a few decades? That's right. A few decades ago, the true immortals were cut off. Later on, true immortals were born. The evolution of the Great Thousand World is not simple. Hong Jun's face twitched. Yes, the Great Thousand World was indeed very weak, but it was relatively weak. Among the 10,000 races, there were more than a few hundred true immortals. Among them, there were even some middle 3 true immortals. If they had reached this stage in just a few decades, it would be a little shocking. Luo Ho now understood the meaning behind Qin Shujian's words and felt a little shocked. I moved the power of the stars in the outer realm to irrigate it. It's normal for the strength of the 10,000 races to increase quickly. However, this move is not conducive to future development. However, the time given to us now doesn't allow us to think too much. Qin Shujian said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a deep look at Luo Ho. Hong Jun was an expert who dared to face death and life. However, whether this demon ancestor was one or not was still up for discussion. If not, then it would be their true enemy. Noticing Qin Shujian's gaze, Luo Ho's expression did not change. Emperor Qin, you don't have to think too much. Falsehood and truth cannot coexist. How can I be willing to stay in this world? If a war breaks out, count me in. All right. Qin Shujian nodded in satisfaction. He did not care whether Luo Ho's words were true or false. As long as the other party gave him an attitude, that would be enough. Subsequently, he said, the Sea of Death is at the edge of the eastern continent, and Heavenly Abyss is at the edge of the western continent. The two of you can go there by yourselves. He waved his hand. 2 rainbow lights flew in the east and west directions. Then, a dense light appeared in the sky above the Sea of Death and Demon Abyss. The area covered by the light is your training ground. The area covered by the light happened to be the range of Heavenly Abyss and the Sea of Death. It was neither more nor less. After all, if it was not fixed, Luo Ho and Hong Jun might pretend not to know and deliberately spread the training ground. The light appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. But the two of them saw it. They nodded slightly. They disappeared into the world. The Demon Clan. Ever since Ian came out of Heavenly Abyss, the Demon Clan had moved closer to Heavenly Abyss, wanting to absorb the power inside to cultivate. However, suddenly, a rainbow light fell between heaven and earth, covering Heavenly Abyss. Such a phenomenon also surprised the experts of the Demon Clan. What happened? Rainbow light descending from the sky, quickly go and report to my emperor. Although the phenomenon shocked the experts of the Demon Clan, it did not cause a big disturbance. The current strength of the Demon Clan. It was not comparable to before. As the Emperor of the Five Directions, the demon ancestor Xianxia's strength was considered strong among the Emperor of the Five Directions. Now, among the thousands of clans in the world, the strength of the Demon Clan was not much weaker than that of the Human Clan. Because of this, the people of the Demon Clan now had enough confidence to face any problem. There was no need to report. As early as when the rainbow light fell, Xianxia, who was cultivating, instantly woke up. Heaven and earth rainbow light, Xianxia, who was dressed in a black robe and sitting on the blood lotus, could not help but frown. Although he was the imperial emperor of the Five Directions, he was also the lord of the demon race. Therefore, Xianxia did not stay in the heavenly court to cultivate all the time. Normally, he would stay in the demon race. Now, when the heaven and earth rainbow light appeared, the demon emperor sensed that something was wrong. Normally, there would not be a heaven and earth rainbow light covering Heavenly Abyss. However, once such a phenomenon appeared, it usually meant that something was unusual. All of a sudden, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He looked in a certain direction in the void and seemed to have sensed something. He could not help but leave the blood lotus and enter the void. When he left, in the void, there was also a vast blood cloud sweeping over. As soon as he appeared in the void, Xianxia saw the terrifying blood cloud. However, he was not afraid. Instead, his expression turned cold. Who dares to behave atrociously in the demon race? He shouted a warning. It was useless. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression was even colder. He asked, but the other party ignored him. It was undoubtedly not giving him face. As the dignified demon emperor and the heavenly court's imperial lord Xiling face. It was also very important. Therefore, Xianxia no longer held back and directly attacked. He struck out with his palm. His immortal essence erupted, and the terrifying palm strike struck the blood cloud. The expected blood cloud did not appear. When the palm strike touched the blood cloud, it seemed to have been swallowed by something. There was no sound at all. Such an unforeseen event, it made Xianxia's expression change drastically. He knew very well how powerful his palm strike was. Even Emperor Zhao of the Human Clan would not have been able to devour this palm without making a sound. Unless, the person who came was stronger than an upper three true immortal. However, in the great wide world, there were only a few experts who surpassed the upper three true immortals. None of them matched the blood cloud in front of him. Standing on the spot, Xianxia's mind was spinning wildly. He thought of the heaven and earth phenomenon in front of him, but that heaven and earth phenomenon was purple, which was very different from the blood cloud. At this moment, the blood cloud was approaching. Xianxia was just about to retreat when he saw the blood cloud dissipate. A middle-aged man in black clothes slowly appeared. Oh, you're the current demon emperor? Looking at the person in front of him, Raha seemed somewhat disappointed. Weak, too weak, as an emperor of the demon race, not only was he not a Dao fruit, but he was actually not even an upper three true immortal. He was merely a middle three true immortal. Compared to the demon emperors of the other epochs, he was far inferior. However, he then thought about how long it had taken for the other party to attain the Dao. Only then did Luoho feel slightly more satisfied. The middle three true immortals were weak. However, to be able to reach this step in a few decades, that was not simple at all. He looked at Xianxia as if he was looking at a promising talent. On the other side. However, Luoho's gaze made Xianxia feel uncomfortable all over. Your Excellency is, I am Fiend Ancestor Rahu. Luoho smiled proudly with his hands clasped behind his back, as if he wanted the other party to kowtow to him. Demon Ancestor Rahu. Xianxia's expression changed. Of course, he knew who the demon ancestor was. The demon abyss was formed by demon ancestor Rahu's physical body, and the other party was a Dao fruit powerhouse. However, what he did not expect was that the demon ancestor, who was supposed to be in the outer realm, actually appeared in the Great Thousand World at this time and attacked the demon race. For a moment, Xianxia felt a great deal of pressure. While looking at Luo Ho, he was already thinking of a way out. Don't worry, I have no intention of attacking the demon race. Now that I have reached an agreement with the Qin Emperor, Heavenly Abyss will be my Dao field in the future. All creatures in Heavenly Abyss are qualified to obtain my great Dao. I see that your talent is not bad. If you have any ideas, you can also come to the demon abyss. He smiled faintly. Then, Luo Ho disappeared into the void. Although Xianxia's talent was not bad, he did not forcibly take him to the demon abyss because it was not necessary. The so-called talent. It was not worth mentioning in front of a Dao fruit. Because to be able to become a Dao fruit existence, talent was not enough. In the world, there were many people with talent. Even the so-called geniuses that appeared once in 10,000 years or even once in 1,000,000 years were innumerable in the long history of the world. However, with so many geniuses, how many of them could achieve Dao fruit? Although Luo Ho felt that Xianxia's talent was not bad, he did not think that the other party would definitely be able to reach Dao fruit. If he could not, then in front of a Dao fruit, he would always be just an ant. Moreover, as long as he set up a Dao field in Heavenly Abyss, the Demon Emperor might not be able to resist. After all, a Dao fruit imparting the great Dao was not an opportunity that could be found everywhere. Of course, there was another important reason why Luo Ho did not take action. That was, Xianxia was a member of the Heavenly Court. If he took action, he would be going against the Heavenly Court. He was not afraid of the Heavenly Court. But he was wary of the Emperor of Heaven, Xianxia. The strength that the other party had displayed was comparable to Hongjun at his peak. That kind of powerhouse. If it was not necessary, it was better not to provoke the other party. It was already a good thing that he could get Heavenly Abyss as a Dao field. If he offended the other party, he might be immediately expelled. If that happened, it would be really awkward. Thinking of the loneliness of the outer realm, Luo Ho shook his head. There was nothing to eat and nothing to drink. If he went to the outer realm, he would be looking for trouble. He entered Heavenly Abyss. Luo Ho immediately sensed the killing aura around him, as well as all kinds of negative auras, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. Not bad, not bad. This place should be my Dao field. The extreme of the western state. This place can absorb the killing aura between heaven and earth. Although it's not as good as my Dao field in the first era, it's still not bad. He had achieved Dao through the demon Dao. That was why he called himself the demon ancestor. It could be said that the demonic Dao of the first era had been established by him. It was also because of this that Luo Ho was very satisfied with the environment in Heavenly Abyss. When he reached the bottom of Heavenly Abyss, he looked at the remaining aura below and his eyes flickered. What rich nomological power! No, there's also the power of the Heavenly Dao. It seems that this place is not simple. Although Luo Ho did not know the origin of Heavenly Abyss, he could understand that it was definitely the Dao field of a powerhouse. Of course, the word expert was a relative term. The demon ancestor only needed to sense a little to know that the last cultivator who stayed in Heavenly Abyss was definitely not at the Dao fruit level. Otherwise, the remaining Dao runes in Heavenly Abyss were not as simple as what was before him. With a wave of his hand, the wreckage and rocks in the surroundings were instantly reduced to ashes. Then, Luo Ho's thoughts merged with the void, and a large hall was directly condensed by him. The hall landed. It stopped at the original position of Yin creeping. That was the center of Heaven Abyss, and also the place with the strongest negative emotions. After the hall landed, Luo Ho waved his hand again, and a large pit appeared on the ground of Heaven Abyss. The next moment, as his thoughts fell, countless Dao patterns appeared from the void, and one by one, they were embedded in the pit. When the Dao patterns landed, the negative emotions drifting in Heaven Abyss immediately received a strong pull, converging towards the large pit frenziedly. 1 breath. 2 breaths. The strong negative emotions combined with the killing power condensed to the extreme, and immediately, black water droplets fell. Not long after, more and more water droplets gathered, and then they gathered into a black pool of water. Looking at the pool in front of him, Luo Ho first put the god-slaying spear in it. When this connate cardinal treasure that was about to transform fell into the pool, it began to crazily absorb power for itself. In the sky above Heaven Abyss, there was an invisible storm gathering. The negative energy that was slowly moving toward Heaven Abyss began to speed up at this moment. Rumble. The pool water rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, Luo Ho threw some black seeds in it again. Not long after, the seeds took root and sprouted in the pool water, and buds formed one by one, and it was about to bloom. The remaining connate black lotus seeds from last time came in handy, but I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult to grow them to the level of a connate spirit treasure again. Looking at the black lotus that was about to bloom, Luo Ho shook his head slightly. Connate black lotus. It was a cardinal treasure of the first era. Although it wasn't a connate cardinal treasure at its peak, it had reached the level of a supreme-grade connate spirit treasure. Moreover, if carefully cultivated, it had the possibility of growing into a connate cardinal treasure. But it was too difficult to cultivate the connate black lotus. Except for the first connate black lotus in the world that was born naturally and reached the level of a supreme-grade connate spirit treasure, the other artificially cultivated black lotuses stopped at the level of a superior-grade connate spirit treasure at most. However, Luo Ho didn't expect that the connate black lotus in the pool water could really grow to the level of a supreme-grade or even a cardinal treasure. Since the connate black lotus seeds, he might as well cultivate them. No matter what. It was better than wasting it on him. The lotus pond has been completed, and the main hall has been built. The only thing missing is the disciples. That was what Luo Xia thought. If it was in the past, he would have directly manifested a great divine ability, and naturally, he would be able to attract an endless number of disciples. After all, the Tao Fruits Tao lecture was an opportunity that was hard to come by even in billions of years. It was a pity. According to his agreement with Qin Shujian, only Heaven Abyss was his dojo, and he could not interfere with matters outside the dojo. But it doesn't matter. If I manifest my divine ability in Heaven Abyss, I can also let the outside world see it. As long as I don't intentionally leak my power, there won't be a problem. Luo Ho thought for a moment and came up with a plan. On the other side, when Luo Ho left, Xianxia immediately went to the heavenly court. There was no other way. Heaven Abyss became the fiend ancestor's Bodhidharma inexplicably. This was a tremendous threat to the fiend race. If it wasn't handled well, it might even cause a huge problem for the demons. When he arrived at the heavenly court, Qin Shujian was already sitting in the heavenly palace. Your subject greets the Emperor of Heaven. Emperor Shiling suddenly came to find me. What is the matter? Not long ago, the fiend ancestor Luo Ho entered Heaven Abyss. I wonder if this was arranged by the Emperor of Heaven? Xianxia asked respectfully. Hearing this, Qin Shujian nodded. That's right. Heaven Abyss belongs to the fiend ancestor. It was indeed arranged by me. The fiend ancestor is a Tao fruit level powerhouse after all. It's not easy to suppress and kill him. We can only temporarily suppress him. Heaven Abyss is not of much use to the heavenly court, so it's fine to give it to the fiend ancestor. Then my fiend Xianxia looked a little anxious. Indeed. Heaven Abyss was not important to others, but to the demons, it was very important. To be able to cultivate near Heaven Abyss, the benefits for the demons could be imagined. Now that there was an additional Tao fruit, to be honest, Xianxia did not dare to let the demons stay near Heaven Abyss. Seeing the fear in the other's heart, Qin Shujian's expression did not change. Emperor Shiling, don't worry. The fiend ancestor entered Heaven Abyss because he had an agreement with me. Heaven Abyss is his Tao field, but he can't show his divinity outside Heaven Abyss. In other words, him entering Heaven Abyss has no impact on the demons. Moreover, the fiend ancestor must have entered Heaven Abyss to recruit disciples and spread the great Tao. In some ways, the demons and the fiend ancestor are of the same origin. If we can obtain some opportunities from the fiend ancestor, it would be a great blessing. A Dao fruit explained. It was easy to imagine how much benefit it would bring to a race. However, Qin Shujian was not worried that the demons would betray the heavenly court after receiving the fiend ancestor's teachings. With the restrictions of the investiture of the gods, any problem was not a problem. Moreover, he was much stronger than Luo Hou. As long as the demons were normal, they would not betray the heavenly court for Luo Hou. Hearing the explanation, Xianxia could not help but be stunned. Yes, according to Qin Shujian, Luo Hou entering Heaven Abyss was indeed a great thing for the demons. It was just that he did not think in this direction at the beginning. Instead, he was worried that a Dao fruit would be detrimental to the demons. Now that he thought about it, for the demons, this matter was more beneficial than harmful. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven, for clearing my doubts. It was this subject who was blinded. Xianxia bowed. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. If there is nothing else, you can withdraw. Don't worry about Heaven Abyss. If the fiend ancestor dares to attack the demons, I will definitely not let him have an easy time. This subject will withdraw. Xianxia withdrew. After Xianxia withdrew, Qin Shujian first looked at the position of Heaven Abyss. It had been covered by a mysterious force, completely blocking his line of sight. Regarding this, he did not find it strange. How could a Dao fruit's training ground allow others to wantonly pry into it? Qin Shujian did not have the thought of seeing through the mystery and turned to look in the direction of the Dead Sea region. All of a sudden, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. Did I forget something? He pondered for a moment. Qin Shujian understood what he had forgotten. Heavenly Pattern Island. Even though the myriad races were flourishing, the Heavenly Pattern Island was still in the Dead Sea region. When he gave the Dead Sea region to Hongjun, he had forgotten to fish out the Heavenly Pattern Island. Forget it, forget it. The Heavenly Pattern Island is in the Dead Sea region, so it's there. That place is Hongjun Dao Field, and it is also a great opportunity for them. The Sea of Death. In the void, Hongjun looked at the endless sea below, and his indifferent face turned a little dark. When he first came to the great wide world, he had also scanned the Sea of Death with his divine sense. However, there were no experts in the sea at that time, so he did not pay much attention to it. Until now. After Qin Shujian assigned the Sea of Death to him as a training ground, Hongjun realized how desolate the Sea of Death was. The sea, it was a sea that stretched as far as the eyes could see. At the same time, there were also some ferocious beasts in the sea, but those ferocious beasts were not intelligent. They could not even communicate with them, let alone teach them the Tao. At this moment, how could he not realize that he had been tricked by Qin Shujian? However, even if he had been tricked, there was nothing he could do. After all, he had already agreed before. Of course, the most important problem was that Qin Shujian was too strong. If he fell out with him now, it would not do him any good. He came to the depths of the Sea of Death. That was where Yang was originally. Although Yang had already left, the remaining Dao runes still existed there as if they would never be extinguished. Sun Law. When Hongjun saw the Dao runes, he recognized the origin of the Dao runes. Sun Law. As for the manifestation of the Sun Law, he had seen it before. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious aura descended. The laws of the sun, which had not dissipated, were all eliminated in the face of this aura. Then, Hongjun waved his hand again, and a huge rock appeared from the void. With a thought, flames ignited in the void and wrapped the rock. Time passed. The rock melted. Then, it turned into a palace that sat above the sea. The sea below was like a flat ground, supporting the palace and not letting it fall. Hongjun waved his hand again, and a few words appeared on the plaque of the palace, Purple Cloud Palace. In an instant, boundless purple chi spread out from within. Then, Hongjun took a step into the room. There was nothing in the hall, nor were there any portraits. There was only the word Dao written in the middle. It was the Dao ancestor. It should be compatible with the Dao. Compared to the Purple Cloud Palace of the past, the current Purple Cloud Palace is far inferior, but it can still be used as a training ground. Hong Jun sat cross-legged on a praying mat. Tao rhymes were constantly being emitted from his body, which were then absorbed by the palace. This was the power of the Tao fruit. Anything that was tainted by the traces of the Tao fruit would transform into a powerful treasure. If a powerful blacksmith were here, he would find that the Purple Cloud Palace in front of him was equivalent to an extremely powerful divine weapon. In the words of this era, he was comparable to Zhu Bing. In the words of the other epics, it was a connate spiritual treasure. He sat upright in the Purple Cloud Palace. Hong Jun scanned the entire Death Ocean realm with his divine sense. Very soon, Heavenly Rune Island appeared in his perception. I didn't expect that there would be real living creatures in the Dead Sea region. Human race, Eldar race, and demon race, the three races coexist. Good, very good. After Hong Jun carefully sensed the Heavenly Pattern Island, he revealed a satisfied smile. The three races coexisted. Although the Heavenly Pattern Island was a little small, and there weren't many living creatures on it. But it didn't matter. As long as there were living creatures, they could be the foundation of his Tao. Moreover, there were three races on the Heavenly Pattern Island, and it wasn't restricted to one race. To Hong Jun, this was a good thing. According to the agreement, I can't interfere with matters outside the dojo, but it doesn't mean that others can't. In the future, if the disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace travel the world, it has nothing to do with this poor Taoist. Although doing so was a bit of an understatement. But if Qin Shujian could toss such a godforsaken place like the Sea of Death to him, then it was no wonder that he took advantage of this loophole as well. As long as he didn't break the rules, there wouldn't be any problems. He made his decision. Hong Jun calmed his mind. Dense Tao rhymes were emitted from his body, and a vast purple aura shot into the sky, attracting the attention of everyone in the Dead Sea region. Then, a majestic voice rang out. Heavenly Rune Island. Ever since Yang left, a large number of ferocious beasts were killed, and then there was the stone steel guarding the island. The island's safety factor had increased by a lot. Until now. The cultivators of the three races on the island could recuperate and didn't have to worry about so many problems. The only difference was, it was that the Heavenly Pattern Island had the sovereign law, which completely cut off the path of others. But the people of the Heavenly Pattern Island had long been used to this. Those who wanted to break through to a higher realm would directly leave the Heavenly Pattern Island and go to the land to seek opportunities. Those who didn't want to break through and only wanted to be content with the status quo stayed on the Heavenly Pattern Island, quietly living their lives. But today, a purple aura was emitted from the depths of the Dead Sea region, and a loud voice accurately entered the ears of all the cultivators on the Heavenly Pattern Island. The Purple Cloud Palace is open. Those who are fated can come and listen to the teachings of the Great Tao. Starting today, the Dead Sea region is officially renamed the Purple Cloud Sea region. The loud voice was like the might of the heavens, shaking people's hearts. Purple Cloud Palace, Purple Cloud Sea region, in the main hall of the Fantasy Sea sect. Xianxia, who was about to die, was shocked when he heard the voice. Then, he realized that the sovereign law above the Heavenly Pattern Island had completely disappeared. The sovereign law has disappeared. He was even more shocked by this change. Not only had the sovereign law disappeared, but even the chaotic law in the Dead Sea region had disappeared. Xianxia was very clear. What did the disappearance of the sovereign law mean? That meant, in the future, the cultivators of the Heavenly Pattern Island would no longer have any restrictions. They could break through without restraint. Whether it was the heavenly humans or true immortals, the cultivators of the Heavenly Pattern Island had the qualifications to reach them. The chaotic law in the Dead Sea region was extremely powerful. Even the ancient Emperor of Heaven and the sovereigns couldn't erase the chaotic law in the Dead Sea region. But now, a voice had changed the name of the Dead Sea region and directly erased the sovereign law and the chaotic law. The strength that was revealed was already more terrifying than the ancient Emperor of Heaven and the sovereigns. Between the heavens and earth. When did such a terrifying existence appear? Xiaoqiao was sure that this voice didn't belong to Qin Shujian. In other words, another terrifying expert had appeared in the world. Soon. He recalled the purple aura that covered the Dead Sea region not long ago. Then, he looked at the purple aura that reached the clouds. It was so similar. Without a doubt. The two were definitely the same person. Purple Cloud Sea Region, Purple Cloud Palace. It seems like the Heavenly Pattern Island is going to change. The world had changed. Xiaoqiao understood that from this moment on, Heavenly Rune Island's transcendence no longer existed. The expert who created Purple Cloud Palace and the Purple Cloud Sea region was a supreme existence. Now, that supreme existence was going to preach in the sea region. For most cultivators, it was an irresistible temptation. After all, if they could listen to such an expert preach, it would be a great opportunity. Even if they could get a little bit of it, it would be useful for their whole life. Before Xiaoqiao could be shocked, the other elders of the Fantasy Sea sect walked in. Old Ancestor. Greetings, Old Ancestor. Everyone bowed. Xiaoqiao glanced at them and his face returned to normal. You're here for Purple Cloud Palace, right? That's right. An elder nodded. Purple Cloud Palace suddenly appeared. I also felt that the Heavenly Rune Island's Emperor's laws seemed to have disappeared. I don't know if it's true or not. Not at the 4th level of the Sky Human realm. His perception of the laws wasn't very sharp. Xiaoqiao nodded. It's as you think. The Heavenly Rune Island's Emperor's laws have indeed disappeared. The Dead Sea region that has existed for tens of thousands of years has finally become Purple Cloud Sea region. That person is a powerful expert. If you want to go to Purple Cloud Palace to seek the Tao, I won't stop you. But I only have one thing to warn you. From the direction of the purple clouds, Purple Cloud Palace exists in the depths of the sea region. You can imagine how dangerous it is. There weren't as many ferocious beasts in the sea region as before. However, no matter how few ferocious beasts there were, their strength couldn't be ignored. Any true immortal ferocious beast was a destructive disaster for the people of Heavenly Rune Island. After all, in Heavenly Rune Island, the strongest expert was only at the 3rd level of the Sky Human realm. Apart from that, Xiaoqiao and the others couldn't leave. A group of cultivators at the 3rd level of the Sky Human realm might have a chance against a Saint Realm ferocious beast. But if they encountered an almighty ferocious beast, they could only flee. But if it was a true immortal ferocious beast, that would be a dead end for him. Flee, that was impossible. The difference between a true immortal and a sky human was greater than the difference between a sky human and divine martial. In front of a true immortal, the average celestial was nothing but an ant. Hearing this, the group of illusionary sea sect elders all sunk into silence. Now, the spirit chi of heaven and earth had recovered. Although Heavenly Pattern Island was restricted and no experts in the 4th stage of the Heaven Human realm were born, there were already quite a number of cultivators in the 3rd stage of the Heaven Human realm. After a long time, an elder said, even if we don't go, there will definitely be others who will go. At that time, they will obtain an opportunity from that existence and their strength will greatly increase. Our Fantasy Sea sect will be in a difficult situation. The 3 clans stand on equal footing, but in the end, there are still differences between the clans. If one side's strength increases greatly, it will be quite troublesome for the other 2. Another person spoke up. Right now, the Heavenly Rune Island's 3 clans were standing on equal footing and seemed to be in harmony. But in reality, in Heavenly Pattern Island, there were 2 reasons why the 3 clans were in power. Firstly, Heavenly Rune Island was isolated from the rest of the world. There were no major conflicts. Secondly, the 3 powers kept each other in check. None of them could suppress the other 2. Therefore, only then would he be able to maintain peace. However, now that Heavenly Rune Island's sovereign laws had disappeared, there were also experts who had set up Tao temples in the depths of the sea. Once Heavenly Rune Island obtained a fortuitous encounter, it would have the qualifications to leave the sea and head for the land. At that time, Heavenly Rune Island's 3 clans would definitely not be as harmonious as they were now. If there was a difference in strength, the Fantasy Sea sect's human clan would be in an even more difficult situation. I understand what you all mean. Xiaoqiao nodded, his face filled with melancholy. The current Fantasy Sea sect no longer had a choice. If they did not want the Fantasy Sea sect's human clan to fall into danger, they could only head to Purple Cloud Palace and see if they could obtain a fortuitous encounter. He was very clear. The Fantasy Sea sect thought this way, and so did the other two clans. In front of fortuitous encounters, there were many things that could be directly ignored. Subsequently, Xiaoqiao looked at them. You can go, but not all of you. A portion of the Fantasy Sea sect needs to be left behind in case of an emergency. We understand. I am old. There are many things that you can decide on your own. Currently, the Heavenly Court's Emperor of Heaven is a human. Even if my Fantasy Sea sect's human clan is destroyed, the human clan in the world will not be destroyed. Xiaoqiao said. Heavenly Rune Island used to be the last foundation of the human clan. It remained within Heavenly Rune Island. But now it was different. The human clan in the outside world was flourishing. The importance of Heavenly Rune Island had already decreased by a lot. Therefore, even if the human clan in Heavenly Rune Island was destroyed, it would not have any impact. In this way, there were some aspects that did not need to be as conservative as before. After all the elders left, Xiaoqiao walked out of the main hall. Looking at the purple clouds in the sky, his expression became complicated. He was the descendant of the ancient human emperor. His talent was not weak. But he was imprisoned in Heavenly Rune Island forever. It was certain that he would not be willing to accept this. However, Xiaoqiao also knew that his current situation had already become a foregone conclusion. It was almost impossible to change it. I just don't know if that existence can help me. There was no reason for it. Such a thought appeared in his mind. No one was willing to continue existing as an artifact spirit. His divine soul decayed day by day, but there was no way to truly die. Xiaoqiao already had a premonition. Perhaps after a few 100,000 years, he could only lie down, unable to move. At that time, even if someone supported him, it would not be of much use. If this continues, what's the difference between that and death? Xiaoqiao sighed. In the past, he could silently continue like this for the sake of the human race. But now that the human race was no longer in any danger, he should pursue some other things. The descendant of the human emperor. He should not fall like this. When the people of the Fantasy Sea sect were preparing to head to the Purple Cloud Palace, the cultivators of the other two sects also made the same decision. The appearance of the Purple Cloud Palace. For anyone, it was a great opportunity. Such an opportunity, if they did not grasp it, it would be a lifetime loss. Compared to the unreachable Emperor of Heaven of the Heavenly Court, the supreme existence of the Purple Cloud Palace was even more within reach. In order to obtain the opportunity, the people of the three sects also came for a gathering. Then, with a total of more than 100 third-level heaven-human cultivators from the three sects, together, headed towards the depths of the sea. There were so many cultivators. Even if they encountered almighty-level beasts, they would be able to kill them directly. As long as they did not encounter true immortal-level beasts, there was almost no great danger. Imparting the Tao. Xianxia saw what happened in the Purple Cloud Sea region, but he had no intention of interfering. There was no other way. Since the sea region was given to Hongjun, he would let him do whatever he wanted. There weren't many living beings in the Heavenly Pattern Island, so they couldn't compare to the myriad races that he controlled. Under such circumstances, no matter how powerful Hongjun was, it would be difficult for him to develop quickly. And give me some more time and my strength will be able to improve further. At that time, regardless of whether you are at Tao integration or not, you will definitely not be my match. A cold glint flashed across Qin Shujian's eyes. Compared to the last time he fought Luo Ho, after staying in the time formation for a period of time, his strength was no weaker than Hongjun, who had several Khanate cardinal treasures. However, he also knew that Hongjun's strength was not at his peak. But so what, at his peak, Hongjun could be considered one of the most powerful ancient gods. Even if his strength had not fully recovered, he was still much stronger than the injured Luo Ho. Such strength. He was still considered a powerful existence among the ancient gods. But even so, Qin Shujian also relied on his own strength to fight to a draw with the other party. He was confident. If he were to enter the time formation for a period of time, he could completely hang Hong Jun up, provided that the other party was not at Dao integration. If the other party was at Dao integration, that would still be a problem. Hong Jun is not scary. What is scary is Hong Jun after Dao integration. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Hong Jun didn't integrate the heavenly Dao, nor did he integrate the rules of the outer realm, but the rules of the universe. Once the other party succeeded in Dao integration, his strength could completely sweep away most of the ancient gods. To be honest, Qin Shujian wasn't too confident that he could deal with Hong Jun, who was at Dao integration. Even if he could take drastic measures and directly absorb the power of all the living beings in the inner world for his own use, he wasn't 100% confident that he could suppress the other party. The reason why a Dao ancestor was a Dao ancestor. It was definitely not as simple as a title. My current strength is still a little lacking. Unless a few half-step Dao fruits appear in the inner world, as well as the number of true immortals multiplied by several times, and there are more rules, I will be confident in suppressing him. However, to accumulate so much power, it's not something that can be done in tens of thousands of years. Although the true immortals of the inner world did not have a lifespan limit, they had to face the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Not every true immortal had the qualifications to successfully transcend the tribulation. The great calamity was coming. There were quite a number of true immortals who failed their tribulations. This went on and on. It was already good enough that the strength of his inner world did not regress, let alone increase by a large margin. As such, relying on the number of true immortals to deal with the enemy was the most unreliable method. Instead, it was the strength of the laws of heaven and earth that Qin Shujian relied on to deal with the enemy. The stronger the foundation of heaven and earth, the stronger he was, the stronger he was. Breaking 10,000 laws with one force. That force had to be unleashed to the extreme in order to have the qualifications to break 10,000 laws. Now that Hong Jun has returned, the experts of the other 2 macro worlds should be returning soon. One is the Netherworld, and the other is the Buddhist sect. I have to find a place to settle down. Qin Shujian's mind was filled with thoughts. Since Hong Jun and Luo Ho had been settled down, there was no harm in settling down 2 more people. The people of the Buddhist sect can be settled in the original territory of the ancient Buddha clan. Since the destruction of the ancient Buddha clan, there are no other clans occupying the original territory of the ancient Buddha clan. It's a good place. Anyway, the ancient Buddha clan also has the word Buddha in their name. Their methods are similar to the Buddhist sect. It's just right to give it to the Buddhist sect. As for the Buddhist sect, Qin Shujian did not have a good or bad impression of them. It was the most stupid thing to judge a person's words purely based on one's senses. He only looked at what the Buddhist sect did and whether it was beneficial to him or not. And according to his understanding, in the first era, the Buddhist sect was actually at odds with the Dao sect. Hong Jun represented the Dao sect. If the Buddhist sect was settled down, Hong Jun would have another threat. The rest is the Netherworld. Qin Shujian frowned. The others were easy to arrange, but the Netherworld was not. He was almost certain who the person from the Netherworld was. As for that person, no matter where he was arranged, something seemed to be missing. After thinking for a long time, Qin Shujian suddenly looked down. That was where the fallen immortal realm was. The fallen immortal realm was the center of the 4 continents, and the heavenly court was above the fallen immortal realm, showing its supreme status. Strictly speaking, although the fallen immortal realm was not as high as the heavenly court, it was still extraordinary. The fallen immortal realm is not bad. The heavenly court and the netherworld are above, and the netherworld is below. If the Great Thousand World really evolves into reincarnation in the future, the position of the netherworld will be very important. Now the netherworld is placed in the fallen immortal realm to avoid future troubles. After figuring out the key points, Qin Shujian felt relieved. The fallen immortal realm was very important. He was usually reluctant to give it to others, but if it was the netherworld, then there would be no problem. Several eras later, in Qin Shujian's opinion, the person from the netherworld could definitely be ranked in the top 3. Then, Qin Shujian was ready to enter the time formation to cultivate. Hong Jun returned. He was pressed for time again. That Dao ancestor had powerful means. If he did not improve his strength, he would not be able to suppress him in the future, and that would be inviting a wolf into the house. Only by improving his own strength, then all the problems would no longer be a problem. However, before cultivating, Qin Shujian called for a court meeting first. Since the destruction of the demon abyss, all the immortals and gods of the heavenly court gathered in the inner hall of the heavenly palace for the first time. A few days ago, you must be very clear about the movements of heaven and earth. It was the return of Tao ancestor Hong Jun and demon ancestor Luo Ho of the first era. In order to avoid disputes, I have given heavenly abyss to Luo Ho, and the Dead Sea domain to Hong Jun. In the future, these two places will no longer be under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court, as you all understand. Qin Shujian said lightly. However, when talking about heavenly abyss and the Dead Sea domain, he used the word given. Demon ancestor Luo Ho, Tao ancestor Hong Jun, the immortals of the heavenly court looked at each other, and there was a look of shock on everyone's face. There was no other reason. Just from the name alone, one could know that these two were supreme experts. Luo Ho and the others knew that they were the instigators of the demon abyss. However, this was the first time they had heard the words of a Tao ancestor. However, the other party could be on par with Luo Ho, so he was undoubtedly a Tao fruit-level existence. Emperor Zhao cupped his hands and said, Heavenly Abyss and the Dead Sea domain were given to the two of them. If the two of them use this opportunity to cause trouble, what should we do? According to the agreement, the heavenly court will not interfere in the matters of the two. Similarly, they cannot interfere in the matters of the four major continents. If there is a violation, I will naturally punish them. As for the disciples under the two of them, they can ignore them if they are traveling the world. However, if they cause a big commotion, then deal with them as you wish. We obey. Purple Cloud Sea. Ever since he set up the Purple Clouds Palace and changed the name of the Dead Sea region to the Purple Cloud Sea region, Hong Jun had been sitting in the Purple Clouds Palace, waiting for the arrival of others. He believed the divine ability that he had displayed earlier was enough to attract many people. There aren't many living beings on that island, and there aren't any powerful cultivators. Now that there are many true immortal realm beasts in the sea region, they might not be able to come here safely. I have to use some methods. Hong Jun thought to himself. If it was the first era, he wouldn't have thought about such a thing at all. The Tao couldn't be taught easily. Without sufficient strength and opportunity, it was perfectly normal for one to not be able to obtain the Dharma of fate. But it was different now. He was sent to the Purple Cloud Sea region. If he wanted to recover his strength and preach to the world, borrowing the chi of heaven and earth was the most convenient and fast way. So, teaching the Tao was indispensable. The strongest living beings on the heavenly pattern island were only at the heavenly human realm. In front of the true immortal realm beasts, they were no different from ants. With that thought in mind, Hong Jun spread out his divine sense. In an instant, all the true immortal realm beasts in the sea region seemed to be attracted by something at this moment. They began to retreat in all directions, heading toward the Purple Clouds Palace in an orderly manner. Not long after, outside the Purple Clouds Palace, a group of beasts gathered. All the beasts prostrated outside the Purple Clouds Palace as if they were kneeling to some supreme existence. Beasts didn't have intelligence, but they had instincts. They could clearly feel that there was an extremely terrifying existence in the palace in front of them, and it was many times more terrifying than the one in the depths of the sea region. In front of this existence, even true immortals were like ants. If someone was above the sea, they would be able to see a large number of ferocious beasts prostrating themselves on the ground. These ferocious beasts were as tall as 1,000,000 zhang. They were like small continents, awe-inspiring. After a long time, the door of the Purple Clouds Palace opened. Hong Jun walked out like an ordinary Taoist. But after he came out, those beasts' heads prostrated even lower. Although you don't have intelligence, your instinct to seek good fortune and avoid disaster is not bad. Since you are willing to submit to the Purple Cloud Palace, you will be the Purple Cloud Palace's divine guardian beasts in the future. You can come here often to listen to lectures on the Great Path. However, there is a request. Without my permission, you are not allowed to kill or devour other living beings. Anyone who disobeys will die. Hong Jun's voice was indifferent and emotionless. Although those ferocious beasts were unable to understand the human language, the words spoken by Chu Feng directly entered their minds. Even those ferocious beasts without intelligence were able to understand what he meant. Long after he finished speaking, those ferocious beasts were all prostrated there, their bodies not moving at all. Seeing this, Hongjun nodded in satisfaction. Very good. You can stay here in the future. If you have the chance to listen to the great Tao and open your spiritual wisdom in the future, you will naturally be able to embark on the path of immortality. Ferocious beasts could not live forever. It was just like how in this epic, true immortals only had 129,600 years of lifespan. Although ferocious beasts didn't have this restriction, there would still be a day when their lifespan would come to an end. There were some beasts. Some could live for 1,000,000 years, and some could live for tens of millions of years. However, regardless of whether it was 1,000,000 years or tens of millions of years, it could not be considered immortality. Hearing Hongjun's words, those ferocious beasts kowtowed like humans. Then, these ferocious beasts dived into the sea and resided around the Purple Cloud Palace. Although the 1,000,000-feet-tall ferocious beasts were huge, the sea was vast and boundless, and the bottom of the sea was bottomless, accommodating the ferocious beasts. It was not a problem at all. After Hongjun took a look, he turned around and returned to the Purple Cloud Palace. He sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion and began to preach the great Tao. There is a great Tao in heaven and earth, and all living beings. As he spoke, golden flowers floated down from the void, and lotus flowers surged in the sea. All the ferocious beasts were fighting over the golden flowers and golden lotuses, constantly absorbing the power within for themselves to absorb. However, there were also some ferocious beasts that did not move. Instead, they silently listened to the sound of the great Tao in their ears. Everything was changing imperceptibly. The great Tao was particular. It lasted neither long nor short. Very soon, a ferocious beast roared angrily. Its body grew much larger on its original foundation, and its realm officially broke through from the first-level immortal to the second-level immortal. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun had a good understanding of the changes in the ferocious beasts outside. Not bad. After all, there are some promising talents. If they can give birth to spiritual wisdom in the future, they will be of great use. The biggest difference between ferocious beasts and living beings was in terms of spiritual wisdom. Ferocious beasts did not have spiritual wisdom, so they could not be cultivated. However, nothing was absolute in the world. If one had various opportunities, they could also give birth to spiritual wisdom. However, the probability was very low. Out of 100 ferocious beasts, there might not even be one ferocious beast that could successfully give birth to spiritual wisdom. However, if there were ferocious beasts that could give birth to spiritual wisdom, then it would be a good thing. Compared to other living beings, ferocious beasts had strong physiques and powerful chi and blood. They were not weaker than true immortals who walked the physical sanctification system. In terms of physical body, the talent of ferocious beasts was much stronger than that of other living beings. And such talent was something that ferocious beasts had sacrificed most of their own things in exchange. Under such circumstances, if the ferocious beasts could give birth to spiritual wisdom, coupled with their existing talent, they would be excellent seedlings for body cultivation. In the future, it was not impossible for their bodies to become saints. Even if their bodies could not become saints, they would still be a good guardian true God. With Hongjun in charge of the Purple Cloud Palace, there was naturally no need for any guardian true gods. However, if there were a few powerful guardian true gods, it would also be a form of prestige. Not to mention anything else. Even if there were any troubles in the future, he could let the guardian true gods solve them. He would not have to do it himself. Those ferocious beasts are listening seriously. In the future, there is a high chance that they will give birth to spiritual wisdom. It's better to lean more when I preach the great Tao in the future. Hongjun knew very well that those ferocious beasts were listening seriously. The other ferocious beasts were all fighting for the golden flowers and golden lotuses. That was a reward given by the heavenly Tao to thank him for preaching the great Tao. Ordinary living beings would be greatly beneficial to their cultivation if they swallowed it. However, those ferocious beasts could reject such temptation and listen seriously. They were undoubtedly promising talents. Regarding this, Hong Jun also admired them. After a period of silence, soon, he started talking about the Great Tao again. The same phenomenon, the same ferocious beasts fighting for it. The ferocious beasts that were listening seriously to the Great Tao seemed to have a human expression on their ferocious faces. It was as if they had obtained something mysterious from the voice of the Great Tao. In the sea, a large ship was riding the wind and breaking the waves as it sped through the sea. There were hundreds of people on the ship. If there were other people present, they would have discovered that every single person on the ship was a celestial being. They were the creatures from Heavenly Pattern Island. The ship sailed steadily in the sea. No matter how high the waves were, they couldn't shake the ship at all. On the bow of the ship, a middle-aged man in a jade-green robe looked at the endless sea with a calm expression. There are many perfected immortal beasts in the sea. We have been sailing for so long, but we haven't encountered a single one. It's really strange. Strange, it was really strange, there were many perfected immortal beasts in the sea. They had been sailing for so many days, so they should have encountered perfected immortal beasts. However, he hadn't encountered a single one. Among the beasts he had encountered, the strongest one was just an almighty beast. But in front of hundreds of diviners, an almighty beast was like a piece of paper. It had no effect at all. As soon as he finished speaking, someone on the side was speechless. Sect Master Gui, do you really want to encounter a perfected immortal beast? If there really is one, I'm afraid we will be buried in its stomach. This ship was built with the broken limb of an ancient divine tree. It is a top treasure. Now that there are hundreds of diviners on this ship, even a perfected immortal beast won't be able to catch up to us if we use all our strength. Guiyu smiled proudly. He was the current sect master of the Jade Wave sect. After the previous sect master left Heavenly Pattern Island and didn't return, the Jade Wave sect had to have a new person to take charge of the overall situation. As the strongest person in the Jade Wave sect, Guiyu naturally took over the position of sect master. This time, he was going to the depths of the sea to seek opportunities. He also carried the high hopes of the Jade Wave sect. When the others heard this, they didn't refute. In any case, whether or not this ship was really that powerful, no one would be able to find out. It was just that after sailing for so long, the occasional almighty beast attacked the ship, but it didn't cause much impact. Just its defensive power alone could withstand the attacks of almighty beasts. If it really used all its strength, it might be possible to compete with a perfected immortal. Immediately after, someone said, recently, there have been strange phenomena in the depths of the sea. I suspect that those true immortal ferocious beasts have all gathered in the depths of the sea. The real danger is probably waiting for us there. Guiyu's arrogant expression disappeared and turned into a serious one. Not bad. It was not a good thing that they had yet to encounter any true immortal ferocious beasts. The reason for that was because it meant that there was a mysterious power gathering all of the ferocious beasts. Now that the ship was facing a single attack from a true immortal beast, it was able to escape. However, if the ship encountered a large number of true immortal ferocious beasts, there was absolutely no chance of resisting. Shortly after, Guiyu said in a deep voice, if what the illusionary sea sect said is true, then we'll have to make plans early. There are a large number of true immortal ferocious beasts gathering in the depths of the sea. If we go there with our strength, we'll only end up being buried in their bellies. Is it worth it to take such a huge risk for an untouchable opportunity? We have no way out. Since we're already here, we can't go back with our tails between our legs. Since that existence can preach the Great Tao, he definitely won't let us go back. Even if there are a large number of ferocious beasts there, those ferocious beasts might not actually attack. As soon as he said that, someone firmly opposed it. Since they had already decided to come, what was the point of going back midway? They would not be satisfied until they reached the depths of the sea and saw the legendary purple firmament palace with their own eyes. Hearing that, Guiyu fell silent and said no more. Not to mention the others, he was not willing to go back like this. If that existence could preach the Great Tao, it would be an unparalleled opportunity for them. If they could obtain it, it would not be impossible for them to break through to true immortal in the future. Compared to a true immortal's 120,000 years of lifespan, a mere few thousand years for a celestial was just a fraction of that. I don't have much lifespan left. Guiyu sighed. He did not have much lifespan left. Several thousand years ago, he had broken through to the celestial realm, but with the restrictions of Heavenly Pattern Island, he had been unable to break through to the 4th level of the celestial realm. But things were different now. The restrictions had disappeared. The 3rd level of the celestial realm was no longer his limit. But so what? With the little time he had left, Guiyu was not confident that he could break through from the 3rd level of the celestial realm to the true immortal realm in a short time. Only by going to the depths of the sea and seeking the opportunity of that mysterious existence could he break through to another mysterious realm in a limited time. Although he said that he was very afraid of the true immortal ferocious beasts. However, it was impossible for him to return. At this moment, waves suddenly rose on the sea. The sea, which was not calm to begin with, suddenly became turbulent. Rumble! The waves rose and were about to swallow the big ship. Seeing this, Guiyu's expression did not change. He just shouted coldly, "All the people of the Blue Wave sect, listen to my order. Activate the shield with all your strength." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and poured all his vital essence into the big ship. All of a sudden, a strong energy shield rose from the big ship and wrapped everyone inside. Then, the waves crashed down heavily, causing the shield to shake, but it didn't shatter. In the next breath, a sea serpent beast hundreds of thousands of feet long rushed out from the bottom of the sea. Its huge tail swung on the big ship. The powerful force caused the big ship to shake, and the hull was almost flipped over. A mere almighty level beast dares to be so rampant. Guiyu's face was cold. If it was in the past, he would definitely turn around and leave when he saw such a beast. But it was different now. There were hundreds of celestials on the ship. There was no need to escape at all. No matter how strong the almighty beast was, it was not qualified to compete with hundreds of celestials. Even if there were only dozens of celestials, it was enough to kill the almighty beast. Hundreds of celestials. It was a complete crush. As soon as Guiyu's words fell, the humans of the Fantasy Sea sect took the lead. Hundreds of celestials rose into the air from the big ship. The extremely powerful force condensed together, and the vital essence bombarded fiercely. Boom, the void shattered and collapsed. The torrent of power had already directly bombarded the sea serpent. In an instant, the hard scales of the sea serpent shattered inch by inch. Blood flowed out from the wound and converged into the sea below. Roar, the severe pain caused the beast to let out a shrill howl. Its body kept rolling in the sea, setting off tens of thousands of feet long waves. It was instinctive. The sea serpent did not dare to have any ideas about the big ship and was ready to escape into the depths of the sea. Want to leave? Not so easy. One of them sneered. All the celestial beings used their power to separate the sea at the same time, and then accurately found the location of the sea snake, and gathered their power to kill it on the spot. Hundreds of thousands of feet long beasts fell. The blood contained in its body had already dyed the sea red. Soon, a few people worked together and skinned the ferocious beasts in the sea, taking out everything that could be taken out. As for the beasts' flesh and blood, they were completely abandoned. In the past, for the people of Heavenly Pattern Island, the flesh and blood of beasts were rare treasures that could be used to temper the body and enhance the strength of cultivators. But now it was different. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth had increased greatly. The people of Heavenly Pattern Island could reach a very high realm without the help of the flesh and blood of beasts. Therefore, the flesh and blood of beasts that were once regarded as treasures were now just things that could be discarded at will. The skin and tendon of an 8th level celestial being, if refined properly, will definitely be a good treasure. The people of Fantasy Sea sect had smiles on their faces. A material of the almighty level. It was rare no matter where it was. When the people of Holy God sect saw this, they had envious expressions on their faces. Unfortunately, the people of Fantasy Sea sect acted too quickly, so they couldn't kill the sea snake. As for the people of Jade Wave sect, they didn't feel anything. According to the agreement, they came out of the big ship to escort everyone to the depths of the sea, and any harvest along the way would be given to Jade Wave sect. So, the people of Jade Wave sect didn't have to kill the beasts. As long as they maintained the stability of the big ship, they would have a steady stream of harvest. Guiyu said, "There are no true immortal beasts now, but almighty beasts are emerging endlessly. Even if we can't get an opportunity this time, we will still have a lot of harvest." On the ship now, it was already loaded with a lot of things. Fortunately, the big ship could hold so many things in a mustard seed. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to accommodate so many things. The sea snake was killed. The surrounding movements were much calmer. However, it didn't take long before they were attacked by other ferocious beasts. For the beasts, the hundreds of celestial beings on the big ship were an irresistible temptation. If they could swallow all of them, it was very likely that they would break the existing threshold and advance to another level. The sea was dangerous. The increase in strength was one more point of survival. This time, without waiting for the people from the Fantasy Sea sect to act, the people from the Holy God sect had already taken the lead and attacked the beast. Crash! The waves surged as another ferocious beast appeared. Two mighty beasts. Guiyu's eyes flickered. He didn't panic. Not to mention two almighty beasts, even if there were 10 almighty beasts, the hundreds of Devis on the ship would be able to deal with them. But before he could think too much, the surface of the sea began to tremble. 1, 2, 3 heads, dozens of almighty ferocious beasts appeared. Their bodies were hundreds of thousands of feet long, and they seemed to have covered the entire sky. At this moment, everyone felt chills run down their spines. Even a few hundred Devis might not be able to contend against a dozen almighty wild beasts. Besides, even if they could barely resist, there would be a large number of casualties later on. Everyone, drive the ship with all your might. We'll talk after we evacuate. Guiyu quickly regained her senses and shouted anxiously. Hearing this, regardless of whether they were from the Fantasy Sea sect or the Saint God sect, they no longer cared about killing the beasts. They all returned to the ship and infused their true yuan into it. Buzz, suddenly, a thick layer of light shield appeared on the ship. When the light barrier appeared, some ferocious beasts roared and attacked. Their terrifying attacks fell on the light barrier, causing it to tremble incessantly. Guiyu didn't care so much. He was now fully focused on controlling the ship. Soon, the ship was like a phantom, disappearing from the spot in an instant. Boom! A ferocious beast's large hand fell, but what it hit was the afterimage of the large ship. As for the main body of the ship, it had long disappeared. Roar! Seeing this, the beast suddenly roared in anger. Although the beast didn't have intelligence, it could understand that it was being played. That instinctive anger made it want to kill everything. Seeing this, the other dozens of beasts also roared in anger. Hundreds of food. It just slipped away from their eyes. The beasts were furious. But there was nothing they could do. The ship was too fast, so fast that they couldn't catch a trace of it. These beasts had no way of knowing where the ship was now. On the other side, when the ship officially started, it was as if it was shuttling through space. When the others came back to their senses, they found that the surrounding beasts had all disappeared. Where is this? Someone looked puzzled. Not only did the beasts not see how the ship disappeared, but even the people on the ship didn't know where they were now. Guiyu spat out a few words. The depths of the sea. The depths of the sea, everyone's expression changed. They were in the depths of the sea, as if sensing the doubts of others. Guiyu said, "This is not the depths of the sea. We are just heading in the direction of the depths of the sea. But we have already gotten rid of the trouble of the dozens of beasts. What's left is to be wary of the perfected immortal beasts that may exist in the depths of the sea." Driving the ship with all his strength, it was indeed very fast. However, the dangers involved were also very obvious. The ship was very fast. This meant that if there were any obstacles, the ship might not be able to dodge in time. If it were ordinary beasts, it would be fine. If they just crashed into it, it wouldn't cause any damage to the ship. But if it was a perfected immortal beast when it crashed into it, it would be a big problem. A perfected immortal beast. Its physical body was terrifyingly strong. It was not something that ordinary treasures could compare to. No matter how strong the ship was, it was absolutely impossible for it to crash into a perfected immortal beast. At that time, it would be the result of the ship being destroyed and the people dying. Therefore, unless it was necessary, Guiyu didn't dare to drive the ship with all his strength, for fear of hitting something that he couldn't hit. Only at the critical moment would he take such a risk. Hearing that, the people of the two sects had solemn expressions. The real danger that troubled them was the perfected immortal beasts that could exist anywhere. Like the almighty beasts. Unless it was like before, where more than a dozen beasts surrounded them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a big problem. The purple chi is much richer. Maybe we're really close. Someone looked at the purple chi in the sky with some excitement. They were looking for the location of the purple cloud palace by following the direction of the purple chi. Now that the purple chi was getting closer and closer, it meant that they were getting closer and closer to the purple cloud palace. Suddenly, the sea shook. A ferocious aura rose from the bottom of the sea. In front of this aura, the void seemed to be silently destroyed, causing everyone on the ship to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and their bodies were cold. The void condensed. The waves were monstrous. Even with the protection of the big ship, the people on the ship didn't feel any sense of security. True immortal. Guiyu's face was aghast. There was no one else who could have such power except for a true immortal. Although he patted his chest and said that even if he encountered a true immortal beast, he could still escape. But, when he really encountered a true immortal beast, Guiyu didn't have much confidence in his heart. Those true immortal beasts really exist in the depths of the sea. Everyone, get ready. Pour your vital essence into the ship and get ready to leave. He calmed his mind. The sect master of the Jade Wave sect shouted in a deep voice. Hearing that, the others hurriedly came back to their senses and then poured their vital essence into the big ship together. At this moment, the true immortal beast hidden at the bottom of the sea finally showed its true form. It was very similar to the sea snake beast they encountered before. But the difference was, the sea snake beast in front of them was 1,000,000 feet long, like a small continent. When it rolled in the sea, the waves it brought up could drown everything. The waves swept across. It made the ship shake violently. Get ready. Guiyu's mind was solemn. The 1,000,000 feet body couldn't be seen at a glance, which made him feel great pressure. Just as he was about to steer the big ship away, the sea suddenly became quiet. Then, the sky darkened. Everyone instinctively looked up and then saw a huge ferocious snake head staring at them coldly. That glance, it made these celestials feel their blood freeze. Quick, let's go. Some people's lips were trembling. Guiyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. She barely recovered from the shock and was about to steer the ship away. Boom, the sea snake beast glanced at them indifferently, but turned around and dived into the sea again. In this way, there was a lot of water splashing again. But everyone didn't care about this at all. There was fear and astonishment on their faces. They looked at the huge black shadow below the sea, which was slowly moving and then completely leaving. What's going on? Why did that ferocious beast suddenly leave? Everyone had the same doubt in their hearts. They almost thought that the sea snake beast was going to attack them. However, no. The other party only glanced at them and simply left. After a long while, someone mumbled, "Is it because he doesn't think we suit his taste?" Hearing this, everyone else turned their heads and looked at him with indifferent eyes. That person immediately shut his mouth. Guiyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "That beast leaving is a good thing for us. We have hundreds of celestials on board, but it didn't do anything. Perhaps it's a beast from the depths of the sea that won't attack us." From the scene just now, he had deduced some things. Not to his taste? That was impossible. Ferocious beasts were brutal and had no intelligence. In its eyes, all living beings were food. A few hundred celestials, that was even more delicious. Since the other party did not attack, there must be a reason for it. Coupled with the fact that they were in the depths of the sea, Guiyu understood. Very likely. The people from the Fantasy Sea sect and the Holy God sect nodded in agreement. Although encountering a true immortal ferocious beast was a frightening thing, it was still extremely frightening. However, that beast did not attack them. It was definitely not because it was afraid of the hundreds of celestials on the ship. To put it bluntly, hundreds of celestials, in front of a true immortal ferocious beast, was just a matter of a mouthful. There was no possibility of the two competing at all. There must be other reasons for the beast leaving. Thinking about the location of this place, they had a rough idea in their hearts. When the others heard this, they were all certain in their hearts. Immediately after, Guiyu began to steer the ship again, heading in the direction of the purple gas. The ship sailed. Along the way, everyone found that the true immortal ferocious beasts that they had never encountered before were everywhere here, almost to the point where they could be seen everywhere. The sea snake rolled. The giant beast roared. 1,000,000 feet true immortal ferocious beast, even if it moved a little, could cause stormy waves. Fortunately, the ship itself was a treasure, so it would not be swallowed by a small wave. As they sailed deeper, Guiyu became more and more certain of the guess in his heart. There was no other reason. All the true immortal ferocious beasts they encountered along the way did not attack the ship. At most, they just looked at it curiously. Along the way, the people on the ship went from nervousness to relief. When they saw the true immortal ferocious beasts again in the future, no one showed any fear. Because they knew the ferocious beasts here would not attack others. Not to mention attacking others. Even between the ferocious beasts, there was no fighting. Compared to the other scenes in the sea, it was two extremes. That purple cloud master's means are amazing. He can even subdue so many true immortal ferocious beasts. It's really admirable. Guiyu sighed with emotion. Purple Cloud Master. That was his name for Hongjun. Although he did not know Hongjuan's name, the other party established the Purple Cloud Palace and renamed the Dead Sea area to the Purple Cloud Sea area, so it was normal to call him the Purple Cloud Master. Yes, the ferocious beasts are cruel. In the past, they would kill each other, but now there is no dispute at all, and they don't attack other living beings or cultivators. It must be the Purple Cloud Master's credit. Such means are admirable. If I can really hear it under the Purple Cloud Master, maybe I really have a chance to break through to the true immortal realm. Many people's faces showed a look of admiration. Hearing that, Guiyu was silent. To be honest, although the Purple Cloud Master said that he was going to teach the Great Tao, he might not allow everyone to listen to the Great Tao. After all, the Great Tao could not be taught easily. Such an opportunity. He didn't quite believe that everyone would have a copy of it. So, in Guiyu's heart, he was also a little nervous. Although he was quite confident in himself, he was also worried that he did not have enough opportunities to be taught by the Purple Cloud Master. The Purple Cloud Sea area was vast and boundless. Even in the depths of the sea area, it was still a considerable distance to reach the Purple Cloud Palace. It took a month. The big ship could only see the outline of the Purple Cloud Palace. Purple energy filled the sky. It shone in all directions like the rosy clouds. A palace sat on the sea area, as if it could suppress the world. True immortal ferocious beasts swam around, but they did not dare to let the waves splash on the Purple Cloud Palace. In front of the palace, the big ship stopped. A voice sounded in everyone's ears. In front of the Purple Cloud Palace, you have to walk in. If there is a violation, you will be expelled forever. On foot, everyone's expression froze. They looked at the sea in front of the Purple Cloud Palace, which was completely covered by purple clouds. The big ship stopped in front of the purple clouds. Senior, since you've given the order, we'll go on foot. As Guiyu spoke, she took the lead and walked off the big ship. Seeing this, the others also came down one after another. After everyone got off the ship, he waved his hand and put away the big ship. Stepping on the purple clouds, it was like stepping on flat ground. The magical scene in front of them didn't shock too many people. After all, the people present were all celestial beings, and some of their methods had already reached an extraordinary level. Stepping on the purple clouds, they walked towards the purple cloud palace. Along the way, there were ferocious beasts swimming on both sides of the purple clouds, or some ferocious beasts straightened their bodies and looked at them with curious eyes. Curious looks, coupled with their ferocious faces, it gave people a very strange feeling. No one said anything because everything was under the control of the Master of Purple Cloud. Anything they said or did might upset the Master of Purple Cloud. If they offended him and were expelled, it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. After all, they left Heavenly Pattern Island and went to the depths of the sea. They had unknowingly seen many of the Purple Cloud Palace Master's methods. They held great reverence for this mysterious supreme existence in their hearts. Step by step, they walked forward. The distracting thoughts in everyone's mind were getting fewer and fewer. Not long after, they had already arrived in front of the Purple Cloud Palace. On the plaque of the palace, 3 big words were written, Purple Cloud Palace. When they saw the 3 big words, they all felt a sudden shock in their hearts, as if they had seen a terrible existence. They hurriedly looked away, no longer daring to look at it. At this moment, the closed palace door opened. Guiyu and the others hesitated for a moment, then stepped in. Inside, it was an empty flat ground. There were many futons placed there. Someone counted carefully and found that there were hundreds of futons, which was exactly the same number as them. At the very front, there was a lotus seat placed there. They felt something. Guiyu took the lead and walked towards the few futons in front of the lotus platform, then sat down on one of them. At the same time, the others also seemed to have understood something and walked towards the futons in front of them. Very soon, the few praying mats placed in front were all filled with people. The others had no choice but to sit on other praying mats. Sitting cross-legged on the praying mats, there seemed to be some kind of power supporting them, which made their hearts more stable. Time passed. Inside the Purple Cloud Palace, there was only silence. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, there was a purple cloud floating in the sky. Everyone's expression changed. When they looked at the lotus platform again, a white-haired Taoist was sitting there without them knowing when it had started. Greetings, Master of Purple Cloud. Everyone lowered their heads and saluted. After that, only then did they straighten up and look at the person before them. Hongjun's expression was calm. He was neither happy nor sad. I have established the Purple Cloud Palace in the Purple Cloud Sea region. Since you are here, you will be considered disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace in the future. All disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace can listen to the Great Tao, but they should take it as their responsibility to promote the Purple Cloud Palace. In the future, you will have to travel the world and preach the Tao to all living beings. If you can't do that, you can leave now. After saying this, everyone did not move. Travel the world, preach the Tao to all living beings. To them, it was just a small matter. It was not easy for them to come to the Purple Cloud Palace. It was impossible for them to go back with their tails between their legs. Besides, for a powerhouse to preach the Tao, it would be impossible for him to not have any requirements at all. Therefore, Hongjun's words made them feel more at ease. If they had a request, it was normal for them to give him a favor. Seeing everyone's expressions, Hongjun nodded slightly. As the saying goes, the Tao cannot be taught easily. This time, I did not set up any obstacles for the opening of the Purple Cloud Palace. However, if you come again, you have to walk through the Purple Cloud and go through the test before you can enter the Purple Cloud Palace again to listen to the Tao. People would not cherish things that were too easy to obtain. It was just that he did not set up any assessment checkpoints the first time in order to make the Purple Cloud Palace more popular. However, what he said later would not be as easy as it was now. He recalled the time when he preached the Tao in the first era. All living beings in the world, from the Emperor of Heaven to the mortals, all flocked to enter the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao. Look at the present. Those sitting below were all cultivators of the celestial being realm, and none of them had broken through to the 4th level of the celestial being realm. If it was the first era, not to mention the third level of the celestial being realm, even the 10th level of the celestial being realm was not qualified to enter the purple cloud palace to listen to his preaching. Only by breaking through to the true immortal realm would they barely have the chance. Hearing that, Guiyu and the others felt their hearts tighten. In their opinion, if an expert like Hong Jun set up a checkpoint, it would not be easy to pass. Hong Jun looked at everyone's expressions and his expression did not change. Then, he slowly opened his mouth and talked about the great Tao. There are thousands of Taos in the world, but they all lead to the same destination. If there is, as soon as he opened his mouth, thousands of purple clouds could be seen shaking between heaven and earth. Golden flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses surged on the ground. All kinds of strange phenomena made people's hearts tremble. In the purple cloud palace, when everyone saw this scene, they quickly calmed down and listened carefully to the great Tao that Hong Jun was talking about. The preaching this time, it was different from the preaching at other times. The preaching to the beasts in the beginning was mainly to awaken their intelligence. It was not a real preaching. But this time, in order to cultivate some talents for the Purple Cloud Palace, so that the Purple Cloud Palace could preach to the world, Hong Jun was also seriously preaching. As his words spread out, heaven and earth roared, and thousands of Taos came out together. The mother stream, which was usually invisible, directly appeared from the void. The thousands of Taos contained in the mother stream also seemed to be attracted by something and directly rushed out of the mother stream, hovering above the Purple Cloud Palace. The extremely rich rule power scattered on the people below. For a moment, everyone had some enlightenment in their hearts. Boom, soon. The aura of a person suddenly shook. Unknowingly, he had successfully broken through from the 3rd level of the celestial being realm to the 4th level of the celestial being realm. He was considered to have stepped into the saint realm. When this person broke through, in less than a breath or two, others also broke through. Guiyu, who was sitting in front, only felt that he was soaked in the mother stream of the rule power. The rich rule power allowed him to easily find the path he wanted to take. The subsequent breakthrough, it was a matter of course. The living beings on Heavenly Pattern Island all had the bloodline of ancient experts. Moreover, because Heavenly Pattern Island had never been connected to the outside world, the bloodline power had always been rather pure. As a result, the people on Heavenly Pattern Island were much more talented than ordinary people. In addition, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rich now. If it weren't for the restrictions on Heavenly Pattern Island, not to mention the Saint Realm, even almighties or true immortals might be born directly. Therefore, now that the restrictions were lifted and there was an expert preaching the Tao, then, breaking through from the 3rd level of the heaven-human realm to the 4th level of the heaven-human realm was a simple matter. Breakthrough, breakthrough, one cultivator after another broke through the boundary and successfully entered the Saint Realm. However, Hong Jun's preaching did not stop. On the contrary, until now, it was only the beginning. The people on the futons below all focused their minds and were completely immersed in the great Tao that the other party was preaching. Not long after, Guiyu's body trembled and his aura rose by a lot. Obviously, he had broken through from the 4th level of the heaven-human realm to the 5th level of the heaven-human realm. As Hong Jun preached, he glanced at Guiyu. He's a promising talent, he thought to himself. In his opinion, those who could digest the great Tao that he was preaching in such a short period of time were all talented. He didn't dare to say anything else in the future, but the probability of breaking through to the 3rd level of the true immortal realm was not small. As for the Tao fruit, he couldn't be sure. Although in the first era, a few of his disciples had successfully advanced to the Tao fruit level, Hong Jun knew very well that the breakthroughs of those disciples, apart from their own talent, were due to fate. Fate had already determined that the other party was destined to attain the Tao. If they didn't have the blessing of fate, whether those disciples could attain the Tao was still a question. However, although Hong Jun didn't dare to guarantee whether his disciples could attain the Tao fruit level, as a Tao ancestor, being able to listen to his preaching was a great opportunity in itself. It wouldn't be too difficult for them to break through to the 3rd level of the true immortal realm in the future. There were hundreds of disciples now. As long as they didn't die midway, there would be at least a few true immortals in the future. However, ordinary true immortals couldn't enter Hongjuan's eyes. Only those who reached the third level of the true immortal realm could barely be considered qualified. He withdrew his thoughts. Hongjun didn't look at Guiyu and continued to preach. Outside the purple cloud palace, ferocious beasts were cheering. Even if they did not have intelligence, they could understand that every time Hongjun preached the Tao, it would be extremely beneficial to them. Those golden flowers and golden lotuses. Every time he absorbed it, his strength would increase by a little. That old thing Hongjun is starting to preach the Tao. In the depths of the heavenly abyss, Luo Ho, who was recovering from his injuries, sensed something and looked in the direction of the purple firmament sea. The previous few lectures had not caused much of a commotion, so he did not pay much attention to it. But it was different this time. The rules congratulated him. 10,000 Daos resonated. Clearly, Hongjun was seriously preaching the Tao this time. This also explained it. The other party had already recruited a group of disciples. Otherwise, he wouldn't be lecturing in such a serious manner. Hongjun has begun to preach the Tao. I cannot fall behind. I will preach the great Tao and recruit disciples so that my demonic Tao can roam the world. Luo Ho thought. Right now, the most suitable ones to inherit his great Tao were the fiends near Heaven Abyss. To tell the truth, he rather admired Xianxia, the Devil Emperor. The other party's talent wasn't bad. His strength was not bad either. If he could listen to his lectures, he would be a good helper in the future. But, in Luo Ho's view, Xianxia was proud and arrogant. He might not be willing to listen to his lectures. He did not care too much about this. A middle three true immortal, no matter how talented he was not to the extent that the Tao fruit could not forget him. If Xianxia could not come, it would be the same if other fiends came. Anyway, even if he was a pig, Luo Ho was confident that he could nurture him into a powerhouse who could awe a region. He did as he thought. With a thought, the vast fiend aura directly condensed into a black lotus in the sky above Heaven Abyss. The black lotus appeared. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun. The monstrous fiend aura and murderous aura were daunting. The fiend territory. The moment the black lotus appeared, all the fiends felt something. They turned their heads to look in the direction of Heaven Abyss and happened to see the black lotus bloom. Fiend ancestor Luo Ho. Xianxia looked at the black lotus, and the expression in his eyes changed. Ever since he knew that Heaven Abyss had become Luo Ho's training ground, he was a little wary of that fiend ancestor, but also a little curious. After all, a Tao fruit realm existence lived in Heaven Abyss. For the demon race, this could be considered a great opportunity. During this period of time, Xianxia had been waiting for Luo Ho to make a move. Now the black lotus bloomed. It could be considered a signal of sorts. The opportunity for the fiends has arrived. At this moment, without Xianxia's order, there were already fiends heading towards Heaven Abyss. The black lotus bloomed. For some bold fiends, it was an irresistible temptation. For this reason, the fiends headed towards Heaven Abyss. Seeing this, Xianxia had no intention of sitting idly by the fiends. Since it was an opportunity, then of course, there was no reason for him to let it go. He was now only a middle three true immortal. In the world, he could be considered a powerhouse. However, Xianxia understood. In a sense, the middle three true immortals were just weaklings. During the expedition to Demon Abyss, any one of those supreme ancient fiend gods could easily kill 3 middle-level true immortals. And the Tao fruit powerhouses in the future were even more terrifying. Since then, Xianxia was no longer satisfied with the status quo. He wanted to break through to a higher level. The upper 3 true immortals, and even the Tao fruit, that was what he should pursue. Compared to that realm, the middle 3 true immortals were too far away. The fiends felt something and headed towards Heaven Abyss. Heaven Abyss, which used to be inaccessible, had become much more peaceful. The remaining killing intent and negative emotions were all absorbed by the Black Lotus and the god-slaying spear at the bottom of Heaven Abyss, turning them into nourishment. Until now, Heaven Abyss was a place that anyone could easily set foot in. At the bottom of Heaven Abyss, Xianxia appeared there. He first looked at the black pool, and the expression in his eyes changed again. As the demon emperor, naturally, he knew exactly what the pond water was. However, what really shocked Xianxia was not the pool, but the spear placed in the pool and the black lotus growing there. A supreme treasure, a top supreme treasure. The moment he saw those things, such a thought emerged in his mind. However, Xianxia had no intention of snatching them. To snatch something in front of a Dao fruit was to be tired of living. He retracted his gaze. He looked at the palace in front of him and slowly walked towards it. Dao preaching in the purple cloud sea. Dao preaching in the heavenly abyss. Ever since the existence of Dao fruits in these two places, the cultivators of the myriad races were very curious about these two places that were supposed to be dangerous. For this, many people ignored the danger and took the risk to enter. Dao fruits and opportunities. No one would not want them. The human race. The Great Zhao Imperial Court. Ever since the establishment of the Heavenly Court, the court meetings of the Great Zhao Imperial Court were not held as frequently as before. They would only be held once every month or so. For the rest of the time, they would let the officials deal with some matters. In addition, now that the Heavenly Court had been established, the friction between the myriad races had decreased a lot. In addition, the Imperial Court's strength was increasing day by day, and there was no chaos within the human race. In the Imperial Court, the civil and military officials gathered. Emperor Zhao sat upright. Ever since he became Emperor Zhongyuan, the aura on his body had become stronger, and no one dared to look him in the eye. Your Majesty, there have been many mutants secretly causing trouble recently. They have destroyed some sects and forces and disturbed the people's lives. How should we deal with this matter? A minister stepped forward and bowed. Emperor Zhao's expression did not change, and his voice was calm. Just kill anyone who causes trouble. If the mutants don't die, then issue a wanted order and chase them out of the eastern continent. They can no longer stay in the human race. The mutants were different from the myriad races. With the deterrence of the Heavenly Court, the myriad races would be much more stable, but they could not completely intimidate all the mutants. The mutants causing trouble. That was something that happened often. However, now that the myriad races had increased their strength, there was a huge gap between them and the mutants, so the mutants who caused trouble were always in the minority. The Imperial Court also had zero tolerance for those mutants who caused trouble. Anyone who caused trouble. Almost all of them were killed without mercy. If the situation was bad, they would issue a wanted order. As long as those mutants were still in the eastern continent, there would be no place for them to stay. In any case, the Imperial Court would reward them handsomely. Even if the people of the Imperial Court did not make a move, the other mutants would not let those people off. Yes. The minister retreated again. Zhao Emperor looked at the ministers and said in a deep voice, now that the Heavenly Court has been established and all races are flourishing, there are still hidden dangers for the human race. The dissimilated people will be a big problem in the future. We must not show any mercy to any dissimilated people. Any variant humans who cause trouble will be put on the wanted list. Those who cause less serious trouble will be thrown into jail. He was very clear. What did the mutants rely on to increase their strength? For ordinary people, being sent to prison might not be a serious matter. But to the Inhumans, once they were sent to prison, their strength would be greatly restricted. It would not be easy for them to increase their strength in the future. As you command. The reason why the Dead Sea region changed its name to the Purple Firmament Sea region a few days ago was because the Dead Sea region was given to Dao Ancestor Hongjun as a new dojo. Emperor Zhao said. Dao Ancestor Hongjun, the ministers were all puzzled. They were very unfamiliar with Hongjun's name. Emperor Zhao said calmly, from the birth to the destruction of heaven and earth, it can be considered an epic. The Dao Ancestor is an expert of the first epic. Now that he has set up a dojo in the Purple Firmament Sea region, I think he wants to preach the Dao. The human race of the East Continent is close to the Purple Firmament Sea region, so we can send people to look for some opportunities. Dao fruit opportunities. The human race had no reason to give up. Although it seemed that Hong Jun was not on good terms with the Emperor of Heaven, that was a matter of the Dao fruit level. It did not affect people below the Dao fruit level. Or to put it bluntly, they were not qualified to intervene in the dispute of a Dao fruit expert. Therefore, the human race could not give up the opportunity in the Purple Firmament Sea region. Even if the human race did not want it, the other races would think of ways to go to the Purple Firmament Sea region to seek the opportunity. The first epoch, Dao ancestor Hong Jun, many people's hearts trembled. Although they were shocked by Hong Jun's background, they knew how great the opportunity in the Purple Firmament Sea region was. If they could obtain the opportunity, it would undoubtedly be a great thing. Emperor Zhao said, but there are many ferocious beasts in the sea region. If you want to go to the Purple Firmament Sea region to look for the opportunity, the risk is not small. You can think about it yourselves. There was no intention of forcing them. But he was sure that the human race would definitely look for the opportunity in the Purple Firmament Sea region. Now that the news of the Purple Firmament Sea region had spread, many cultivators of the 10,000 races had entered the East continent and then entered the sea region. In the past, the human race would definitely stop them. But now, on the surface, the 10,000 races were allies, and the human race had no way to stop them. They could only tacitly allow the 10,000 races to enter the sea region. Your Majesty, do you have any intention of entering the sea region? Someone cupped his hands and asked. My Dao is different. There's no need to enter the Purple Firmament Sea region. Emperor Zhao shook his head. He walked the human Dao, which was different from the other perfected immortals' Dao. The human Dao did not need anyone to guide him because he was the human emperor. He was an emperor. He had his own path to walk. The path that others pointed out would not be suitable for him. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Emperor Zhao had no intention of entering the Purple Firmament Sea region. He only wanted the other humans to enter the Purple Firmament Sea region. Eastwan Prefecture. As a large prefecture near the sea region, few people had ever set foot in it. After all, although there were some resources in the sea region, it was also accompanied by great danger. Compared to the small opportunity, the danger was even more terrifying. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, very few people would explore the sea region. Even if they entered the sea region, they would not go deep into the sea region. They would only wander around the coast. But it was different now. The chaotic rules in the sea region had disappeared, and a supreme expert had set up a dojo in the depths of the sea region. After the cultivators of the 10,000 races received the news, they all flocked to the Eastwan Prefecture. The cultivators of the 10,000 races gathered together, so there was naturally friction. As a top sect in the Eastwan Prefecture, the Tuahai sect was also under a lot of pressure. However, the current Tuahai sect was no longer comparable to the previous Tuahai sect. Although Si Hanhai had left, everyone knew that the demon emperor was from the Tuahai sect. With this relationship, the Tuahai sect's supreme status had already been established. It could be said that the Tuahai sect was considered the third largest force in the human clan, only below the Great Zhao Imperial Court and the Qianyuan Sacred Ground. Although the Tuahai sect was also incorporated into the Qianyuan Sacred Ground, the relationship behind it was no longer restricted by the Qianyuan Sacred Ground. In addition, with such an opportunity, the experts in the Tuahai sect also came out one after another. They even had a perfected immortal, and their strength was extremely tyrannical. Whenever someone caused trouble in the Eastwan Prefecture, the Tuahai sect would directly come forward to deal with it. If it was an ordinary top sect, the 10,000 races might not give face, but the Tuahai sect was different. In the face of such a sect, the cultivators of the 10,000 races had to be wary. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. While the myriad races were pursuing opportunities, Qin Shujian was cultivating in the heavenly palace. The time formation was his greatest reliance now. In his inner world, his mind had already transformed and he was walking inside. Hong Jun, return. Now that the invasion of the true power is getting more and more serious, I don't have much time left. Qin Shujian thought of some emotions and his heart felt a little heavy. The invasion and assimilation of the true power was an inevitable thing. This was a good thing for the great wide world. Of course, everything had its pros and cons. The invasion and assimilation of the true power caused the great wide world and even the universe to become more substantial, gradually breaking away from the original illusory state. As a result, it was equivalent to the entire great wide world and even the universe subliming to a higher level. The universe sublimated. The upper limit increased. Then, the power controlled by the living beings in the universe would not rise at the same time. The reason was very simple. The universe had sublimated and become stronger in all aspects. However, the living beings in the universe were still at the illusory level. It was extremely difficult for a living being at the illusory level to control the power of the true level. If they wanted to control the true power, there were only two possibilities. First, even the illusory living beings would shed their illusory essence and ascend to the true level. Then, they would be qualified to control the true power. Second, even if they had enough time to nibble away bit by bit, it was also possible to control the power of the true level in the illusory level. The universe is advancing, but it hasn't completely advanced to the true level yet. It's not to the extent that the living beings of the great wide world will completely lose their power. Only when the universe completes its transformation will the living beings of the great wide world fall into dust. But even so, the current changes in the universe have already affected the power of the Tao fruit level. Qin Shujian's expression changed. The weakening effect was from top to bottom. The first to be affected were the Tao fruit experts at the top of the universe. In the past, the Tao fruit was a supreme existence. Not to mention the power that leaked out from their bodies, even the name of the Tao fruit was inaudible to others. If a perfected immortal heard the name of the Tao fruit, they would even be shocked. But it was different now. The name of the Tao fruit had gone from being unheard to being heard. Others might not have noticed such a change, but Qin Shujian was very clear that this was a sign of the decline of the Tao fruit's strength. The advancement of an entire universe. If the living beings inside couldn't keep up, their power would inevitably decline. However, Qin Shujian had no intention of stopping this change. Towards death and life. Get rid of the false and retain the truth. This was a necessary process for the universe to transform. Only by getting rid of the false and retaining the true can one be qualified to pursue true eternal life. Otherwise, the end of each epoch will shrink the space we can live in. Even if one is truly strong and survives the end of each epoch, it will still be impossible. But in the end, it was destroyed. Qin Shujian had experienced the end of an era. He had also faced death and life and entered the real world. When it came to certain matters, he was much clearer than other Tao fruits. The universe was currently shrinking. The rebirth after the destruction of each epoch was shrinking the living space of the universe. When the universe no longer had any living space, then the living beings in the universe would no longer have a chance. Qin Shujian didn't want his hundreds of millions of years of bitter cultivation to be in vain in the end. The others, they wouldn't be willing to accept this. Let's wait a little longer. It'll be soon. Qin Shujian shook his head and walked towards the human territory. It had already been 1 or 2 months since he entered the inner world. If it was the time of the inner world, it would be tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. In the inner world, the perfected immortals who were born earlier had almost all experienced the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Not every perfected immortal had the foundation to successfully transcend the tribulation. When facing the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, the number of perfected immortals who died in the world was not small. At the same time, the news of the establishment of the heavenly court also spread silently. The current myriad races were mainly focused on the establishment of the heavenly court. For this, the disputes among the myriad races were also inevitable. Qin Shujian had no intention of interfering in the disputes of the myriad races. Whether it was the human race or the other races, it didn't matter to him which race won. The evolution of the inner world naturally had its own path to take. What really mattered was, instead, it was the Zhu Bing that was enshrined by the inner world. He took a step forward. The void changed. Without making a sound, Qin Shujian had already entered the emperor's palace. The human race was currently at war with the sea. The human emperor was personally leading the expedition, so there was no one in the palace. As for the outside of the palace, although there were people guarding it, no one could detect his appearance. Emperor of Heaven! The god-slaying saber, who was left in the pavilion, immediately noticed Qin Shujian's arrival. After so many tens of thousands of years. It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't excited. His figure transformed. The godslayer revealed his appearance. Looking at the person in front of him, Qin Shujian nodded with a smile. You've had a good time in the human race. How about it? Are you confident that you can survive the last tribulation? It absorbed the power of faith of the human race for tens of thousands of years. If it was another Zhu Bing, he would have advanced several levels long ago. After all, the number of the human race in the inner world was more than several times that of the human race in the great wide world. Accordingly, the power of faith provided was also several times more than that of the human race in the great wide world. In other words, tens of thousands of years in the inner world was equivalent to hundreds of thousands of years of worship in the great wide world. One could imagine how powerful such a powerful power of faith was. Even if it was an 8 tribulation Zhu Bing. Qin Shujian believed that it was almost enough for him to survive one tribulation. Hearing this, the godslayer nodded. It's possible to survive the tribulation now, but the success rate is not high. I want to accumulate more time and wait for the tribulation to come automatically. Only when there was no way to advance would he start to transcend the tribulation. That way, he would have a greater chance. Qin Shujian did not object. It's good that you have an idea. Based on your current state, how long will it take for the tribulation to come automatically? If it's short, it'll take 30 to 50,000 years. If it's long, it'll take about 100,000 years. The godslayer replied without hesitation. He knew his own state very well. Based on the power of faith provided by the human race, tens of thousands of years would be enough for him to survive the tribulation. The only problem was whether he would fail the tribulation. After all, no matter what, there was a possibility of failure if the success rate of the tribulation was not 100%. In this universe, there had never been a 9 tribulation Zhu Bing. What the godslayer was doing now was equivalent to opening up a way forward. The difficulty could be imagined. 9 Moons Great World. In a ruin overgrown with weeds, one could vaguely see some of the past that had never disappeared. Yi Hong stooped down and picked up a plaque that was covered in moss. His true essence surged, and he easily wiped away the moss on it. The moss disappeared. Bright and clean words appeared on the plaque, Yi residents. I'm back. Yi Hong held the plaque in his hand with a complicated expression. He seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. In his sea of consciousness, Qin Er's voice sounded, is this the Yi family that you used to be in? Yes, my Yi family was also a famous family back then. My father was a late-stage god martial realm expert and was quite famous in the 9 Moons Great World. Unfortunately, Yi Hong shook his head, his voice melancholy. Late-stage god martial realm. At that time, in his eyes, it was the sky that would never fall. Later, after the sky fell, he realized that late-stage god martial realm was not the sky. It was just a slightly stronger cultivator. My Yi family was destroyed back then. As the only survivor of the Yi family, if I don't take revenge, how can I face the ancestors of the Yi family? Yi Hong muttered to himself. Although the Yi family might have made a mistake by coming to cancel the engagement in the first place. But if it was just canceling the engagement, the other party would at most lose some face. But as the price, the Yi family was destroyed and he was beaten into a cripple, struggling at death's door for several years. Such hatred. There was absolutely no possibility of reconciliation. In the past, Yi Hong did not dare to come back to the Yi family. Because this was the Yi family. That enemy might send someone to guard here at all times, just to wait for him to come back. But now, he had no more scruples. The trash of the Yi family is indeed back. It's good that he's back. We don't have to look for him everywhere. Just take him down and give him to the family head. 2 cold voices sounded behind Yi Hong. Yi Hong turned around. Just in time to see 2 monks, one fat and one thin, looking at him coldly. You're from the Xiao family? Yi Hong looked at them calmly as if he was looking at two dead people. That's right, we are from the Xiao clan. The clan head had long expected that you would return, so he sent us here to wait for you. He never thought that you would actually choose to come here to die instead of taking the path to heaven. If I can take you down, I believe the patriarch will reward me handsomely. Fat Tuchuo laughed coldly again and again. In his view, Yi Hong was already unable to escape even if he grew wings. Thin Tuchuo said coldly, "Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? He's about to die, just take him down." While the two of them were talking, they were constantly paying attention to the changes in Yi Hong's expression. It was a pity. They didn't see the fear they wanted to see on each other's faces. Yi Hong's expression was calm. "Where's my sister? Is she in the Yi family now? You're talking about that little slut?" The patriarch had long since gotten tired of her and threw her into the brothel. "If you want her, you can go look for her yourself. Maybe she hasn't been played to death yet." Fat Tuchuo laughed lewdly, as if he was recalling something. "Speaking of which, your sister is really not bad." Before he could finish speaking, he felt a pain in his chest. Yi Hong, who was originally quite far away, had unknowingly closed in on his face. Looking down, one of the other's hands directly went into his chest. Puff, his palm pulled out, holding a throbbing object in the palm. Yi Hong squeezed hard and the throbbing object suddenly burst. Fat Tuchuo pointed at the other with trembling fingers. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't have any way to open his mouth. Then he fell down powerlessly. Seeing this, Thin Tuchuo's expression changed greatly. "You actually killed him." What shocked him was not that Yi Hong dared to kill Fat Tuchuo. In fact, the Yi family and the Xiao family were already mortal enemies. It was normal for the other to kill. What really shocked him was, it was Yi Hong's strength that could kill Fat Tuchuo in seconds. You know, Fat Tuchuo was a warrior in the late stage of the true martial force. His strength was not comparable to ordinary people. Yi Hong could kill him in seconds. He was definitely not an ordinary warrior in the spirit martial force. Immediately, Thin Tuchuo just turned around and retreated. He didn't understand why Yi Hong, who had disappeared for a period of time, had become so powerful. But there was one thing that Thin Tuchuo was very clear about. Yi Hong killed Fat Tuchuo, so he definitely wouldn't let him go. He didn't want to die, so he could only leave first. A powerful warrior in the spirit martial force. In front of the big Xiao family, he was like an ant. As long as he could escape, there would naturally be someone to deal with Yi Hong. But, Thin Tuchuo's body had just moved when he felt a powerful force crushing down from the void, forcibly confining his body in place. The next moment, as the power fell, his body exploded. A warrior in the late stage of the true martial force simply fell. Yi Hong stood where he was without moving. To him, killing two people was no different from killing two ants. Originally, he didn't intend to kill the two people like that. However, Fat Tuchuo's words completely enraged him. In the sea of consciousness, Xianxia silently watched the scene unfold. "What are you going to do now?" "The Xiao family destroyed my Yi family. Naturally, I will destroy the Xiao family." Yi Hong's expression was indifferent. If it wasn't for the blood on his hands, no one would know that he had just killed two people. Xianxia said, "You don't want to save your sister first?" "She is not my sister. From the moment she surrendered to the Xiao family, she was no longer a member of my Yi family. Now, she brought this upon herself. If she cared about the face of the Yi family, she should have killed herself long ago. Now, she is still dragging out an ignoble existence. She is not a member of my Yi family." Yi Hong was indifferent and ruthless. He had already seen through many things. If the other party cared about the face of the Yi family and killed herself early, then he would destroy the Yi family, which would be revenge for her. Similarly, if the other party dragged out an ignoble existence, then she was not a member of the Yi family. Since she was not a member of the Yi family, then why should Yi Hong care so much? Now there was only one purpose, and that was to destroy the Xiao family. Xianxia didn't say anything about Yi Hong's change. Although the other party's approach was ruthless, there was no way to refute it. If he were Yi Hong, he would probably do the same. Immediately. Xianxia said again, according to what you said, the patriarch of the Xiao family should also be the child of destiny. If you kill him, you will complete a part of the mission. I know about this. Yi Hong nodded. The matter of the Xiao clan being the son of destiny, he had long been clear about it. If he wasn't the child of destiny, how could he rise so quickly? If he wasn't the child of destiny, how could he have the qualifications to destroy the Yi family? However, even if he was the child of destiny, the other party was destined to die in his own hands. The Xiao family. The current Xiao family was completely different from before. Ever since Xiaoxian succeeded to the throne, the Xiao family went from a declining family to a famous top family in the Nine Moons Great World. Xiaoxian. He was also a famous genius in the Nine Moons Great World. Before he was 20 years old, he was a mediocre genius. Later, he was crippled for some reason and was unknown since then. After 20 years old, he shocked the world with a single feat 1 month true martial arts. Half a year spirit martial arts. 1 year half a divine martial arts. 3 years and he was already a heavenly being. In the Nine Moons Great World, a heavenly being was considered a top expert. Xiaoxian was only in his 20s and had already broken through to the heavenly being realm. One could imagine his talent. Almost everyone believed that as long as he did not die midway, he would definitely break through to the saint realm in the future. Because of that. Therefore, after Xiaoxian successfully broke through, the previous patriarch of the Xiao family abdicated and handed over the position of patriarch to Xiaoxian. Ever since Xiaoxian took over, the Xiao family had indeed been thriving. In a short period of time, they were qualified to dominate a region. In the Xiao family, a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes was sitting at the head of the table, quietly listening to the reports of the people below. This was the current patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiaoxian. Is the news accurate? Yes, I've already sent someone to check. The two of them have indeed died at the Yi clan's ruins. One of them was killed with a single blow, and the other's body was blown apart. It's a horrible sight. A man in a tight suit said in a deep voice. Hearing that, Xiaoxian's expression was calm but his voice was cold. Good, very good. Since they dared to kill the people of the Xiao family, it seems that they have some background. Can you find out who did it? There's no news for now. At this point, the man looked hesitant. Seeing that, Xiaoxian glanced at him. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be afraid. I heard from the people around that they saw the Yi family. Yi Hong of the Yi family appeared and the two of them died. I suspect that it might be Yi Hong who did it. Bang, he tightened his grip on the teacup and the teacup fragments mixed with the tea spilled all over the ground. What did you say? Xiaoxian's eyes were cold. He was like a ferocious beast that could devour a person at any time. That terrifying aura. This caused that person's heart to tremble. His legs went soft and he knelt down. Patriarch, please calm down. This subordinate has only heard of this news. However, for the time being, there is no way to be completely sure. Furthermore, that trash Yi Hong has already been crippled by us. It's only been a few years, how could he have killed those two? The fat and thin monks were both warriors at the late stage of the martial realm. When the two of them joined forces, they could even fight against a warrior who had just entered the spirit martial realm. In his opinion, Yi Hong had already been crippled. It was impossible for him to grow to such a level in a short few years. Furthermore, besides, the fat and skinny monks were killed in one blow. To do this, I'm afraid only the late stage of the spirit martial force or even the god martial force could do it. Yi Hong is a trash. Even if he regains his talent, he would at most enter the genuine martial force in a few years. It's impossible to reach the late stage of the spiritual martial force or the god martial force. Hearing the explanation, the coldness on Xiaoxian's face dissipated a little. Investigate for me. I want to get the exact information. Yes. That person hurriedly left. After he left, Xiaoxian's face became cold again. The Yi family. Yi Hong. The Yi family used to be a famous family. Their ancestor had even reached the celestial being realm. Unfortunately, as the celestial being realm warrior passed away, the Yi family gradually declined. Of course. Even if the Yi family declined, it was still much stronger than the original Xiao family. Otherwise, the Yi family would not have broken off the engagement. At its peak, the Xiao family was not a weak family. Later, it declined like the Yi family, and at a faster rate. It was because the Yi family had such a foundation that Xiaoxian was afraid. A big family that used to have a celestial being realm warrior might appear at any time. Only by destroying the entire Yi family could he completely eradicate the Yi family. Yi Hong, back then, you called me trash and looked down on me. So, I killed so many people of the Yi family, but I didn't kill you. I wanted you to become a real trash and experience what it was like back then. I didn't expect you to escape from my control. If you had concealed your identity, I might not have been able to find you. What a pity, you didn't take the path to heaven, but came to hell. Since you dared to appear, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Xian understood what it meant to grow again when the spring breeze blew. He didn't kill Yi Hong because Yi Hong had been crippled and was under his control. So, he didn't do anything. But now, it was different. Yi Hong had inexplicably escaped from his control, and now he had mysteriously returned. It seemed that his strength had greatly increased. Regarding this, Xiao Xian would not give him another chance. Thinking of this, he looked at the jade thumb ring in his hand and gently rubbed it. Venerable, do you think there is anything in the world that can restore a person with broken bones and a shattered dantian? As soon as he finished speaking, an old voice came from the jade thumb ring. Rumor has it that a long time ago, there was a magical pill in the world called the creation pill. It can revive the dead and restore flesh and bones. No matter how serious the injury, it can recover completely. Not only that, but those who take the creation pill will also become extremely talented. However, the creation pill has been extinct for many years. It's impossible for such a pill to exist in the world. The creation pill, Xiao Xian's expression changed slightly. Could it be that Yi Hong has his current strength because he took the creation pill? Impossible, the creation pill has been extinct for a long time. Yi Hong is a cripple, how could he get one? The voice from the jade thumb ring directly denied it. In his opinion, the creation pill was just a legend. Whether it really existed was still a question. As for Yi Hong, it was impossible for him to get the creation pill. After all, that kind of medicinal pill was incomparably precious and could not be compared to ordinary things. Even if the nature pill really existed in this world, no one would give this kind of medicinal pill to a cripple, let alone a cripple with no background. Before the Yi family was destroyed, Yi Hong still had some status. However, now that the Yi family was destroyed, the other party couldn't even compare to someone from a small family, let alone get a powerhouse to save him with the creation pill. It was denied. Xiao Xian heaved a sigh of relief, but the report from his subordinate still made him a little worried. Venerable, if Yi Hong really swallowed the cultivation pill, how strong will his talent be? Is it possible for him to reach the late stage of the spirit martial realm or even the god martial realm in a few years? Xiao Xian asked in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, the old voice of the jade ring said, "Your talent is the best in the world. That's why you can break through to such a level in just a few years. Even if Yi Hong swallowed the cultivation pill, his talent won't be as strong as yours. In a few years, he'll barely reach the spirit martial realm. It's impossible for him to break through to the god martial realm." I see. Xiao Xian nodded slightly. He had already calmed down a lot. He had a lot of trust in the soul hidden in the jade ring. It was all thanks to the guidance of the expert in the jade ring that he was able to grow to such a level. As far as Xiao Xian knew, the other party's name was Venerable. At his peak, he was a true immortal expert. However, due to an accident, his divine soul was not destroyed, so it was left in the jade ring. He knew very well what a true immortal was. The Nine Moons world was not a game world. Even in the game world, true immortal experts were the top existences of all clans. In the Nine Moons world, true immortals had long disappeared. For tens of thousands of years, there had not been any true immortals. The top experts were at the 10th level of the celestial being realm. However, there was an insurmountable gap between the 10th level of the celestial being realm and a true immortal. It could be said that a true immortal, even the weakest one, was much stronger than a celestial being. Crushing a celestial being was like crushing an ant. Such an expert, even if only his divine soul was left, was not comparable to others. Therefore, Xianxia was extremely respectful to this venerable. Immediately, he shouted coldly again, "Men! Patriarch, what are your orders?" A middle-aged man strode in. Xianxia said, "Is Yuan doing anything unusual now?" Yuan was Yi Hong's sister. She should have been Xiaoxian's wife. However, after getting the jade ring, he no longer liked Yuan. Destroy the Yi family. After he got tired of Yuan, he threw her to the brothel to take revenge for the humiliation she had given him in the past. Hearing this, the middle-aged man cupped his fists respectfully. "Patriarch, Yuan is still in Myriad Flower Building. With your orders, no one dares to make Yuan leave." "All right." Xiaoxian nodded with satisfaction and said, "Send my orders. Send people to keep an eye on Yuan. If anyone sees Yi Hong, don't act rashly and report to me immediately." This subordinate obeys. "Go." Xiaoxian waved his hand and asked him to leave. Since Yi Hong had returned, he must have a purpose. Yuan was a member of the Yi family, so he would definitely ask about her whereabouts. He believed it. Yi Hong definitely knew that Yuan was in Wanhua Building. Wait until then. Yi Hong had gone to the 10,000 Flower Building to look for Yuan, and then he had appeared and taken her down. Just as he thought. It was impossible for Yi Hong to leave Yuan alone. After all, Yuan wasn't an ordinary member of the Yi family. She was Yi Hong's biological sister and blood was thicker than water. "Yi Hong, just you wait. This time I'll make it so that you won't be able to return. No matter what kind of opportunity you obtained, it will all be mine in the future." Xiaoxian's eyes turned cold. In the streets, people came and went. Yi Hong, wearing a bamboo hat, came to a tea house and sat down. Something worth mentioning was the 9 Moons Great World was not much different from the Great Thousand World. The local conditions and customs were relatively similar. The difference was the 9 Moons Great World was where cultivation and technology went hand in hand, unlike the Great Thousand World where cultivation was the most important. "Yuan from Wanhua Building is really something. You guys can go and have a try when you're free. TSK, she used to be the princess of the Yi family. She was high and mighty, haha. I'm not sure if she used to be high and mighty, but last night, I was really." The conversation in the tea house caused many people to laugh lecherously. Yi Hong's face under the bamboo hat remained calm. It was as if what the other party said had nothing to do with him. He put down the teacup. The table shook slightly. He dipped his slender fingers into the tea and then waved his hand. Swoosh, 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 the air exploded. The heads of a few people who were talking loudly suddenly exploded. Blood spurted all over the ground, causing the people around them to let out ear-piercing screams. Murder! Oh no, someone died. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their faces turned terrifyingly pale. There was nothing they could do. The scene of a head exploding and blood gushing out was simply too bloody. A portion of the people's gazes landed on Yi Hong. They clearly saw that it was the other party who threw out a few drops of tea to kill them. He took off the bamboo hat. Gently placed it on the table. Yi Hong took out some money from his pocket and put it there. Then, he came in front of a person and asked softly, "Where is Wanhua Building?" On West Street." That person looked at Yi Hong in front of him. His face was pale, and his voice trembled. "Thank you." Yi Hong nodded and headed towards the western street. After he left, the people in the tea house recovered from their shock. "That's Yi Hong. It's Yi Hong from the Yi family. I didn't expect him to come back. Didn't they hear that Yi Hong was crippled by the Xiao family? Why is he so strong? He killed a few people with just a few drops of tea. He's definitely not ordinary. So what if he's strong? Xiao is a diviner. Now that he's here, the Xiao family won't let him go. There's a good show to watch. Everyone in the tea house had a strange expression on their faces. However, when they saw the headless corpses, fear appeared on their faces. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Whether it was Yihang or the Xiao family, they couldn't provoke them. The few people who were killed by Yihang were also true martial realm cultivators. However, in front of Yihang, they didn't even have time to react before they were killed on the spot. The strength of the Yi family's young master. He was terrifyingly strong. However, after Yihang left, a few people in the tea house quietly left. On the other side, Yihang walked toward West Street at a steady pace, like a normal person taking a stroll. Some people's expressions changed when they saw him. The Nine Moons Great World was divided into several prefectures. The Yi family and the Xiao family were in the same city. Although the Yi family had declined in the past, it was still a top force in the city. As the young master of the Yi family, Yihang was naturally known by others. The current Yihang, except for his different aura, was not much different from the previous Yi family's young master. It was just a glance. Others could recognize him. At this point, the news of the Yi family's young master's return spread. Are you going to start a massacre? Qin Er's voice was heard in his sea of consciousness. He was more and more satisfied with Yihang now. After returning to the Yi family ruins, Yihang had undergone a transformation. His temperament had also matured a lot. To be honest, in the past, Qin Er only treated him as a tool to complete his task. But now, he really had the intention to nurture the other party. Even if the vast thousand world and the Nine Moons Great World were not on good terms, it was not impossible to train someone from the Nine Moons Great World. Especially someone like Yihang. If he was willing to be a traitor, it would be easier to communicate. Hearing that, Yihang shook his head slightly. I'm not going to start a massacre. I just want to clean up the filth in the world. Clean up the filth in the world. Qin Er was silent. While the two were talking, Yihang had already arrived in front of Wanhua Tower. Looking at the scantily dressed woman who was soliciting customers at the door, he looked calm and walked in. Just as he was about to enter, an attendant came forward and asked with a smile, "Sir, you seem slightly familiar. May I know if you have any young ladies that you like? If you don't, then allow me to introduce her to you. She's the top beauty of our myriad flower pavilion, and she's called Yuan. She has an unusual background. She used to be the young lady of a big family. Now." Before he could finish, Yihang waved his sleeve and a strand of energy shot out. The servant's body exploded. His body exploded. Flesh and blood splattered. The bloody scene caused the expressions of everyone in the myriad flower building to change drastically. Some scantily dressed girls even let out ear-piercing screams. Ah! Murder! Someone is here to make trouble. Get the guards here. Seeing that the people around him were fleeing, Yihang did not make a move. He just sat down at an empty table. Soon, a dozen guards with iron rods came in. The leader had a fierce face and looked ferocious. Who dares to be so bold as to kill and cause trouble in my 10,000 flower building? Are you looking down on me? He shouted angrily. Yihang still looked calm. Wang Er came closer. When he saw Yihang's face, his expression changed, and then it was full of sarcasm. I was wondering who it was. So it's young Master Yi. Why did young Master Yi suddenly come to my Wanhua building? Could it be that you're looking for Yuan? What a pity. If you're looking for Yuan, I'm afraid young Master Yi will have to line up. After all, Yuan is the top hostess of our Wanhua building. She has to receive many customers every day. Ha ha ha. When the other guards heard this, they all laughed out loud. His voice was full of sarcasm. Yihang stood up and came in front of Wang Er. His face did not show any anger. Instead, he asked calmly, "Where is Yuan now? If you tell me, I can give you a decent death." You? Ah. Wang Er didn't have time to say too much. His left arm was pinched by a big hand. The bones inside were crushed into powder by a strong force. How dare you? You're courting death. When the other guards saw this, they were all enraged. They raised their iron rods and swung them at Yi Hong. To be able to become a guard, naturally, they were not ordinary people. In addition, the opening of the game world had greatly increased the strength of the Nine Moons Great World. The weakest person was almost at the true martial arts realm. The iron rods combined with true essence. That kind of power. If it hit an ordinary person, it would be enough to break their bones and turn them into a pile of minced meat. Yi Hong's face was slightly cold. A strong divine thought exploded from his body and directly blasted into the minds of all the guards. At that moment, their minds were destroyed. Their heads exploded. More than a dozen headless corpses fell directly to the ground. Where is Yi Wan? Yi Hong's eyes were still fixed on Wang Er. He had just killed more than a dozen people. It was as easy as killing more than a dozen ants. This scene. It made Wang Er despair. If I tell you where Yi Wan is, can you let me go? You don't have the right to negotiate with me. If you don't agree, I won't tell you even if I die. It was rare for Wang Er to be so tough. In his opinion, if Yi Hong wanted to know where Yi Wan was, he definitely couldn't kill him. However, as soon as Wang Er's voice fell, Yi Hong directly twisted his neck. Wang Er didn't react until the moment he breathed his last. His body fell to the ground. The energy on Yi Hong's body exploded and instantly swept across the huge Wanhua building. In an instant, the Wanhua building was turned into ruins. All the people who stayed in the Wanhua building and didn't have time to escape were also destroyed together with the Wanhua building. The Wanhua building was destroyed. The huge shock also attracted the attention of others outside. At this moment, the Xiao family also happened to arrive at the scene. Clap clap clap, the sound of applause was heard. Yi Hong turned his head and saw the face of a person he had wanted to kill day and night. Xianxia, but the difference was that when he saw Xianxia now, he didn't have that kind of monstrous anger, only cold murderous intent. Xianxia. Yi Hong, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Not only did you not die, but you also recovered your cultivation. This is really unexpected. Looking at the person in front of him, Xiaoxian's eyes were also filled with amazement. He was really shocked by Yi Hong's strength. Being able to destroy the Wanhua building in an instant was definitely not something an ordinary spiritual martial realm could do. Especially now. Xiaoxian realized that he couldn't see through Yi Hong's strength, and he was even more shocked. However, he wasn't worried that Yi Hong was stronger than him. He only thought that Yi Hong had obtained some kind of treasure to hide his aura, which was why he could detect him. Hearing that, Yi Hong looked indifferent. If I don't destroy the Xiao family, how can I die willingly? Well said. Not many people have the courage to destroy the Xiao family like you. Xiaoxian praised him, then pulled a plain-clothed woman into his arms and sneered. But Yi Hong, do you still remember her? Yi Hong glanced at the woman, his face expressionless. Yi Wan. He thought that Yi Wan had just died in the Wanhua building, but he didn't expect her to be by Xiaoxian's side. Brother, don't worry about me. Go. Yi Wan's pale face was filled with anxiety. Xiaoxian is not someone you can deal with. Go and don't come back. Facing her words, Yi Hong said indifferently, it's not up to you whether I leave or not. If you still think you're a member of the Yi family, then kill yourself. Don't bring shame to the Yi family anymore. Otherwise, from now on, you're no longer a member of the Yi family. His indifferent tone and his words made Yi Wan's pretty face turn pale. It was hard for her to imagine that her brother, who used to love her, would say such heartless words. Great. What a heartless person, but I really want to know if what you said is true. Xiaoxian grabbed Yi Wan's neck and looked at Yi Hong coldly. Kneel down now, destroy your dantian and break your arms, or I'll kill her immediately. Hearing that, the rest of the people looked at Yi Hong mockingly. They didn't believe what Yi Hong said at all. In everyone's opinion, Yi Hong said that to make Xiaoxian ignore Yi Wan so that he could take the opportunity to save her. Yi Wan, whose neck was being grabbed, had despair and hope on her pale face. Destroy your dantian and break your arms. A smile appeared on Yi Hong's face, and then he laughed loudly, his voice full of sarcasm. Hearing his laughter, Xianxia was displeased. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your wishful thinking. Yi Hong stopped laughing and his face became cold again. He took a step forward, and a terrifying aura rose from his body as if it could crush the sky. After sensing this aura, everyone around seemed to have encountered a terrifying existence. Their expressions changed drastically, and they were forced to step back by the aura. Some people who were weaker couldn't retreat in time, and they spat out blood and collapsed on the ground. Pfft. Yuan, who was being held by Xianxia, was the first to bear the brunt of this aura, and blood kept flowing out of her mouth. Yi Hong walked forward step by step. Since you're not going to do it, let me do it myself. Heavenly being. Seeing Yi Hong approaching step by step, Xiaoxian's face turned pale. He had thought that Yi Hong's strength would become very strong. He had thought that Yi Hong would transform into a god martial arts realm cultivator. However, Xiaoxian didn't care whether Yi Hong would become stronger or reach the god martial arts realm, because he was a heavenly being. To a heavenly being, cultivators below the heavenly being level were no different from ants. No matter how strong Yi Hong was, he couldn't be stronger than him, which was why he had been fearless from the beginning and didn't take Yi Hong seriously at all. But it was different now. The aura leaking out from Yi Hong's body was not something an ordinary cultivator could possess. Even though Xiaoxian was an expert of the celestial realm, he still felt a lot of pressure. From this, it could be seen. The man in front of him was already a diviner. Celestial. The faces of the people who were forced back by Yi Hong's aura changed drastically when they heard this. When they looked at Yi Hong again, their eyes were filled with horror. Celestial beings, how could he be a celestial? How could a piece of trash from the Yi family advance so quickly in just a few years? Could it be that he also had some kind of powerful opportunity, just like Xiaoxian from the Xiao family? As for Xiaoxian, actually, everyone was very clear that for the other party to be able to grow to such a level, it was definitely not as simple as talent. The Xiao clan's clan head had a great opportunity. Before Xiaoxian grew up, there were also many people who coveted the opportunity on him. However, after Xiaoxian broke through to the heavenly person realm, no one dared to covet his opportunity. The reason was simple. Deva experts were pinnacle existences in the Nine Moons Great World. Even if they were both Deva, they would not be willing to provoke another Deva if it was not necessary. Xiaoxian had absolute strength, so others did not dare to covet too much. It was obviously the same for Yi Hong now. All of a sudden, some of the people who stood on the Xiao clan's side began to waver. Yi Hong is actually a Deva. Can Xiaoxian deal with him? It's hard to say. It's not that easy for a Deva to kill another Deva. I'm afraid Yi Hong really won't die today. This is troublesome. Hearing this, many people's hearts sank. If Yi Hong didn't die, they would be in big trouble. Judging from the other party's ruthlessness, they, who had sided with the Xiao family, would not have a good ending. It was the simplest. If Yi Hong hid in the dark and killed them one by one, even Xiaoxian would not be able to stop him. That was the terrifying thing about being a lone wolf. It was still fine for experts with family forces. After all, with such a large family as a burden, it was impossible for them to really kill people as they pleased. However, Yi Hong was different. The Yi family had been destroyed long ago. Now, only Yi Hong and Yuan were left in the Yi family. And judging from Yi Hong's ruthless means, it was obvious that he really wanted to kill Yuan. In this way, the other party was truly alone. Brother, Yuan kept coughing up blood, and a gratified smile appeared on her pale face. Deva, her brother was a Deva. As long as Yi Hong was still alive, he would definitely be able to revive the Yi family. Then, it did not matter whether she died or not. All of a sudden, Yuan's body shook, and a wisp of black blood flowed out. Her entire body became weak. Suicide by poison. Xiaoxian frowned, loosened his grip on Yuan's neck, and retreated. He did not expect her to have poison in her mouth. However, Xiaoxian did not feel much about Yuan's suicide by poison. Anyway, she was dead and it did not affect him at all. Yuan's body fell to the ground. Yi Hong did not stop. He first waved his hand and wrapped the other party's body with earth energy and sent it far away. Then, he threw a punch at Xianxia. It was a simple punch. Air billowed in the air. That powerful pressure made Xianxia fearless. Alright, let me see just how strong you are, a celestial. He smiled ferociously. Instead of retreating, he also threw a punch. Boom, the two fists collided in the void, and a terrifying force spread in all directions with the two as the center. All the buildings that were affected were instantly turned into ashes. Some of the weaker cultivators who were closer were swept away by the shockwave and instantly lost their lives. The remaining cultivators all retreated in a sorry state. There was no other way. The waves from a fight between Deva realm cultivators were too powerful. The aftermath of that overflowing wave could easily wipe out a true martial realm cultivator. Even a spirit martial realm cultivator would find it difficult to resist. Only those who had reached the god martial realm could be considered qualified to not be affected by the aftermath. But one thing had to be clear. Even if one could enter the game to improve their strength, there were still very few god martial realm cultivators in the Nine Moons Great World. Those who could enter this realm were considered high-level combat power. Not to mention the god martial realm. Even those who entered the spirit martial realm could be considered superior in some cases. As for Deva realm cultivators, that was an existence on another level. Therefore, there were very few people who could resist the aftermath of the battle between the two. The two fists collided. Yi Hong did not retreat, but Xianxia took a step back uncontrollably as if he had been struck by lightning. A step away. The Xiao family head's expression changed drastically. Impossible. In his imagination, even if Yi Hong had broken through to the diviner realm, he would not be a match for him. However, when it was time to fight, Xianxia was shocked to find that he was actually at a disadvantage. How was that possible? He did not follow the traditional system, but used a more powerful system to break through to the diviner realm. Moreover, he was not as simple as an ordinary diviner realm cultivator. He had reached the third level of the diviner realm. The third level of the diviner realm. The peak of the master realm. There was only a thin line separating them from the saint realm. In comparison, Yi Hong had been crippled for so many years. Even if he really turned the situation around, it was absolutely impossible for him to catch up and break through to a higher realm than him. Therefore, Xianxia began to doubt his life. He, who had always been known as a genius, began to doubt himself for the first time. However, Xianxia fell into self-doubt. Yi Hong had no intention of holding back and instantly launched an attack. Facing that powerful oppression, Xianxia did not have time to think so much and could only calm down to deal with it. In his sea of consciousness, Qin Er's voice sounded, "This Xianxia is not as simple as an ordinary diviner realm cultivator. He has reached the third level of the diviner realm, and I found that he did not take the ordinary path, but the physical sanctification technique. Generally speaking, a third-level diviner realm cultivator of the physical sanctification technique is qualified to fight against a fourth-level or even fifth-level diviner realm cultivator. But you are stronger than him. The Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture is a top technique in the Great Thousand World. Even if you are at the first level of the diviner realm, it will not be a problem for you to defeat him." As the Tao Fruit Incarnation. In Qin Er's eyes, the two of them were as good as nothing. Xianxia thought that he had hidden it well, but he did not know that Qin Er had seen it clearly. After hearing Qin Er's words, Yi Hong calmed down again. Immediately after, he laughed out loud, "Xianxia, you are already a cultivator at the third level of the Heaven Being realm, and I am only at the first level of the Heaven Being realm, but you actually failed to defeat me. It seems that your so-called genius is not worthy of your name. First tier of the Celestial Being realm? Impossible." Xianxia gritted his teeth, not believing Yi Hong's words at all. First tier of the Heaven Being realm, how could he be at the first level of the Heaven Human realm? He had received the teachings of a true immortal and was constantly receiving pointers from him. Even though he was only at the third level of the Sky Human realm, he was still able to defeat ordinary saints. He had always been the one to fight above his level, and no one had ever been able to surpass him. Inside the Jade Thumb Ring, an old soul looked at the battle in the outside world with a shocked expression on his face. Impossible. Xianxia has a divine body that's hard to come by in 10,000 years. Moreover, he's cultivated my sky tyrant mystic art. Even if it was 100,000 years ago, his strength would be enough to dominate a place. At the third level of the celestial being realm, he's comparable to a fifth-level celestial being. What's the background of this person? He can crush Xianxia, who's at the third level of the heaven-human realm. If that was really the case, then the other party was an era-suppressing genius. He did not believe that such a person could be born in this era. It's fake. He definitely can't be at the first level of the heaven-human realm. Don't be fooled by him. The old voice sounded in Xiaoxian's mind. Although he realized that he could not see through Yi Hong's strength, it was obvious that the other party had cultivated some kind of technique to hide his aura. But it did not matter. With his own vision, even if the other party hid his aura, he could still deduce something. He got an answer. Xiaoxian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since the supremacy had said that the other party could not be at the first level of the heaven-human realm, then he definitely was not at the first level of the heaven-human realm. After he breathed a sigh of relief, an even stronger killing intent surged in him. Yi Hong's words were nothing more than trying to destroy his Taoist heart. You want to destroy my Taoist heart? You deserve to die. Xiaoxian's eyes were cold as a powerful force erupted from his body. Countless forces intertwined, causing a domineering figure to appear in the void. Roar. The figure roared at the sky, and the sound seemed to be able to shake the ages. As the summoned figure, Xiaoxian's strength suddenly surged. For a moment, Yi Hong felt some pressure from his body. But he was not afraid because of that. He completely activated the purple heaven divine thunder scripture, and the originally clear sky instantly darkened. Purple thunderbolts were lingering above. In the next breath, Yi Hong's body was covered with purple lines as if they were living thunderbolts. As a terrifying aura spread, he threw a punch, and purple thunderbolts fell from the sky. Crack, the thunderbolts broke through the sky, shattering everything. The domineering figure roared again and again, but in front of the thunderbolts, there was nothing he could do. Purple heaven divine thunder scripture, it could not only use the power of the thunderbolts to strengthen the body, but also control the thunderbolts of heaven and earth to fight against the enemy. Moreover, the purple heaven divine thunder scripture did not just summon ordinary thunderbolts. In an instant, Xiaoxian was directly struck by the thunderbolts and almost fell down. His pitch-black skin cracked, and blood flowed out. He was no longer as elegant as before. What a powerful thunder technique! The old soul in the jade ring was also shocked at this moment. Even with his vision, it was the first time he had seen such a powerful thunder technique. Just the thunderbolts summoned almost suppressed a divine body. That kind of power. It was terrifying. Moreover, Yi Hong was only in the celestial being realm, so he definitely could not exert the full power of that thunder technique. If he waited for the other party to grow up and then really used it, then even a perfected immortal would have to retreat. While the old soul was still in shock, Yi Hong had already completely suppressed Xiaoxian. He controlled the thunderbolts with one hand. At the same time, the powerful body forged by the purple heaven divine thunder scripture was also unparalleled. In the face of such an attack, Xiaoxian had no way to resist at all. Boom, boom. Punch after punch, Xiaoxian was beaten until he kept coughing up blood. Yi Hong had a crazy smile on his face. Is this the genius of the Xiao family? Trash is trash. You used to be trash, and now you are still trash in my eyes. So what if you are in the third level of the celestial being realm? You are just trash who became a celestial being. Shut up. Xiaoxian was furious. However, before he could finish his words, a huge fist had already entered his sight. Boom, the terrifying punch directly exploded Xiaoxian's head, and the aftermath of the power spread down, creating a huge pit in the ground. His head exploded. His physical body died. Xiaoxian's divine soul immediately separated from his physical body and fled into the distance. Seeing this, Yi Hong directly controlled the power of the thunderbolts and struck at Xiaoxian's divine soul. No, Xiaoxian's divine soul looked horrified, and in the next breath, it was drowned by the power of the thunderbolts. Xiaoxian was dead. It happened in the blink of an eye. When the others came back to their senses, his headless body had already fallen to the ground. Then they saw Yi Hong's cold gaze turn towards them and the others. Young Master Yi, we have nothing to do with the Xiao family. That's right, we're not close to Xiaoxian. Young Master Yi, those people all retreated step by step with fear on their faces. They had to be afraid. Yi Hong was too powerful. Even someone as strong as Xiaoxian was no match for him and was killed by him. Everyone knew that once Xiaoxian died, the Xiao family would be doomed. How could a family without a heavenly being resist a vengeful heavenly being? So it was inevitable that the Xiao family would be destroyed. When Xiaoxian was still alive, they were willing to work for the Xiao family because they hoped to get some benefits from the Xiao family. But now, Xiaoxian was already dead, and the Xiao family's ship was already riddled with holes. They could be destroyed at any time. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to stand with the Xiao family, if that was the case? It was no different from courting death. Die. Yi Hong's expression was indifferent as he struck out with his palm. The palm aura enveloped the entire void and directly covered everyone present. In the next breath, the palm aura fell. The bodies of all the cultivators who were touched by it exploded instantly, and they died completely. He had no intention of keeping these fence-sitters alive. Kill them. It was clean. Looking at Xiaoxian's body on the ground, Yi Hong planned to turn around and leave. Wait. Qin Er's voice stopped him in his mind. Hearing that, Yi Hong couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Senior, what happened? Go and take off the jade thumb ring on Xiaoxian's left hand. There's something in it that looks quite interesting. Jade thumb ring. Yi Hong was stunned. He turned around and looked at Xiaoxian's body. There was indeed a jade thumb ring on his hand. However, he couldn't see anything wrong with it. However, Yi Hong had 100% trust in Qin Er. Since the other party had something, then he must have something. The energy was like a knife that cut off Xiaoxian's finger. The jade thumb ring fell off, and in the next breath, it was in his hand. The moment Yi Hong held the jade thumb ring, an aged voice sounded from within. Brat, your strength is not bad. Who is it? The sudden sound made Yi Hong a little vigilant. Soon, he found the source of the sound. Jade thumb ring, there really was something inside. Qin Er didn't speak in his mind, so he had to communicate with him himself. Who the hell are you? How dare you play tricks in front of me? I'm not trying to be mysterious. I'm a true immortal from 100,000 years ago. My name is Tyrant God Supremacy. Xiaoxian was able to achieve what he has today all because of my guidance. Now that he's dead and you've received my guidance, it won't be difficult for you to become a true immortal. The old soul inside the jade thumb ring said proudly. Although Xiaoxian had died, the arrival of an even more powerful Yi Hong was a good thing for him. The person who inherited the legacy. The stronger, the better. Although Yi Hong wasn't weak now, Supremacy Tyrant God was confident that his title as a true immortal was enough to make the other party obey him. A true immortal from 100,000 years ago. Supremacy Tyrant God. After hearing Supremacy Tyrant God's words, Yi Hong was indeed shocked, but he quickly reacted. A true immortal, in the Nine Moons Great World, it had indeed been extinct for many years. However, in the Great Wide World, there were simply too many true immortals. Moreover, he still had the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven in his body. What was the Emperor of Heaven? He was a supreme expert who ruled over thousands of true immortals. In comparison, Supremacy Tyrant God's level fell by a lot. In the Sea of Consciousness, Qin Er also heard Supremacy Tyrant God's words and had a faint smile on his face. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect to see the remnant soul of a true immortal here. Kid, put him in the Sea of Consciousness. I'll have a chat with him. Yes. Yi Hong replied in his heart. Then, he looked at the jade thumb ring and said, Supremacy Tyrant God, I've never heard of you. However, since you're a true immortal senior, it's not appropriate for you to stay in the jade thumb ring. I wonder if senior is willing to stay in my Sea of Consciousness? Supremacy Tyrant God was stunned. He almost thought that he had heard wrongly. Stay in the Sea of Consciousness, One had to know that the sea of consciousness was the lifeline of a cultivator. Once one entered the sea of consciousness, things would not be so simple. Originally, Supremacy Tyrant God was still thinking about how to find an excuse to enter Yihong's sea of consciousness in the future, but he did not expect the other party to take the initiative to invite him. There must be a reason for this abnormality. As an ancient true immortal, he was not a fool. There was a moment of hesitation in his heart. But very quickly, this hesitation was dispelled. There was no other reason. He was an ancient true immortal. There were no longer any true immortals in the Nine Moons' great world. Even if he was left with a remnant soul, he was still not someone a heavenly being could contend against. If he entered the sea of consciousness, even if Yihong had a backup plan, he would not be able to threaten him. In that case, he had been silent for tens of thousands of years and finally had a chance to seize a body and be reborn. He was extremely excited. However, Supremacy Tyrant God's tone remained calm on the surface. Since you have such intentions, there's no problem. Let go of the sea of consciousness, I'll go in now. Alright. Yihong's divine thought attached to the jade thumb ring and then released the seal on the sea of consciousness. Supremacy Tyrant God followed the divine thought and directly entered the sea of consciousness. As soon as he entered the sea of consciousness, he was a little shocked. Because Yihong's sea of consciousness was so vast that it was not something an ordinary heavenly being could possess. However, after the shock, it was replaced by great joy. Ha ha ha. Great, I didn't expect such a talented body to be sent to me when I, Supremacy Tyrant God, am about to disappear. Kid, don't worry, I will definitely use your body to reach the peak of this world in the future. This way, you will be able to rest in peace. Supremacy Tyrant God laughed wantonly. He no longer hid anything and directly revealed his true nature. Hearing the other party's arrogant words, Yihong had a strange expression. Senior, you are indeed up to no good, but why don't you take a look at the surroundings first? He had long guessed that Supremacy Tyrant God was up to no good. After all, how could an opportunity be sent to him for no reason? If Xianxia did not die, it was very likely that he would be seized and reborn in the future. In the sea of consciousness, Supremacy Tyrant God's laughter came to an abrupt end because Yihong's words and reaction were beyond his expectations. He immediately began to observe the environment in the sea of consciousness. When he saw a person looking at him with a smile. At that moment, Supremacy Tyrant God felt as if his divine soul had been frozen. Who exactly are you? Tyrant God Supremacy looked at the person in front of him. His divine soul seemed to be frozen, and a feeling of helplessness made him feel a deep sense of despair. An expert, an extremely terrifying expert, even though Xianxia did not use any divine ability, Tyrant God Supremacy could basically conclude that the person in front of him was someone he could not fight against. He never would have thought there was such an existence hidden in Yihong's consciousness. But on second thought, it was a matter of course. A piece of trash could rise to such a level in just a few years and kill the genius he cultivated. If he did not have a strong enough opportunity, how could he have done it? Senior. This junior did not know that this consciousness already had an owner. Please forgive this junior will leave now. Tyrant God Supremacy did not have the slightest bit of stubbornness and immediately gave in. Xianxia had a strange expression as he watched the other party beg for mercy. He was still very stubborn at the beginning. He did not expect him to give in so quickly. However, he secretly nodded at the other party's understanding of the situation. Tyrant God Supremacy's personality could not be separated from the fact that he could become a true immortal and not completely die until now. Immediately, he looked at Tyrant God Supremacy and said calmly, I have some things I want to know from you. If you tell me, I may give you a chance to live. Senior, please speak. This junior will tell you everything he knows. Tyrant God Supremacy hurriedly replied. Seeing that the other party was so obedient, Xianxia did not really attack. You said that you are a true immortal of the Nine Moons' great world 100,000 years ago. Then why did you die? Senior, you don't know? Tyrant God Supremacy looked surprised. When he saw Xianxia's indifferent gaze, he quickly reacted. 100,000 years ago, all Daos collapsed. Heaven and earth went from prosperity to decay. The upper limit of the world fell from true immortal to diviner. We true immortals are closely related to heaven and earth. When heaven and earth decayed, we could only be forced to die. But this junior was lucky enough to obtain a treasure and was able to entrust my divine soul to it, so I did not completely die. Speaking of this matter, Tyrant God Supremacy's face was also full of unwillingness. He was a true immortal with hopes of reaching a higher realm in the future, but because of the decay of heaven and earth, he had to die midway. Countless years of bitter cultivation. However, they were all reduced to nothing in an instant. He was unwilling to accept this. One could imagine. On the other side. After Xianxia heard the other party's words, his expression changed slightly. Heaven and earth are decaying, all Daos are crumbling, and the limits of heaven and earth have fallen from true immortal to Empyrean. That's why Tyrant God Supremacy has fallen, and why no true immortal has appeared in the Nine Moons realm. In an instant, he understood many things. Shortly after, Xianxia thought of something else. So even if it is the real world, there is no way for it to be eternal, he had always thought so. As long as the universe was upgraded, the great wide world would be able to escape the fate of ending the universe every once in a while. Who would have thought that there would be a day when the real world would decay? If that's the case, then wouldn't my pursuit be a waste of effort? Xianxia began to doubt himself. Overlord God Knight stood at the side and remained silent. He looked at Xianxia, whose face was cloudy and uncertain, and did not dare to say anything to disturb him. From the other party's words, he could basically deduce some things. The person in front of him was definitely not an expert of the Nine Moons realm. It was very simple. The other party did not know about the collapse of all Daos 100,000 years ago. That was enough to explain the problem. As long as one was a true immortal of the Nine Moons realm, they would know about this. In Overlord God Knight's eyes, Xianxia should also be a true immortal, but much stronger than him. No. That's not right. The real world would definitely not be destroyed so easily, there must be a possibility. Thinking of this, Xianxia came back to his senses and looked at Overlord God Knight. That look. It made Overlord God Knight's heart tremble. I'll ask a question, and you'll answer one. If there is any concealment or nonsense, I'll directly erase you. Senior, please feel free to speak. If the Nine Moons realm decays, do you really have no chance of survival? Of course there is a chance. As long as you cut off your connection with the world, you will not be affected. However, cutting off your connection with the world involves karma. Unless you have a supreme treasure, you cannot succeed. This junior does not have a supreme treasure that can cut off karma. Therefore, you can only fall along with the world's decay. Overlord God Knight said whatever he wanted to say. Cut off karma. Xianxia's expression changed. As expected, the true immortals of the Nine Moons realm did have a chance of survival. This was the real world. There was a chance of survival in the real world. Of course. In reality, there was a chance of survival in an illusory world, which was to get rid of the false and retain the true. However, to do so was much harder than cutting off karma. Subsequently, Xianxia asked again, outside of the Nine Moons realm, are there other worlds, or even worlds of a higher level than the Nine Moons realm? Of course there are. Overlord God Knight nodded. The Nine Moons realm before it decayed was a true immortal level world. After it decayed, it could only be considered a heavenly human level world. Above the true immortal level, there are worlds that can accommodate grand heavenly beings. It is said that there are other things above grand heavenly. It's a pity that this junior's strength is too low, so there's no way for me to know too much. True immortal, grand heavenly, Xianxia raised his eyebrows. From Overlord God Knight's words, he could tell that there was something different from the universe. Above the true immortal level, there was a realm called grand heavenly. It was the same principle. The higher the level of the world, the longer that world could exist. If the grand heavenly world could not exist forever, then what about beyond grand heavenly? The thoughts in Xianxia's mind spun, allowing him to understand a lot about the real world. Immediately after, he thought of something else. The Nine Moons realm was about to decay, but the other party was connected to the Great Thousand World. It was very likely that they wanted to plunder the power of the Great Thousand World, so that the Nine Moons realm could walk out of the haze of decay and return to its former glory. Regarding this matter, although Xianxia was not completely sure, he had a big guess. Then he looked at Overlord God Knight, who was shivering at the side and had the urge to devour the other party's soul. However, after thinking about it, although Overlord God Knight was only a remnant soul of a true immortal, he was not in his peak state now. Even if he forcefully devoured the soul, there was no way to get more. On the contrary, if he kept the other party, it might be useful in the future. You can stay here from now on. If you do your best, I'll give you a chance to be reborn, Xianxia said calmly. Tyrant God Supremacy became excited when he heard that. Senior, are you serious? I've never lied. Junior will definitely do his best. As long as Senior has any instructions, I will definitely not refuse. Tyrant God Supremacy was a lackey. In his current state, it would be best if he could preserve his life and be reborn in the future. To be honest, if a perfected immortal took over the body of some mediocre person, he would have the identity of a scholar. It was because of that. That was why Tyrant God Supremacy chose Xianxia. In terms of talent, if it was 100,000 years ago, Xianxia would be qualified to become a perfected immortal, and not just an ordinary one. However, the current Yihang was clearly much more powerful. However, Tyrant God Supremacy also understood that although Yihang was talented, he was not someone he could covet. This mysterious expert might have already planned it. He had made a mistake when he wanted to snatch the body from the other party. The conversation in the Sea of Consciousness could not be hidden from Yihang's senses. After all, the Sea of Consciousness was his own. After the two of them finished talking, he could not help but ask, Senior, if what he said is true, then I won't have a chance to break through to the perfected immortal realm. 10,000 Tao collapsed. The world decayed. Tyrant God Supremacy's words almost meant that there would be no more perfected immortals in the Nine Moons great world. If that was the case, then what was the point of cultivating hard? The upper limit was sealed. It was already hopeless enough. Xianxia said calmly, if you can't become an immortal in the Nine Moons great world, then go somewhere else. With me around, a perfected immortal won't be able to stop you. Hearing that, Yihang was immediately relieved. Indeed, the perfected immortal realm was an insurmountable gap for them, but for Xianxia, it was just that. However, he could not help but mourn for the others in the Nine Moons great world. How sad. If the truth were to spread, many people's Tao hearts would probably collapse. What do you plan to do now? Xianxia's voice sounded in his mind. Yihang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Since Xianxia is dead, of course I have to destroy the Xiao family. Since the other party had destroyed the Yi clan, then he would destroy the Xiao clan. This could be considered reciprocity. Requite evil with good. That was impossible. After saying that, he turned and walked in another direction. Yuan's corpse was lying there at that moment. There was quite a bit of dust on her clothes. That was the commotion caused by the battle between the two of them. In order to prevent Yuan's body from being destroyed, Yihang purposely placed her body somewhere far away. Even if the others saw it, they wouldn't dare to do anything. He picked up the corpse. Yihang first walked towards the Yi family ruins. Digging a hole, burial, from the beginning to the end, his expression remained calm. Yuan's death was within his expectations. If the other party was afraid, then he wouldn't be considered a member of the Yi clan and wouldn't have the right to be buried in the Yi clan. Therefore, Yuan's suicide at the last moment could be considered to have saved the Yi family's face. A tombstone stood there. Yihang's expression was calm. Don't worry, I will avenge the Yi clan. None of the Xiao clan's people will live. The current Xiao family was already in a mess. The news of Xiaoxian's death spread like the wind. Everyone understood that once Xiaoxian died, Yihang would definitely not let the Xiao clan off. A heavenly being. With the Xiao clan's current strength, they were not qualified to resist at all. If they didn't escape, they would be dead. Therefore, ever since the news came back, the Xiao clan was in a complete mess. Many of them fled outside after snatching some valuables. They were afraid that if they were a second slower, they would be caught by Yihang. Bang, all of a sudden. Someone tripped and fell to the ground with a scream. The gold, silver, and jewelry in his arms were scattered all over the ground. What's going on? Why can't we get out? Smash, smash with all your might. Those people found that the Shao clan had somehow become a cage and there was no way to break out at all. The moment everyone stepped out of the Shao clan's gate, they would be directly bounced back. A large number of attacks bombarded. When it landed on the air in front of him, it only caused slight ripples. Someone's expression was ugly. Array, someone set up an array in the Shao clan. Hearing that, everyone else's expression changed drastically. Someone actually set up a huge array in the Shao clan without them knowing. They couldn't help but feel shocked. How could someone set up an array in the Shao clan? Yi Hong, it must be Yi Hong. Break the array with all your might. Any array has an upper limit. As long as we join forces, we will definitely be able to break the array. Otherwise, when Yi Hong arrives, everyone will have to stand and wait for death. Bang, bang. Everyone was working together to attack the array. No matter when the array was set up, the only way out now was to break the array. Otherwise, when Yi Hong arrived, even if everyone joined forces, they wouldn't be able to contend with a heavenly being expert. When everyone joined forces, the power was also terrifying. In the air that was originally invisible, a dense light appeared, showing the appearance of a huge cage. Immediately afterward, under the bombardment of this terrifying power, the cage also trembled slightly, as if it would break at any time. Come on, the array is about to break. Hurry, someone looked excited. The shaking of the array meant that it was about to reach a limit. 15 minutes later, the formation seemed to have reached its limit, and it shattered with a loud bang. However, before the others could be happy for too long, their laughter came to an abrupt end. Because behind the broken array, a figure directly appeared there. Yi Hong. Not bad, you can actually break this array. It seems that the Shao clan has some foundation. Looking at the people below, Yi Hong nodded approvingly, but his tone was extremely indifferent. The array. Of course, it was taught by Qin Er. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven had a huge amount of array knowledge. Coupled with Yi Hong's good talent, it was easy to teach him some array knowledge. The array set up in the Shao clan was to prevent the Shao clan members from escaping. Now, the array was broken, but Yi Hong had also arrived. Young Lordji, I have nothing to do with the Shao clan, let me go. That's right, it was Xiao Xian and the Shao clan's idea to destroy the Yi clan. We are only guests of the Shao clan and know nothing about this. Young Lordji, please spare my life, Yi Hong, even if I die, I won't let you go. Some people begged for mercy, while others cursed. They all knew that Yi Hong wouldn't let the Shao clan off this time, so they had no scruples. Good, you have backbone. Yi Hong looked at the people below who were cursing at him and nodded with a cold smile on his face. But I hate people with backbone the most. How about this, don't say that I'm cruel and merciless, I'll give you a chance to live. After saying that, the scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone was silent and looked at Yi Hong in the sky with a hopeful look. Yi Hong said indifferently, everyone who is not from the Shao family, step aside for the time being. Hearing that, the guests and servants of the Shao clan all retreated to the side, leaving only the people of the Shao clan standing where they were, their faces full of fear and uneasiness. Yi Hong said, today, half of the Shao family members can go out alive. Any member of the Shao family can leave as long as he cuts off the head of another member of the Shao family. Silence, a deathly silence, killing the heart. Yi Hong's way of doing things right now was truly killing people and destroying their hearts. After hearing this, the guests couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. After saying that, the Shao family members involuntarily stepped back a little and then looked at their former friends and relatives vigilantly, afraid that the other party would exchange their heads for a chance to live. Yi Hong, how can our Shao family be bewitched by you? An elder of the Shao family glared at him. After saying that, the others immediately nodded in response. That's right, our Shao family members are indomitable. How can we yield to you? It's simply wishful thinking. Before he finished his words, a cold light flashed and his head fell from his shoulder. Until he died, there was a look of astonishment on his face. Obviously, he didn't understand what had happened. The elder of the Xiao family grabbed his head and went to the door of the Xiao family. "Young Master Yi, this is the head of the Xiao family. Can you exchange it for a chance to live? Cruel and merciless, I like it. Go." Yi Hong waved his hand and let the elder leave. When the other members of the Xiao family saw this scene, their eyes immediately turned red. The next moment, the killing suddenly began. The killing of the Xiao family members, in Yi Hong's view, was very happy. Instead of killing the Xiao family members, it was better to let the Xiao family members kill each other. After this matter was over, the surviving members of the Xiao clan would turn against each other and kill each other non-stop. In that case, it was much more interesting than directly destroying the Xiao clan. The matter of the 9 moons great cosmos did not have much of an impact on the great wide world. After Hong Jun and Luo Ho's return caused some commotion, the myriad races became much calmer. Heavenly Abyss. Purple Cloud Sea. These two places were supreme opportunities for the myriad races. Many experts of the myriad races went to these two places to seek the Tao. In the meantime, the heavenly court also fell into silence. The Emperor of Heaven was in seclusion. The myriad races were at peace. There really wasn't much that needed to be done. Inside the heavenly temple, Qin Shujian sat there as a mysterious aura emanated from his body. Various Taoist rhymes circulated and were constantly absorbed by the palace, causing it to transform bit by bit. At this moment, his mind was completely immersed in his inner world. 1 year in the outside world. The inner world was 200,000 years. Until now, the inner world had been evolving for more than 100,000 years. 400s of thousands of years. The conflict between the myriad races intensified. The emperors of the myriad races had already gone through more than one tribulation. For this reason, some emperors fell, while some emperors' strength increased greatly. Inside the Eldar, the current Eldar was one of the overlords of the world. He was no longer as low-key as he used to be. He had gathered countless races under his command and was terrifyingly powerful. "My emperor, the human race has been eager to attack us recently. I'm afraid they have the intention to attack us. How should we deal with this matter?" An Eldar perfected immortal asked in a deep voice. The one sitting above was Ling Huang. Compared to before, Ling Huang now had less of an ethereal temperament and more of the domineering aura of an emperor. "I'll deal with whatever comes my way. If the human race invades, I, Eldar, have nothing to fear." Ling Huang's voice was indifferent. The alliance between the Eldar and the human race had collapsed more than 200,000 years ago. Until now, almost all the races in the world had the goal of suppressing other races. Thus, they established the heavenly court and called themselves the Emperor of Heaven. Therefore, there was no such thing as an ally or not. Either they submitted or they were destroyed. This was the current situation of the myriad races. Ling Huang said, "Although the human race is strong, I, Eldar, am not weak either. However, the divine weapon in the human race's hands is not simple." He thought of the heavenly tribulation that appeared hundreds of thousands of years ago. At that time, only then did he know that the human race had such a supreme treasure. With just a wisp of its sharpness, it made him, an 8th-level immortal, feel deep fear. Even though he had already advanced to the 9th-level immortal, Ling Huang was not 100% confident that he could contend against that divine weapon. In comparison, although Eldar also had a divine weapon, it was much weaker than that divine weapon. The Venerable One has also disappeared all these years. What a pity, Ling Huang thought to himself. He was almost certain that the divine weapon of the human race was left behind by Qin Shujian. Because Eldar's divine weapon was also left behind by him. If he could contact Qin Shujian, he might be able to think of a way to contend against the human race's divine weapon. Thinking of this, he looked at Xianxia, who was placed in the middle of the hall. Until now, Xianxia was already a 7th tribulation Zubing. Its strength was not comparable to the past. At the core of the world, since 300,000 years ago, Qin Shujian had been staying here. His purpose was to comprehend the rules of the inner world. for hundreds of thousands of years. More and more true immortals appeared in the inner world. The rules that were derived also increased day by day. In order to convert everything in the inner world into his own strength as much as possible, he could only enter the core of the world and comprehend the power of the rules of the world. Until now, Xianxia was already able to completely synchronize with the world. Every minute and second, as long as there was a change in the rules, he would be able to grasp it immediately. At the same time, his own strength was also increasing day by day. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia opened his eyes. His divine consciousness spread out from the core of the world and happened to see the scene of the 10,000 races fighting below. The Great Tribulation is finally coming to an end. With just a thought, he understood what had happened to the 10,000 races in the world today. The 10,000 races were fighting. The top 10,000 races were completely at war. Xianxia understood that it would not be long before the 10,000 races would be able to give birth to the strongest race. At that time, the heavenly court would be born. The inner world would also truly reach a peak state. Fight, after the heavenly court is established, my strength should also reach a bottleneck. But before that I still have room for improvement. In the inner world. In the human territory. Feng sat on top, looking down at the many true immortals. Recently, the dragons have been acting strangely. In addition, Eldar is eyeing us covetously. You all need to be on guard. We must not let the two races enter the human territory. We understand. Are there any movements from the tiger people? Feng asked again. Hearing this, a human true immortal cupped his hands and replied, My emperor, the tiger people have a lot of disputes with Eldar. They have not made any unnecessary movements for the time being. The tiger people are not weak. If they can restrain Eldar, it will reduce some of the pressure on us. Feng nodded slightly. Now, among the 10,000 races in the world, Eldar was still the strongest. There was no other way. That Ling Huang was the first living being in the world. He had a deep foundation and was not comparable to other emperors. Even if he had now advanced to the 9th level of immortal, he was not sure that he could deal with Ling Huang. Although the human race still had the Godslayer who had broken through to the 9th level of tribulation, Zhu Bing. But the problem was, the Godslayer was not something he could control. Feng knew that it was Xianxia's divine weapon. The other party would not easily make a move. He would only help when the human race was facing a life and death situation. Until now, he had never seen the Godslayer really make a move. All of you can leave first. Between the spirit tribe and the sea region, the human tribe must choose one of them to attack. Now that the spirit tribe is being held back by the tiger tribe, we can focus on dealing with the sea region. All true immortals, prepare for battle and await my orders. Yes. Many true immortals retreated. Feng came down from the throne and came in front of the stone saber that had stood in the palace for hundreds of thousands of years. Do you think that the human race has the possibility of becoming the overlord of the world? Yes. The Godslayer's voice was as usual. It did not show any signs of aging because of the passage of time. This was Zhu Bing's strength. He was not afraid of the erosion of time. Then Feng asked again, Are you really not going to make a move? His expression was one of unwillingness. If the Godslayer could make a move, then the human race wouldn't have to worry so much. With a top-tier precious treasure, coupled with his strength as a 9th heaven immortal, he was completely qualified to sweep through everything. Feng believed it. Even if the other races had divine weapons, they could not compare to the Godslayer in front of them. The Godslayer said, There's no other way. I can't interfere with the normal operation of your world. If I really did interfere completely, it would only take a single thought from that person to determine who the overlord of the myriad races would be. But as far as I know, the human race has the potential to become the overlord of the world. Right now, among all the races in the world, only the human race and the Eldar have the greatest hope. The other races are slightly lacking. I understand. Feng replied silently. This was not the first time he had tried to persuade Godslayer, but he had never succeeded. Compared to several 100,000 years ago, the myriad races in the universe were already completely different. All the small clans and large clans had sought refuge with the top clans. As for the clans that did not seek refuge, they were almost completely annihilated. At present, in the world, only 5 of the strongest races existed. One was the Eldar, one was the human race. One was the dragons, one was the tiger people, and one was the phoenix race. 5 supreme races. They gathered all the races in the universe and formed 5 extremely tyrannical forces to compete for the position of the overlord of the world. And among them, the Eldar race was the strongest, followed by the human race. The dragons and tiger people were on par with the phoenix race and the other 2 races. However, even if there was a difference in the strength of each race, the difference was very subtle. Even the top Eldar did not have the confidence to destroy the tiger people. Boom! An earth-shattering massacre erupted. In the boundless plains, the 2 forces were fighting each other. There were countless races participating in the battle, and the true immortals of each race displayed their remarkable abilities. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura crushed the heavens. A person stepped on the air and looked at the races fighting below with an indifferent look in his eyes. Immediately after, he struck out with his palm, and the torrent of rules blasted down, causing the void to collapse. It looked like it was about to swallow everyone. Almost at the same time, the void shook. A person stepped out and struck out with his palm as well, colliding with the torrent of rules. In the end, both of them disappeared into nothingness. The Black Abyss. Xianxia looked at the person in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Although he did not show it on the surface, he was secretly on guard. There were many powerhouses among the tiger people. However, there were not many powerhouses who had reached the 3rd level of the true immortal realm. As a top Eldar powerhouse, Xianxia was very confident that most of the powerhouses among the tiger people could not compete with him, except for a few people. One of them. It was the Black Abyss. The other party was also an 8th level true immortal like him. Xianxia was not 100% confident that he could defeat the other party. But even so, Xianxia had no intention of retreating. His body suddenly moved, and the power of rules swept out like a raging tide. The vast power seemed to be able to destroy the world, and it made people's hearts palpitate. Below, the Black Abyss was also not afraid. A black tiger that was 1,000,000 feet tall stood proudly in the sky, roaring and destroying everything. Its thick claws blasted out, and the terrifying power directly caused the void to become turbulent. Boom, boom. The confrontation between 2 8th-level true immortals could be said to be destructive. Not long after, a wisp of extremely pure killing power of heaven and earth suddenly rose from the void, then turned into a long saber and slashed down. Xianxia was caught off guard, and his body was almost directly cut into pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Black Abyss bit Xianxia's arm and then tore it forcefully. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. From the expert in the dark attacking to Xianxia being injured and defeated, it all happened in an instant. When the experts on the Eldar side came back to their senses, Xianxia was already in a miserable state. Lord Xianxia. The Eldar's expression changed drastically. Xianxia was a famous expert among the Eldar. There was almost no one below Ling Huang who could be compared to Xianxia. Now, this expert among the Eldar was actually severely injured. This was obviously a huge blow to the other races that belonged to the Eldar side. The former emperor of the White Tiger people is actually a despicable person who sneak attacked in the dark. This is something I didn't expect. Xianxia's expression was gloomy, and his words were full of sarcasm. As he spoke, his arm quietly finished regenerating. Regenerating a broken limb. It couldn't be easier for a true immortal. Even regenerating from a drop of blood was nothing. The White Tiger Emperor, Xianxia's words caused the Eldar's expression to change drastically again. What did he mean? Did the White Tiger Emperor sneak attack just now? While they were secretly guessing, the White Tiger Emperor had already appeared from the void with a faint smile on his face. The White Tiger people have long become a thing of the past. Now, there are only tiger people, and no white or black tiger branches. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the tiger people were officially unified. The reason for the unification was very simple. The White Tiger Emperor was defeated by the Black Tiger Emperor, so the Tiger people merged. The current Tiger people. The Emperor was the former Black Tiger Emperor. The White Tiger Emperor looked at Xianxia and said indifferently, "Now, the Tiger people only have one emperor, and that is the Tiger Emperor. My name is Bai Yi. You can call me Bai Yi." What a good Bai Yi. The White Tiger Emperor is really flexible. Xianxia sneered. As he spoke, he had already sent a message back to Eldar. Bai Yi's appearance. This caused the battle to enter a whole new level. Facing a 9th level immortal expert, to be honest, Xianxia was not confident in dealing with him. Coupled with the Black Abyss, that would be a dead end for him. Now, they could only wait for Eldar's other experts to help. Only then would they have a chance to resist. Soon, a powerful aura rose from Eldar's territory. Not long after, a strong fluctuation erupted between heaven and earth. Human territory. When the fluctuation erupted, a smile appeared on Feng's face. The Tiger people have officially declared war on Eldar. No matter what the outcome is, Eldar definitely can't spare any time now. Now, pass down my order to attack the dragons with all our might. Today, I will make all the races in the sea completely submit to our human race. The reason why they did not cooperate with the Tiger people to attack Eldar was that the Tiger people and the human race could not be considered allies. They only said that both sides had a common enemy. The two races that had the greatest conflict with the human race were the Eldar and the dragons. Eldar was already pinned down. All that was left was to deal with the dragons. An order was given. A large number of experts from the human clan headed for the sea region. In the core of heaven and earth. The moment the battle erupted, this place was also affected. The rules shook. At every moment, there would be laws collapsing and breaking, and new laws would be born. Qin Shujian couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the laws being created and destroyed. Let's fight, let's fight. It's good to have more true immortals die. Although we can't borrow their power anymore, the laws they control will return to heaven and earth after they fall. This way, my strength won't be weakened. The true immortals of the inner world walked the path of sanctification through the physical body. When a true immortal was alive, he would plunder the power of laws. The power of laws that he could control would be greatly weakened. And if a true immortal were to fall, the nomological power that the other party had plundered would return to the world. As the ruler of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian's power would naturally increase accordingly. But it was relative. If a true immortal died, he would no longer have the opportunity to extract the true immortal's power for his own use. This went on and on. Actually, there wasn't much of a difference. Zhou Tian's star map said, "Emperor of Heaven, which of the 10,000 races do you think is qualified to establish the heavenly court this time?" It's hard to say. Qin Shujian shook his head. It doesn't matter which race it is. The establishment of the heavenly court is beneficial to heaven and earth. Now, it all depends on which race will win. He had a hunch. Once the heavenly court was established, a half-step Tao fruit-level existence would officially appear in the inner world. As for whether a Tao fruit would appear, it was uncertain. However, if a Tao fruit appeared in heaven and earth, the inner world might not be able to accommodate the other party. After all, there were some differences in the great wide world. In the outside world. Outside the great wide world was the vast and boundless universe that could accommodate Tao fruit-level powerhouses. But in the inner world, Qin Shujian still couldn't open up a universe in his physical body outside of heaven and earth. After all, it was difficult to open up heaven and earth, but it was even more difficult to open up a universe. Even with his current means, he couldn't open up a universe. If a Tao fruit really appeared, Qin Shujian could only temporarily seal the other party in heaven and earth. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem to seal a Tao fruit that had just broken through. As for the follow-up, it would depend on his own situation. To put it bluntly, the inner world was also his foundation. Qin Shujian wouldn't allow any problems to occur in the inner world. Unless, one day, if he could make a further breakthrough, then it would be easy to talk about. Immediately after, Qin Shujian calmed his mind and continued to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, his inner world was also undergoing a myriad of changes. When the tiger people were at war with the Eldar, and when the human race was at war with the dragons. 10,000 years passed. The Phoenix race suddenly announced that they were joining forces with the dragons. The two races attacked the human race from both sides, causing the human race to retreat and fall into a passive state of defense. From then on, the human race fell into a defensive state for 50,000 years. 50,000 years later, the human race only began to gradually counterattack when a new ninth heaven immortal appeared. 100,000 years later, the Phoenix Emperor of the Phoenix race failed to pass the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations and completely died in the tribulation. At this point, the Phoenix race's strength was greatly reduced, but the human race took this opportunity to launch a large-scale attack, causing the Phoenix race to retreat and have no choice but to retreat to the undying volcano and struggle at death's door. Subsequently, the Phoenix race used the undying volcano as their foundation and defended for 30,000 years. Finally, they were no match for the human race and chose to surrender. After subduing the Phoenix race, the human race attacked the dragons with lightning speed. At this moment, suddenly, a heavenly demon descended and joined forces with the dragons, catching the human race off guard and causing them to suffer a great loss. For this, the human emperor was furious. The human emperor, who had been silent for tens of thousands of years, suddenly attacked and killed 3 heavenly demon emperors. The heavenly demon race was so scared that they retreated into the void and didn't dare to interfere anymore. Next, in the face of the human race's all-out attack, the dragons were forced to retreat even if the various races of the sea joined forces. They had no way to resist. At the same time, the tiger people and the Eldar had been fighting each other for hundreds of thousands of years, and the outcome was finally decided. The tiger people were very strong. Especially the 2 top emperors among the tiger people, their strength was even more astonishing. However, in the Eldar, Ling Huang's cultivation had already reached an extremely high level. In the last battle, Ling Huang suppressed the 2 emperors of the tiger people by himself, causing the situation that the tiger people maintained to be defeated in an instant. Many races that relied on the tiger people left the tiger people and threw themselves into the arms of the Eldar. In order to protect the tiger people, the tiger emperor led the tiger people's experts to seek refuge with the human race. It was also when the tiger people sought refuge with the human race that the battle between the human race and the various races of the sea was also completely decided. The dragon emperor was killed. The other dragons who resisted all fell, and the rest all submitted to the human race. As for the other races of the sea, none of them dared to fight against the human race anymore. With the surrender of the dragons, the other races also surrendered one after another. At this point, the various races of the sea were also completely under the control of the human race. In addition to the defection of the tiger people, the strength of the human race soared to a terrifying level in an instant. Looking at the myriad races of the world now, the only ones who were qualified to compete were the human race and the Eldar. On the plains, the 2 forces stood opposite each other. Thousands of true immortals hovered in the void. Just the aura they emitted was enough to crush the void and shatter it. The human race, Eldar, everyone's expression was solemn. They understood. This battle would be the last battle between the human race and Eldar. No matter which side won, it would mean that that side had the qualifications to rule the world and become the overlord of all races. At the top of the void, Feng and Ling Huang stood facing each other in the void. Both of their expressions were very calm. To be honest, Ben Huang didn't expect that the human race back then would reach today's stage. Perhaps Ben Huang shouldn't have said so much to you. Looking at the person in front of him, Ling Huang smiled slightly. Did he regret it? There was a little bit. If he didn't give Feng pointers back then, the other party might not have thought of the way to create the human race. Similarly, if he had directly erased the other party back then, there wouldn't be a threat to the human race in the future. However, what happened in the past was already in the past. Even if he regretted it now, there was no possibility of changing it. Feng calmly said. Ben Huang naturally remembers Ling Huang's kindness in the past. If it wasn't for the importance of the position of Emperor of Heaven, Ben Huang might not have fought with Eldar. At this point, you and I have no way out. If Eldar wins this battle, then Ling Huang will be the Emperor of Heaven. But if the human race wins, Eldar should submit to the human race. You're very confident? Ben Huang doesn't have the confidence to defeat Ling Huang, but I also don't have the thought of losing to Ling Huang. Whether we win or lose, we'll know after the battle. As Feng spoke, an invisible aura appeared from his body. Immediately after, it suppressed the void. It was as terrifying as the sun. Boom, Ling Huang's body also emitted a terrifying aura. Jianmu's heaven-reaching illusory figure swayed in the void. Wherever the illusory figure touched, the space shattered inch by inch. In the next breath, both of them disappeared from where they were, as if they had disappeared from the world. Only two terrifying forces were colliding with each other. Every strike destroyed the void, and the tyrannical waves wreaked havoc in everything. Boom, boom. It's starting. The Tiger Emperor's expression changed slightly when he sensed the fluctuation. He could not be more familiar with that aura. Back then, the Tiger people were defeated by Eldar because he and Bai Yi couldn't resist Ling Huang even after joining forces. Ling Huang's foundation. It was truly terrifying. Even though he had obtained the opportunity of the Emperor of Heaven, he still had no way of dealing with Ling Huang. Until now. The Tiger Emperor already understood what the words Emperor of Heaven meant back then. It was not a name, but an honorific. Emperor of Heaven, the other party was the Lord of a heavenly court. Now that the 10,000 races were fighting, the goal was to determine the strongest race, establish the heavenly court, become the Emperor of Heaven, and command the 10,000 races. Obviously, the Emperor of Heaven was an existence that suppressed the 10,000 races. Moreover, the other party was definitely not an expert of this world. The reason was simple. In this world, there could only be one Emperor of Heaven. Now that the 10,000 races of the world had yet to decide the victor, and the heavenly court had not been established, there was naturally no such thing as the Emperor of Heaven. However, hundreds of thousands of years ago, when he met the other party had already called himself the Emperor of Heaven. From this, it could be seen. The Emperor of Heaven was an expert from another world. There was always someone stronger, the Tiger Emperor understood. Beside him, Bai Yi said indifferently, "Does the Tiger Emperor think that the human emperor can deal with Ling Huang?" "I'm not sure." The Tiger Emperor shook his head. "That human emperor is very strong. He was able to kill the Dragon Emperor, kill several heavenly devil emperors, and force the heavenly devil race to retreat into the void. Such strength is extremely tyrannical. Even if Ling Huang is as strong as him, he might not be a match for the human emperor. The Tiger people have already completely joined the human camp. If the human race is defeated, the Tiger people will not be in a good situation. The only thing the Tiger people could do now was to place their hopes on the human emperor. If the other party was defeated, although it did not mean that the human race would be defeated, their morale would be greatly affected. Kill. A human perfected immortal shouted coldly. Immediately, the experts of the human race charged towards Eldar. A battle between overlords was definitely not as simple as a battle between the top emperors of the two races. The races they belonged to also possessed powerful strength. Now that the human emperor and Ling Huang had yet to determine the victor, it was time for the humans and Eldar to determine the victor. On Eldar's side, Ling Xian, who was already a 9th level immortal, waved his hand, his expression extremely cold. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the experts from the two clans were like torrents as they clashed against each other. Roar, the ferocious tiger roared. The Tiger Emperor stood proudly in the void. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, causing the expressions of many Eldar perfected immortals to change drastically. Before they could be shocked, an expert from Eldar's side immediately walked out. "I've long heard that the Tiger Emperor's strength is astonishing. Let me experience it for myself." As soon as he finished speaking, an aura that was not much weaker than the Tiger Emperor spread out. The illusory image of a blade of grass condensed in the void. An endless sharp power manifested, as if it could cut through everything in the world. Sword God. The Tiger Emperor's eyes were cold. How could he not recognize the person in front of him, Sword God, that was Eldar's rising star? It was originally an ordinary blade of grass that had gained sentience, but it had comprehended a sword intent that reached the heavens. It could cut through the sun, moon, and stars by itself. Its strength was terrifying. At this moment, the Sword God's finger descended, and the sharp aura was unstoppable. The Tiger Emperor was not afraid. He did not reveal his true form, but fought in his human form. When he struck out with his palm, it seemed to be able to cover the sun, moon, and stars. The law power that was condensed could be said to be terrifying. Buzz, the sharp aura shook and quickly tore through the seal of the palm energy. The Tiger Emperor's expression did not change. He punched out again, annihilating the power into nothingness. While the two of them were fighting, Ling Xian stepped out of the air and looked coldly at the human camp. Bai Yi, do you dare to come out and fight? A defeated general dares to speak bravely. Bai Yi directly appeared from the human camp and looked at the other party indifferently. Hearing this, Ling Xian sneered. Last time, I lost to you because you joined forces with others to sneak attack me. If not for that, what right do you have to lose to me? This time, I will suppress you openly and let others understand that the former White Tiger Emperor is just a piece of trash. You're very arrogant. The White Tiger Emperor smiled. As he smiled, the killing power of heaven and earth seemed to gather in an instant, and the aura of gunmetal emitted a sharp light. So what if I'm arrogant? Alright, today, I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. With a thought from Bai Yi, thousands of gunmetal sword chi flew out with a wave of his hand. The killing power of heaven and earth that had been condensed for a long time also erupted in an instant. Shocking killing intent swept out like a wave, wanting to swallow Ling Xian. The White Tiger was in charge of killing. Bai Yi was originally the emperor of the White Tiger people, and he could control the power of heaven and earth. Now, he had reached the 9th heaven immortal realm, and his strength was even more terrifying. The gunmetal sword chi in his hand could be said to have the power to destroy the world. It was so sharp that it was difficult to block. Facing such a fierce attack, Ling Xian's expression turned serious. With a thought, a shield appeared out of thin air and blocked in front of him. Boom, the gunmetal sword chi struck the shield, causing the spirit energy to tremble. In the next breath, Ling Xian activated the shield, and the shield expanded in the wind, turning into a shield that could hold up the sky, blocking all the gunmetal sword chi. Immediately after, dense tentacles tore through the air, as if they wanted to surround Bai Yi. No matter how powerful your gunmetal sword chi is, it can't break the numinous treasure in my hand. He smiled proudly. The shield was a connate numinous treasure that he had obtained hundreds of thousands of years ago. After hundreds of thousands of years of nurturing, it had already transformed into a supreme-grade connate numinous treasure. In terms of power, it could be said to be peerless. Even the gunmetal sword chi in Bai Yi's hand could not break through the defense of a supreme-grade connate numinous treasure. Supreme-grade connate numinous treasure. Bai Yi sneered. A golden longsword appeared in his hand. With the appearance of the longsword, the gunmetal sword chi in the air instantly rose by a lot, reaching an extremely dense level. Destroy, the longsword slashed out, and endless gunmetal sword chi crazily bombarded over. The terrifying might caused Ling Xian's expression to change again and again. High-grade connate numinous treasure, he could tell what level the numinous treasure in Bai Yi's hand was at. It was fine if it was a high-grade connate numinous treasure, but it just so happened to contain gunmetal sword chi. Coupled with the other party's strength, the power it displayed was not inferior to a supreme-grade connate numinous treasure. At that moment, Ling Xian felt immense pressure. Boom, boom. Boom. While Ling Xian and Bai Yi were fighting, the other experts of the two races were also fighting. This battle was to establish the position of the overlord of the myriad races. Therefore, regardless of which race it was, they all fought with all their might. From the true immortals to the devas, they had turned out in full force. As for cultivators below the celestial being level, they were not qualified to participate in the battle. In the face of such a war, celestial beings were only ants. Cultivators of the divine martial realm were nothing more than dust. No matter how many God Martial Realm cultivators joined the battle, they would all die in the end. As such, neither the human race nor the Eldar race allowed cultivators of the God Martial Arts realm to participate in the battle. This was the last foundation of the two races. If they were to lose this battle, they would have the chance to rise again after a period of time with their foundation. Or else, if all of them died in this battle, that would be the real problem. In the void, Feng and Ling Huang were fighting in the sky. The terrifying power wreaked havoc, capable of killing a true immortal with ease. The rules were vast and mighty. Feng Ao stood in the void. Dense human fate gathered around him, condensing into a crown and the mountain and river god robe. He held the Renhuang sword in one hand and cut through time and space. A way to control fate. It was something he finally comprehended after hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. He controlled the fate of the human race. Although Feng was only a 9th level immortal, he was qualified to suppress most half-step Dao fruit cultivators. Only the top half-step Dao fruit cultivators had the ability to contend with him. On the other side, Ling Huang did not condense the Eldar's fate. Instead, he relied on his own strength to launch the most terrifying attack in the simplest way. In the core of the world, Qin Shujian was also watching the battle unfold. Jianmu's foundation is indeed profound. Although he hasn't broken through to the half-step Dao fruit realm, he has reached the peak of the 9th level immortal realm. With his profound foundation, it won't be difficult for him to match a half-step Dao fruit cultivator. He was a Dao fruit expert. He could see many things at a glance for existences below the Dao fruit realm. It had to be said. Jianmu's strength was truly qualified to be called the number one person in the inner world. However, there was a prerequisite to being number one, and that was that no one used any means and only competed with their own foundation. However, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on Feng. He never expected that the human emperor could control the fate of the human race. The fate of an entire race. It was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Especially for a top race like the human race, whose fate was even more powerful to a terrifying extent. After condensing the human race's fate, Feng instantly shortened the gap between himself and Ling Huang. Not only that, but he also surpassed him by quite a bit. This way, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Fate is ethereal. It won't be easy for Feng to comprehend the means to control it. Perhaps the tiger people are also involved. Qin Shujian thought to himself as his gaze fell on the tiger emperor. The black tiger could control fate and had a lot of insight into it. If the tiger emperor was involved, then it made sense that Feng could control the human race's fate. Strictly speaking, in terms of true strength, there was a slight gap between Feng and Ling Huang. Even if this gap was not large, it still existed. This slight gap, in the beginning, perhaps nothing could be seen. But as time passed, it slowly appeared. Boom, heaven and earth lost their color. The sun and moon lost their light. The two top-notch 9th heaven celestial elites activated their celestial core power with all their might. Every collision caused the inner heaven and earth to tremble slightly. It was as if the vast inner heaven and earth could not contain the slightest bit of such overwhelming power. In the endless void, the experts of the celestial demon clan were also watching the battle. The human emperor's strength is even stronger. Marcus's expression was solemn, and there was a terrifying murderous intent in his eyes. The heavenly demon clan originally wanted to participate in the race of the 10,000 races, but in the end, they fell in the hands of the human emperor. 3 of the dozen heavenly demon emperors were killed by Feng with lightning speed, and the remaining heavenly demon emperors all fled. It couldn't be helped. Although everyone was an upper 3rd level true immortal, the gap between them was simply too big. Even if all the heavenly demon emperors were determined to fight to the death, they might not have the chance to take the human emperor down with them. So, after the 3 heavenly demon emperors fell, the remaining heavenly demon emperors fled back into the void. Looking at now, Marcus suddenly realized. It turned out that the human emperor at that time was not the true peak strength of the human emperor, and the power he displayed now belonged to that human emperor at the peak. That kind of power, so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate. Even someone as strong as Marcus felt that he could not resist this kind of power. He was sure. If the human emperor had displayed this level of power at that time, then the number of heavenly demon emperors that fell would definitely not be as simple as 3. The casualties would definitely be even more disastrous. The human race, Marcus's eyes burst with a cold light. The heavenly demon clan. If they wanted to rule the world, the humans and Eldar were the biggest obstacles. The strength that Feng and Ling Huang had shown now made Marcus feel deeply pressured. He knew very well. If these 2 emperors did not die, the heavenly demon clan would have no chance of ruling the world. Should we make a move? A heavenly demon emperor's eyes flickered. Now that the humans and Eldar were fighting, it might be the heavenly demon clan's chance. If Ouyangming seized the opportunity to kill the rulers of the 2 races, no other race would be able to stop the heavenly demons. Marcus's expression did not change. Wait a little longer, now is not the time for us to make a move. Make a move now. There was no need for that at all. The battle between the human race and the spirit race had only just begun. It had not yet reached its climax. If they made a move now, it would only cause the 2 clans to attack together. Wait for the right time to make a move. Hearing that, the other heavenly demon emperors did not object. Since the other party wanted to wait, then let them wait. Although there were many heavenly demon emperors in the heavenly demon clan, the one who actually made the decision was still Marcus. Ben Huang underestimated you. After dispersing the torrent of heaven and earth with one punch, Ling Huang's calm expression finally turned serious. Up until now, both sides had given their all in the battle. He had thought that with his methods, it would not be a problem to suppress the human emperor. However, when it came to the real battle, Ling Huang was stunned to find that the human emperor's methods were not as simple as he had imagined. Especially the method of controlling fate, which made him even more shocked. It could be said that, without the blessing of the human's fate, he had absolute confidence in suppressing the human emperor. But now, Ling Huang understood that if the battle dragged on, he might be the one to lose. Could it be that fate is really on the human side? He was a little unwilling. If fate was really on the human's side, then what was the point of Eldar's efforts? No. Ben Huang doesn't believe that the mandate of heaven is in the hands of the human race. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. Ling Huang roared, and the aura on his body skyrocketed in an instant, reaching a terrifying level. At that moment, he had a vague premonition that he was about to break through his own limits. 9th Heaven Immortal, he was already at the peak of the true immortal realm. If he went any further, it would be an extremely mysterious realm. Ling Huang had painstakingly worked for hundreds of thousands of years, but he had never been able to break through that layer of membrane. But now, he had a premonition of a breakthrough. You're about to break through. Fang's expression changed as he sensed the change in the aura of the Spirit Emperor. He could feel an immense pressure from the Spirit Emperor. There was no hesitation. He immediately used all of his means to suppress the other party before he broke through to the Soul Emperor realm. Otherwise, given Ling Huang's foundation, it would be a huge problem for him if he allowed Ling Huang to successfully break through. Even with the fortune of the human race, Feng wasn't confident in dealing with Ling Huang. The providence of the human race gathered. The rules condensed into substance. Under the superposition of the 2 forces, the shaking void wailed and was destroyed. A vast and glorious seal came crashing down from the void toward Ling Huang. You want to suppress Ben Huang? Impossible. Ling Huang's eyes were cold as he revealed his true form that could pierce through heaven and earth. Boom, the Jianmu reached the heavens as if it could support heaven and earth. As the branches and leaves swayed, terrifying spirit energy spread out. Tentacles that pierced through heaven and earth tore through the air, trying to smash the seal that was descending. Rumble, the 2 forces collided, and the tentacles shattered. Emerald liquid spilled out, and at the same time, cracks appeared on the seal. In the next breath, more tentacles came crashing down, and a terrible power wreaked havoc in the void. Feng wielded the human emperor's sword, a supreme treasure condensed from the human race's fortune. Its power was comparable to a Khanate supreme treasure, and every time it slashed out, a large number of tentacles would be destroyed. However, the Jianmu had too many tentacles, and each one was as long as a mountain range. It wasn't that easy to destroy them. At the same time, Ling Huang's aura was rising steadily, and he was about to reach a critical point of a breakthrough. He's about to enter the half-step Dao fruit realm. Qin Shujian, who was paying close attention to the battlefield, looked astonished when he saw this scene. In his expectations, Ling Huang shouldn't have broken through at this time. As the ruler of heaven and earth, even if Qin Shujian didn't divine the future, he still had some premonitions about it. Although he didn't have a clear sense of which race would become the overlord of heaven and earth in the future, he knew very well when a half-step Dao fruit realm cultivator would appear in the world. Experts at that level were involved in a mysterious realm. Therefore, Qin Shujian could clearly sense it. The first half-step Dao fruit realm cultivator in heaven and earth should only appear after the establishment of the heavenly court. It definitely won't appear now. Could it be that my perception is wrong? At this time, Qin Shujian had to doubt himself. If his perception was right, then what was going on with Ling Huang, he knew very well. Ling Huang's current state was definitely not just for show. He was really about to break through to the half-step Dao fruit realm. If he succeeded, then even with the help of the human race's fortune, Feng might not be able to contend against him. Maybe I'm really wrong. That's not necessarily the case. If Jianmu can break through successfully, the overlord of the myriad races should be Eldar. Qin Shujian murmured to himself. The overlord of heaven and earth was not eternal. The first emperor of heaven was Eldar's, but it didn't mean that the second emperor of heaven would still be Eldar's man. Unless Jianmu could break through to the Dao fruit realm when he became the emperor of heaven, just like he did in the third era. In that case, almost no one would be able to shake his position as the emperor of heaven. However, in his inner world, the probability of the other party breaking through to the Dao fruit realm was very low, much lower than when he was in the vast thousand domains. Even if his foundation was really deep to the extreme, whether he could break through successfully was another matter. Zhou Tian said with the star map, if Eldar becomes the overlord of heaven and earth, the human race will be suppressed. Does the Emperor of Heaven really not plan to stop it? In his opinion, Qin Shujian was a human. In his inner world, if the human race was suppressed, the other party might not be able to tolerate it. Given Qin Shujian's means, if he really made a move, not to mention one Eldar, even 10 Eldar together would not be enough. The evolution of heaven and earth naturally has its own rules. It won't be beneficial for me to interfere too much. If Eldar is really destined to win, then let Eldar win. Anyway, it's the same no matter who becomes the Emperor of Heaven. It doesn't make much difference to me. Qin Shujian shook his head, his expression unchanged. It was the same no matter who was the Emperor of Heaven. What he wanted was the improvement of his inner world and the transformation of his own strength. It was just that. Qin Shujian looked at Ling Huang below with a subtle look in his eyes. That Ling Huang. Could he really succeed in breaking through? If he really succeeded in breaking through, he should have some perception, but now, there was no perception at all. In other words, the other party was very likely to fail in breaking through. Strange. Ling Huang's current breakthrough is almost a certainty. If the breakthrough fails, then where did the failure come from? Qin Shujian was a little puzzled. He couldn't figure it out. He was too lazy to deduce anything. Sometimes, if there were too many things to deduce and everything was clear, it would lose a lot of fun. So, in many cases, Qin Shujian didn't want to deduce so much. Naturally, that was pretty good. Occasionally, he could give himself a surprise. In the endless void, many heavenly devil emperors, who had been paying attention to the battle, changed their expressions after seeing Ling Huang's change. Ling Huang is about to break through. If Ling Huang breaks through, with the strength of the human emperor, he absolutely can't compete with him. Don't worry. Marcus shouted softly, stopping the other heavenly devil emperors from becoming restless. After saying that, the main hall suddenly fell into silence. Subsequently, only then did he look at the battlefield below. Both the human emperor and Ling Huang are 9th-level immortals, but Ling Huang's foundation is deeper. The other party must be the first living being in the world, so it's understandable that he's blessed by nature. Without the help of the human race's luck, the human emperor absolutely can't be Ling Huang's opponent. Right now, even with the help of luck, he only has a little upper hand. If the battle goes on for a long time, both sides will certainly suffer. But, if Ling Huang breaks through, his strength will certainly increase substantially. When the other party advances to another level, even if the human emperor has the help of the human race's luck, I'm afraid he will be crushed. In this way, my heavenly devil clan's time is up. Marcus' voice was calm. Ling Huang must not succeed in his breakthrough. Otherwise, if the other party crushed the Ren Huang, there would be no such thing as a lose-lose situation. In this way, how would the Heaven Devil race benefit from this? Therefore, Ling Huang's breakthrough this time was bound to fail. Only if the breakthrough failed would the Sky Fiend race have the chance to plan the next step. Below, Ling Huang's breakthrough had already reached a critical point where he was about to transform. He was overjoyed that he had found the opportunity to break through. Ling Huang understood. If he could break through the limits of the ninth heaven immortal, then this battle would be Eldar's victory. An elite that had surpassed the ninth heaven celestial realm was enough to suppress all races in the world. Right now, when facing Fang's attacks, he had to adopt a defensive posture. Then, he would draw upon the power of the unseen to allow himself to enter a state of breakthrough. At this moment, an evil force suddenly appeared. Out of nowhere, causing Ling Huang's mind to shake. An uncontrollable rage surged from his heart, causing the originally stable breakthrough to suddenly become unstable. Brutal, fury, evil, jealousy, all kinds of emotions surged in his heart, causing Ling Huang's mind to shake even more. In an instant, his expression was ferocious. Heaven Devil. With Ling Huang's knowledge, how could he not understand what caused his current state? In the unseen, there was actually the Heaven Devil clan interfering with his breakthrough. If it was in the past, he would definitely not be afraid of the interference of the Heaven Devil clan. After all, no matter what, the strength of the Heaven Devil clan was just that. Those Heaven Devil emperors simply did not have the qualifications to threaten him. But it was different now. There was the attack of the human emperor in front and the interference of the Heaven Devil clan behind. In an instant, Ling Huang's breakthrough had failed. The spirit god was shaken. Qi and blood surged. The originally tyrannical aura instantly declined. Sensing the change in Ling Huang, Fang's eyes had a strange look. He did not know why the other party suddenly failed to break through, but no matter what, the other party's breakthrough failure was his chance. Immediately, the attack became even fiercer. Seeing this, Ling Huang could not care so much and could only use all his means to resist. Boom, the battle once again became intense. In the main hall of the Heaven Devil clan, more than a dozen Heaven Devil emperors sat back in their original positions. Just a moment ago, all the Heaven Devil emperors joined forces and let their power penetrate Ling Huang's body, thus interfering with the other party and causing his breakthrough to fail. Because of the pressure of the human emperor, the interference was very smooth. Marcus laughed. Ling Huang's breakthrough failed, he will definitely not be willing to accept Eldar's defeat. Even if the human emperor can win, he will have to pay a big price. At that time, it will be our Heaven Devil clan's chance. Hearing that, the other Heaven Devil emperors also looked excited. As long as they seized the opportunity, the Heaven Devil clan would be able to rule the world. At that time, the establishment of the Heavenly Court, the Heaven Devil clan would truly rule over all the clans in the world and become the strongest existence. They would no longer need to hide in this endless void and not easily show their faces. On the other side, when the Heaven Devil Emperor attacked, Qin Shujian had a strange look on his face. So it's the Heaven Devil clan who intervened. I was wondering why Jianmu's breakthrough failed. It seems that the Heaven Devil clan has never given up from the beginning to the end. They want to take advantage of this opportunity to directly take over the world. However, in his opinion, the Heaven Devil clan's plan might not succeed. The human emperor and Ling Huang were both fools. It was impossible for them not to have any backup plans. If the Heaven Devil clan was prepared, the two clans would definitely be prepared as well. Next, it was to see which clan would have the last laugh. This great calamity has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. It's time to end it. After this battle, the number of true immortals in the world will probably decrease a lot. Xianxia smiled. To maintain a balance in the world, there could not be too many true immortals, nor too few. Once there were too many true immortals, there would be a great calamity. It would not disappear until the consumption reached a balanced stage. If the myriad clans declined, then it would also enter a great era of competition. At that time, the myriad clans would compete, and there would be endless powerhouses. Whether it was when they were weak or when they were strong, the world had its own set of balancing methods. Xianxia did not have any intention of interfering too much in this. To put it bluntly, the self-balancing methods of the world were often much better than him interfering himself. At this moment, the battle between the emperors of the two clans had reached an unprecedented peak. After the failure of the breakthrough, Ling Huang no longer held back. Jianmu's body was extremely powerful. Immediately after, the spiritual qi of the world swarmed over. The condensed and solid rules surged over like the Yangtze River and the sea, wanting to completely suppress the human emperor. Feng held the human emperor's sword in his hand. When the long sword slashed out, it was incomparably sharp and terrifying. The aura of destruction. It filled the world. Human Tao prospers. A vast and mighty voice resounded throughout the human race. The luck of the human race shook, turning into a sea of smoke that spread out in all directions. The mountain river god robe on Feng's body fluttered without wind, and the condensed luck of the human race turned into a seal that suppressed down. The tentacles cracked. The void was destroyed. Ling Huang was directly smashed down from the sky by the seal, falling towards the ground. Rumble, the earth shook. The ground suddenly split open, revealing a bottomless canyon. The human race and Eldar instinctively stopped in front of such a vibration, and then turned to look at the canyon with a shocked expression on their faces. What was going on? None of them could react. At this moment, Feng fell from the void. His aura was vast and mighty, sweeping across heaven and earth. Immediately, a smile appeared on the human race's face, but Eldar's face was pale. Obviously, in this battle, Ling Huang had lost. Below the canyon, Ling Huang once again stepped into the air, but his body was already in a sorry state. Feng's expression was calm, his voice loud. Ling Huang, you have already lost. Eldar no longer has the strength to fight against the human race. Surrendering now is the best choice. If you stubbornly resist, it will only cause the Eldar to suffer heavy losses. Surrender! 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 The human race side raised their arms and shouted. The Eldar side felt great pressure, and all of them looked at Ling Huang. Surrender or not? It still depended on the Emperor's decision. In fact, after fighting for so long, many Eldar did not want to fight anymore. After all, a battle that had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years without any rest, even a true immortal would feel tired. However, the success or failure of this battle was related to whether the Eldar could become the overlord of heaven and earth. Therefore, no matter how tired they were, before Ling Huang spoke, they would not easily admit defeat. Ling Xian shouted angrily at this time, Emperor, let's fight it out with them. Eldar, will definitely not lose to the human race. Admit defeat? He would never admit defeat. He looked at Bai Yi as if he wanted to devour him. Up until now, he had yet to determine a victor between him and the White Tiger Emperor. Ling Huang looked at the humans calmly. He could feel the emotions of Eldar behind him. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. Submit? He, the Eldar, had been the #1 clan in the world ever since he was born. When had he ever fallen to such a state? Ben Huang is the first living being in the world. I, the Eldar, am also the #1 clan in the world. If it weren't for Ben Huang's guidance, your human race wouldn't have had the chance to be born. Now, you want me, Eldar, to submit to your human race? You're dreaming. Ling Huang's voice gradually became indifferent and cold. His eyes were already dyed with a faint crimson red. The Eldar mountains shook. A terrifying power rose from within. An ominous premonition caused Feng's expression to change. Do you really not care about the life and death of the Eldar? If the Eldar submit to the human race, what's the difference between that and destruction? In the past, when the Venerable One nurtured the dragon vein, he was the ancestor of all veins in the world. I had already set up a method in the dragon vein, but I didn't want to use it. But now, I have no choice but to use it. Ling Huang's expression was cold, and one could vaguely see madness. Dragon vein, that was the ancestor of all veins in the world. If the dragon vein existed, it would be filled with spirit energy. If the dragon vein was destroyed, even if all veins in the world didn't collapse, at least half of them would be lost. At this moment, the dragon vein trembled, the Eldar mountains trembled, and all veins in the world trembled. A vast amount of spiritual chi burst out from within, causing the weather to change. The endless murderous aura seemed to want to destroy everything. It wasn't just the humans whose expressions changed. Even most of the Eldar felt a great threat from this power. They would die, they would all die. Has he gone mad? In the core of the world, Xianxia couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Regarding the battle situation, he had no intention of interfering. Whether it was the Heavenly Fiend clan's sneak attack or the Eldar's defeat, Xianxia didn't interfere in any way. After all, it was a natural evolution of the world, and there was no need to interfere too much. However, he couldn't sit still anymore. It was very simple. The dragon vein was the ancestor of all veins in the world. If the dragon vein was destroyed, the spirit energy in the world would drop by at least 70 to 80%, and it would also cause the world to shake. Even Xianxia didn't expect this. Ling Huang actually set up a backup plan at the dragon vein without him knowing. It wasn't until the other party triggered it that he truly knew. This Ling Huang is really crazy. Zhou Tian's star map couldn't help but sigh. Yes. Crazy, he dared to detonate the dragon vein. A moment of carelessness could cause the world to be destroyed. Xianxia stood up and shook his head helplessly. He really doesn't let people be at ease. He didn't want to interfere in the matters of the myriad races, but in the end, he still had to do it himself. The current situation. If he didn't do anything, no one could stop Ling Huang. At that time, the world would definitely be severely damaged. If the world was damaged, Xianxia, as the ruler of the world, would also be affected quite a bit. So, he definitely couldn't let the dragon vein be destroyed. Otherwise, his hundreds of thousands of years of waiting would all be in vain. He would return to the time before liberation. Xianxia couldn't tolerate it. Below, the dragon vein shook, and the array formations were triggered one after another. It was about to explode completely. Sigh. A soft sigh entered everyone's ears like the sound of heaven and earth. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. The dragon vein regained its calm, and all the backup plans that Ling Huang had set up in the dragon vein disappeared in an instant. A look of surprise and joy appeared on Feng's face. He bowed in a certain direction. Welcome, Venerable One. Welcome, Venerable One. Ling Huang's expression also changed. Then, like the wind, he bowed. Venerable One, the expressions of the remaining people changed drastically. In the beginning, the name of the Venerable One was still circulating in the world. However, after hundreds of thousands of years of silence, no one remembered the existence of the so-called Venerable One. Those who truly remembered the existence of the Venerable One. Only people like Ling Huang, who had been the emperor of a race since the beginning. The remaining races. The emperor had changed many generations, so it was impossible for them to know much about him. Venerable One. The Tiger Emperor's heart trembled. Then, he thought of something and bowed in the same direction. However, the difference was that he didn't call him Venerable One, nor did he call him Emperor of Heaven. He only bowed silently. Bai Yi did the same. While many experts were bowing, purple energy surged in the sky and turned into stairs that descended. A green-robed man strode over and slowly landed in front of everyone. The moment they saw the green-robed man, the cultivators of the myriad races felt dazed for a moment. It was clearly an ordinary face, but it didn't seem real at all. The dragon vein is the ancestral vein of heaven and earth. It cannot be destroyed. I see that this is your first offense, so I will let you off. Otherwise, this matter will not be let off so easily. Xianxia looked at Ling Huang calmly. A simple glance. This made the spirit clan's emperor feel that his soul was trembling. Instantly, his body leaned forward a little more. Ever since Qin Shujian appeared, the furious thoughts in Ling Huang's heart had already dissipated, and his spirit had regained its clarity. He also felt a trace of lingering fear for what he had done just now. The dragon vein detonated. Not only were the humans present going to die, but the people of Eldar were also going to die. Both sides perished together. This was not what he wanted. This junior knows his mistake. Ling Huang admitted his guilt very straightforwardly. Qin Shujian nodded. Then, he glanced at Feng and then looked at the myriad races in the world. In this battle between the myriad races, the human race will win. Within 1,000,000 years, the myriad races will not cause any more trouble. Otherwise, I will personally take action and wipe them out. We will obey the Venerable One's orders. Everyone bowed and shouted in unison. When they raised their heads, they found that Qin Shujian had already disappeared. He came quickly. He also left quickly. The other party did not use any divine abilities, but he made many emperors submit. That sort of might was even more astonishing than if he were to use some sort of world-shaking technique. After all, even someone as strong as the human emperor Ling Huang did not dare to show any dissatisfaction in front of the other party. Instead, he was absolutely respectful. Cultivators like them who were inferior to the human emperor Ling Huang did not have the right to look down on that existence. He straightened up. Feng looked at Ling Huang with a faint smile on his face. Ling Huang, how is it? The Venerable One has already said that within 1,000,000 years, the human race will be the overlord of the myriad races. You, Eldar, must submit to the human race. This time, you win. The Spirit Emperor gave him a deep look before he left. Since Qin Shujian had already stepped forward, then he had nothing to say. He had lost. In that case, he would lose. In any case, the human race could only rule the other races for 1,000,000 years. All he needed to do was to accumulate his strength and wait for 1,000,000 years before making his move. By then, Eldar would be qualified to turn the situation around. Ling Huang was defeated. The rest was much simpler. As the last resistance force between the heavens and the earth, when they completely submitted to the human race began to prepare for the establishment of a heavenly court. Establishing the heavenly court. This was no small matter. Only after the heavenly court was established would it become the true master of all races. It would have the ability to control and make all races submit. On the other side, Qin Shujian returned to the core of the world. He didn't kill Ling Huang because he had some friendship with the other party. In addition, he hadn't completely caused a disaster yet. Otherwise, he would have killed Ling Huang with one slap. It would not be just a few verbal admonitions and warnings. With all the races united, it's time for the heavenly court to be established. Once the heavenly court is established, the world will enter a brand new stage. Qin Shujian muttered to himself. The heavenly court represented order. Before the heavenly court was established, the myriad races had no order at all. Only after the heavenly court was established would the myriad races have order and understand what rules were. When that time came, the heavenly court would enter a state of stable development. Only when the next great calamity arose would the peace be broken. However, it didn't matter to him. As long as the world wasn't severely damaged, he would cultivate here in peace. In front of the time formation, every day that passed was a profit. Qin Shujian could clearly feel that his strength was growing every day in terms of time in the outside world. For hundreds of thousands of years, his strength had increased a lot. Compared to hundreds of thousands of years ago, it wasn't as exaggerated as twice, but it was still 10% to 20% stronger. Don't underestimate the 10% to 20% increase. Based on Qin Shujian's current strength, an increase of 10% to 20% was almost comparable to a newly advanced Dao fruit. His strength. It was already comparable to the powerful ancient gods of the First Era. There was a huge gap between him and the Dao fruits of the Ordinary Era. If he could stay in the inner world for hundreds of millions of years and wait for the world to be further perfected, Qin Shujian was confident that he could directly suppress Hongjun, who had not reached Dao integration. Even Hong Jun, who had reached Dao integration, was confident that he could contend against him. This kind of confrontation. It referred to the premise that he did not use all his trump cards. My strength is increasing, and their strength is also recovering. This gap might not be as big as I imagined. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. The previous Hong Jun was not at his peak. Once he recovered to his peak, the power he displayed would not be limited to just that. Not only that. That Dao ancestor also had many supreme treasures. He was missing a Taiji painting, but he still had the Panga banner and the Creation Jade disc. Under such circumstances, Qin Shujian was not sure if Hong Jun still had other supreme treasures hidden in his hands, so he did not take them out easily. The Creation Jade disc is too powerful, more powerful than ordinary Khanate supreme treasures. Only Luo Ho's God-slaying spear can deal with it. The two supreme treasures in my hands should be able to fight it together, but with the Panga banner, it won't work. Zhou Tian Star Map and Godslayer. They could only be regarded as ordinary Khanate supreme treasures, not the top ones. Not to mention, the Creation Jade disc was about to transform and break away from being a Khanate supreme treasure. It was a terrifying existence that ordinary Khanate supreme treasures could not compare to. Zhou Tian's star map was a little indignant. Emperor of Heaven, if you collect more star cores for me, I am confident that I can deal with the Creation Jade disc. Forget it. Qin Shujian shook his head and said in a melancholy tone. There are still more star cores. Now, almost all the star cores in the universe have been eaten by you. In the end, they are just barely at the level of Khanate supreme treasures. If he wanted more star cores, he would have to leave this universe. Or else, it was absolutely impossible. He was just saying. In fact, it was already very good to have two supreme treasures with him. Thinking back to the Third Era, the dignified Emperor of Heaven only had one supreme treasure in his hands. Moreover, that supreme treasure was destroyed in the Great Calamity later on. This era was so backward, but he could still obtain two divine weapons that were comparable to Khanate supreme treasures. Qin Shujian was really satisfied. A weakness was a weakness. Anyway, the divine weapons had the possibility of growing in the future. Moreover, as long as his strength increased, he could still defeat all the experts without the help of the divine weapons. However, if it was an expert of the same level, there was still a big difference between having a divine weapon and not having one. Just like Luo Ho. If the demon ancestor did not have the god-slaying spear, he would not be a match for him at all. But with a divine weapon in hand, even if the opponent was not a match for him, he could still retreat calmly. And before he retreated, he could still fight for a long time. This was the difference between having a divine weapon and not having one. The Purple Cloud Sea. Since the establishment of the Purple Cloud's palace, the Purple Cloud Sea had been yearned for by tens of thousands of races. Many powerhouses of the tens of thousands of races went to the Purple Cloud Sea, hoping to get the opportunities they wanted there. But the sea was vast and boundless. It was not easy to find the exact location of the Purple Cloud's palace. If it was in the past, the sea would be more troublesome. But now, all the beasts at the true immortal level were wandering around the Purple Cloud's palace. The strongest of the remaining beasts were at the 10th level of the celestial being realm. Such strength. If it was in the 4 great continents a few decades ago, it would be difficult enough to deal with. But now, even the 10th level of the celestial being realm might not be able to be called a powerhouse. Only those who had reached the true immortal realm could be considered a true powerhouse among the tens of thousands of races. But the sea was vast. The preaching in the Purple Cloud's palace had not stopped, and there were also strange phenomena. If one followed the direction of the strange phenomena, they could also find the location of the Purple Cloud's palace. But when they arrived in front of the Purple Cloud's palace, they were stopped by the Purple Clouds. In the Purple Clouds, many people were rooted to the spot, their faces contorted as if they had fallen into an illusion. Long live my emperor! In the illusion, the south-guarding King Luo Feiyu saw himself sitting on the throne. The officials below bowed and worshipped, and their shouts shook the court. The scene in front of him was so real that he almost lost himself in it. No. This is all fake. Since I am the South Garden King of the Great Zhao, how can I covet the throne? Luo Feiyu's expression changed, and then he bit the tip of his tongue hard. The pain forced him to wake up from the illusion. Then he took another step forward, and then fell into a new illusion. Ascending to the throne, sweeping across the world, suppressing all races in the world. In the end, he sat on the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, but no matter what kind of illusion it was, Luo Feiyu did not fall into it. Instead, he moved forward unswervingly. Soon, he arrived in front of the Purple Cloud's palace. He stepped in and saw everyone sitting cross-legged, listening to the Taoist preaching the great Tao. Seeing this, Luo Feiyu didn't dare to disturb him. He just went to an empty space and sat down cross-legged. After that, he silently listened to the lecture on the Grand Tao. He wanted to obtain something that he wanted from it. As the king of the south, his strength was not weak either. Long before the human clan left the eastern continent, they were already powerhouses in the celestial realm. However, in the current era where true immortals were revered, celestials were nothing. In the Great Zhao, there were more than one or two people who had broken through to the true immortal realm. Even though Dan Hao and Duan's son of the 5 generals had successfully ascended to the true immortal realm, he was still stuck in the celestial realm. Later on, Luo Feiyu was the first to respond to Emperor Zhao's request for the people of the Great Zhao to enter the Purple Cloud's territorial waters to search for opportunities. Since he could not break through to the true immortal realm in the eastern continent, he could only search for opportunities in the Purple Cloud Sea. Not long after, other people walked past the Purple Clouds and entered the Purple Cloud Palace. Like Luo Feiyu, he did not disturb anyone. He only came to an empty space and sat down cross-legged, silently listening to Hong Jun's preaching. 1, 2, 3. When the lecture ended, Guiyu opened her eyes. She was stunned. Only then did she realize. Unknowingly, the Purple Cloud Palace was already overcrowded. Immediately after, a sense of joy welled up in her heart. The 10th level of the celestial realm, unknowingly, his cultivation base had quietly broken through to the 10th tier of the celestial being realm. One must know that when he had just arrived, he was only at the 3rd tier of the celestial being realm. In a single lecture, he had already crossed 7 minor levels. Such a rapid improvement. Even the sect master of the Jade Wave sect was caught off guard. The 10th level of the celestial realm, she was only a step away from becoming a true immortal. In addition, Guiyu found that her realm was very stable. There was no sign of rapid improvement at all. In this way, it would not be so difficult for her to ascend to the true immortal realm. Thank you for your lecture, Master. I can't thank you enough. Guiyu bowed to Hong Jun, the master of the Purple Cloud Palace. That was the previous title. Now that she was listening to his lecture, she had obtained his orthodoxy in a disguised way. It was normal for her to call him master. At this time, the others also woke up. Just like Guiyu, they all lowered their heads and kowtowed, calling out the 2 words teacher. The lecture. Everyone had gained a lot. The worst one had reached the 6th level of the celestial realm, the peak of the saint realm. The rest were all mighty figures above the 7th level of the celestial realm. However, there were not many people like Guiyu, who was at the 10th level of the celestial realm. Looking at the people below, Hong Jun said indifferently, since you can enter the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the lecture, you are considered to have entered the Purple Cloud Orthodoxy and are considered to be members of the Tao sect. In the future, you should take it as your responsibility to promote the Tao sect. Don't slack off. The next lecture will be in 3 years. At that time, if anyone can break through to the true immortal realm, you can be my disciple. Boom, everyone was shocked when they heard that. Their faces were filled with surprise. Taking in a disciple, this was not a small matter. It was different from listening to the lecture now. If they took the other party as their master, they would be considered to be his successor. The benefits they would get were definitely not comparable to simply listening to the lecture. However, the conditions for taking in a disciple were not low. In 3 years of lectures, they had to break through to the true immortal realm. This lecture took a total of 2 years. If the subsequent lectures also took 2 years, it would add up to 5 years. 5 years. It was extremely difficult to break through to the true immortal realm from the heavenly being realm. However, no one backed down because of that. The lecture this time had already let them taste the sweetness. If they could take the other party as their master, their future achievements would definitely not be as simple as a mere lower three heavens true immortal. Middle three heavens. Upper three heavens. They would all have a chance to touch it. As for whether they could break through to the true immortal realm, that was another story. Except a disciple. Luo Feiyu was stunned. His heart was burning with passion. He had just come to listen to the lecture not long ago. At most, it had been 2 months. His realm had already completely consolidated above the heavenly being realm. If he could continue to listen to the lecture, breaking through to the true immortal realm would not be a problem. Therefore, Luo Feiyu also took the position of a disciple to heart. If he could join the Tao sect, it would be a great thing. Alright. From now on, the Purple Cloud Palace will be closed for 3 years. 3 years later, the Purple Cloud Palace will open again. Those who are fated can come here to listen to the lecture. If anyone present can break through to the true immortal realm during the second lecture, you can become my disciple. Everyone, disperse. After Hong Jun repeated it, he simply waved his hand. The world spun. Before anyone could react, they found themselves outside the Purple Cloud Palace. When they looked at the Purple Cloud Palace again, the palace door was already tightly shut. The Purple Cloud Palace was closed for 3 years. Everyone who went to the Purple Cloud Palace returned the way they came. Anyone who entered the Purple Cloud Palace would more or less gain something. Even if they were the last to enter and heard a word or two of the Tao rhymes, they would have a small breakthrough in their realm. As a result, the reputation of the Purple Cloud Palace was completely spread. Even some of the weaker cultivators could understand that there was a shocking almighty living in the Purple Cloud Palace. So, after the Purple Cloud Palace was closed, the number of people who went to the Purple Cloud Sea increased. They all wanted to get the opportunity they wanted. But the problem was, after the Purple Cloud Palace was established, all the ferocious beasts of the true immortal level were restricted to the Purple Cloud Palace. However, the number of ferocious beasts below the true immortal level was not small at all. Many of the cultivators who entered the Purple Cloud Sea died in the sea. The Purple Cloud Palace, why does this name sound so familiar? Doesn't our desolate great world also have a Purple Cloud Palace? Could it be that the two are related? It's hard to say, but I heard that the Purple Cloud Palace was destroyed by the Thunder Calamity. The players of the desolate great world were all stunned. The people of other worlds did not know the Purple Cloud Palace, but they were very familiar with it. After all, as a famous force in the desolate great world, the Purple Cloud Palace was not something that ordinary forces could compare to. Now, the Purple Cloud Palace of the desolate great world had just been destroyed, and there was another Purple Cloud Palace in the Great Thousand World. It was impossible not to arouse suspicion. Immediately, there were also players who shook their heads. It might not be the Purple Cloud Palace of our world. After all, one is a game and one is reality. How can the two be connected? Whether or not it can be connected, who can say for sure? What if it really can? That's true, it can even affect one's cultivation. If it really can be connected, it's not impossible. Some players had subtle expressions. Under normal circumstances, it was naturally impossible for the game and reality to be connected. However, this game was completely different. There was no name, no trace of the publisher, and it just appeared inexplicably and swept the entire world at an extremely fast speed. Suspicion was suspicion. However, there was no substantial evidence to prove that this Purple Cloud Palace was the Purple Cloud Palace of that world. 3 years. To the people of the great wide world, time was fleeting. Over the past 3 years, the disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace traveled the world and spread the law everywhere, expanding the influence of the Purple Cloud Palace. At the same time, in Heaven Abyss, Luoho had also established the Devil Palace, allowing its members to roam the world and expand its influence. It was finally time for the 2 Tao fruit experts of the First Era to display their extraordinary strength. However, the expansion of the two forces did not have much of an impact on the Heavenly Court. In the end, Among the three Dao fruits, Qin Shujian was still the strongest. Even Hongjun would not be willing to fight with Qin Shujian before he recovered from his injuries. To put it bluntly, the heavenly courts were too powerful. If they fought recklessly, they would only harm themselves. At a time like this, it was naturally best to develop his strength steadily. Heavenly Court. Heavenly Palace. 3 years in the great wide world was equivalent to 600,000 years in the inner world. 600,000 years. According to the rules of the great wide world, it was enough for a few true immortals to die of old age. It had evolved over a long period of time. His inner world was completely different from before. It's about time. In the core of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian stretched his body, which was rare. For 600,000 years. He had been staying in the core of heaven and earth, silently comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. His strength was also steadily increasing. As his body moved, the huge core of heaven and earth began to vibrate gently. But soon, the vibration calmed down. Then, Qin Shujian scanned the place with his divine sense. He immediately observed the entire inner world. In 600,000 years, the human race has truly become the overlord force of the inner world. Before the next great tribulation comes, almost no race will be qualified to threaten the human race. Moreover, with the current strength of the human race, even if they are really targeted, 1 or 2 great tribulations won't be a big problem. 600,000 years had passed since the human race established the heavenly court. For 600,000 years. The number of true immortals in the human race had completely left the myriad races behind. Not only that. In hundreds of thousands of years, some races had truly submitted to the human race, allowing the human race to grow stronger. In comparison, the other races had been suppressed by the human race. Even Eldar, who was strong enough to compete with the human race in the past, had not improved much. Inside, it was not without the factor of being suppressed. Zhou Tian's star map said, "How long does the Emperor of Heaven think it will take for a Dao fruit-level existence to appear in the inner world? Maybe in the next breath, or maybe in 1,000,000 years." Qin Shujian's expression was calm. Dao fruit. How could it be so easy to achieve? There were already a few half-step Dao fruit existences in the inner world. They were only a step away from the Dao fruit level. However, this step was about the right time, place, and people. If they had enough opportunities, they could quickly break through the barrier and break through to the half-step Dao fruit level. However, if they didn't have enough opportunities, the difficulty of advancing to the Dao fruit level was even greater than the difficulty of advancing from the basic realm to the 9th level of immortal. However, right now, the human emperor of the human race is the most likely person to advance to the Dao fruit level. He has the providence of the heavenly court on him, so his chances of breaking through are much higher than others. After saying that, Qin Shujian stood up, looked around the huge core of the inner world, and sighed slightly. "I've stayed in this place for a long time. It seems like it's time to go back." 600,000 years. For his era, it was an unprecedentedly long period of seclusion. If it weren't for the memory of the third era, Qin Shujian would have had problems in this dry space of time. "Emperor of Heaven, don't you plan to continue your seclusion?" "There's no need for that," Qin Shujian said. Just now, the inner world had completed another moderate upgrade and reached the same level as the Great Thousand World. In other words, the current growth of the inner world was not inferior to the Great Thousand World. Similarly, the moment the two worlds were truly at the same level, the time formation set up by the Great Thousand World would be useless. Unless he could continue to set up the time formation if he could find an existence of a higher level than the river of time in the Great Thousand World. Otherwise, the flow of time in the inner world would be the same as the Great Thousand World. At this point, the time formation would officially lose its effect. There was no need to continue staying in the core of the inner world. At the 9th heaven, clouds and mist. There were heavenly soldiers patrolling and heavenly generals guarding. Occasionally, people could be seen stepping on the clouds and entering a certain place. There were also people stepping on the clouds and leaving the 9th heaven. This was the heavenly court. The heavenly court that was officially established after the inner heaven and earth race unified the 10,000 races. The inner hall of the heavenly palace. That was the residence of heaven and earth. Feng, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A wisp of divine light flashed in an instant. In front of him, a person quietly appeared there. He stood up. Feng slowly walked in front of the other party and bowed slightly. "Greetings, Venerable One." Every word and action. Although there was respect, it did not lose its dignity. Looking at Feng in front of him, Xianxia nodded slightly. "Since you are the Emperor of Heaven, there is no need for you to be so polite. The Venerable One created the world and is the foundation of all living things in the world. Even if I am the Emperor of Heaven, I cannot forget my etiquette." Feng shook his head. The current him was no longer as simple as the original human emperor. As the Emperor of Heaven, he could communicate with the heavenly Tao and understood many things. Originally, Feng was still not very clear about Qin Shujian's background, but after becoming the Emperor of Heaven, he was very clear about his background. In the beginning, he even tried to get the experts of the myriad races to find Qin Shujian's whereabouts. But there was no result. Over time, the wind extinguished this thought. Until now. When he saw Qin Shujian again, he asked the question that he had been hiding in his heart for a long time. "I have always had a question that I want to ask the Venerable One. I wonder if the Venerable One can tell me." "There's no harm in asking. What exactly do I need to do to advance to Tao fruit?" Feng looked straight at Qin Shujian. "I have been in this realm for a long time and have never been able to find the opportunity to break through, so I would like to ask the Venerable One, what exactly is Tao fruit and how to advance to Tao fruit?" At this point, he bowed deeply. As early as 500,000 years ago, Feng was already a half-step Tao fruit expert. 500,000 years later, he was still a half-step Tao fruit expert. Of course, it was impossible for there to be no gains in 500,000 years. During this long period of time, Feng had made significant progress in the half-step Tao fruit realm. He was now much stronger than ordinary half-step Tao fruit realm experts. Furthermore, he had the blessing of the heavenly court's providence. If he fully unleashed his strength, he would even be qualified to contend with ordinary Tao fruits. However, this was only a relative term. The difference between a Tao fruit and a half-step Tao fruit was like a natural chasm that was not so easy to cross. For hundreds of thousands of years, Feng had always been searching for a way to break through. Because he knew very well that only by breaking through to the Tao fruit level would the human race be able to exist forever. Otherwise, in the future, the human race might not be able to hold the position of overlord forever. Qin Shujian said indifferently, "There are no shortcuts to advancing to the Tao fruit level. Your Tao is already fixed. If you want to advance, you can only rely on the opportunities in the unseen world. When the opportunity arrives, everything will follow naturally. If the opportunity does not arrive, then everything will be empty talk. Your foundation is deep enough, and with the help of the heavenly court's providence, I believe it won't be a problem for you to contend with ordinary Tao fruits." Hearing this, Feng's heart sank slightly. Relying on the heavenly court's providence to contend with the Tao fruit was not what he wanted. Providence was illusory, and it varied in strength. If the heavenly courts fell apart, then its providence would be greatly reduced. At that time, the power he could borrow would not be that much. Qin Shujian said, "The so-called Tao fruit is an existence that transcends the laws of heaven and earth. It is no longer restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, and is no longer restricted by the shackles of time. When you reach that realm, you can be considered to have entered the stage of transcendence. Half-step Tao fruit, strictly speaking, is still in the category of true immortals. You have only taken a step on the path of transcendence, and it is not considered a true success of transcendence. In the future, when you can go from being under the rules to being on par with them, or above them, then you will be a Tao fruit." On par with the rules, above the rules, Feng was deep in thought. All these years, he had been thinking about what kind of realm was considered a Tao fruit. Until now. After listening to Qin Shujian's explanation, he finally understood. Is the venerable a Dao fruit, or beyond Dao fruit? Feng asked another question in his heart. He really wanted to know. What kind of realm was Qin Shujian in, whether it was when he was weak or now when he was strong? He had never been able to see any clues. As the Emperor of Heaven, Feng also had a trace of undetectable fear in his heart for such an expert. This kind of fear. It had nothing to do with anything else. It was purely respect for the strong. I can only tell you that I can suppress an ordinary Dao fruit with one hand. Qin Shujian did not answer directly, but gave an example. Suppressing a Dao fruit with one hand, Feng's heart suddenly trembled. As expected, this venerable was not as simple as a Dao fruit. He had his doubts. After all, how could an expert who could open up a world and evolve all living things be an ordinary Dao fruit? According to the other party, his current methods, coupled with the luck of the heavenly court, could already contend with an ordinary Dao fruit. However, he had no confidence that he could open up such a vast world. One could imagine. How strong was Qin Shujian? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Feng continued, Venerable, do you think I can break through to Dao fruit? I'm not sure. Qin Shujian shook his head. Half-step Dao fruit, although it has not reached the level of transcendence, it is still half a step. Your future is already uncertain. Whether you can advance to Dao fruit can only depend on your own luck. However, in the current world, your chance is the greatest. I understand. Thank you, Venerable, for answering my doubts. Feng took a deep breath and bowed again, thanking the other party for his answer. Qin Shujian's words gave him a lot of confidence in himself. Since the probability was the greatest, then there was still some hope for him to advance to Dao fruit in the future. Now, the only obsession of this Emperor of Heaven was to advance to Dao fruit. Now that he had stepped into the half-step Dao fruit realm, although he could not transcend, the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations that descended were not a big threat. It was almost not difficult to successfully transcend the tribulation. It could be said that, as long as heaven and earth were not destroyed, Feng could basically achieve eternal life. However, such eternal life was not what he wanted. Only by truly avoiding calamities and tribulations was the eternal life he wanted to pursue. That was the only way. Only then could the human race suppress the 10,000 races and become the eternal overlord. The current him. Although in terms of strength, he might be the number 1 in the world, but it was not 100%. Because the half-step Dao fruit in the world was not as simple as him. After meeting Feng, Qin Shujian left the heavenly court and went to Eldar to meet Ling Huang. Ever since he was defeated by Feng, the Soul Emperor had always been in a state of seclusion. Now like Feng, he was at the peak of the half-step Dao fruit level. If he didn't borrow luck, his strength wouldn't be much weaker than the Emperor of Heaven. Then, Qin Shujian went to the other races to meet the emperors of each race. But he only went to meet the half-step Dao fruit and the 9th level immortals. There was not a single one below the 9th level immortal. Those who could reach the 9th level immortal all had a chance to advance to the Dao fruit level. The inner world was the world that Qin Shujian opened up. The more experts there were in the world, the greater the benefits for him. Moreover, with his current strength, an ordinary Dao fruit would not be able to resist. In this way, Qin Shujian didn't have to worry about the appearance of Dao fruits in the inner world causing the world to be out of his control. Once he left the undying volcano, his journey would come to an end. There are so many 9th level immortals and half-step Dao fruits. I wonder if there will be 2 or 3 who can take that step in the future. Qin Shujian sighed. The Dao fruit was difficult. It wasn't easy to break through. It was still a problem whether one of the 109th level immortals could advance. The transformation of the true immortal Dao fruit was the true washing of the sand. Human Emperor's Palace. Ever since the human race became the overlord of the world, most of the human race's experts went to the heavenly court. This was a true case of a man ascending to heaven. But as Feng's palace, the human emperor's palace had been preserved. And Godslayer. It was placed here. There were human race experts guarding the left and right sides of the human emperor's palace to prevent anyone from intruding for no reason. But To Qin Shujian, this kind of defense was practically non-existent. He didn't stop him at all. With a step, he easily entered the human emperor's palace. Instantly, a terrifying killing intent surged towards him. That sort of power, which was mixed with the killing power of the world, would have instantly dealt a heavy blow to the mind of an ordinary true immortal. But for a Dao fruit, such killing intent was like a gentle breeze that posed no threat at all. An invisible aura spread out. All the killing intent disappeared. Emperor of Heaven! Godslayer had also woken up from his slumber. He looked at the person who had appeared in front of him and spoke in a pleasantly surprised tone. The next moment, he transformed into his own body and came before Qin Shujian. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. How is it? Have you gotten used to living with the humans? Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Hearing this, the god-slaying saber smiled bitterly. I don't have any habits. In the beginning, it was fine. I could still chat with the human emperor. However, after the heavenly court was established, no one came here. I had no one to chat with to relieve my boredom, so I could only sleep. Speaking of which, his spirit was lifted again. Emperor of Heaven, you're here now. Are you going to take me away? Hundreds of thousands of years of loneliness. Although for Zhu Bing, it was not something unbearable. But if he could leave, he would still be willing to leave. No one to talk to relieve his boredom. To be honest, it was really boring. Qin Shujian nodded. Hundreds of thousands of years is enough. There's no need to stay any longer. It's time to go back. After so many years, do you have a premonition of transformation? No. Godslayer looked melancholy. Transformation. That was the transformation of 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. He had been absorbing the luck of the human race for hundreds of thousands of years as 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, but he had never found the opportunity to transform. It could be said that now Godslayer's luck was much stronger than that of ordinary 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. Emperor of Heaven, maybe after 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, it's really the peak. The luck of the human race I've absorbed is enough for several Zhu Bing to advance to 9 tribulations, but I still don't feel like I've reached the limit. There's a way to go after 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, but it's very difficult now. It's not so easy to transform. Qin Shujian said. The higher the realm, the more he understood. Just like the ancestral armaments. 9 tribulations Zhu Bing was comparable to a natural supreme treasure. Most people only thought that this was the limit of Zhu Bing, but strictly speaking, 9 tribulations Zhu Bing was never the limit. There were still more powerful existences above 9 tribulations. The god-killing spear in Luo Ho's hand. The jade plate of good fortune in Hongjuan's hand. This was a very important proof. Those 2 divine weapons were about to transform. It was just that as strong as the good fortune jade disc and the god-slaying spear, there was no way to really transform successfully. The difficulty was imaginable. Let's go. Qin Shujian said. When he stretched out his palm, Godslayer returned to its original form of a stone saber. Immediately, he put the stone saber into his sea of consciousness. He took a step forward. Qin Shujian quietly left the palace of the human emperor. It was also when the stone saber was taken away that the shocking killing power disappeared. All the cultivators guarding the Renhuang Palace noticed it immediately. Oh no! There's a change in the divine weapon. Report to Emperor of Heaven immediately. The faces of those human race true immortals changed dramatically. They all knew that there was an amazing supreme treasure in the palace of the human emperor. The killing aura was proof. But now, the disappearance of the killing aura meant that there was a problem with the supreme treasure. This was not a small problem. If that celestial emperor were to blame them, no one would be able to bear the responsibility. The heavenly court. A human race true immortal reported what had happened in the palace of the human emperor. When he finished, Feng waved his hand. You don't have to worry about the divine weapon. I know what to do. Yes. The true immortal didn't dare to ask more. He just bowed and left. When he left, Feng murmured to himself, the Godslayer should have been taken away by the supremacy. Obviously. There weren't many people qualified to take away the Godslayer. Before he became a 9th-level immortal, he didn't have the confidence to forcibly take away that powerful divine weapon. However, it was impossible for a 9th-level immortal or even a half-step Dao fruit cultivator to enter the palace of the human emperor quietly. Thus, the only person who could enter the palace and take away the Godslayer was Qin Shujian. Although Feng coveted the Godslayer's power, he also knew that this divine weapon didn't belong to the human race, nor did it belong to him. In that case, if the other party took it away, so be it. After leaving the palace of the human emperor, Qin Shujian went to the other clans and took away all the Zubing that had been left in the various clans hundreds of thousands of years ago. After hundreds of thousands of years of worship, the weakest Zubing of the various clans had reached the 6th or 7th tribulation stage. There were also a few 8th tribulation Zubing. If it weren't for the failure of the tribulation, the number of 8th tribulation Zubing would have been even more. As for Xianxia, he had directly advanced to become a 9th tribulation Zubing. P.S. Thanks to book friend 1603151346588258 for the tip. In the heavenly court. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian's body, which had been sitting upright for many years, moved a little, and a vast power spread out. Before the power spread much, it was directly restrained. He opened his eyes. There was a faint smile in his clear black and white eyes. Hundreds of thousands of years really passed in the blink of an eye, including the time he spent in the inner world. Taking everything into account, Qin Shujian had stayed in the inner world for 700,000 to 800,000 years. If it was someone else, in 700,000 to 800,000 years, their temperament would have changed a lot. But he was different. For the Dao fruit, hundreds of thousands of years was not enough to have a big impact. Immediately afterward, Qin Shujian left the inner hall of the heavenly palace and appeared in the outer world in the next moment. In the outer world. Compared to the outer world, it was more desolate. Originally, the battle between the great wide world and the outer world demons caused the creatures in the outer world to suffer heavy losses. Later on, Luohe was born. The other party hunted ferocious beasts and creatures in the outer world, causing the remaining creatures in the outer world to suffer a devastating blow. At this point, the life forms in the void outside were basically declared extinct. As he looked to the vast and boundless outer realm, with a thought from Qin Shujian, all of the ancestral armaments stored in his sea of consciousness were released. 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, 8 tribulations Zhu Bing, 7 tribulations Zhu Bing, 6 tribulations Zhu Bing, a large number of Zhu Bing gathered together, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. The skybreaking halberd and John Doe seemed to have noticed something, and they all looked at the outer world. Xiao Qingfeng asked, "What happened?" While speaking, he also spread his divine thought, wanting to see what had happened. However, no matter how his divine thought expanded, he did not notice anything wrong. The skybreaking halberd said, "A lot of Zhu Bing's auras have suddenly appeared in the extraterritorial void, and those auras are extremely powerful. I don't know what's going on. That's impossible. There can't be so many Zhu Bing in the vast thousand worlds." Wu Ming also had a strange expression on his face. Those Zhu Bing's auras were extremely powerful, and there were even auras that were beyond his knowledge. In other words, among the Zhu Bing that appeared, there was no lack of 8 tribulations. Furthermore, there might be a 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. However, Wu Ming shook his head. There had never been a 9th tribulation Zhu Bing in the vast wide world. The most powerful one was the 8th tribulation Zhu Bing Godslayer. Godslayer had just ascended to the 8th tribulation not long ago. How could he have ascended to the 9th tribulation so quickly? Besides, even if the other party really did advance, it would only be a Zhu Bing. Judging from the energy fluctuations in the air, it was clear that it wasn't a simple Zhu Bing. Xiao Qingfeng frowned when he heard that. "Are there a lot of Zhu Bing's auras?" "A lot. Zhu Bing wouldn't appear for no reason. It seems that I have to report this matter," Xiao Qingfeng said in a deep voice. There weren't many Zhu Bing in the vast thousand worlds, and they were all in the hands of the human clan. Emperor Zhao had the 1,000 calamity spear. Since the skybreaking halberd and Wu Ming could sense Zhu Bing's aura fluctuations, the Thousand Calamity Spear should be able to as well. Thinking of this, he left the War God Temple and headed to the Heavenly Palace. Xiao Qingfeng wasn't the emperor of the human clan, nor was he the emperor of the other clans. Therefore, he had been staying in the Heavenly Court to cultivate. He wasn't like the other emperors who spent most of their time in the lower realm. They would only come to the Heavenly Court occasionally. The East Continent. The Imperial Palace. When Zhu Bing's aura appeared in the extraterritorial void, just as Xiao Qingfeng had expected, the Thousand Calamity Spear had also discovered those energy fluctuations. A large number of Zhu Bing have appeared. A large number of Zhu Bing? Emperor Zhao had a strange expression on his face. What did he mean by a large number of Zhu Bing? The number of Zhu Bing in the vast thousand worlds was limited. There was no such thing as a large number of Zhu Bing. The Thousand Calamity Spear said, "My senses can't be wrong. There are definitely a large number of Zhu Bing in the extraterritorial void. Moreover, those Zhu Bing are extremely powerful. They're not comparable to ordinary Zhu Bing." Speaking of this, he paused for a moment. The number of Zhu Bing in the world is limited. As early as the last Great Tribulation, there weren't many Zhu Bing left. Unless the Godslayer advanced to the 8th Tribulation, it's impossible for there to be so many Zhu Bing. As the number one Zhu Bing of the human clan, the Thousand Calamity Spear's foundation and knowledge were extraordinary. Even so, the appearance of Zhu Bing's aura in the extraterritorial void still shocked him. It seems that something we don't know about has happened. The Emperor of Heaven should know about it too. Emperor Zhao looked at the Heavenly Court. The Thousand Calamity Spear could sense Zhu Bing's aura. The Godslayer could do the same. During this period of time, he had been staying with the human clan and did not return to the Heavenly Court. There was no other way. The problem with the Purple Cloud Palace was too big. Many cultivators of the myriad races were heading toward the Purple Cloud Sea. The Eastern Continent, which they had to pass through, had also suffered many twists and turns. Under such circumstances, Emperor Zhao naturally could not leave at will. He had to guard the human clan at all times. Otherwise, if the myriad races had any conflict with the human clan, there would be endless trouble in the future. Therefore, only with Emperor Zhao guarding the human clan would the myriad races not dare to act recklessly. After all, the title of the leader of the 5 emperors had never been a joke. In the extraterritorial void, the Zhu Bing that had been nurtured by the myriad races of the inner world for a long time all appeared there. Many Zhu Bing's auras gathered. Just the auras they emitted could shatter the void. At this moment, those Zhu Bing looked at Qin Shujian in front of them and had a bad premonition. In an instant, some Zhu Bing fled into the depths of the void. "Come back," Qin Shujian said indifferently. Then, he stretched out his hand and reached into the depths of the void. One hand. He had truly reached the point of encompassing the void and the universe. All of the fleeing ancestral armaments were unable to resist at all. Thus, they were all captured and brought back. Then, an enormous power landed on all of the ancestral armaments, sealing them all in place. "Venerable One, please spare our lives. We have no intention of betraying the Venerable One, please forgive us." Most of the Zhu Bing were begging for mercy at this moment. The power that they were so proud of was no different from an ant in front of a Dao fruit-level powerhouse. Escape. It was simply a joke. However, as Zhu Bing, it was not easy for them to gain sentience. They were not willing to be destroyed just like that. Therefore, they could only beg Qin Shujian for mercy, hoping that he would pity them and give them a chance to live. In the extraterritorial void, among the many Zhu Bing, only 2 Zhu Bing did not speak. The first was the Godslayer. The second was the Thousand Mountain Blood. The 2 Zhu Bing remained silent from the beginning to the end. "If I can create you, I can also destroy you. You are worshipped by all the clans in the world and have the opportunity to develop spiritual intelligence. I was the one who created all the clans in the world. So, everything you have was given to you by me. Now, it's time for you to repay me." As soon as Qin Shujian finished speaking, his finger fell directly on a Zhu Bing. Boom! Frightening power exploded forth. Even ancestral armaments as powerful as them were directly shattered by this power. the Zhu being shattered. Before much of the power of faith contained in it could spill out, Qin Shujian forcibly absorbed it and sent it directly into the Godslayer. Seeing that Zhu Bing had been destroyed, the remaining Zhu Bing shuddered, their hearts full of despair. Hundreds of thousands of years. That was how they got to where they were today. But now, all of it was going to turn into nothing. No one would be willing to accept this. However, they were too weak. Even if they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. They could only silently wait for death to come. Boom, boom. One by one, the Zhu Bing shattered. The surging power of faith contained in it was all sent into the Godslayer. One had to know. Among the Zhu Bing present, the weakest was at the level of the 6 tribulations Zhu Bing. The power of faith contained in it was terrifying. Now, the Godslayer was completely immersed in the power of faith. Then, he tried his best to absorb it and transform it into his own power. He understood. What Qin Shujian was doing now was helping him break through the limit of the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. The Godslayer was also very curious about whether there were other levels above the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. Now, he had this opportunity. He naturally didn't want to give up. Among the clans in the inner world, the number of Zhu Bing that had been nurtured and born was not small. The destruction of one Zhu Bing after another allowed the Godslayer to absorb a huge amount of power of faith. Originally, after breaking through to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, he could contain so much power of faith that it was like a bottomless pit. However, in front of such a vast amount of faith, there was a trend of saturation. Transformation, transformation, transformation. Godslayer's aura continued to rise, and he was already advancing in an unknown direction. That power. It seemed to be able to sweep across the universe, causing all the divine weapons to tremble. The Supreme Zhu Bing is about to be born. The 1,000 tribulation spear could no longer hide its shock. In his perception, that aura was so powerful that it made people feel fear. Even he felt as weak as an ant in front of this power. The Supreme Zhu Bing, this was definitely a Supreme Zhu Bing. 8 tribulations? No, it wasn't as simple as 8 tribulations. As for whether it had reached the level of 9 tribulations, the 1,000 tribulation spear wasn't 100% sure. Because there had never been a 9 tribulations Zhu Bing in the great wide world, he didn't know much about the aura of a 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. After the shock, the 10,000 tribulation spear nearly cried out involuntarily, the aura of the ancestral armament is disappearing. I understand now, I understand now. There is a supreme power sacrificing many ancestral armaments to nurture a supreme ancestral armament. I see, I see. Now, he was already a little incoherent. Sacrificing other Zhu Bing, extracting the power of faith to nurture a Zhu Bing, and then letting that Zhu Bing undergo a new transformation. Such a method. In fact, it had existed since ancient times. That said, one must know that regardless of the time, the number of ancestral armaments in the Great Kiliacosm was extremely small. Even if there was such a method, no one would do it. Because even the top clans couldn't be so extravagant as to sacrifice so many Zhu Bing to let one Zhu Bing undergo a transformation. Even if Zhu Bing did undergo a transformation, it was hard to say what the gains and losses would be. Moreover, if the transformation failed, it would be a total loss. There aren't many people in the world who can do such a thing. It must be the Emperor of Heaven. At this time, Emperor Zhao was basically sure who was the one who had caused such a commotion. The heavenly court ruled all clans. There weren't many things in the world that could be hidden from the Emperor of Heaven's perception. Now, such a commotion in the outer realm had reached the point where even a true immortal could discover it. The Emperor of Heaven didn't make a move. This already explained a lot of things. However, Emperor Zhao couldn't figure out where Qin Shujian had obtained such a large number of ancestral armaments. The most powerful Zhu Bing in the Emperor of Heaven's hands is the 8 tribulations Zhu Bing Godslayer. If you're right, then the Emperor of Heaven's goal should be to let the Godslayer break through to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. The 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, he had never seen it before. To be honest, Emperor Zhao didn't have much of an idea of how powerful such a weapon was. In the heavenly court. In the hall. The Taiji diagram hung in the middle. The Taoist rhymes flowed within it and people couldn't help but be mesmerized by it. This was the top treasure of the First Era. It had been nurtured by the Tai Ching holy man for many years and had already reached an extremely powerful level. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would enter a state of epiphany when they saw the Taiji diagram and their cultivation would increase tremendously. Even if it was a true immortal. If they could comprehend the Taoist rhymes on the Taiji diagram, they could also improve by leaps and bounds. Below the Taiji diagram, Niao Dali sat cross-legged. The flowing Taoist rhymes descended and covered his body. All of a sudden, the Taiji diagram shook a little. Niao Dali woke up from his cultivation state. He stood up and looked at the Taiji diagram hanging in the air. He was confused. This is strange. Why would the Taiji diagram suddenly show such a strange phenomenon? Ever since he obtained the Taiji diagram, this treasure didn't change at all. After the Tai Ching holy man died, the Taiji diagram had already recognized him as its master. But now, Niao Dali sensed some kind of fear from the Taiji diagram. This made him even more confused. After all, the Taiji diagram was a top treasure and there weren't many treasures that could resist it. There were even fewer treasures that could make the Taiji diagram feel fear. But the changes in the Taiji diagram undoubtedly pointed to many problems. Could it be, what kind of powerful treasure is going to appear in the world? Niao Dali was confused. However, he didn't care too much about these thoughts. Any treasure or weapon was fine. It didn't have much to do with him. Right now, Niao Dali only wanted to increase his powers and return to his peak state in the First Era as soon as possible. After that, he would look for opportunities to improve and become even more powerful. If he wasn't powerful enough, he wouldn't have the right to avenge the Tai Ching holy man. Right now, it was a fact that the Tai Ching holy man had died in the hands of Hong Jun. It made sense. Niao Dali didn't forget this hatred. In the demon palace, Luo Ho opened his eyes and came to the black pool. The god-slaying spear was placed in the pool and was vibrating gently. A monstrous killing power was being emitted. That's strange. The god-slaying spear is my treasure. There shouldn't be any divine weapon in the world that can threaten it. Why is it vibrating like this? Luo Ho was bewildered. The god-slaying spear in front of him was obviously under some kind of threat. That was why it did this, to protect itself. To put it simply, just like other living beings encountering their natural enemies, they would deliberately show their ferocious side to intimidate their opponents. The god-slaying spear was like that now. This was what Luo Ho was truly shocked about. The god-slaying spear was a supreme treasure that he had been nurturing since the First Era. Over the past few eras, it had been a true top-notch treasure. Even the good fortune jade disc was not qualified to suppress the god-slaying spear. Now, the god-slaying spear's change was obviously indicating something. However, Luo Ho could not figure it out. What kind of divine weapon could make the god-slaying spear, which was about to transform to the next level, feel wary and even fearful, after all? In this era, there was no powerful divine weapon at all. Could it be the creation jade disc? Luo Ho thought of a possibility and his face turned ugly. There was only one possibility for a divine weapon that was about to transform to feel fearful. There was another divine weapon that was about to enter the transformation stage. In the vast thousand domains, there were only two divine weapons that were about to transform. One was the god-slaying spear. The other was the creation jade disc. If it was not the god-slaying spear, then only the creation jade disc would be transforming. Thinking of this, Luo Ho was extremely fearful. Hong Jun is already very strong and has many treasures. If the creation jade disc really transforms, then it will be troublesome. In terms of strength, he had no way to fight against Hong Jun. Although the two of them had fought in the First Era, after Hong Jun won, he took control of the world's Dao sects and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Looking at himself, he was seriously injured and had to be reborn in this era. Not to mention how much his strength had improved, it was already good enough that he did not regress. One's strength. The gap between the two of them was greatly widened. Now, if the good fortune jade disc underwent another transformation, than Hong Jun's strength could be imagined. The more powerful a divine weapon was, the more powerful it was. The more useful they were, the more effective they would be. In the hands of Dao fruit, ordinary connate cardinal treasures were already peerless in power. Even the most ordinary Dao fruit would be able to suppress an ordinary ancient god if it was on the verge of metamorphosis. Therefore, if the good fortune jade disc transformed, that kind of power, even if he joined forces with Qin Shujian, Luoho was not confident that he could deal with them. No, I can't let the good fortune jade disc succeed. The fiend ancestor's mind was filled with thoughts. He didn't want the good fortune jade butterfly to succeed in its metamorphosis, but how to stop it was still a big problem. They immediately started fighting. It was obviously inappropriate. I need to make a trip to the heavenly court. The purple cloud palace. When the god-slaying spear vibrated, the good fortune jade butterfly also vibrated. Hong Jun withdrew from the state of cultivation and looked at the good fortune jade disc in his sea of consciousness with a frown. A supreme divine weapon is about to be born. After seeing the state of the good fortune jade disc, he instantly understood. Immediately, Hong Jun thought of Luo Ho. The reason was simple. There were only two divine weapons that were about to transform. If it wasn't his good fortune jade disc, then it must be Luo Ho's god-slaying spear. As his sworn enemy, there was no reason for him to sit and watch the god-slaying spear transform successfully. Forget it, I've been here for so long. It's time to move around. Hong Jun shook his head and disappeared from the futon. In the astral wind layer. When they were close to the southern heavenly gate, two people suddenly appeared, and the atmosphere immediately froze. Hong Jun. Luo Ho. Neither of them expected to meet each other here. Soon. They were thinking, secretly guessing the other party's purpose in coming to the heavenly court. Then. Luo Ho smiled insincerely. I originally planned to go to the Purple Cloud Palace to congratulate them, but I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence, I also planned to go to the heavenly abyss to congratulate them. Hong Jun raised his eyebrows. Hearing that, the two fell silent again. After a long time, Luo Ho said, I'm too lazy to beat around the bush, I'll just say it, is your good fortune jade disc about to transform successfully? It's not that far yet, where's your god-slaying spear? The same. The short answer made them understand something. At this realm, there was no need for too much suspicion. One question and one answer, and they could basically distinguish between the truth and the lies. Then, the two looked at each other and looked in the direction of the heavenly court. If it's not your divine weapon, then the transformed divine weapon is likely to come from the heavenly court. If I remember correctly, the Qin Emperor has a supreme treasure in his hands. Hong Jun's voice was faint. Now the situation was clear. If it wasn't him or Luo Ho, then there was only one possibility. Hearing that, Luo Ho's expression was also complicated. The Qin Emperor has hidden it well, to have such a supreme treasure. He didn't expect that Qin Shujian had a divine weapon that was about to transform and had been hiding it all this time. It was only exposed when the transformation was about to be completed. One had to know. It was not that easy for a divine weapon to transform. With the foundation of the Sanhua sword and Zhou Tian's star map, it was absolutely impossible for them to reach the stage of transformation. Therefore, in Luo Ho's opinion, Qin Shujian must have other divine weapons in his hands. It was just that the other party hid it well and didn't expose his foundation. Hong Jun said, the Qin Emperor has a big plan in his heart. If you join forces with him, it's like asking a tiger for its skin. If his divine weapon succeeds in transforming, even if I succeed in the Dao integration, the possibility of dealing with him is not high. At that time, our situation won't be so good. Luo Ho's expression kept changing. He understood what Hong Jun said. For Dao fruits, there had always been only a division of benefits. Previously, he cooperated with Qin Shujian because he hated Hong Jun, and if he didn't join forces, there was no way to balance Hong Jun. But it was different now. Qin Shujian's hidden means made Luo Ho feel deeply afraid. Even if he was now an ally of the other party. But what if? If one day they turned hostile, he would be like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Therefore, at this time, he had to make a choice. After a while, Luoho said faintly, "The aura comes from the void outside the realm. Let's go and take a look first." In the outer space, the Godslayer was transforming bit by bit. The stone chips on its surface were slowly falling down, and sharp divine light overflowed from them. At the same time, the aura on its body was also getting stronger. Qin Shujian clasped his hands behind his back, silently watching the Godslayer transform. When the sharp aura swept over, it disappeared within 3 feet of his body. Zhu Bing's essence is stone. It only gained all kinds of magic after being contaminated with the power of faith. But the Godslayer is now shedding its stone essence and evolving in another direction. It seems that the real limit for Zhu Bing to break through the limit of the 9 tribulations should be its original stone essence. Immediately, he changed his mind and thought of something else. The Godslayer was now transforming to a higher level, and it was getting rid of its original thing bit by bit. Then, would the Khanate supreme treasures of other eras also have to abandon their original bodies if they want to break through the limit? About this, Qin Shujian only had some conjectures, but he didn't dare to be too sure. Now in the void, there weren't many Zhu Bing left. Except for Xianxia, the rest of the Zhu Bing were all shattered, and then the power of faith was injected into the Godslayer to help it transform. If it didn't do this, the Godslayer couldn't have reached this stage. More and more stone chips fell. The overflowing divine light became sharper and sharper. The divine light, which had stopped at 3 feet around him, broke through to 2 feet. Don't think that it was only 1 foot closer. Know that he was a Dao fruit level expert, and it was very likely that he was comparable to or even stronger than Hongjun at his peak. On this basis, the Godslayer could only rely on the overflowing divine light to get within 2 feet of him. Qin Shujian was already very surprised by the transformation of Zhu Bing. At this time, the transformation was further intensified. In the dark, some kind of mysterious power was drawn and fell directly on the Godslayer. Instantly, the blade vibrated violently. The stone fragments that had existed for billions of years cracked open inch by inch, and endless divine light erupted. The moment the divine light erupted, it swept through everything with the force of a thunderbolt. Qin Shujian waved his hand and collected the 1,000 mountain blood into his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he retreated and did not confront the divine light directly. The divine light was strong. However, he couldn't do anything to Dao fruit level experts. However, he had no intention of fighting them head-on. If this were to affect the Godslayer's transformation, it would be a huge loss. After retreating, Qin Shujian's eyes shone. The power of the real level, this is the power of the real level. 9 tribulations Zhu Bing and above have actually touched the real level. Incredible, really incredible. He had once faced death. He turned around in the real world. It could be said that Qin Shujian was the one who was most familiar with the true level of power. The red lotus of purgation in his hands was a power that touched upon the true level. This was also his greatest trump card. One had to know. The true level of power was extremely useful even when dealing with Dao fruit level experts. Now, the Godslayer's breakthrough was also related to this aspect. In Qin Shujian's perception, the true power that invaded the universe seemed to be attracted by something and was gathering towards Zhu Bing bit by bit. This power, it was more advanced than the power of faith. Originally, the power of faith could penetrate the illusory and the real. Therefore, the players killed by Zhu Bing would die completely. However, this kind of power that penetrated the real and the illusory was still fundamentally different from the true level of power on a single level. One had to know. The living beings of every epoch could provide endless faith. Moreover, in every era, there was no shortage of experts who could control the power of faith. First, there was the power of faith. Then, there was the power of faith to condense divine weapons. These were all the uses of the power of faith. However, no matter how much power of faith there was, it was difficult to compete with the true level of power. Or else, there wouldn't be so many eras that were destroyed. The reason why the eras were destroyed was that there wasn't enough power to resist the invasion of the true level of power. If there was, the eras wouldn't have come to an end. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian turned around and looked into the depths of the void. The void there shook and two figures suddenly appeared. Hong Jun, Luo Ho, seeing the person who came, his expression was calm. It was normal for Godslayer to attract the attention of Dao Fruit with such a big movement. The power of the true level. Hong Jun's gaze landed on the God-slaying saber. At that moment, there was obvious shock on the Dao ancestor's face. Luo Ho's expression also changed slightly. The power of the true level. It turns out that after the divine weapons break the limit, what is involved is the true level. On his face, there was shock, passion, and greed. This demon ancestor also didn't expect that after the divine weapons broke the limit, what was involved was the power of the true level. Although Luo Ho had never entered the world of the true level, several eras had been destroyed, so he had a deep understanding of the power of the true level. It was an extremely terrifying power. It completely exceeded the limit of the power controlled by Dao Fruit. It could be said that, in the face of the power of the true level, it was very difficult for Dao Fruit to resist. For several eras, the number of Dao Fruit that had fallen to the power of the true level was not small at all. Then, Luo Ho retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Shujian again. The Qin Emperor hid it well enough. I didn't expect that you would have such a divine weapon in your hands. His tone was full of complicated emotions. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Everyone has their own trump cards. The demon ancestor himself wouldn't reveal all his trump cards. That's right. Everyone has their own trump cards. Luo Ho nodded in agreement. Then, the scene fell silent. Only the Godslayer was transforming bit by bit, and its aura became more and more magnificent. After a long time, Hong Jun was the first to break the silence. Qin Emperor, it's not appropriate for a divine weapon that has broken the limit to appear now. Otherwise, it will arouse the vigilance of the true level. I think it's better to temporarily seal this divine weapon. When the time is right, it will be unsealed again. There won't be any problems. Dao Ancestor, when do you think is the right time? When the war stops and the vast thousand worlds get rid of the false and the true, it will be the right time. Hong Jun lowered his eyes and said calmly. Luo Ho didn't say anything, but from his expression, he also had the same idea. Hearing that, looking at the changes in their expressions, Qin Shujian couldn't help but laugh. P.S. Please give me a monthly vote. That's right, but I have a question to ask. If the creation jade disc is going to break through, will the Dao Ancestor seal it? Qin Shujian asked. Hearing that, Hong Jun said, if the creation jade disc is going to advance, I will seal it too. Well said. Qin Shujian nodded in agreement, and then his face turned cold again. Unfortunately, the Dao Ancestor's approach is not suitable for me. Today, the Godslayer's advancement is imperative. Anyone who stops the Godslayer from advancing is my enemy. In an instant, the atmosphere in the outer space became solemn. Hongjuan's face turned cold. Emperor Qin, do you really not care about the consequences? I don't need others to teach me how to do things. Qin Shujian was imposing, and then looked at Luo Ho. The demon ancestor has the same intention as the Dao ancestor. I remember that in the first era, the demon ancestor died in the hands of the Dao ancestor. If you cooperate with the Dao ancestor now, it will be like asking a tiger for its skin. You and I are still allies, so you have to think twice about everything. After that, the look in his eyes became meaningful, and the threat was obvious. Luo Ho's face changed again and again. If it was an ordinary person who dared to threaten him, he would have taught him a lesson. But Qin Shujian was different. Not to mention that the other party was very strong, the battle between the Dao ancestor and the demon ancestor had always been a knot in his heart. However, Luo Ho did not hesitate for long. He made a decision. Emperor Qin, Hongjuan's words make sense. If we allow the Godslayer to advance, it will easily attract the attention of several real worlds. I think it's better to seal it temporarily. When the time is right, we will unseal it. At that time, the Godslayer can also advance, and there won't be any big impact. Well, since the demon ancestor has made a decision, I won't say more. Qin Shujian nodded, and the look in his eyes turned cold. He stretched out his hand in the void. The Sanhua sword broke through the air and landed in his hand. Then, the long sword slashed downwards, splitting the yin and yang of heaven and earth in an instant. Unparalleled sword chi burst out, covering both of them inside. The two of them had expected Qin Shujian's sudden attack. Hongjun took out the Pangu banner and waved it gently. A terrifying sword chi burst out. On the other side, a black lotus appeared under Luoho's feet. A dense black light was emitted, enveloping his entire body. The next moment, the black light was shattered. In front of the unparalleled sword chi, the black lotus was just an ordinary treasure and had no way of blocking it. It was different from Hongjun. At the beginning of the First Era, Luoho had many supreme treasures in his possession. However, following his defeat in the battle between Taoists and demons, he had lost most of his spiritual treasures. Not only was the innate black lotus destroyed, it only left behind a few black lotus seeds. As for the other treasures, only the god-slaying spear could be used. Compared to Hongjun, who had taken out treasures one after another, he, the devil ancestor, had undoubtedly lost a lot of face. When the black lotus shattered, Luoho stretched out his hand, and the god-slaying spear, which had been placed in heavenly abyss, broke through the air and landed in his hand. The long spear stabbed out. Shocking killing power burst out. Since they had already attacked, there was nothing more to say. Qin Shujian's expression didn't change. Holding the Sanhua sword in one hand, he shot out a fierce sword chi, which was no weaker than the joint attack of Hongjun and Luoho. Boom, the void collapsed. The river of time shattered. Just the aftermath of the all-out confrontation between the three Dao fruits could break the river of time. If a cultivator below the Dao fruit level was here, he would be directly swallowed by the aftermath. The battle. Hongjun was even more shocked. Because he found that Qin Shujian's strength was stronger than last time. Last time, his opponent's strength was slightly weaker than his own. And when he took out many supreme treasures, he had to join forces with Luoho to contend with him. Although, the method Qin Shujian used in the end was very shocking. But Hongjun believed that the other party's method was definitely a life-saving trump card. Even if he used it successfully, he would have to suffer a considerable backlash. Otherwise, Qin Shujian definitely wouldn't leave it until the end to reveal the clues. And, he didn't really attack, but only used that aura to threaten Hongjun and make him retreat. Because of this, Hongjun also had a rough estimate of Qin Shujian's strength. That was, under normal circumstances, his strength was probably weaker than his injured self. But if he fought with his life on the line, he wouldn't be much weaker than his peak Dao integration state. Based on this point, Hongjun invited Luoho to come with him. To put it bluntly, he didn't want Luoho to take advantage of the situation if he and Qin Shujian were to fight to the death. But now, Hongjun was stunned to find that Qin Shujian's strength had become stronger. Without using his own trump card, his strength could actually suppress both him and Luoho. Even if he and Luoho weren't in their peak state, they had recovered a little after a few years of recuperation. Besides, Luoho's strength couldn't be underestimated since he could compete with him. The two of them joined forces. Even if he wasn't in his peak state, to be honest, in the First Era, there were only a few people who could contend with him. To be able to gain the upper hand, Hongjun could only think of one name. Pangu, that was the true supreme expert in the First Era. Even after he had reached Dao integration, there was still a gap between him and that existence. Now, Hongjun seemed to see Pangu's shadow in Qin Shujian. I didn't expect the Qin Emperor to succeed in this era instead of reaching this step in the Third Era. Rumor has it that above the Dao fruit realm is the immortal saint realm. If I'm not wrong, the Qin Emperor has already stepped into the immortal saint realm. Immortal saint realm. Qin Shujian was stunned. It was the first time he heard of this realm. For several eras, Dao fruit was recognized as the peak of the realm. Unless one transcended the universe, it was absolutely impossible to make a breakthrough. However, what realm was the immortal saint realm that Hongjun mentioned? Regarding this point, Qin Shujian wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Even Luoho was stunned. Obviously, he had never heard of the immortal saint realm. In the first era, there were 3,000 god fiends. Among them, demon god Pangu dominated the world and stood at the top of the universe. In order to distinguish himself from the other Dao fruit existences, he created a realm called the Immortal Saint Realm. As the name suggests, only those who step into that realm have the qualifications to be immortal. Even if the era is destroyed, they will still be intact. Hongjuan's expression was calm as he explained slowly. Instead of telling Qin Shujian, it was better to tell Luo Ho how difficult it was to deal with the person in front of him. For the Immortal Saint Realm, he only learned about it after becoming a Dao ancestor and taking control of the heavenly Dao. Pangu, Immortal Saint Realm, Luo Ho's mind was shaken. When he looked at Qin Shujian again, his eyes were different. What was the Immortal Saint Realm? Before this, he didn't know much. But to Luo Ho, the two words Pangu reverberated like thunder. The strongest of the 3,000 fiend gods. The supreme existence that suppressed the first era. Even a Dao fruit could only bow down in front of him. It could be said that, as long as it was a Dao fruit of the first era, it was very clear how powerful Pangu was. That was a supreme existence. Even at his peak, Luo Ho fled at the sight of him. He didn't expect Qin Shujian in front of him had grown to the same level as Pangu. If that was the case, then if he joined forces with Hongjun, would they be able to contend against the other party? For a moment, Luo Ho regretted his impulsive decision just now. However, he also understood. At this time, it was useless to regret. Since they had already started, there was no turning back. No matter what, they had to determine a winner today. Immortal Saint Realm. Qin Shujian thought in his heart. After hearing Hongjuan's words, he finally understood what kind of existence the Immortal Saint Realm was. To put it bluntly, the Immortal Saint Realm was actually the Dao fruit realm. It was just that Pangu separated himself from other Dao fruits to distinguish the difference between himself and other Dao fruits. But to be serious, he had to be careful. There was no big difference between the Immortal Saint Realm and Dao fruit. Of course, there were differences. The most obvious difference was the difference in strength. A Dao fruit that could step into the Immortal Saint Realm was qualified to suppress ordinary Dao fruits. At this point, Qin Shujian also had a clear understanding of his own strength. However, there was definitely a difference in the Immortal Saint Realm. He was not sure that he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Pangu of the first era. Moreover, Hongjun in front of him was a Dao ancestor who could control the heavenly Dao at his peak. Even if his strength was not at the Immortal Saint Realm, it was not far from it. If it was Dao integration, it was very likely that his strength had also stepped into the Immortal Saint Realm. While the few of them were conversing, their attacks did not stop for even half a breath's time. Terrifying power wreaked havoc, shattering the void within hundreds of millions of miles. I'm very curious. How did the Qin Emperor grow to such a level in just a few years? Or was the Qin Emperor hiding his strength from the start? Hongjun asked the question in his heart. He really didn't understand. Where did Qin Shujian get the qualifications to step into the Immortal Saint Realm? One had to know. Over the past several epochs, there had been many Dao fruits, but only Pangu had managed to break through to the Immortal Saint Realm. Even if it was him. At their peak, even if they did not reach the Immortal Saint Realm, they would still be some distance away from the Immortal Saint Realm. Qin Shujian said, there are some questions that should be left to the Dao ancestor himself. As soon as he finished speaking, the scatter light sword unleashed boundless sword chi that tore through space and time. Seeing this, Hongjuan's expression changed slightly. The Pangu banner expanded in the wind. Sword chi swept through the void and bombarded the endless sword chi. It was also a Khanate cardinal treasure. There wasn't much difference between the two. However, Qin Shujian was stronger now. With his support, the sword chi unleashed by the scatter light sword was even more terrifying. After a long time, the sword chi collapsed. Hongjun did not retreat. He waved his sleeve, and a yellow pagoda flew out from his sleeve. Endless yellow chi hung down, and no matter how the sword chi bombarded it, it withstood it firmly. The dark yellow pagoda of heaven and earth. Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows when he saw the pagoda. It was a supreme treasure. He was also very familiar with it. It was one of the supreme treasures of the Taiching holy man. Now, it was in Hongjuan's hands. It's rumored that the dark yellow pagoda of heaven and earth has unparalleled defense. Today, I'll see if this supreme treasure is really as rumored. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn. With a thought, the blood of 1,000 mountains in his sea of consciousness landed on his left hand. Saber in his left hand and sword in his right hand. Both supreme treasures were at the level of Khanate cardinal treasures. Instantly, the saber chi broke through the air and the sword chi tore the sky apart. A shocking amount of killing power gathered together and slammed onto the heaven and earth chi. Crack, even the dark yellow chi couldn't withstand the attacks of the two forces. However, the moment the dark yellow chi was destroyed, Hongjun took out the creation jade disc. The rules of the Tao turned into a torrent and destroyed both the saber chi and the sword chi. On the other side, Luoho's attack had arrived. The god-slaying spear was mainly used for killing and its killing power was monstrous. It wasn't something that ordinary supreme treasures could compare to. In the face of such an attack, Qin Shujian didn't panic. He slashed down with his long saber and destroyed the killing power. In the void outside the region, the battle between the three of them continued. Qin Shujian didn't use too many supreme treasures. He only used the blood of 1,000 mountains and the scatter light sword to suppress the two of them. No matter how fierce their attacks were, they couldn't cause too much trouble. For hundreds of thousands of years, the evolution of his inner world allowed his strength to improve by leaps and bounds. It wasn't a real fight. Qin Shujian wasn't sure what level his strength had reached. Until now, he came to a realization. It turned out that he had grown to an absolute height. This is troublesome. Hongjuan's heart gradually sank. Although the two of them were only slightly at a disadvantage now, it seemed that there was no chance of a winner. However, the longer they delayed, the more the gap would slowly widen. Until the end. That was when they would be defeated. Once they were defeated, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. Although it wouldn't be to the point of death, the dojo that he had set up in the great wide world would also be affected. The current situation. The Tao integration stage was the only path he could take. It didn't match the Tao. They would definitely lose. If it was the Tao integration, it was hard to say who would win or lose. After making a decision, Hongjuan's aura soared, and his mind triggered the arrival of the rules in the universe. Tao integration. When Luoho sensed that the power around him had soared, he immediately retreated. In his eyes, there was no emotion. In Hongjuan's eyes, only extreme indifference. He was like a high and mighty heavenly Tao looking down on all living beings. An extremely terrifying Tao rune was circulating around his body. At this moment, this Tao ancestor had become the incarnation of the Tao. Tao integration? Well, let me see the true power of a Tao ancestor. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn. He wasn't afraid, only excited. After Tao integration, Hongjun was very strong. However, he wouldn't be much weaker than him. If he could suppress Hongjun, who had undergone Tao integration, then the situation in the Great Thousand World would be easily resolved. At this moment, Hongjun had already succeeded in Tao integration. When he punched out, the rules of the universe appeared, and the endless void disappeared. Tao integration. Qin Shujian spat out 2 words, his heart full of fighting spirit. Tao integration. He finally saw Hongjuan's real means. If he could suppress Hongjun, who was in the Tao integration state, then there would be no problem. Immediately, Qin Shujian took out Zhou Tian's star map. Zhou Tian's star formation was instantly set up in the void. The target of the formation. But it was not Hongjun. It was Luoho. The stars in the sky fell, and the river of stars broke through the sky. Luoho's expression changed, and the god-killing spear burst out with extreme sharpness, trying to destroy the formation. However, when the god-killing spear was about to break the formation, Qin Shujian placed the Sanhua sword and Xianxia in the formation. Instantly, the power of Zhou Tian's star formation increased greatly. As a formation, if there was a powerful supreme treasure as the needle eye, then the power of the formation could be greatly increased. Sanhua, and Xianxia. They were all at the level of Khanate's supreme treasures. In addition, Zhou Tian's star map was also a supreme treasure comparable to a Khanate supreme treasure. In this way, the Zhou Tian star formation set up by the three Khanate supreme treasures was simply too powerful. Even with Luo Ho's strength and the god-killing spear in his hand, it was not possible to break the formation in a short time. After setting up the formation and besieging Luo Ho, Qin Shujian looked at the torrent of rules bombarding him and also punched out. Boom, the two destructive forces collided and destroyed the void. If someone could enter the river of time now, they would find that a huge black hole had appeared in the river of time. Everything close to the black hole. They would all be swallowed up. Fight, fight. Qin Shujian felt the strong pressure from Hongjun, and the fighting spirit in his heart boiled. The power of heaven and earth contained in his body burst out. Every punch was thrown out. It could shatter the rules of 10,000 Dao. Looking at Hongjun again. After Dao integration, the other party seemed to have abandoned all emotions. At the same time, his strength increased dramatically. He also entered a state of absolute rationality. The current him, Shiran, was the embodiment of Dao. The laws of the universe coiled around his body. When the terrifying aura leaked out, it could suppress the world for eternity. As the Panga banner waved, the innate sword chi transformed into chaotic sword chi. When the chaotic sword chi blasted out, everything that came into contact with the chaotic sword chi was devoured. This was true destruction. Even a Dao fruit cultivator could perish in the face of the chaotic sword chi. Qin Shujian had a very strong sense of danger when the chaotic sword chi was about to hit him. However, he had no fear. He was still fighting with his physical body. Boom, boom. Boom, the chaotic sword chi came crashing down and devoured everything in its path. Qin Shujian's body trembled as a chaotic power wrapped around his arm. Even his near-immortal body could not withstand the corrosion of the chaotic power and began to crumble. But very soon, a surge of tyrannical power surged through his body. The chaotic sword chi on his arm was instantly dispersed. A cracked body. He also recovered instantly. Then, Hongjun waved the Panga banner, and more chaotic sword chi swept over. The chaotic sword chi covered the sky and the earth, and it made the whole universe tremble violently, as if it couldn't withstand such a terrifying power. Seeing this, Qin Shujian instantly communicated with his inner world, and time came to a standstill. In his inner world, the cultivations of all living beings were instantly extracted. At that moment, the void was silently destroyed. Qin Shujian, whose strength had skyrocketed, pressed out with one hand. All the chaotic sword chi were destroyed. The universe also shook crazily, and the void was pushed back like a wave. Hongjun's thought flickered. The fortune jade disc appeared. All the laws gathered on the fortune rain butterfly. A terrifying power condensed, and a domain formed by the laws of the universe suddenly descended. I said, all the powers perish. Hongjun pointed at Qin Shujian and said indifferently. Invisibly, a mysterious power descended as if to disintegrate Qin Shujian's power. However, it had no effect. In the face of absolute power, any means were powerless. Boom, all the laws collapsed. The fortune jade disc wailed and trembled. This powerful supreme treasure shone with boundless brilliance, as if it was unable to withstand such an attack. However, the fortune jade disc was a top treasure after all. Although Qin Shujian's power was strong, it was impossible for him to destroy it with a single blow. At the same time as the power was destroyed, Hongjun had the fortune jade disc above his head. He held the heaven and earth black-yellow pagoda in one hand and the Panga banner in the other. The power of all the treasures was activated, and a vast power came crushing down. Qin Shujian was not afraid. He clenched his right fist and suddenly punched out. Any power that was touched was shattered and annihilated in front of the fist. One power to break all laws. In the hundreds of thousands of years of evolution in the inner world, Qin Shujian had gone further and further on this path. No matter how amazing Hongjun's means were, he broke it with one punch. Boom, while the two were fighting. Godslayer's transformation had never stopped. The stone fragments that had existed for hundreds of millions of years had almost all fallen off. The divine light emitted was also getting stronger and stronger. The void that was affected was annihilated inch by inch. Transformation, transformation, transformation. Godslayer was now completely immersed in that mysterious power. He felt as if he had been reborn. That power. It was not comparable to the past at all. After an unknown period of time, a saber chime rang out, and in an instant, it spread throughout the universe. All the creatures in the vast thousand domains instinctively raised their heads and looked in the direction of the void. There was shock and confusion on their faces. At the same time, the sound of the saber chime was also transmitted to the depths of the universe. Somewhere. That place was a field of primal chaos. An imposing figure wielding a giant axe was in the midst of an endless battle. Around the stalwart figure, there were many powerful beings. These beings. They were joining forces to besiege the expert. However, the expert with the stalwart figure was extremely powerful. No matter how those powerful beings besieged him, he did not retreat half a step. When the giant axe chopped down, one by one, the beings were annihilated and returned to the void. As far as the eye could see, there was almost no end to those powerful beings at a glance. In comparison, although the expert with the stalwart figure was powerful, he was in an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. At this moment, a saber chime rang out. The expert's chopping motion with the giant axe paused, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It seems that another immortal weapon has been born in the universe. While he was talking to himself, more enemies pounced on him. The expert focused his mind and continued to kill all the approaching enemies. When the Godslayer successfully transformed, in the originally empty void, there was suddenly a colorful divine light, as if to congratulate the birth of the magic weapon. It was a vast vision. It also attracted the attention of Hongjun and Xianxia. It seems that it's time to end it. Xianxia felt the success of the Godslayer's transformation and smiled. Until now, he had gained the upper hand. Although Hongjun was very strong after the unification, he was still a little weaker than him after he used all his trump cards. And at this time, Hongjun still hadn't recovered to his heyday. Defeat. It was just a matter of time. If the opponent didn't have a supreme treasure like the jade butterfly of fate, the battle would have been over. With a thought, the Godslayer, which had just transformed, flew through the air. The long saber was in his hand. The original essence of the stone saber had long disappeared. The long saber was crystal clear, like a magic weapon made of some kind of ice crystal. The sharpness of the saber was restrained. At first glance, it looked like a good-looking decoration. But occasionally, when there was saber energy lingering, it emitted a destructive aura. Slash. Xianxia poured power, holding the Godslayer, and suddenly slashed forward. The destructive saber light burst out. The void was being destroyed. The river of time was breaking. Everything was heading toward destruction in front of the saber light. Sensing the threat of the Godslayer, Hongjun was alarmed. Without thinking, he fully activated the supreme treasure to protect himself. As for dodging, it was impossible, because the saber light had already locked onto him. The dark yellow pagoda of heaven and earth hung down thousands of dark yellow chi, trying to block the saber light. But when the saber light slashed down, all the dark yellow chi was destroyed. It stayed behind. The saber light hit the pagoda hard. The pagoda, which was a natural supreme treasure, couldn't withstand the attack. After a crack appeared, it was sent flying. The dark yellow pagoda of heaven and earth was damaged. As the owner of the supreme treasure, Hongjuan's mind was also slightly affected. At this moment, Xianxia slashed the second time. The same destruction. It was equally unstoppable. The precepts of myriad Daos were shattered, and the creation jade disc, a top-notch treasure, was no match for the Godslayer. At that moment, an imperceptible crack appeared on the good fortune jade disc that was on the verge of metamorphosis. However, such a crack had appeared. As a result, the might of the fortune rain butterfly decreased significantly. Destroy. Qin Shujian spat out a single word as he infused all his power into the Godslayer. The Godslayer's sharpness soared, and the endless sound of the blade reverberated throughout the universe. The power of destruction quietly condensed. In the next breath, the long saber slashed down. The so-called indestructible long river of time finally broke apart completely in the face of this saber. This saber. He had truly transcended time and space. The good fortune jade disc only resisted for a moment before it broke into two halves. The remaining sharpness slashed towards Hong Jun. The rules of the universe that surrounded Hong Jun completely disintegrated in front of the blade. The blade light directly slashed Hong Jun's body. Boom, Hong Jun's body flew out and a large amount of blood gushed out from his wounds. At the same time, the other party's Dao integration state was also forced out. At this moment, Luo Ho, who was trapped in Zhou Tian's star map, also managed to break out of the array. When he broke out, he happened to see Hong Jun being sent flying by the saber. Before Luo Ho could react, Qin Shujian glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. The Godslayer also slashed out a saber, and the saber light pointed straight at the other party. Not good. That destructive aura caused Luo Ho to be shocked. He didn't even have time to think and could only use the God-slaying spear to resist. In the end, the powerful force, through the God-slaying spear, caused the demon ancestor's body to be seriously injured, and his aura also declined. I admit defeat. Seeing that Qin Shujian was about to slash out a second time, Luo Ho simply surrendered. Admit defeat, Qin Shujian's eyes were indifferent, but he didn't slash out a second time. Then, he looked at Hong Jun. Hong Jun, do you want to fight again? The current Dao ancestor. He was no longer as calm as before. His Daoist robe was torn, and the wounds on his body were healing bit by bit. However, that destructive saber aura was not so easy to disperse. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't really disperse the saber aura. Hearing that, Hong Jun smiled bitterly. Emperor Qin is better, this poor Daoist admits defeat. When he said the word admit defeat, he seemed to have aged tens of millions of years. Ever since he became a Dao ancestor, no one had ever been able to defeat him. But now, Hong Jun had to admit that Qin Shujian's strength was stronger than his. Especially after the God-slaying saber had successfully transformed, the treasure in his hands was not something that other treasures could compare to. Hong Jun also had to admit, the current him couldn't compete with this Emperor of Heaven. The war is imminent, I don't want to lose too much internal friction, but if there is a next time, I won't hold back, and will definitely kill all of you. After Qin Shujian said coldly, he left with the Godslayer. After he left, Hong Jun and Luo Ho looked at each other, each smiled bitterly in their hearts, and quietly went back. Heavenly Abyss. Inside the Demon Palace, Luo Ho stroked the saber mark on the god-killing spear with a bitter smile on his face. Big loss. This time, it was really a big loss. Not only did he offend Qin Shujian, but he also couldn't stop the Godslayer from transforming successfully. Not only that, he was also seriously injured, and even the god-killing spear was damaged. Especially the latter. He had been nurturing the god-killing spear for tens of thousands of years, and was qualified to transform. In the end, he was injured in front of the Godslayer, and lost a lot of his foundation. If he wanted to transform again, he didn't know how long it would take. Moreover, the saber in his body still had saber aura left. That destructive saber aura, even Luo Ho, felt very troublesome. Troublesome. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. This time, he really went for wool and came back shorn. Originally, he and Qin Shujian could be considered allies. Even if they didn't treat each other sincerely, there wouldn't be any conflict under normal circumstances. But this time, joining forces with Hong Jun would undoubtedly break this alliance. It would be impossible to rely on Qin Shujian's power in the future. When he thought of how the other party suppressed him and Hong Jun, who had merged with the Dao, on his own, Luo Ho was shocked. Such strength. Perhaps only Pengu could stand shoulder to shoulder. Pengu of the first era was the peak that all Dao fruits couldn't reach. Now another peak has appeared in this era. It can be said that the times create heroes. Luoho sighed deeply. For countless years every Dao fruit had been improving, but he was the only one who hadn't. It was really awkward. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian returned here. At the same time, the still time of the inner world also resumed. But the difference was, after all the power returned, many creatures in the inner world were directly turned into ashes. Such a change made him frown. It seems that I can't keep using the power of the inner world as a trump card. Otherwise, if I consume too much power during the battle, I won't be able to return enough power and some creatures will be directly killed. Extracting the power of the inner world. It could greatly improve his strength. However, the disadvantage was also very obvious. Qin Shujian had discovered such a problem when he first extracted the power of the inner world. But at that time, he just extracted it and didn't really use it. Therefore, not many creatures died because of this reason. But this time was different. The battle with Hongjun, who was after Dao integration, lasted for a long time and consumed a lot of power. Such a consumption. It was something that many creatures couldn't bear. When everything was restored, it was inevitable that some creatures would die. Creatures would die. It would cause the power of the inner world to decrease. It could be said that this method was no different from killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I can't draw on the power of my inner world to fight anymore. However, in the long run, my strength will decrease a lot. But judging from the current situation, there won't be anyone who can force me to that point for the time being. Qin Shujian thought to himself. After extracting the power of the inner world, he was much stronger than Hongjun, who was after Dao integration. If he didn't extract the power, he wouldn't be much weaker than Hongjun. It was just that Hongjun had a lot of supreme treasures in his hands that balanced this power. However, the Godslayer had successfully transformed. With a supreme treasure that had successfully transformed, it could completely crush those Khanate supreme treasures. In this way, the gap in supreme treasures would no longer exist. If he fought with Hongjun again, even if Hongjun entered the state of Dao integration, Qin Shujian was confident that he could use the power of the Godslayer to directly beat Hongjun out of the state of Dao integration. And Hongjun was also seriously injured after taking that slash. His strength will definitely decrease and he will be less of a threat in the future. Qin Shujian thought of that saber. Even if the other party was a Dao ancestor, he would definitely not feel good. It was only because the other party had a deep foundation that he was not in danger of dying. If it had been a newly ascended Dao fruit cultivator, he might have really died under that blade. Thinking of this, he released the god-slaying saber from his sea of consciousness. A long saber appeared. He transformed into his own body. Emperor of Heaven. You've successfully transformed. I wonder if you've obtained anything after the transformation? Qin Shujian asked in a deep voice. Any existence that broke through their limits would be able to sense something from the unseen world. Hearing this, Godslayer looked through his memories and shook his head. Emperor of Heaven, I don't have many memories. I only know what level it is after breaking through the limit. That's all. What level will 9 tribulations Zhu Bing reach after that? Qin Shujian asked. The words 10 tribulations Zhu Bing appeared in his mind, but he quickly dismissed this idea. After the transformation, the other party was already very different from the normal Zhu Bing. And he had completely abandoned the body of Zhu Bing. It was obviously wrong to say that he was 10 tribulations Zhu Bing. Godslayer said, that level is called immortal. Immortal. Qin Shujian's eyes changed slightly. Immortal again, he heard about the immortal saint realm from Hongjun. And now, he heard the word immortal from Godslayer. Now, Qin Shujian wondered if the word immortal had anything to do with Pangu, or if he was the one who created it. If that was the case, then it meant that Pangu also had an immortal weapon. Only in this way. Only he was qualified to name this realm. After I successfully transformed, Huan Yu sent a message from the underworld, telling me that I am now at the immortal realm. Godslayer didn't know what Qin Shujian was thinking and just answered. Hearing this, Qin Shujian understood. It seems that the existence who named this realm must also have an immortal weapon. Then he looked at Godslayer again. Can you still draw on the power of faith to strengthen yourself? Yes. Godslayer nodded. After I became immortal, I am no longer limited to the power of faith. I can draw on any power to strengthen myself. Before he got rid of the identity of Zhu Bing. Although he could also draw on other powers to improve himself. But that kind of improvement was not directly given by the power of faith. But it was different now. After becoming immortal, the improvement of any power was the same. If, before the transformation, the power of faith gave a 10% improvement, then the other powers gave a 1% improvement. Now, the power of faith gave a 10% improvement, and the other powers also gave a 10% improvement. In this way, there wouldn't be so many restrictions on the subsequent strength enhancement. Well, if you need anything to improve in the future, you can tell me directly. I can satisfy you, and I will try my best to satisfy you. Qin Shujian nodded with satisfaction. He had already seen the power of the immortal weapon. But it was still the same sentence. The Tao was endless. He always believed that there might be a higher level of weapon above the immortal weapon, but he couldn't get in touch with it now. But no matter what. Anyway, as long as he kept improving Godslayer, it would be enough. When the Godslaying saber officially leveled up, a few of the player families also showed many strange phenomena. Strange, why did the heaven and earth spirit chi increase so much? My cultivation seems to be breaking through. Everyone found that the heaven and earth spirit chi, which was not very rich, had increased greatly at this time. All the cultivators who were in the bottleneck directly broke through to the next realm. 9 Moons Great World. In Yihong's mind, Tyrant God Knight's tone was a little excited. The Spirit Chi Revival, this is the Spirit Chi Revival. The Spirit Chi Revival, the 9 Moons Great World has always had Spirit Chi, right? After hearing the words in his mind, Yihong asked the doubts in his heart. Hearing that, Tyrant God Knight explained patiently, it's different, that's because you didn't experience the grand event 100,000 years ago. This time is completely incomparable to the 9 Moons Great World at that time. Since the heaven and earth went to decay, the Spirit Chi began to decline. But now, the Spirit Chi is beginning to recover. At this point, Tyrant God Knight's tone began to become serious. If I'm not wrong, this is very likely to represent the arrival of the next great calamity. The Spirit Chi Revival is the last fight of the heaven and earth, unwilling to die. The sudden recovery of the spirit aura. It often represented something unusual. No matter what, Overlord God Venerable was once a true immortal powerhouse. He knew such a situation in the world was not necessarily a good thing. Although the recovery of the spirit aura was indeed something to be excited about. However, if the price of recovery was the arrival of a great calamity, then the recovery of the spirit aura would be a disaster. Don't worry about it. Just do your thing. Qin said lightly. His words made Yihong feel at ease. That's right. So what if the spirit aura had recovered? The person in his sea of consciousness had a great background. The current change was probably not beyond the other party's expectations. In that case, he didn't have to think too much. In the end, he was only a celestial now. A celestial powerhouse was considered a powerhouse in the current 9 Moons Great World. However, Yihong understood. A celestial was just an ant in front of a true powerhouse. He didn't want to become an ant, so it was necessary to work hard to improve himself. In the sea of consciousness, Overlord God Venerable asked carefully, Senior, could it be that you have already expected the recovery of the spirit aura? Qin indifference made him think of something. As for the origin of this senior, he was also curious from the bottom of his heart. However, curiosity was curiosity. Tyrant God Knight didn't dare to ask himself too many questions. Every time he spoke, he had to think it over and over again. Qin heard this and glanced at him indifferently. That was just an ordinary glance. But it made Overlord God Venerable's heart jump. You don't have to think too much. Do your own thing well. If the time is right, I will naturally tell you. Yes, Senior. Overlord God Venerable didn't dare to ask again. At the same time, Qin Shujian also received messages from his clones. Spirit Aura recovery. His expression was solemn. The recovery of Spirit Aura was not a simple matter. And it happened at this time. Qin Shujian was basically certain that the recovery of Spirit Aura in the player worlds was largely related to the transformation of Godslayer. Hong Jun was right about one thing. The Godslayer's transformation would alert the heavenly axioms of other worlds. An immortal-level divine weapon. It had already touched upon the true level of power. Such a divine weapon was born. To the various worlds, this was not a small threat. Therefore, the current recovery of Spirit Chi was, to a certain extent, an emergency measure for each world. Spiritual Chi has recovered. The dormant heavenly Tao should have officially awakened. Qin Shujian's face was cold and stern. Until now, the heavenly axiom of the player worlds was in a state of deep sleep. It was very simple. Every player's world was in a state of near extinction. The heavenly Tao there. He could only fall into a deep slumber to preserve his strength. If the heavenly Tao awakens, if he consumed his own power, it would speed up the destruction of the world. Unless it was absolutely necessary. The slumbering heavenly Tao would never awaken. Now that Spirit Chi was recovering, it meant that the sleeping heavenly Tao was about to wake up. It also meant that it was almost time for those player families to go all out. At the same time, in the sky above the boundless world, purple clouds appeared all over the sky. All the creatures of the myriad races looked up at the purple clouds. The purple clouds of heaven and earth. This was not the first time such a phenomenon had appeared. Every time such a phenomenon appeared, it meant that a powerhouse was born. Therefore, when they saw the purple clouds spreading, many people secretly guessed what kind of powerhouse had appeared this time to cause such a commotion. The purple clouds are vast, not much weaker than the last time. It seems that another ancient powerhouse has appeared. Where the heavenly court was. Xiao Qingfeng's expression was very complicated. When he had just awakened his memory, he thought that he was that ancient powerhouse. After he had awakened his memory, he thought that he could sweep the world and surpass the peak of the ancient times. However, reality gave Xiao Qingfeng a head-on blow. He was shocked to find that he, who had been reborn from the ancient times, was not the strongest existence in the world, nor was he the one with the most powerful talent. Among the myriad races, there were a few people who were not weaker than him. Even if they were stronger than him, they were still existences. In the end, there were even powerhouses who were older than him. The various thoughts in his heart had been completely crushed by the emergence of one ancient expert after another. Xiao Qingfeng sighed deeply. Something big is going to happen. At his level, he would also have a sixth sense in the unseen world. Now that more and more powerhouses had returned, it was impossible to say that there was no purpose. However, Xiao Qingfeng had no way to deduce too many things. No, it seems that I have to take a trip to the River of Time. He was a little restless. If he did not understand this matter, he would not be able to calm his turbulent mind. After making a decision, Xiao Qingfeng directly entered the River of Time. Now, he, with the foundation of his previous life, coupled with the rich spiritual energy of the boundless world, he had already successfully entered the ranks of the upper three true immortals. It was not a big problem to enter the River of Time. Where is this? Xiao Qingfeng looked at the surrounding scene and could not help but be a little confused. In his line of sight, he saw that in the void, there were only scattered water droplets left. It was like a small puddle of different sizes on a dry land. Images flashed through it, making him understand that this was the River of Time. Why did the River of Time become like this? What exactly happened? Compared to the vast River of Time that he had expected, the River of Time in front of him was completely out of Xiao Qingfeng's expectations. It was not that he had never entered the River of Time. However, when he entered the River of Time in the past, it did not match the scene in front of him at all. He suppressed the shock in his heart. Xiao Qingfeng looked at the upper reaches of the River of Time. At the end of those idle water droplets, there was a hollow black there, devouring everything that could be devoured. Just by looking down, he seemed to feel that his soul was about to be sucked in. A warning rose in his heart. Xiao Qingfeng suddenly retracted his gaze, and there was a look of shock in his eyes. So powerful. That hollow black was like a vortex of destruction. Even with his strength, he almost could not withstand a glance. It was predictable. To be able to break the river of time to this extent, there must be an extremely terrifying powerhouse who made a move to cause such a scene. Behind that hollow black, all the time that existed, in Xiao Qingfeng's opinion, was very likely to have been completely destroyed. P.S. It's almost over. I hope everyone can support the original version, Jidian Chinese networks. I'm really decent. Thank you very much. The river of time that Xiao Qingfeng had entered was only the river of time in the vast thousand domains. He was not sure if the river of time in the universe was the same as it was now. At this moment, the Eastern god of war had already thought of the great battle that had happened before. What kind of power could destroy the river of time like this, then? Only existences above the perfected immortal realm were qualified to do so. The river of time had been destroyed to this extent. If the river of time in the universe was the same, then all living beings in the universe would have no past at all. There was no past. It was not an achievement that was achieved by reaching a certain realm. It was because the river of time in the past had been erased by the powerhouses. In that case, the past of all living beings would also become something that could not be seen. As a result, it was actually a good thing. Without the past, there would be no powerhouses who could return to the time when the powerhouses were weak to kill them. Retracting his gaze from the past, Xiao Qingfeng looked at the scene in the future. It entered his eyes. He was shocked again. Unlike the empty darkness of the past, the scene in the future was only chaos. It was invisible as far as the eye could see. Not to mention seeing the clues of the future, even a corner of it could not be done. As expected, there will be a shocking event in the future. When he saw the chaos, Xiao Qingfeng confirmed his guess. The scene of chaos. It meant that the future was shrouded in a layer of fog. In the fog, there might be a great calamity, or there might be some earth-shattering event. But no matter what, the future of chaos would definitely not be peaceful. During the great calamity of the ancient demon abyss, I could still barely peek at a corner of the future. It would not be like now, complete chaos. What happens in the future will definitely be many times more terrifying than the great calamity of the ancient demon abyss. Whether we perfected immortals can survive or not is still a question. Xiao Qingfeng thought to himself. He did not try to step into the scene of chaos. Because the chaos seemed calm, but in fact, it could melt everything. Not to mention that he had just stepped into the realm of a 7th-level immortal. Even a 9th-level immortal or a half-step Dao fruit powerhouse would probably die if they forced their way into the chaos. Xiao Qingfeng firmly believed in the danger that came from the unseen world. He took a deep look at the chaos. He left the river of time. Within the war god temple, Nameless and the skybreaking halberd were already waiting there. When he saw Xiao Qingfeng, he immediately asked, "Sir Immortal, what did you see in the river of time?" It was the skybreaking halberd that asked. Although Wu Ming did not speak, his eyes were filled with curiosity. He wanted to know as well. What exactly did the other party see? Xiao Qingfeng was silent for a moment before he said, "When I entered the river of time, I saw that it was broken. The past was swallowed by a black void while the future was enveloped by chaos. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before a heaven-shaking calamity appeared in the world. This calamity will be many times more terrifying than the demonic abyss calamity of the primordial age. Even you and I have a chance of dying in this calamity." The past that had been devoured. A future shrouded in chaos. The skybreaking halberd and Wu Ming's expressions changed. This news. It was clearly beyond their expectations. Wu Ming stood rooted to the ground for a long time before he slowly said, "The past has been devoured and the future cannot be seen. Chaos often represents destruction. Perhaps it is as you said, that there will be a calamity in the future. What kind of calamity is more terrifying than the demonic abyss calamity? Does the Emperor of Heaven know?" The skybreaking halberd also felt a lot of pressure. Hearing that, Xiao Qingfeng shook his head. The Emperor of Heaven is extremely powerful. he will definitely know about the changes in the future. And as far as I know, the calamity in the future may be related to the era. The era, the two divine weapons were shocked again. At this moment, Xiao Qingfeng continued, the Emperor of Heaven once said that there were other eras before this era. It can be seen that eras will also be destroyed. Now in the universe, the only threat is the demonic abyss. But the demonic abyss has already been destroyed. Logically speaking, with the current strength of the myriad tribes, there shouldn't be any calamity that can threaten them. After thinking about it, the only possibility is that it has something to do with the end of the era. Thoughts raced in his mind. From the current signs, it was very likely that the future of chaos was related to the end of the era. However, these were only Xiao Qingfeng's own guesses. For the time being, there was no 100% evidence to prove it. However, he was certain. Qin Shujian definitely knew what he didn't know. As long as he went to ask, he would be able to get the answer. At this moment, the purple gas in the sky was still surging. The momentum was getting greater and greater, as if it was welcoming a supreme existence. Then, another golden light of the great sun appeared from the west, reflecting the purple gas in the sky. This golden light seems a little familiar. Among the humans, Emperor Zhao looked at the golden light that appeared in the west and frowned slightly. The golden light was vast and almost occupied half of the sky. However, if one looked carefully, one could still see that the golden light was slightly inferior to the purple gas. In the golden light, he seemed to have seen a familiar aura. All of a sudden, Emperor Zhao looked in the direction of the North Continent. Ancient Buddha clan. He finally remembered what this aura was similar to. The golden light that appeared now was exactly the same as the aura of the ancient Buddha clan. However, Emperor Zhao remembered. The ancient Buddha clan had been destroyed by Qin Shujian long ago. All the members of the ancient Buddha clan were also killed. It was impossible for the members of the ancient Buddha clan to exist in this world. But now, he felt the aura of the ancient Buddha clan. And looking at the golden light in the sky, the expert of the ancient Buddha clan who appeared was definitely not an ordinary person. Maybe it's not the ancient Buddha clan. It's just that the aura is somewhat similar. Emperor Zhao thought of something else. Now that he didn't see anything and just guessed based on the aura, there was no way to be completely sure. On the other side, when the vision of heaven and earth appeared, Qin Shujian had already left the heavenly palace. He stood in the layer of heaven and earth wind. The surrounding heaven and earth wind instantly calmed down, not daring to wreak havoc in front of the Emperor of Heaven. To this, Qin Shujian didn't care. The heaven and earth wind that could threaten perfected immortals was dispensable to him. What really caught his attention was, it was the purple gas in the sky and the vast golden light in front of him. And right now, he was standing at the intersection of the purple and golden light, silently waiting for something to come. After some time, the purple and golden light surged violently, and the void in front of him was silently torn apart. On the purple cloud side, the sky cracked. A woman in a palace dress stepped out from it. Her skin was as white as snow, and her exquisite facial features seemed to be carved out of natural jade. She gave people a sense of otherworldly perfection. Under the palace dress, her aura was both ethereal and dignified, making people unable to bear the slightest blasphemy. At the same time, on the golden light side, the void also cracked. A golden lotus appeared, and a monk with drooping ears and shoulders sat cross-legged. There was a faint smile on his face, and there was a look of compassion in his eyes as if all living beings were suffering. Boom, at this moment, Qin Shujian's body erupted with a terrifying aura that swept across the vast thousand domains in an instant. All the purple cloud and golden light disappeared at this moment. Whether it was the woman in the palace dress or the monk sitting cross-legged, they could not help but look stunned. When this aura swept across and shocked the world. In the purple cloud palace, Hong Jun looked at the purple cloud and golden light that were swept away and could not help but shake his head slightly with a complicated expression. If they don't have a conflict with the Qin Emperor, it will be fine. If they do, it will be troublesome. The two people who had appeared now, it had little to do with him. If the other party really angered Qin Shujian and was then suppressed by the other party, Hong Jun thought that he probably wouldn't help him. There was no other way. An expert of the immortal Saint Realm was too powerful. Even if the two who had just arrived and he and Luo Ho worked together, they might not be able to compete with the Qin Emperor. Unless he would be able to recover completely. No. Even if he recovered now, it was impossible for him to compete. After the Godslayer transformed, its sharpness was not something that other divine weapons could resist. Even the creation jade disc. Similarly, he would not be able to contend against that saber. Unless the creation jade disc can transform successfully, or I can step into the immortal Saint Realm without Dao integration, I will definitely not be his match. Hong Jun shook his head secretly. He did not understand how the other party had reached this step. He thought about how he had been searching for countless years and still could not step into the immortal Saint Realm. In the end. In this era, the other party had succeeded before him. I still have to think of a way to get the Taiji diagram. The Grand Pure One's item is definitely hidden there, but I didn't notice it before. Hong Jun's eyes turned cold at the thought of the Grand Pure One. He hunted geese all day long, only to be pecked in the eye by the geese. Initially, he thought that he had firmly grasped those few disciples in his hands. However, he did not expect that he was one step behind. Now that the Taiji diagram was in the hands of the Heavenly Court, it would not be easy for him to retrieve it. While Hong Jun was deep in thought, Luo Ho looked at the commotion in the sky with a faint smile, but he had no intention of showing himself. It was enough for him to be beaten up the last time. If he were to get beaten up again, he would have completely lost his mind. Go on, go on. It doesn't make sense that I'm the only one being beaten. You guys can also exchange blows with the Qin Emperor. In the astral wind layer. The woman in court dress and the monk were both stunned. They looked at Qin Shujian in front of them, not knowing what to say. My name is Qin Shujian, the current Emperor of Heaven of the Heavenly Court. If I am not wrong, you two must be the experts of the Buddhist faction and the hell of the First Era. Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back, his green shirt fluttering slightly. He gave off a transcendent aura. Heavenly Court, Emperor of Heaven, the woman and the monk exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Shortly after, the woman regained her graceful and dignified demeanor. She smiled faintly and said, I am Ping Xian. Greetings, Emperor Qin. I have long heard of your name. For you to be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation and build the hell, I am really impressed. Qin Shujian smiled. He had always had a good impression of Ping Xian. This was despite the fact that they had never met each other before. However, he had long heard about the things that Lin Fan had done. Ping Xian smiled faintly. You're too kind, Emperor Qin. I didn't expect that there would be an expert like you in this era. It's really surprising. If I'm not wrong, you probably entered the immortal Saint Realm. You have also heard of the immortal Saint Realm? Qin Shujian was surprised, but he quickly reacted and couldn't help but laugh. I have been rude. With your status, it is not strange that you know about the immortal Saint Realm. Hearing that, Goddess Ping Xian only smiled in response. On the other side, the monk seemed to have heard something unbelievable. He looked at Qin Shujian with even more shock in his eyes. When he saw Qin Shujian looking at him, he put his palms together. I am Xianxia, greetings Qin Emperor. Buddha Xianxia, you are too polite. Qin Shujian nodded in response. One would not hit a smiling person. Although he didn't have a good impression of Buddhism, at this level, he rarely did things based on his senses. Buddha Xianxia in front of him was also a Dao fruit level expert. Although he didn't attack, Qin Shujian could almost sense that the other party's strength was not weaker than Luo Ho's. Luo Ho didn't seem to have any prestige. Since his rebirth, he had been in a situation where he was beaten up. However, he had to see who could beat Luo Ho up. One was a Dao ancestor of the First Era, an existence comparable to the immortal Saint Realm after Dao integration. Even if he didn't reach Dao integration, he wouldn't be much weaker than the immortal Saint Realm at his peak. The other was himself. Therefore, Qin Shujian had never looked down on Rahu in the slightest. The other party was the demon ancestor. Although his strength wasn't the best among the Dao fruit level, it was still considered top-notch. For Buddha Xianxia to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Luo Ho, one could imagine his strength. However, he could see through Buddha Xianxia's strength, but he couldn't see much of the other person's strength. After a round of introductions, Qin Shujian said, Demon Ancestor Luo Ho has been reborn, and Dao Ancestor Hong Jun has also returned. Now the Demon Ancestor lives in Heavenly Abyss, and Dao Ancestor lives in Purple Heaven Ocean. Since the two of you have returned, I will arrange a place for you to go. The Demon Ancestor had been reborn, the Dao Ancestor had returned. The news that came out of Qin Shujian's mouth shocked the two of them once again. When Buddha Xianxia heard this, he was about to say something. However, the other party had already spoken first, blocking his words. In order to avoid trouble, Goddess Pingxin will live in the fallen immortal realm in the future, which corresponds to the location of the heavenly court. If you want to open up the underworld in the future, it will be much more convenient. Qin Shujian said and looked at Buddha Xianxia again. The Buddhist sect will live in the North Continent in the future, which was originally the territory of the ancient Buddha clan. Speaking of which, the ancient Buddha clan is somewhat similar to the Buddhist sect. This place is suitable for the Buddhist sect. From beginning to end. The two of them didn't even have time to say a few words before they were clearly arranged. When they came back to their senses, they happened to meet Qin Shujian's calm eyes. Emperor Qin. Buddha Xianxia still wanted to say something. Instantly, he was locked by a terrifying aura. At that moment, a terrifying illusion rose in his heart, as if he would suffer a thunderous attack if he moved even the slightest bit. Ever since he reached the Dao fruit realm, Buddha Xianxia had only sensed such might from the bodies of a handful of people. In the end, Buddha Xianxia lowered his head and chanted the name of Buddha, then stopped talking. At the critical moment, he had to admit defeat. Although they didn't really fight. However, a Dao fruit-level powerhouse could predict a lot of things even if they used their subconscious perception. He was almost sure. If he fought with Qin Shujian, he would probably be suppressed on the spot. Since both the Dao ancestors and the demon ancestors were here, Buddha Xianxia didn't want to be too impulsive. After he understood the situation, he would consider whether to take the next step. At this moment, after using his aura to intimidate Buddha Xianxia, Qin Shujian said lightly, I'm not discussing with you, I'm telling you this decision. In addition, the underworld and the Buddhist sect can preach in the thousands of clans, but they have to follow a rule. That is, Dao fruit realm experts can't use their divine powers in the territory. If anyone violates it, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Threatening words. He didn't hide it. However, neither Lady Pingxin nor Buddha Xianxia objected to it. They knew their strength was inferior to the other party. Since they were inferior, then they shouldn't make a futile struggle. I will abide by your words, Emperor Qin. Since the fallen immortal domain has been given to the underworld, I won't be polite. Goddess Pingxin smiled faintly and waved her hand gently. Heaven and earth shook. Tens of thousands of rays of light hung down from the astral wind and fell directly toward the fallen immortal domain. The cultivators who were originally in the fallen immortal domain all looked up at the falling rays of light. Everyone's expression was different. The rays of light fell. The space split. The city and the space below the fallen immortal realm were all cut out and disappeared into thin air. Then, the earth shook. The canyon below the fallen immortal domain cracked open. All the space that was cut out and the cities that were swept away were all moved toward the canyon. It was unknown how deep they went before they finally came to a halt. What's going on? What is this place? When the people in the city looked at their surroundings, they were all shocked. Furthermore, some powerhouses tried to communicate with the powerhouses of their own race, but they were blocked by something. There was no way to communicate at all. This discovery. Undoubtedly, this was even more shocking. At this moment, in front of the city gate, there was an additional stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there were a few large and sinister words engraved on it, Fengdu. Fengdu City? Have any of you heard of Fengdu City? Those who saw the words Fengdu looked at each other in dismay. They searched through their memories, but they couldn't remember when there was a place called Fengdu City. The changes that had just occurred. And the scene in front of him. They were telling everyone that there was an extremely terrifying expert behind Necropolis. As for who that expert was, for the time being, they didn't know. A human powerhouse shouted, "Don't panic. The fallen immortal domain is below the heavenly court. If there really is an expert, it will definitely be noticed by the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven hasn't made a move yet. It's very likely that he's not a threat to us." That's right. With the heavenly court around, who dares to be presumptuous? The other human powerhouses also nodded. For many humans, the two words Emperor of Heaven were the greatest religion. I am Goddess Pingxin. From today onwards, I will establish the Fengdu underworld. All living beings can enter Fengdu after they die and seek a chance to be reincarnated in the next life. Goddess Pingxin, within Fengdu City, after everyone heard this name, their faces were filled with bewilderment and uncertainty. They were sure. This was the first time they heard this name. However, the words just now contained supreme heavenly might, which made people instinctively feel reverence in their hearts. Soon, someone realized what was going on. Reincarnation. For the people of the great wide world, the word reincarnation was very unfamiliar. Because reincarnation had never existed, no one had heard of this name. However, when Goddess Pingxin said the word reincarnation, heaven and earth shook. Wait. If the underworld only allows dead spirits to enter, then what is going on with us now? Some powerhouses were shocked. According to Goddess Pingxin, the Fengdu underworld accepted dead spirits. In that case, could it be that they were already dead? Just as they were doubting themselves, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, a passage has appeared above. I can feel the aura of the great wide world there." Hearing that, many people looked up at the sky. A dark red passageway had appeared out of nowhere in the dim skies of hell. When they looked up through the passage, they could feel the aura of the great wide world. "Let's go. Leave this place immediately." Some people couldn't wait to go to the passage. However, there were also some who looked hesitant and stayed where they were without moving. "Brother Zhao, aren't you leaving?" A young man looked at the person beside him, somewhat puzzled. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man surnamed Zhao shook his head. "I don't want to leave. The Fengdu underworld was obviously opened up by a great divine ability. If we stay, we might have other opportunities. If we leave rashly, the gains won't make up for the losses." When the young man heard this, hesitation and struggle appeared on his face. He looked at the people who were rushing towards the passage. When he turned his head, he saw other people who stayed in Fengdu underworld without moving. Those people. Obviously, they were the same as his friends. They wanted to stay here and obtain the opportunity. Just as he was hesitating, a voice rang out. Brother Zhao said, "Brother Zhang, there are more and more powerhouses in the world now. With our talent, it's already amazing for us to stop at the celestial being realm. If we want to break through to the true immortal realm, it's just wishful thinking. Right now, only by seizing the opportunity can we break through the current shackles. Last time, when the Purple Cloud Palace and the Demon Palace appeared, I didn't manage to seize the opportunity. This time, I don't want to give up again." "I don't want to give up." The young man surnamed Zhao had a determined expression. The opportunity was rare. Although the spiritual energy had risen and everyone's cultivation had increased greatly, one had to know that the increase in spiritual energy was the benefit of the myriad races. At that time, he was a weakling, and he was still a weakling now. If he wanted to change his fate, he could only grasp the opportunity that ordinary people could not grasp. Otherwise, he could only be mediocre for the rest of his life. The young man surnamed Zhang hesitated for a long time before finally making a decision. "All right, I'll take the risk with Brother Zhao." The underworld was established, in the Fengdu necropolis. Some of the creatures fled, while others remained where they were. At the same time, when Goddess Ping Xian established the underworld, the entire Great Thousand World was shaken. After the death of an ordinary cultivator, the remnant true spirit in the world would be guided toward the underworld by an unseen force. At the same time, Some powerful cultivators who were waiting for their divine souls to be reborn also sensed something and headed to the underworld. Since the beginning of the era, countless living beings had died. Many weak living beings returned to heaven and earth the moment they died, leaving no trace behind. However, some living beings with cultivation did not completely return to heaven and earth after death. There was still a wisp of true spirit lingering in heaven and earth. After a long time, this wisp of true spirit would disappear into nothingness. But even so, the number of cultivators who had died in the past few decades was not small. The remaining true spirits, which had not been completely annihilated, headed straight for the fallen immortal realm after being summoned. Originally, true spirits were shapeless and intangible. However, with the gathering of countless true spirits, the entire fallen celestial realm was engulfed in darkness like a dark cloud. In the eyes of the powerful cultivators, they could clearly see. Those so-called dark clouds were actually illusory living beings. There were people. There were also beasts. There were also cultivators from other races. Those living beings all looked confused. They instinctively headed toward the crack in the fallen immortal domain and entered the underworld. Soon, countless true spirits were wandering in the sky above the Fengdu necropolis. True spirits were of the extremine attribute. 1 or 2 true spirits were fine. The extremine aura they carried was very weak and would not cause much of an impact. However, when the number of true spirits increased to millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, the extremine aura they carried would be terrifying. All the cultivators who stayed in the Fengdu necropolis were affected by the extremine aura. Their blood and chi almost stagnated. It's so cold. What should we do? If this continues, we will be frozen to death. Let's wait and see what's going on. Those cultivators endured the erosion of the extremine aura, but they did not want to leave. The scene in front of them, it explained the situation even more. If he wasn't an extremely terrifying expert, how could he possibly cause such a huge commotion, if he could persevere? Who knows, he might be able to gain the recognition of an expert. Northern continent. Ancient Buddha clan's territory. After Buddha Xianxia arrived, he immediately established the Buddhist gate. Hell. Looking at the huge commotion in the sky and the gathering of true spirits like dark clouds, Buddha Xianxia's eyes flashed with envy. He knew. It wasn't because Goddess Pingxin had used some kind of divine ability that caused such a huge commotion, but because the emergence of hell was one of the most important parts of heaven and earth. Therefore, as soon as he established the underworld, all types of phenomena would appear between heaven and earth, and the purpose of this was to inform all living beings of the existence of the underworld. It could be said that Goddess Pingxin had the help of the heavens and earth. After this incident, all of the living beings in the world would know about the existence of hell. Until then, hell's reputation would definitely soar. Compared to himself, Buddha Xianxia couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had long known that the place Xianxia had given him would not be a good place. But when he really arrived at the ancient Buddha clan's territory, Buddha Xianxia realized. The ancient Buddha clan's territory was more than just sparsely populated. In fact, it wasn't a problem to use the word barren. There were no signs of life, and the spirit energy was very ordinary. There wasn't a single spirit vein below. Putting himself in such a place, he even suspected that the Qin emperor was somewhat dissatisfied with the Buddhist gate, or with him. However, thinking about it was just thinking. Buddha Xianxia had no other choice. In the end, everything was about the size of one's fist. If Xianxia's fist was hard, he wouldn't have the right to resist. Unless, it was really a situation where he had no other choice. Or else, he didn't intend to fall out with Xianxia. There was no other way. Since there was nothing in the ancient Buddha clan's territory, he could only fight for it himself. Then, with a thought from Buddha Xianxia, all the spirit energy in the ancient Buddha clan's territory was extracted by him. In an instant, a large amount of spirit energy forcefully condensed together. At the same time, in other places of the ancient Buddha clan, there was a temporary shortage of spirit energy. Then, more spirit energy between heaven and earth surged toward the ancient Buddha clan's territory. Spirit energy filled. Buddha Xianxia continued to extract. If there were no restrictions, with the identity of Tao fruit, if he wanted to extract spirit energy, with just a thought, the spirit energy within hundreds of millions of miles could condense in his palm. But there were restrictions. He couldn't extract spirit energy without restraint. He could only extract the spirit energy of heaven and earth within the ancient Buddha clan's territory. After going back and forth many times, in front of Buddha Xianxia, there was an additional pool of spirit energy condensed into water. Then, he poured the pool of spirit energy into the ground of the ancient Buddha clan. When all the spirit energy pool water seeped into the ground, only weak spirit energy could be seen emitting from inside. It's just the embryonic form of the spirit vein. It's not enough. Buddha Xianxia felt the spirit energy in the spirit vein and couldn't help shaking his head slightly. The embryonic form of the spirit vein. The spirit chi that it emitted was simply too weak. As the territory of the Buddhist gate, such weak spirit energy was not worthy of the identity of the Buddhist gate at all. In the end, Buddha Xianxia stretched out his right index finger. Flesh and blood separated, and a drop of golden blood containing endless Taoist rhymes separated from his index finger and fell to the ground below. Boom, the blood fell. The ancient Buddha clan's territory shook. At that moment, the embryonic form of the spirit vein was like a carp transforming into a dragon, violently undulating in the depths of the earth. Like a giant beast, it began to swallow a huge amount of spirit energy of heaven and earth. Rumble. In the sky above the ancient Buddha clan's territory, a vast spirit energy vortex condensed and formed. The spirit vein swallowed the spirit energy of heaven and earth, constantly strengthening itself, growing and transforming step by step. In just a few breaths' time, the spirit energy of the ancient Buddha clan's territory suddenly rose by several levels. Seeing this, Buddha Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. Although it consumed a drop of his blood, at least it reached his psychological expectations. The blood of Tao fruit. Usually, they represented endless and wondrous uses. Then, he waved his hand. A mountain protruded. The mountain, which was only 1,000 feet in size, instantly rose to a height of 10,000 feet, reaching the point where it towered into the clouds. Buddha Xianxia took a step forward and directly appeared at the mountain peak. He waved his right hand again. A building appeared there out of thin air. On the plaque of the building, a few big words were written. Great Laying Temple. The underworld has appeared. In the heavenly court. Xianxia looked at the true spirits drifting between heaven and earth, converging toward the fallen immortal realm. He did not stop them. When the underworld appeared, he had already expected it. The situation in front of him. It was not much different from what he had expected. The real world has a complete reincarnation cycle. In the illusory world, the power of living beings returns to heaven and earth after death. Unless one reaches a certain level, there is no such thing as past and present life. Life was like an extinguished lamp. Everything was like a fleeting cloud. The illusory world had truly achieved the step. The dead were completely dead. There was no such thing as past and present life, and there would be no traces left. If reincarnation appeared in heaven and earth, then the living would have a home after death. Since then, there were traces of past and present life. This was a truly complete world. Whether reincarnation or not is not important to me. What I pursue is eternal life. Since the illusory world will be destroyed by real power every time a certain period of time, then I will break the illusory boundary. If I want eternal life, no one can stop me. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Eternal life, regardless of whether it was the third era or the current era, they were all things that he pursued. The former Xianxia. He thought that after attaining Tao fruit, he would truly have eternal life. After attaining Tao fruit, he realized that the entire world was illusory. Eternal life. That was just a joke. If it were anyone else, after knowing this truth, they might have suffered a great blow. But Xianxia did not. For him, if the illusory world could not lead to eternal life, then he would ascend to the real level. If the real level still could not lead to eternal life, then he would continue to move forward. He believed. One day, he would truly reach the node of eternal life. This was faith. It was also a goal. The underworld was established. Buddhism appeared. Several powerhouses hidden in the players' world had all returned. At the same time, the 4 players' worlds were also experiencing the recovery of spirit chi, and all the players' strength had increased a lot. With the awakening of the heavenly axiom of the players' world, the entire boundless world fell into many strange phenomena. First, there were auspicious clouds in the sky. More meteorites fell to the ground. Purple chi spread out for 1,000,000 miles, covering the sky and the sun. There was also a dark red lightning that emitted a destructive aura. When the creatures of the myriad races saw the strange phenomenon, the shock in their hearts was self-evident. Heavenly Court. In the Heavenly Palace, immortals and deities gathered. It had been a few years since the last imperial court assembly. Qin Shujian sat on the throne. An invisible aura emanated from his body, making people not dare to look him in the eye. Below them, the martial emperors of the 5 directions, the 4 divine battles, and the others were all present. At this moment, Emperor Zhao was the first to step forward. He cupped his hands and said, "Emperor of Heaven, there have been many anomalies in the eastern continent over the past few months, but I can't deduce anything. Your Majesty, are the anomalies in the eastern continent a blessing or a curse?" While he was speaking, the other martial emperors and immortals voiced their opinions too. Emperor of Heaven, West Continent, Emperor of Heaven, Northern Continent, Emperor of Heaven, Southern Continent, the news they reported was exactly the same. It couldn't be helped. The anomalies had lasted for too long this time. Moreover, the anomalies that appeared were different every moment. Some represented auspicious signs. Some represented destruction. The martial emperors of the various races were also a little anxious because of this. Even if a great calamity really appeared, at least they would know what it was and be prepared. If there was nothing, that would be the real unsettling. After they finished speaking one by one, Qin Shujian slowly spoke. "I once said that there were many epochs before the world. Every time an old epoch was destroyed, a new one would be born. Every time an epoch was destroyed, all living beings below the Dao fruit level would die with the epoch. Even some Dao fruit level powerhouses couldn't resist the great calamity of an epoch and eventually died with the epoch. The reason why an epoch fell is because of the word truth." As soon as he finished the sentence, the martial emperor beast was confused. What does Emperor of Heaven mean by truth? Are the anomalies of the heavens and earth implying that this epoch is about to be destroyed? Hearing this, the rest of the immortals were startled. According to Qin Shujian's words, every living being below the Dao fruit level would die when an epoch was destroyed. If that was really the case, if the epoch was about to be destroyed, didn't that mean they were going to die too? Qin Shujian shook his head. "You're right, but you're also wrong. Emperor of Heaven, please enlighten us." The martial emperors bowed. They were eager to learn what they wanted from Qin Shujian. If an epoch was really about to be destroyed, what was the point of pursuing the things they had been pursuing? He looked at the martial emperors. Qin Shujian said, "The destruction of an epoch is due to the existence of a true power outside the universe. The true power is constantly nibbling away at the universe, causing it to collapse, and ultimately leading to the destruction of the epoch. Strictly speaking, the universe and the greater thousand realms that we exist in exist at the level of illusion. Whether it's you or me, we can't escape from the level of illusion. As for the inhumans you speak of, I call them players. They are existences from the true plane. In the eyes of the players, we are fictional characters. The vast greater thousand realms is equivalent to a game in their eyes." Boom! When Qin Shujian finished speaking, all the immortals' expressions changed. Even someone as strong as Emperor Zhao, Xiao Qingfeng, who had a firm Dao heart, was shaken after hearing this news. Apart from that, some immortals even lost their Dao hearts. The demon emperor shook his head with a look of disbelief. "Emperor of Heaven means that we are fictional characters and don't exist at all." "No, that's impossible." "That's right. I can clearly feel my own power. How can I not exist?" "Impossible." Many immortals shook their heads in denial, not daring to believe Qin Shujian's words. When they saw the calm expression on the Emperor of Heaven's face, their hearts sank again. At this moment, Emperor Zhao barely suppressed the shock in his heart. His face regained its calmness as he cupped his hands and said, "If we are fictional characters and everything is just a game to the Inhumans and players, I don't think the Emperor of Heaven is willing to accept this." Hearing this, the others were also stunned. That's right, if this world was fictional and their existences were fake, would the Emperor of Heaven in front of them tolerate such a situation? After all, he knew some truths. For a moment, all the immortals' gazes fell on Qin Shujian. Of course not. Qin Shujian smiled, then his expression turned cold. Everyone says that I am in control of my own fate and not the heavens. I deeply agree with that. There is no clear boundary between reality and illusion. There is only a difference in power. When the power of illusion is weak, we are like ants in front of reality. However, if we are stronger than reality, then we can destroy reality with a wave of our hand. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, the deities lowered their heads and pondered about something. Qin Shujian said, "When the first era was destroyed, there were some experts who were unwilling to die and wanted to steal the power of reality to get rid of the essence of illusion. Unfortunately, the first era failed. The remaining experts plotted again in the second era, but the second era also failed. Every time an era is destroyed, there will be a rebirth. However, every rebirth of an era will cause the size of the universe to shrink. Compared to the first era, the current era is much smaller than the first era." Hearing that, the deities were shocked again. Xiao Qingfeng's expression was solemn. "Emperor of Heaven, do you mean that when the universe is as small as it can be, there will be no way for an era to be reborn?" "That's right." Qin Shujian nodded. "When that happens, all living beings in the universe will be completely annihilated. Even Dao fruit experts won't have any right to resist when surrounded by true power. Even Dao fruit would die." After hearing this news, many of the deities calmed down a lot. At the end of an era, only Dao fruit could survive, but at the end, even Dao fruit could not survive. However, what really troubled them was that the universe would not be reborn. After all, when that time came, who knew how many billions of years it would be? With the lifespan of a perfected immortal in the Great Thousand World, they would definitely not be able to live until then. Unless, they could break through the threshold of perfected immortal. Qin Shujian continued, "Although the universe is surrounded by the power of reality and will be destroyed at a certain time, in this era, strictly speaking, there is a long time before the universe is destroyed. But as you can see, there are many anomalies in the world right now. Just as you think, this is a sign that the world is about to face a great calamity. If it is not overcome, then the world will be completely destroyed." Hearing this, many immortals and deities remained silent, waiting for the other party to continue. "Some things are very complicated to explain, but if I explain it in a simpler way, you will understand a lot more." Qin Shujian pondered for a moment and decided to put it simply. A long time ago, there were a few worlds where the Daos of heaven and earth collapsed, and the worlds were slowly approaching their end. The heavenly Daos of those worlds were unwilling to be destroyed, so they wanted to find a way to allow the worlds to continue. Later on, those few worlds discovered the existence of the upper-class world. Although the Great Thousand World was only an illusory world, there was a vast universe beyond the Great Thousand World. The universe is vast. Even if it's something at the level of an illusion, the power contained within it can be said to be endless. If any world can devour the power of the universe, then it has the right to renew the myriad Daos and restore the world to its peak. He paused. Qin Shujian continued. "But here's the problem. It's not just one world that's eyeing the universe, but several worlds. In this way, it's impossible for any world to swallow the universe alone. Therefore, those worlds are waiting for an opportunity to swallow the universe alone. In order to further expand their control over the universe, the heavenly Daos of those worlds began to arrange for living beings to enter and expand their own power bit by bit through nibbling." Since he had already said that, all the immortals and deities understood many things. Si Hanhai said, "So the player's world wants to swallow the universe, and those players are actually invaders sent by the player's world?" "You're right." Qin Shujian nodded approvingly. Then, someone was puzzled. "Then, what method does the player's world use to nibble away the power of the universe?" Hearing this, Qin Shujian patiently explained, as everyone knows, the world and the universe are mainly composed of rules. Therefore, the direction of nibbling is naturally from the rules. If it's from the rules, then the players have to come into contact with the rules. The demon emperor pondered for a moment. Then, he looked at Qin Shujian and voiced his question. If you want to come into contact with the rules, you have to reach the Saint Realm. We can completely restrict the players before they come into contact with the Saint Realm. In this way, the heavenly Daos of the player's world won't have a chance to nibble away the rules. The North Sea Emperor's words make sense. The other immortals and deities also nodded in agreement. That's right. If the player's world wanted to nibble away the power of the Great Thousand World and even the universe, then they could only start from the rules. And if the players wanted to come into contact with the rules, they had to be at least the third level of the celestial being. In this way, as long as the players were restricted and not allowed to reach this level, then any problem could be solved. Facing the question of the deities, Qin Shujian calmly said, "You have to understand that the weak have no right to talk to the strong. In the eyes of the player's world, we are the weak. If we restrict all players from breaking through, then the heavenly Daos of the player's world will immediately awaken. At that time, the four players' worlds will join forces to attack, and the universe will fall apart in an instant. They want to swallow the universe alone, just like how we want to eat a delicious meal. If the food resists, they will no longer care whether it's delicious or not. Instead, they will destroy it first." The deities were silent. Since the establishment of the heavenly court, they had been high and mighty existences. But from Qin Shujian's mouth, they were no different from ants. The strong contrast made many people feel a little uncomfortable. However, the other party's words also made them understand that this was the truth. And at this time, Qin Shujian continued. Nibbling away the world and the universe has never only been reflected in whether the players have comprehended the rules or not. Every word and action is the way, sitting and lying down is also the way. As long as the players enter the Great Thousand World, their actions at every moment will make the heavenly Daos of the player's world speed up the nibbling of the rules. Especially in martial arts and cultivation methods. Any martial arts and cultivation methods more or less involve the level of the rules. It's just a matter of strength. Every time a player practices martial arts and cultivation methods, the nibbling of the heavenly Daos of the player's world will intensify. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian sat on the throne, looking down at the gods below. At this moment, no one spoke. Because the Emperor of Heaven's words had already shocked the gods. It would take a long time to digest such shocking news. They only understood now. No matter what they did, there was no way to stop the invasion of the player's world. At most, it was just a matter of speed. Immediately, Xiao Qingfeng said, "So the phenomenon of heaven and earth now means that the player's world is about to officially launch an attack." That's right. Because of some changes, the player's world is finally about to launch an attack. I believe you all can feel it now. The power you control seems to be getting lower and lower. In fact, that's caused by the invasion of the real world. As living beings of the illusory world, in front of the real world, there's no way for us to resist. But now, the real world and the illusory world are merging. Under such circumstances, we won't die, but will gradually reduce the power we control until we completely fall into the dust. Qin Shujian said calmly. Fall into the dust. Some of the gods turned pale. Some of them had been cultivating for thousands of years. If their hard work was all for naught, the blow would be too great. While the gods were terrified, Qin Shujian said, "But fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Although it's a disaster now, it's also an opportunity for us. As long as we can take advantage of the fusion of the real world and the illusory world, we can comprehend and control the power of the real world. Then, we'll be qualified to get rid of our illusory identity and step into the real world." At this point, Qin Shujian stood up from the throne. A terrifying aura swept out like a wave. In front of this aura, the gods felt their minds sway, and their bodies almost fell. Their gazes all fell on the Emperor of Heaven who was above the throne. Qin Shujian spread out his hands. There was a hint of madness on his face. Getting rid of the illusory and retaining the real is the goal we've always pursued. We're not willing to accept the destruction of the era. We're not willing to be as weak as ants. Then we'll rise up and fight for everything we need. The player world is about to attack us. This is a disaster for us, but also an opportunity for us. We can use this opportunity to grasp true power. If we can devour the player world and fuse the power of multiple player worlds, we will be able to ascend to another level. By then, the gods of the heavenly court would no longer be bound by the 129,600 years of lifespan. Immortality is right before your eyes. Live forever. Upon hearing Qin Shujian's words, most of the immortals' breathing quickened. His eyes turned red as he looked at the other party. That's right, what were they after? Wasn't it all for the sake of immortality? However, there was a limit to the lifespan of a true immortal. 129,600 years was like a natural chasm. No one could break it. Over time, only true immortals would pursue other things. However, if there was really a chance to live forever, then other pursuits would become insignificant. The demon emperor looked excited. Emperor of Heaven, are you saying that as long as we can grasp this opportunity, we can truly live forever? Qin Shujian sat back on the throne. His originally crazed expression also returned to normal. He gave an accurate answer to the demon emperor's question. I can't be sure if you can live forever, but I can be sure that as long as you enter the real world, then the lifespan limit of a true immortal like you will definitely be greatly increased. At that time, whether you can pursue true immortality or not will depend on you. I understand. The demon emperor suppressed the excitement in his heart, but his heart was still shaken. Although Qin Shujian's words were far from being immortal and long-sighted. However, being able to break the current lifespan limit already proved many things. As long as there was enough time. With his own talent and foundation, the demon emperor was confident that he could break through to a higher level. However, there were surprises, and there were also people who were worried. For example, Emperor Zhao, Xiao Qingfeng, and the others were all silent. In their opinion, although Qin Shujian's words sounded good, there was a big premise in it, and that was, what exactly did the boundless world have to contend with the player's world, if they couldn't contend with it? Then all of their ideas would be empty words. At that time, the boundless world would be destroyed, the heavenly court would fall apart, and the thousands of races in the world would no longer exist. After thinking for a long time, Emperor Zhao finally cupped his hands. Emperor of Heaven, do we have the confidence to contend with the four players' worlds? If we can't, the thousands of races will no longer exist. Yes. Qin Shujian gave a short answer. However, this one sentence made everyone's hearts calm down. Immediately after, he said again, the heavenly Tao of the player's world is only in the awakening stage. It's not time to completely attack yet. According to my calculations, the player's world will only attack in 3 years at the earliest and 5 years at the longest. I'll give you 2 years to comprehend the power of the real world. At the same time, you can't reveal anything about the court meeting to the players. Otherwise, any race that reveals it will be exterminated. We understand. The gods bowed and replied in unison. The matter that was discussed in the court meeting this time was not only important, it completely determined the life and death of the boundless world and even the universe. Under such circumstances, if the news were to spread and cause any changes, even extermination wouldn't be enough to make up for it. Qin Shujian said, in 2 years, each race can cultivate a portion of their strength. 2 years later, I will give you the next step. As long as you follow my plan, you don't have to worry too much. Yes. The gods replied again. Although some of the immortals still had some doubts in their hearts. However, the current situation wasn't the time to ask too many questions. Seeing the morale of the gods being mobilized by him, Qin Shujian nodded to himself. Although the true main force of the war with the player's world wasn't the gods of the heavenly court, but the Tao fruit-level experts like himself. However, this didn't mean that the gods of the heavenly court were useless. In fact, the heavenly court and the myriad races would play a huge role in the future. Therefore, there was no way Qin Shujian would let such power go unchecked. In that case, it would really be a waste. When the court meeting was about to end, he gave a final warning. Remember, we can only win this battle and not lose. Once we lose, the myriad races will return to ruins. No one will be spared. I hope you all take it seriously. Alright, you can all leave. The court meeting ended. All the gods left the heavenly court and headed to their respective clans. Emperor Zhongyuan. A voice called out to Emperor Zhao. Hearing that, Emperor Zhao turned around and saw Xiao Qingfeng walking over in the air. War God, why are you looking for me? Are the humans confident in dealing with the calamity that the Emperor of Heaven mentioned? Xiao Qingfeng landed in front of Emperor Zhao. His expression was as solemn as it was during the court meeting. Confident, Emperor Zhao shook his head slightly. You heard what the Emperor of Heaven said. Even a Dao fruit powerhouse doesn't have much confidence in this battle, let alone the humans that you and I are from. All we can do now is to do our best. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Zhao stretched out his hand, and a wave of power was being nurtured in his hand. The Celestial Emperor is right. Our power is gradually weakening. There is a mysterious power that is spreading through the world. The power that true immortals like us can wield is gradually weakening in the face of this power. If we can't solve this problem, we will fall into the dust one day. The power condensed. Although it was powerful. However, compared to the past, it was much weaker. Moreover, whether it was Emperor Zhao or Xiao Qingfeng, they could clearly feel the decline in that power. Yes. Decline. Almost every moment that passed, the power condensed in Emperor Zhao's hand weakened a little. Even if that little bit was very weak, almost undetectable. However, as the top powerhouses of the heavenly court, they could clearly feel it. This battle is troublesome. Xiao Qingfeng sighed. Qin Shujian sounded very confident during the court meeting. However, normal people could hear the danger of the myriad races from his words. This was not an ordinary race war, nor was it something that the ancient demon abyss invasion could compare to. The race war was good. The demon abyss invasion was good. Even if they failed, the myriad races still had a chance of survival. But now, if they failed in the battle with the player's world, the myriad races would have no way out. Where could they retreat to? At that time, the entire universe would be destroyed. All living beings in the universe had only one path, death. A way out. That didn't exist. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingfeng looked at Emperor Zhao. Speaking of which, I haven't returned to the human race for a long time. If Emperor Zhongyuan doesn't mind, I'd like to visit the human race. The war god has always been a part of the human race. If you want to return, you can do so at any time. Zhao Huang smiled. Also, I've been keeping Bayun Marquis Mansion for you. If you have time, you can go back to Bayun Mansion. North Cloud Mansion, Northern Cloud Marquis Manor. Xiao Qingfeng looked a little dazed. Such a strange yet familiar name. Ever since he had awakened the innate wisdom of his previous life, he had almost completely abandoned everything in this life. After all, compared to the Marquis Bayun's memories, the vast Song Immortal Lord's memories, which spanned tens of thousands of years, were much more extensive. The moment he awakened his innate wisdom, Immortal Lord Vast Song's memories had already gained the upper hand. It was just that Xiao Qingfeng had never faced this issue. Until now. His cultivation base grew higher day by day. The influence of Vast Song Immortal Lord's memories began to fade. Only then did he recall his memories as Marquis Bayun. Bayun Marquis Mansion, I will. Xiao Qingfeng murmured, then nodded his head. I'll give the order. The war god can go back at any time. I'll take my leave first. Emperor Zhao could see that Xiao Qingfeng was not in a good state, so he didn't disturb him too much. After saying that, he left first. Xiao Qingfeng was the only one left in the heaven and earth's wall layer. Memories of the past. Scenes flashed through his mind. He thought of when he was a child, then he thought of when he was Marquis Bayun, then he thought of when he had awakened his innate wisdom and abandoned his identity as Marquis Bayun. Everything in the past. It made Xiao Qingfeng's expression change. He didn't know how long had passed. Only then did he wake up from his past memories. Ever since I awakened my innate wisdom, I'm not really Xiao Feng anymore. I'm the reincarnation of immortal Lord Vast Song. The so-called Xiao Feng is just a name. Xiao Feng laughed at himself. He thought that as long as he remembered Xiao Feng's name, he would still be the original Xiao Feng. But seriously, anyone could have a name. If he could be called Xiao Feng, others could be called Xiao Feng too. When he awakened his innate wisdom, he was completely controlled by immortal Lord Vast Song's memories. In his sea of consciousness, Skybreaking Halberd looked at Xiao Feng's changes and was a little confused. Immortal Lord Vast Song is you, and Xiao Feng is also you. What's the difference? He was worried that his immortal lord might have developed an inner demon. The more powerful the existence, the harder it was to develop an inner demon. But correspondingly, if there was an inner demon, it would often cause a lot of trouble. Don't disturb him. Let him figure it out himself, Wu Ming scolded. He could see what kind of state Xiao Feng was in now. After this incident, it would really determine who the other party was. It was immortal Lord Vast Song. It was still Marquis Bayun. To be honest, Wu Ming didn't have much contact with immortal Lord Vast Song. Compared to the ancient Vast Song, he preferred the current Marquis Bayun. Because Vast Song was high and mighty, Marquis Bayun was more humane. On the other side, hearing Skybreaking Halberd's words, Xiao Feng couldn't help but shake his head. It's different. Immortal Lord Vast Song is already dead. He died in ancient times. The person who was reborn is Marquis Bayun, Xiao Feng. Even after awakening his innate wisdom, he should still be Marquis Bayun. Not the so-called immortal Lord Vast Song. At this point, a smile appeared on his face. At that moment, the fog that had been covering him for a long time quietly disappeared. Many things that he couldn't see through were clear at this moment. His mind was cleansed. In the dark, some kind of unpredictable change was happening. Xiao Feng realized. His declining power seemed to be warming up little by little. At this moment, he was even happier. Yes, Vast Song is already dead. I'm not immortal Lord Vast Song, Xiao Feng, but Marquis Bayun, Xiao Feng. He laughed out loud. Xiao Feng was in a good mood. Understanding himself allowed him to indirectly master a part of real power. Immediately, he went to the mortal world. As for where he was going, it was Bayun Mansion, one of the 9 mansions of Great Zhao in the eastern continent. While Xiao Feng was comprehending himself, Qin Shujian turned his head to look in a certain direction in the astral wind layer. His eyes directly penetrated everything and fell accurately on the other party. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that the person who grasped real power the fastest among the gods of the heavenly court would be him. Xiao Feng's change could not be hidden from Qin Shujian's perception. In terms of true power, he was one of the first people to master it. Towards death and life. The red lotus of purgation that he finally comprehended was a manifestation of true power. In comparison, Hong Jun and the others might have mastered true power, but they might not have mastered as much as Qin Shujian. Right now, Xiao Feng could be considered to have mastered true power. However, the true power that the other party mastered was only a very weak trace. But even a trace could be said to have taken an important step. Understanding one's heart. In other words, it was an epiphany. At this moment, when the power of reality and illusion intertwined and fused, it was not impossible for one to gain an epiphany and use this opportunity to grasp true power. Go. Go and master true power. The smile on Qin Shujian's face became crazy again. Ever since he became the Emperor of Heaven, he had been much more cautious in doing things. He had no confidence in things. He would never take risks. Of course. It was also because ever since he broke through to the Dao fruit level, there were no threats in the vast 1,000 domains. This was one reason. Another reason. It was because Qin Shujian had been restraining himself. The more critical the moment, the more cautious he was. He was afraid that after waiting for so many years, he would fail at the last moment. However, he later realized that he had too many concerns. Many times. There was no need to worry about those things. Therefore, after understanding this, Qin Shujian directly let the Godslayer transform, even if it would awaken the heavenly axiom of several players' worlds. So what if the heavenly axiom has awakened? Why would I be afraid of the heavenly axiom now? If it was not for the difference between reality and illusion, I would have killed my way into the player's world long ago. However, this does not mean that I am afraid of them. Qin Shujian's eyes were cold. He wanted to fight. Then he would fight. There was no need to worry about it at all. Moreover, now, even if the heavenly axiom of the player's world awakened, those heavenly axioms might not join forces to attack the vast thousand domains. In the face of the temptation of the universe, any heavenly axiom would want to swallow it alone. If they could swallow the universe, the benefits were self-evident. Actually, the reason was very simple. He compared the heavenly Tao of the player's world to cultivators. No cultivator would be willing to share a great opportunity with others if it was right in front of them. In particular, this opportunity was clearly something that could be obtained by relying on one's own strength, and it was even more impossible to share it with others. Therefore, if all the heavenly axioms in the player's world were to awaken, it was very likely that they would not attack the great wide world first. Instead, they would first kill each other, and then the victors would divide the great wide world and the universe. Come on. You'll suffer. Qin Shujian murmured in a low voice. Shortly after, he had also entered a state of seclusion. There was no other way. Now that the invasion of true power was becoming more and more serious, if he did not take advantage of this opportunity to control true power, he would easily fall from the Tao fruit level. If he fell to the Tao fruit level, at that time, his own strength would be greatly weakened. It was impossible for Qin Shujian to allow his strength to weaken in a limited time. Thus, it was imperative for him to grasp more true power. As Qin Shujian entered seclusion once again, the myriad races of the world also fell silent. The court meeting was over. All the immortals and gods understood. Soon, what awaited the myriad races would be a monstrous calamity. A collision between reality and illusion. It was destined that only one side could win, and the fate of the other side was self-evident. Destruction. It was destined. Therefore, although the immortals and gods understood that they were on the side of the illusion and were at a disadvantage, they would not be willing to die just like that. Resist. That was absolutely necessary. It would take at least 3 years and at most 5 years. The great calamity would arrive. At that time, whether they could survive or not would depend on whether they could grasp true power. If they could successfully grasp it, they might not be able to win, but they would at least have a partial chance of success. Therefore, even the establishment of Buddhism and the establishment of the underworld did not cause those immortals and gods to go crazy. In fact, they even ordered their respective races to comprehend the power of heaven and earth, and they had to gain something in a short period of time. Regarding this order, many living beings of the myriad races were confused. However, they wanted to ask the reason, but the experts of the myriad races kept their mouths shut. However, someone had secretly leaked some information to them, telling them that a monstrous calamity would descend upon them soon. At that time, those who were not strong enough would be destroyed in the calamity. The moment the word calamity came out, it directly made the living beings of the myriad races not dare to have any wishful thinking. However, when the myriad races fell into silence, the players were much more active. Several player worlds had entered a state of spirit aura recovery. The strength of each player had increased to different degrees. In order to find the corresponding cultivation method, the players could only search in the boundless world. For this, it also caused a lot of trouble. Kill. A group of players was besieging a small race branch. In that small race branch, the strongest person was only at the 7th level of the celestial being realm. However, although there were no 7th level celestial beings among the players, there was no lack of celestial being realm experts. A battle ensued. That small race branch suffered heavy losses. At this moment, a terrifying aura rose, shocking all the players who were attacking that race. That boss has awakened. As the leader of the team, Lu Qingheng instantly understood what was going on. Hearing that, the other players also had solemn expressions. Lu Qinghong said in a deep voice, from the news, that boss should be at the 7th level of the celestial being realm. The attacks of the mighty experts are fierce. All physical cultivator players, stand in front and be sure to restrain the opponent. Then, everyone else will attack with all their might. I guarantee that we will kill the opponent in the shortest time possible. He gave the order in an orderly manner. The so-called physical cultivator players. It was the physical sanctification system. It was just that the players were used to calling them physical cultivators. In fact, the physical cultivator players' resistance to attacks was indeed much stronger than other players. Physical sanctification. What was tempered was the physique. Any physical cultivator player's physique had been greatly tempered. In terms of physical defense alone, it was not something that other players could compare to. When all the players pulled away, the slumbering 7th level celestial being of this race branch finally woke up completely. A body that was like a mountain. A fierce and brutal aura swept across the world. Roar. End of chapter 11:15. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.